Wah wah wah. Wah wah wah. What's happening? Why is my voice turning into a baby's cry? Accompanied by the cries of two babies in the land of fire, Konohagakure, a baby girl slowly opened her eyes. But what met her eyes were a monster's sharp claws and drops of fresh blood dripping from the claws onto her body. And also two majestic figures pierced by the claws. Were these two the ones who saved her? Kushina, we won't see them too for a while, so now tell Naruto and Shizuki what you want to say. Hearing this, Uzumaki Kushina looked at the two babies in front of her and said, Naruto, Shizuki, don't be picky eaters, eat well, grow up quickly and make good friends. It doesn't matter if you don't have many. A few trusted friends are enough. Also stay away from the 3 prohibitions. Speaking of the 3 prohibitions, you too must be careful of Jiraiya Sensei. Naruto, Shizuki, you will experience many painful things in the future. You must hold on to yourselves and pursue your dreams. There are so many things I want to teach you. I want to be with you. I love you. As she spoke, Uzumaki Kushina was already choked with tears. She really wanted to grow up with these two children, but she couldn't. Seeing Uzumaki Kushina like this, Namikaze Minato blamed himself for his incompetence, thinking he was useless and couldn't protect them. Thinking this, Namikaze Minato looked at the two children and said with regret, Naruto, Shizuki, what your father wants to say is the same as your mother. But everything is too late. So I'm sorry to make you two bear such pain. It's your father's fault. Ninja technique, dead demon consuming seal. 12 years later. On the streets of Konoha, a boy with yellow hair carrying a bucket ran quickly through the alleys, dodging the ninjas chasing behind him. Uzumaki, Naruto, stop. Why did you do that? Today you will pay for it. As the boy ran ahead, the two ninjas behind looked at his figure and shouted with disgust. But it's amazing, isn't it? You can't do these things, huh? Looking at the two ninjas behind him, Uzumaki Naruto laughed loudly as he spoke, and at the same time he quickly ran toward the Hokage rock of Konoha. That kid again. Why does the Hokage let him stay in the village? Damn it, that kid should go to hell. He is. Shoo. Don't say any more. Saying more is forbidden. Thump. As they were talking, suddenly a bucket of water was kicked over by a little girl on the street. The little girl had strikingly red hair, very cute and pretty, but at this moment she was glaring fiercely at the adults who were speaking. Namikaze Shizuki, what are you doing? Do you think you're any better than that brat? You're the same kind of garbage. No, I heard that this girl didn't learn any ninja techniques in the ninja academy. She's a typical poor student, even worse than Uzumaki Naruto. Looking at the little girl, the villagers around also glared at her with malice. But this scene made Namikaze Shizuki walk to the side, pick up a bucket of paint and splash it at those villagers. Damn brat. Ugh, so dirty. What bad luck, let's stay away from her. After the villagers finished speaking, they all left the place. Seeing this, Namikaze Shizuki's gaze turned to Uzumaki Naruto, who was splashing paint on the Hokage rock in the distance. Then she turned and left. 12 years ago she had time traveled to this world of Naruto and was born together with Uzumaki Naruto, becoming the daughter of Namikaze Minato and the sister of Uzumaki Naruto, Namikaze Shizuki. But over these 12 years, although she and Uzumaki Naruto knew each other, they had been raised separately by the third Hokage. This resulted in that besides herself as a time traveler and the village's upper echelons, no one else including Uzumaki Naruto knew the relationship between her and Naruto. But she couldn't say anything because this was a secret of the village's higher-ups. If she told Naruto, he would either not believe it or blabber it everywhere. Then her situation would become very bad. Thinking of this, Namikaze Shizuki glanced at a system in front of her. This system was called the Ninja Dominance System, but it had not been activated for 12 years. After checking the conditions, Namikaze Shizuku understood that only by becoming a true ninja, even a jōnin, would it activate automatically. But her talent was too poor. In 12 years she hadn't learned a single ninja technique in this world. This also meant she couldn't graduate from the Ninja Academy. But she wouldn't be content being a kid in the academy. She must become a ninja. After all, where there is light there is darkness. And what darkness needs is the exchange of interests. This exchange of interests could just let her become a ninja. That was a rule of this world. Tap. Thinking this, Namikaze Shizuki stopped and said, come out, member of the root. After Namikaze Shizuki spoke, a figure appeared. This figure wore a fox mask and looked at Namikaze Shizuki. Namikaze Shizuki, Lord Danzo has agreed to your proposal. He will let you graduate from the Ninja Academy. But after that, what about the matter you mentioned to Lord Danzo about serving him? He'll keep my word. After all, doesn't he want this power very much? Namikaze Shizuki said, placing a hand on her stomach. Hearing this, the ninja wearing the fox mask disappeared directly from the spot. Watching the disappearing figure, Namikaze Shizuki held her stomach. She never thought that the 9 tails she had always hated would now become her bargaining chip. Moreover, after coming to this world, Namikaze Shizuki felt for the first time that she had underestimated the pain Uzumaki Naruto had endured. Since the transmigration, the hatred of the Konoha villagers, the abusive words, no one's recognition. All of this made her extremely uncomfortable. But it also strengthened Namikaze Shizuki's determination to protect her younger brother. Leaf Village Route. A ninja wearing a fox mask knelt on the ground looking at Shimura Danzo and said Bofengsia said exactly that. Oh, interesting. Did she sense the monster inside her on her own? Shimura Danzo listened, his eyes flickering, but soon he looked at the kneeling ninja and said, then what do you think? Should I agree to her conditions? The power of the Nine-Tails is divided into yin and yang. If you Lord Danzo wish to take that seat, you must control one of them. And Bofengsia is the best candidate. Besides that, Orochimaru's experiment subject and that student with supernatural energy can also graduate together. I know that well, but the third Hokage is not that easy to fool. Hearing this, the kneeling ninja fell into thought. Although the third Hokage appeared to tolerate Root's every step, it was not weakness but rather because Root's strength and purpose coincidentally aligned with his own, so he chose to turn a blind eye. But on a major matter like the Nine-Tails, the third Hokage had zero tolerance for Root. Thinking this way, Shimura Danzo smiled and said, perhaps I can use the chess piece ahead of— Are you referring to Senju Shin? But that guy never follows any of Root's orders, I'm afraid. Great deeds are not bound by trifles. I have already grasped Senju Shin's weakness. Most importantly for Hiruzen, he is a person he simply cannot refuse because Hiruzen still has a soft side. However, if we use this piece, we won't be able to fully control his movements on a daily basis. After Danzo finished speaking, a slow smile curled on his lips. Although he couldn't fully control the piece, he indeed had its fatal weakness, and in a critical moment that weakness would be his trump card. A gentle breeze blew through the Leaf Village. Inside the academy, a little boy in ragged clothes with messy greasy hair crouched in a corner looking at the children playing in the distance, his eyes full of envy. Soon a ball rolled to his feet. The boy picked it up and looked at the group of children in the distance. Fujiwara Ishimi, who allowed you to touch our ball? Just then a boy stepped out from the group and said, I just wanted to return the ball to you. The boy named Fujiwara Ishimi involuntarily stepped back 2 steps, his eyes showing timidity. Disgusting, with your dirty hands, can that ball still be used? Yeah, that boy is so gross. Ugly and dirty, absolutely disgusting. At that moment, harsh words kept coming from the group of children, growing more and more hurtful. Hearing these words, Fujiwara Ishimi wanted to retort, but in the end said nothing. Just then Bofengsia returned from outside and passed by this place. Hey! Bofengsia, you disgusting thing, can't you walk away from me? Don't you know no one wants to talk to you? Hearing this, the hatred inside Bofengsia reached a peak. What? Not convinced. As the boy was speaking, Bofengsia stepped forward, her eyes cold, and punched him directly in the face. Keep your mouth clean. After knocking the boy down, she looked at the others behind him and said, if you want to fight, come at me together. If not, don't stop me from teaching him a lesson. This speech directly intimidated the group of children. Then they watched as Bofengsia mounted the boy and punched him repeatedly. For 12 years Bofengsia's system had not activated and she had no talent for ninjutsu. However, she had studied taijutsu. After 12 years of training combined with the influence of the Nine-Tails chakra, her physical condition was far superior to that of children her age. Hey! Don't fight anymore. Just then Fujiwara Ishimi stepped forward to persuade. TCH, I'm teaching him a lesson, don't interfere. This guy just has a dirty mouth, he deserves it. Wham! Bofengsia punched the boy again. But if you keep hitting, the teacher might come back. Next to Bofengsia, Fujiwara Ishimi spoke to her. TCH, hey bad guy, I'll let you off today. If your mouth is still dirty, next time he'll kill you. Bofengsia looked at the boy whose face was beaten like a pig's head, stood up and walked in a direction. Seeing this, Fujiwara Ishimi put down the ball and followed in Bofengsia's direction. Damn. That guy, once I become a ninja, I will teach her a lesson. Looking at Bofengsia's back, the boy directly threw out harsh words, but because his face was beaten into a pig's head, his speech was all lisping. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bofengsia was walking across the academy with Fujiwara Ishimi following behind her. Why are you following me? Thank you just now. If it weren't for you, I would have been bullied. Fujiwara Ishimi stammered, looking at Bofengsia. I only acted because they annoyed me, not because I was helping you out. Bofengsia said indifferently and walked ahead, but after 2 steps she turned her head and said, in the future, if someone bullies you again, just hit them back like I did. Beat them until they submit and they won't dare. Even if you can't win as a boy, getting beaten is better than swallowing that humiliation. After speaking, Bofengsia turned and walked toward the classroom. Behind her, Fujiwara Ishimi watched Wolfeng Sie's direction, and two different strange energies surged in his eyes, but they flashed and disappeared. Really, why did I say all that? I guess I'm so starved for someone to talk to that I'll talk to anyone. Hey, Sano Manjiro, this is mine. Who says it's yours? Now it's mine. Just as Wolfeng Sie was thinking, a student ran toward her holding a plush toy with several girls chasing him. Seeing this, Wolfeng Sie said nothing. That guy was always causing trouble. And so Wolfeng Sie and Sano Manjiro passed each other. Damn, is that guy insane. He's so good looking, but he's always the troublemaker of the school. Otherwise, why do you think he's one of the 3 ninja of our academy? The chaos among the dirty, messy, and chaotic. That's because he's always making trouble. After these words, Wolfeng Sie glanced at the girls and walked to the classroom. Just like that, break time quickly ended and class time arrived. Many students in the class ran in from outside, and 2 figures sat down beside Wolfeng Sie. Sie. We meet again. TCH, why do I have to share a desk with you too? Seriously, even Naruto is more interesting than you. Sano Manjiro watched the scene board and sat down aside. Facing this, Wolfeng Sie glanced at Sano Manjiro, then at Fujiwara Ishimi, and truly didn't know how to get along with these 2 oddballs. Just as Wolfeng Sie was thinking, suddenly the classroom door opened and Irika brought in Uzumaki Naruto. Looking at Uzumaki Naruto, Irika gave him a lecture. After the lecture, he asked the entire class to take the transformation technique exam. But the dirty, messy, chaotic trio were exempted because none of them could use ninjutsu. After the transformation technique exam was over, Irika suddenly walked outside. Then outside he brought in a masked ninja and said, "Hello everyone, this is a member of the Umbu. He is here because he has taken a liking to 3 students in our class. That means 3 students will be able to graduate early today." After Irika finished, the surrounding students looked envious and whispered among themselves, wondering if it could be them. Quiet. Irika directly called out. Then the Umbu member walked to the podium and said, "This time 3 students have been selected by the Umbu to form a team. They are Sano Manjiro, Fujiwara Ishimi, and Wolfeng Sie." What? The messy, dirty, and disgraceful trio, and impossible. There must be a mistake. These 3 are even more inept than Naruto Uzumaki. How could it possibly not be Sasuke Uchiha? And I thought I was paired with Sasuke Uchiha, and don't flatter yourself. If anyone were to be assigned to Sasuke Uchiha's team, it would certainly be someone like me. Silence. This decision was made solely by the ANBU, and is non-negotiable. Now the 3 named students follow me immediately. Upon the ANBU operative's declaration, Sano Manjiro, Fujiwara Ishimi, and Namikaze Shizuki rose and departed the room in silence, trailing behind the masked figure. Once they reached an unoccupied space, the ANBU operative removed his mask, revealing a fair, striking visage. "Greetings, I am Senju Shin, an ordinary shinobi of the ANBU. You may call me Instructor Shin." Hearing this, the messy, dirty, and disgraceful trio remained silent, but Namikaze Shizuki's heart leapt in quiet shock. And Senju. Was it mere coincidence? Shin smiled faintly at the scene before him, then continued to be candid. "I inwardly resisted taking charge of you 3 troublemakers. Your assignment defies all precedent within the ANBU, and yet orders from above brook no refusal. So here I am." Having finished his introduction, Shin turned toward the 3 students. "My turn is done. Now, it is yours. Hear me first. Sano Manjiro. No ninjutsu or genjutsu whatsoever, mediocre taijutsu, utterly disdain discipline, and frankly I dislike you, instructor." Sano Manjiro spoke first, eyes locked on Shin. And silence fell instantly. "And you dislike me? Excellent. Then, you're next." Breaking the stillness, Shin recovered first, offering a wry smile before turning his gaze to Fujiwara Ishimi. Though I'm astonished, I did graduate, but I possess neither ninjutsu nor genjutsu. Nor taijutsu. I lack confidence, but I will obey faithfully." And Fujiwara Ishimi spoke only after Shin gestured toward whom? Utterly unskilled and lacking self-assurance. The polar opposite of Sano Manjiro. Tisk tsk. And now, the final one. Let's see what surprise you have in store for me. Namikaze Shizuki, and she spoke last, only her name. She knew full well that Instructor Shin had already reviewed their dossiers. Further elaboration was unnecessary. Thus concluded the introductions of the messy, dirty, and disgraceful trio. And Shin exhaled slowly, just as rumored. These 3 were indeed formidable challenges. Sigh. Clearly we're incompatible. I truly dread mentoring newcomers, especially you 3. Yet in the end Shin distributed 3 forehead protectors. Still, duty demands appearances be kept. Henceforth you are my genin, assigned to Team 1 under my command. One more thing, genin undergo probationary trials. Failure means reassignment to the academy for remedial training. Ordinarily you'd pass outright, but after those introductions, I confess I've grown rather fond of disliking you 3. So prepare yourselves, failure looms. The trial begins tomorrow, at Konoha's training grounds. With that, Shin vanished in a blur of motion. After his departure, Sayano Manjiro picked up his forehead protector and placed it atop his head. Oomph, nothing special about this, is there? Hey, over there. Tomorrow's trial. I refuse to pass. The academy's far more fun, why bother with missions? Nan, with that, Sayano Manjiro strode off without looking back. I will try my utmost not to hold anyone back. So, let's do our best, tomorrow. Having spoken, Fujiwara Ishimi took her forehead protector, glanced once at Namikaze Shizuki, whose face glowed with quiet elation, then departed silently. When they had all left, Namikaze Shizuki gazed at her own forehead protector, heart pounding with unrestrained exhilaration, then swiftly secured it upon her brow. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have officially become a jōnin. The Shinobi Supremacy System has activated. System interface now initializing. Shinobi Supremacy System host Namikaze Shizuki, Constitution BN, Strength FN, Speed FN, Inventory none, and Overall Rating E, Rank Shinobi. Note: this system evaluates the host across multiple metrics. Imbalanced growth in any single stat cannot compensate for deficiencies elsewhere. Shinobi tier rankings, from highest to lowest, are SSR, SR, SSSSSS, A, B, C, D, E, F. Stat points accrue through mission completion. Ding! As a reward for system activation, 4 foundational ninjutsu have been granted, ranked hierarchically SSR, SR, SSSSSS, A, B, C, D, E. Namikaze Shizuki blinked, stunned. In 12 years waiting, this is what she got. Yes, I choose a rank Bunshin no Jutsu, Hange no Jutsu, Kawarimi no Jutsu, and Bunshin no Jutsu. For Drank, I'll take Konoha Senpu. Selection confirmed. Additionally, the system grants 3 false Nine-Tails chakra cards and 1 true Nine-Tails chakra card. False Nine-Tails chakra card simulates visible leakage of Nine-Tails chakra, no physical enhancement, yet enemies unmistakably perceive and even see the chakra shroud enveloping the host. True Nine-Tails chakra card forces extraction of Nine-Tails chakra without the beast's consent. Ding! First mission assigned: pass tomorrow's examination. Success yields substantial rewards and unlocks the first mission completion grand prize. Anticipate it well. Absorbing this information, Namikaze Shizuki's eyes shimmered, not with doubt but with quiet, resolute anticipation. And this exam, it seemed, demanded her utmost attention. Elsewhere, in the Hokage's office, a lone figure materialized and knelt on one knee before the third Hokage. The third Hokage furrowed his brow. So? Danzo Shimura dispatched you. No choice. My father assigned me to Root, and Root's commands supersede all others. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, shook his head. Danzo Shimura truly dared everything, deploying personnel beyond control. Clearly he'd sacrifice anything to harness Nine-Tails chakra. Shin. What do you make of those 3 children? Shin lifted his gaze. They are unfit for shinobi life, frail, unruly, arrogant. Not a shred of talent lies within them. Hiruzen gazed out the window. Then, how will you guide them? A pause lingered, then Hiruzen met Shin's eyes. Whatever transpires, the choice remains yours alone. I honor your judgment. Yet, these 3 young ones may yet astonish you. All shall proceed strictly by protocol. Protocol. Ha! You of all people are the least bound by protocol. In Konoha's training ground, a dark figure was busy. The next morning at the Konoha training ground, Bofeng Siya looked at Tenyuan Shirmyo and asked, "Where is Zoya Wanjiro?" Wanjiro? I don't know. Where did that guy go? Damn it, that guy isn't going to show up today, is he? Bofeng Siya grew angry and said, as expected of the most reckless person, he doesn't even show up for this kind of exam. Is there anyone among you who hasn't come? Just after Bofeng Siya finished speaking, a figure appeared here. Looking at this figure, Bofeng Siya turned around and said to teacher Qianqiu Xan, "Teacher, you never said we had to come in groups of 3. In other words, as long as we pass the exam, you have no reason to send us back to the Ninja Academy." Hearing this, Qianqiu Xan was taken aback. Indeed, I didn't say that, but this little girl can grasp the key points so quickly. Not bad at all. Ring, ring, ring. While thinking, Qianqiu Xan took 3 bells from his pocket and said, "All right, 3 bells. As long as you can snatch these 3 bells from me before sunset, I'll make you jōnin. However, since I really don't like you, the exam starts now." After saying this, without waiting for Bofeng Siya and Tenyuan Shirmyo to react, his body vanished from the spot. The next moment, Qianqiu Xan appeared behind Tenyuan Shirmyo and knocked him unconscious with a chop. Seeing this, Bofeng Siya stared at Qianqiu Xan with wide eyes. Damn it, this guy is determined to send us back to the academy, isn't he? The last one, get rid of him and it's done. Looking at Bofeng Siya, Qianqiu Xan took a step forward and vanished again. Seeing this, Bofeng Siya looked around. Suddenly a figure appeared on her left and launched a kick toward her. Seeing the kick coming, Bofeng Siya blocked with her hands, but she was still sent flying by the blow. Good reflexes, but still too weak. Hearing Qianqiu Zin's words, Bluffang Xie, who was still in midair, had a grim expression. Then a figure appeared before her and kicked toward her stomach. Wei Hai Cho Shuin. Ninja Art Substitution Jutsu. Boom. Pop. At this critical moment, Bluffang Xie quickly used the substitution jutsu. Just as Qianqiu Zin's kick hit her, she turned into a log. Seeing this, Qianqiu Xin was stunned. Substitution jutsu. Didn't the record say she was a messy poor student who couldn't use any ninjutsu or genjutsu? Information can't be forged, but people can disguise themselves. Thinking this, Qianqiu Xin looked around. Since it was a substitution, the real body should be nearby. Meanwhile, behind a patch of grass, Bluffang Xie began to form hand seals. Wei Si-in. Clone jutsu. Pop pop. After completing the clone jutsu, 4 clones appeared behind her. Then 2 of Bluffang Xie's clones formed hand seals again. Wei. Transformation jutsu. When all this was done, 2 of Bluffang Xie's clones ran out and threw 2 shuriken at Qianqiu Xin. Clone jutsu. This kid, she's been hiding her abilities well. Seeing this, Qianqiu Xin sidestepped to dodge the 2 shuriken. But just then the 2 shuriken transformed into Bluffang Xie and headed for the 3 bells. At the same time, 2 clones were rushing toward Qianqiu Xin from the front. Transformation jutsu. This kid really understands the essence of being a ninja. Seeing this, Qianqiu Xin smirked. Still too young. Thinking this, he kicked forward with both feet and swung a hand at the 2 figures behind him. Pop. 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 With 4 sounds, the 4 clones were destroyed. Hee hee, erase my chance. Seeing this, Bluffang Xie used a shuriken to cut several ropes beside her. Whoosh. 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 At that moment, traps fell from all around. Seeing this, Qianqiu Xin was startled. I see. From the start you didn't think I would play by the rules. Preset traps, prearranged positions, all just to lure me to your Then you used the substitution jutsu to get to the traps you set and used clone and transformation jutsu to turn clones into shuriken, attacking me from both sides. All just to make me go all out and leave me unable to form hand seals for your subsequent traps. Unfortunately, if it were any other teacher you would have passed. But I really don't want to be your instructor. After saying this, Qianqiu Xin touched the log coming toward him, pushed off with his hand and leaped upward, successfully dodging the logs below. Teacher Qianqiu Xin, the real show is just beginning. But just then a voice rang out from the forest. Hearing this, Qianqiu Zin's eyes widened. Then countless shuriken flew toward him from all directions. Damn, she even calculated this. I never thought I could beat you easily. Wei Si-in. Clone jutsu. Seeing this, Bluffang Xie hiding in the shadows first used the clone jutsu, then took out a fake Nine-Tails chakra card and crushed it. Little girl, you really are good at disguising yourself. These jutsu weren't in your records, yet you know them all. Wait, what's happening? As Qianqiu Xin was speaking, he sensed a distinct chakra signature. This was the Nine-Tails chakra. Thinking this, Qianqiu Zin's gaze fell on Bluffang Xie, who now had a tailed beast cloak with 1 tail. A sense of dread crept into his heart. If Bluffang Xie truly went berserk, it would be disastrous for him. With that thought, Qianqiu Xin quickly dealt with the shuriken in front of him and then looked at Bluffang Xie. You got distracted, teacher, so I win the match. The moment Qianqiu Xin was distracted, a voice sounded from behind him and the 3 bells were taken by Bluffang Xie's clone. At the same time, Bluffang Xie's Nine-Tails chakra cloak vanished instantly. Seeing this, Qianqiu Xin was stunned. Had she mastered the Nine-Tails chakra? How is that possible? She's just a child, a 12-year-old child. Thinking this, Senju Shin could only force out a breath. No matter what, he had no reason to say anything more. However, this guy, he had to keep him by his side and observe slowly. Oh, impressive. Using the illusion of the Nine-Tails rampage to panic me and then using a clone to snatch the bells. Namikaze Shizuki, from the perspective of a ninja's definition, I have to admit you are indeed a good ninja. Looking at Namikaze Shizuki, Senju Shin said with a smile. Indeed, according to a ninja's creed, as long as the goal is achieved, nothing else matters. Shizuki had achieved that. So teacher, did we pass? From today, Team 1 is officially formed. Tomorrow I will gather with Sano Manjiro at the mission reception desk. See you tomorrow. With a pop, after Senju Shin finished speaking, his clone vanished directly. Shadow clone. Looking at the figure, Namikaze Shizuki was stunned. After all that effort, she had only dealt with a shadow clone. If the real body had come, perhaps he could have seen through her little scheme. Congratulations to the host for completing the first mission. The system is now issuing the reward for the first mission completion. Due to the first time effect, this reward will be special. The system mission reward has been issued. Please check it, host. Hearing this, Namikaze Shizuki directly said check. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the SS level self-created body flicker technique. When activated, you can instantly appear before any object you see with your own eyes. However, there is currently a restriction. It can only be used once per day and cannot be stacked. To use it multiple times a day, please upgrade your comprehensive ninja rank. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an SSR level self-selected technique gift pack. You can only choose one SSR level Taijutsu Heaven Collapsing Hand, SSR level Taijutsu Explosive Fist, SSR level Taijutsu Nuclear Kick. Note these three can instantly defeat a ninja, but the ninja's level cannot exceed the host's comprehensive strength by more than 3 ranks, otherwise the effect will be greatly reduced and they can only be used once. Now starting to update the host's full information. Host Namikaze Shizuki. Physique B. Strength F. Speed F. Items Genuine Nine-Tails Chakra Card 1, Fake Nine-Tails Chakra Card 2. Overall rating E Ninja. Due to the host's excellent completion of the first mission, a special reward of 3 attribute point allocations is granted. After the system updated all the information, Namikaze Shizuki was stunned. With the self-created body flicker technique attribute point allocations and self-selected SSR Taijutsu, Namikaze Shizuki could only say in her heart it was really truly amazing. Now you know you love me. Come give me a kiss. This system does not have that function. Moreover, a ninja must take one step at a time to achieve the supreme ninja rank. Namikaze Shizuki was speechless. And so she had 2 choices. Shizuki. Did we fail? Just as Namikaze Shizuki was rejoicing, suddenly a voice sounded from afar. Hearing this voice, she turned her eyes to a distant figure, Fujiwara Sekimio. We succeeded. Tomorrow we will gather at the mission reception desk. Looking at Fujiwara Sekimio, Namikaze Shizuki said with a smile while shaking the bell in her hand. Really? But I didn't help at all. Looking at the 3 bells, Fujiwara Sekimio said shamefully. But just then Namikaze Shizuki placed her hand on Fujiwara Sekimio's dirty greasy hair and said, it's okay. We're about to be teammates, so we must look out for each other. Ha! By the way, see you tomorrow. Namikaze Shizuki was in a good mood, so after muttering a few words she turned and walked in a direction. Behind Namikaze Shizuki, Fujiwara Sekimio watched her back, then touched his own hair. Doesn't she think my hair is dirty? After Fujiwara Sekimio said that, suddenly an image emerged in his mind. Use this dirty disgusting hair to cover your eyes and infiltrate Konohagakure. Remember, at the critical moment I need your power. That's why you are alive. As he thought, Fujiwara Sekimio's head ached as if it would split open. On the other side, Namikaze Shizuki arrived inside Konohagakure. However, streams of disgusted gazes were cast toward her. These gazes had accompanied Namikaze Shizuki as she grew up. To be honest, the thing she hated most now was Konohagakure. This village, which regarded her as a demon fox, had actually been saved by her parents. Yet the villagers did not know that, but they knew she had the 9 tails inside her. Is this the governing philosophy of Konoha? Boring village. After saying this, Namikaze Shizuki headed toward her home. After arriving home, Namikaze Shizuki looked at the system's attribute point allocation in front of her and added all 3 points to strength. These 3 allocations also made her understand the meaning of attribute points. 1 allocation equals 1 enhancement. For example, if strength is F, after the first allocation it becomes F, the second becomes E, and the third becomes E. After understanding this, Namikaze Shizuki looked again at the 3 SSR Taijutsu techniques. SSR level Taijutsu Heaven Collapsing Hand, SSR level Taijutsu Explosive Fist, SSR level Taijutsu Nuclear Kick. These 3 Taijutsu techniques should be usable together with the body flicker technique. But if combining, she would choose the fist. System: I need Explosive Fist. Host selection successful. System: new mission release. Main mission complete the first mission, reward crank ninjutsu. Side mission A, help Uzumaki Naruto find himself, reward attribute points. Side mission B, defeat Mizuki, reward attribute points. Side mission C, unite the team, win over Fujiwara Sekimio and Sano Manjiro, reward attribute points. Side mission D, gain Senju Shin's trust, reward attribute points. Now host, please complete the missions well. But soon Namikaze Shizuki immediately looked at side missions A and B, helping Uzumaki Naruto find himself and defeating Mizuki. This should be the theft of the Scroll of Seals event in the main Naruto storyline. So she would start with this. No sooner said than done. Thinking of this, Bofeng Xia clutched her stomach. Because of the demon fox within, she, like Uzumaki Naruto, was despised by the villagers. This feeling was extremely painful. Moreover, she was his older sister, but she could not acknowledge him. System: if someone else helps Uzumaki Naruto find himself, would that also work? Ding. It is possible the main objective of these 2 tasks is indeed self-rediscovery. However, due to your influence, when the 9 tails within Naruto goes berserk, it may sense you and thus trigger a darker side of Naruto. Hearing this, Bofeng Xia understood. Because of the mutual resonance between the yin and yang 9 tails, Naruto's darker side would be amplified, which was why the system had issued this task. However, Naruto must not go berserk. Although she also hated this village given her own circumstances, if Naruto went berserk his end would likely be death. 1 Nine-Tails was already terrifying, let alone 2. Saying this, Bofeng Xie walked step by step toward the outside. At that moment dusk had already fallen over Konoha. Under this twilight, Naruto should have already taken the scroll of seals. She would go directly to the small wooden hut on the mountain behind. Thinking this, Bofeng Xie headed straight there. The wind blew gently. Inside the small wooden hut on the mountain behind Konoha, a little boy looking at the large scroll in his hands scratched his head and said, "Ah. Really, the first one is the multiple shadow clone technique, which I'm worst at. Hee, but with this I can become a ninja, and then the people in the village will acknowledge me." After saying this, Uzumaki Naruto began to form hand seals, but for some reason no matter how he tried he couldn't get it right. Seeing this, Naruto became discouraged, but soon he mustered his strength. This time he would work hard and make everyone acknowledge him. Josuchun Zisuhaiseen. Ninja Art Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. When Naruto completed the hand seals, no clone appeared behind him. Seeing this, Naruto let out a breath and then roared to the sky, "Ah. Why didn't a clone appear? The multiple shadow clone technique is so hard. Why? Well, Feng Xie, Fujiwara, Shirimyo, and Sano Manjiro were all chosen specially, but I wasn't. The path of a ninja is built step by step. We were chosen because we are capable." Just then a voice came from beside Naruto. Hearing this, Naruto immediately turned his head to look at the pretty little girl with red hair, then hugged the scroll and stepped back, saying, "You. When did you get next to me?" While you were complaining." Well, Feng Xie tried to smile as she spoke because it made her seem gentler. "Ha! Why do you always look at me like a lovesick fool? It's disgusting. Let me tell you, even though I'm an orphan like you, I already have someone I like, and that is..." Boom. Before Naruto could finish, Bofeng Xie punched him on the head. This guy really couldn't handle a little praise. "Ah. Why did you hit me?" After being hit, Naruto covered his head and looked at Bofeng Xie. "Let me ask you, do you know what crime it is to steal the scroll of seals?" Bofeng Xie asked seriously, looking at Naruto. "Crime? What crime? Isn't it just a big old scroll?" Hearing Bofeng Xie's words, Naruto looked at the large scroll in front of him. "Naruto Xie, why are you two together?" "Naruto, the scroll of seals is indeed in your hands. Give it to me." Just then a voice came and Umano Iruka appeared. Seeing Umano Iruka, Naruto immediately stood up and said, "Hee Iruka sensei, I tell you, I'm about to learn the shadow clone technique. Soon you'll become a ninja." After Naruto finished, Iruka looked at him and said, "Who told you that stealing the scroll of seals would allow you to become a ninja?" "Ah. Mizuki sensei. Mizuki." Whoosh. Thud. Just as Iruka was muttering, his pupils dilated and then the sound of flying shuriken came heading straight for Naruto. Seeing this, Iruka pushed Naruto aside and took the full brunt of the attack. This scene left Naruto staring blankly at Iruka sensei and Mizuki, who was standing on a tree in the distance. "Oh, if it isn't Iruka. You're quite fast. Hey. Xie is here too. That's quite a nice combination." Just then Mizuki stood on the tree looking at everything and smiling. "Mizuki, what are you doing? You're the one who told Naruto to steal the scroll of seals. Why are you doing this?" "Ha! Naruto, give me the scroll of seals." Seeing this, Mizuki simply sneered at Iruka, then looked at Naruto and spoke. "Naruto, don't give it to him. He just wants to steal the scroll of seals." At this point, Iruka finally spoke. He. Haha, Iruka, I do want the scroll of seals, but I never had any feelings for Naruto from the start. I was just using him. However, aside from me, aren't you also using him? After all, he is." When Mizuki got to this point, Iruka directly shouted, "Bastard, stop talking. Oh, not only Naruto but also Xie. The two of them are the nine-tailed fox Jinchuriki, the demons of Konoha, that's what they're called. So Naruto Xie, do you understand now? No matter how hard you try, the people in the village will never acknowledge you." After Mizuki finished, Xie's gaze remained icy, but Naruto looked at Iruka in disbelief and said, "Iruka sensei, is this true?" Naruto Xie. Seeing this, Iruka wanted to speak, but in the end he couldn't bring himself to say it. "Ha ha ha, it's hilarious. Naruto, the nine-tailed fox, caused Iruka to lose his parents. Do you think he would treat you well? All this kindness to you is just an act, all for the sake of the scroll of seals in your hands." When Shuemu uttered these words, the expression in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes instantly shifted, a mixture of doubt, anger, and disbelief. "Liar, everything is a lie. Konoha village, I hate this village the most. No need now, I'll give you a quick end." Witnessing this, Shuemu hurled a windmill shuriken toward Naruto. As the windmill shuriken approached Uzumaki, Naruto, clutching the sealed scroll, closed his eyes and remained motionless while beside him Namikaze Shizuki quietly observed the scene. The next moment Irika used his own body to block the windmill shuriken, then fixed his gaze on Uzumaki Naruto and said Naruto. But before Irika could finish, Naruto swiftly slipped away, grabbed Namikaze Shizuki's hand and dashed off in a certain direction. Shuemu, look what you've done. Irika roared at Shuemu. Irika, can't you see? The look in Naruto's eyes just now, that was the gaze of a demon fox. He will definitely use the sealed scroll to take revenge on Konoha village. And Shizuki, after learning everything, what will she do? After Shuemu finished, Irika retorted, Shuemu, it's not like that. I don't want to argue with you. What I want now is the sealed scroll. With that, Shuemu vanished from the spot and quickly sped off in the direction Naruto had fled. Meanwhile, Namikaze Shizuki looked at the Uzumaki Naruto, who was pulling her along, and asked, so what are you planning to do next? I want revenge. Revenge against Konoha village. Shizuki, let's use this to destroy Konoha village, shall we? As he spoke, faint traces of red chakra flickered around his body. Seeing this, Namikaze Shizuki hesitated. She fully understood Naruto's pain. She felt the same hatred for this village. But this village was built with the lives of her and Naruto's parents. That was one reason why Shizuki found it hard to make a choice. Shizuki. There's movement over there. Let's listen first. Suddenly Namikaze Shizuki covered Uzumaki Naruto's mouth, pulled him behind a tree and peered toward the distant Uzumaki Naruto and Namikaze Shizuki. Soon a figure appeared beside them. That figure was Umino Irika. He looked at the Uzumaki Naruto and Namikaze Shizuki and said, Naruto, Shizuki, don't believe Shuemu. Give me the sealed scroll and I will. But before he could finish, Uzumaki Naruto directly rammed into Irika, sending him flying. The knocked back Irika slowly stood up, looked at the Uzumaki Naruto and Namikaze Shizuki and asked, how did you know I'm not Irika? As the Umino Irika spoke, his transformation technique faded, revealing Shuemu. Because I am the real Irika, Shuemu. At that moment, the Uzumaki Naruto also dispelled his transformation technique and shadow clone, revealing the real Umino Irika lying on the ground, panting heavily. Seeing this, Shuemu's eyes darkened. Irika, you ruined my plans again. I don't understand, why protect the demon fox Uzumaki Naruto? Or is the sealed scroll all that matters to you? Hearing this, Uzumaki Naruto, hidden behind the tree, clutched the sealed scroll even tighter. Demon fox. Sealed scroll. What are you talking about? The only thing in my heart is my student Uzumaki Naruto. At these words, Naruto's pupils trembled while Namikaze Shizuki clenched her teeth. Uzumaki Naruto is not a demon fox. He is my most beloved student, not the demon fox you speak of. After Irika's declaration, Shuemu sneered. Ha! Since you're so stubborn, I'll have to deal with you first. With that, Shuemu advanced step by step toward Irika. Just then, Uzumaki Naruto broke free from Namikaze Shizuki's hand and rushed toward Shuemu in the distance, while Shizuki remained in place watching everything unfold. Suddenly, Uzumaki Naruto slammed into Shuemu, sending him flying, and glared at him, saying, I won't let you hurt Iruka-sensei. Hearing this, Shuemu slowly crawled up from beside a tree, glaring at Naruto with fury. Oh, demon fox. If you think you can stop me, try it. Frustrated by repeated interference, Shuemu was already enraged. At that moment, Uzumaki Naruto began forming hand seals: boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram, boar, horse, tiger. Ninja art multi-shadow clone technique. Merging the hand seals with the Nine-Tails chakra, Naruto finally mastered the technique in that instant, and the area was enveloped by his countless shadow clones. My other half. Now might be the chance to merge and break the seal. As Naruto performed the multi-shadow clone technique, the Nine-Tails chakra within him, taking advantage of the leakage, detected Namikaze Shizuki's presence, and its frenzied emotions surged violently. Soon sharp claws extended from Naruto's hands and red chakra enveloped his entire body. Shuemu, frightened by the sight, took a step back but was immediately overwhelmed and beaten by Naruto's onslaught. After finishing off Shuemu, Naruto's gaze turned toward Namikaze Shizuki, and the red chakra surrounded the area. This should block the third Hokage's peeping. Now Uzumaki Naruto, you need to wake up. Body flicker technique. This was a special jutsu created by the system for Namikaze Shizuki. No hand seals required, only line of sight, but with a limited number of uses. Now, due to the resonance of the Nine-Tails chakra, Namikaze Shizuki instantly locked onto Naruto's real body and appeared before him with a single glance. Ninja body art explosive fist. With a burning flame, her fist slammed into Naruto's body. His vision blurred and he slowly collapsed. One by one, the shadow clones dispersed. Thus, Namikaze Shizuki physically subdued the rampaging Uzumaki Naruto. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest, helping Naruto find himself and break free from the tailed beast cloak, rewarded with 1 attribute point. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest of defeating Mizuki, rewarded with 1 attribute point. With the addition of these 2 attribute points, Bofeng Xie said nothing. She looked at Irika, who was also staring at her with some surprise. Because the red chakra had obscured his vision, Irika had no idea what had happened inside. He only saw the red chakra dissipate and Bofeng Xie walk out. Thinking this, Irika looked at Bofeng Xie and asked directly, Xie, what just happened? Naruto defeated Mizuki and collapsed from exhaustion. Bofeng Xie hesitated for a moment before speaking to Umino. Irika defeated Mizuki. That's impressive. Naruto has really grown to this level without me noticing. Irika said, then looked at Bofeng Xie with a smile. And congratulations, you are now a ninja. Is there anything else you want to tell me, sensei? Yes. Next time I'll treat you and Naruto to Ichiraku ramen. Hearing this, Bofeng Xie looked at Irika and smiled. It's a deal. I'll leave Naruto to you, sensei. I'm going back now. After saying this, Bofeng Xie turned and walked down the mountain. Her expression changed back. System add all points to speed. Ding. Attribute addition successful. Updating all host information now. Attribute addition successful. Updating all host information now. Host Bofeng Xie. Physique B. Strength E. Speed E. Items fake Nine-Tails Chakra X2, true Nine-Tails Chakra X1. Overall rating drank. Looking at the quest rewards, Bofeng Xie turned her attention to the side quests and the other 2 mission slots. Side quest A, win the team's hearts, recruit Fujiwara Shimizu and Sano Manjiro, earn attribute points. Side quest B, gain Senju Shin's trust, earn attribute points. Seeing these 2 side quests, she wondered if the order had changed to A and B because the previous quest was completed. But that wasn't the point. The point was winning the team's hearts and gaining trust. These 2 quests meant that Senju Shin didn't trust her and Fujiwara Shimizu and Sano Manjiro weren't on the same page as her. It seemed she would have to observe tomorrow's mission. Meanwhile, at the back mountain. After Bofeng Xie left, Irika looked at Naruto and the unconscious Mizuki lying on the ground. After a long hesitation, he finally took off his own forehead protector and put it on Naruto. After putting it on, Irika lay down and waited for Naruto to wake up. Time passed and soon Naruto got up looking at Irika. Irika-sensei. Naruto, you're awake. Irika-sensei, Shoo. Don't speak. Feel here. After Umino Irika said this, Naruto touched his forehead, then looked at Irika with excitement. Congratulations. From today you are a ninja. Thank you, Irika-sensei. Naruto jumped up, but soon a group of ANBU members arrived. They looked at Naruto with a hint of disgust but quickly suppressed their emotions. After speaking to Irika, they took Mizuki away. Thus Konoha fell silent after a day of commotion. The night passed without incident, and the next morning at the Konoha Mission Assignment Center, Fujiwara Shimizu arrived early. Soon Bofeng Xie came, greeted him with a good morning and stood nearby. Let me go. I want to sleep. At that moment a figure appeared dragging a boy. They were Senju Shin and Sano Manjiro. Sano Manjiro was throwing a tantrum. This guy. Bofeng Xie frowned slightly. But soon Fujiwara Shimizu stepped forward and said, stop it, Sano. We're all teammates. Who are your teammates? I'm not. Sano started being stubborn. Enough, Sano Manjiro. If you keep fooling around, I'll tell everyone your little secret. No. Let's pick a mission. Hearing Senju Shin's words, Sano Manjiro immediately spoke. Senju Shin smiled. Finally the trio was assembled. Bofeng Xie, a mysterious girl, all information about her is fabricated. She has exceptional ninja qualities. Fujiwara Shimizu said to be a boy rescued from the destruction of Orochimaru's lab. He has always been taciturn, rarely speaking even when bullied, and has the best personality in the group but is not suited to be a ninja. Sano Manjiro, the sole survivor of the supernatural energy village. Unable to condense chakra but possesses another power within him. He is mischievous and lacks a sense of timing. Can these 3 really form a team? Ha ha ha. Shin, you've brought your team. Third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled at Senju Shin and his 3 little ones. Senju Shin said, good morning, Lord Third. Good morning. Your team has just been formed. What kind of mission are you planning to take? Are there any crank missions? I want to take them out for a challenge. When Senju Shin finished, Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at him and nodded. The early bird catches the worm. There's a new mission this morning, boar repelling, but the location is in the small village of Xiao in the Land of Fire. Senju Shin nodded. That's it. This time I want to see how far these 3 little ones can go. You 3 go prepare. Well, depart this afternoon. Yes. 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 In the forest outside the small village of Xiao in the Land of Fire, a man stood with a gleeful expression looking at the boar below. Grow quickly, boar. When you're big we can find our king and destroy the entire ninja world. In the Hua country within Xiao village. After half a day of travel, the motley crew led by Qianqiu Xian finally arrived at this small village in the Hua country. Inside the village chief warmly received them. Grandpa village chief, what is this wild boar incident about? Just as the chief was greeting them, Guofeng Xie looked at him and asked with a smile. In these mountains, there have always been wild boars, but every time our own hunters could handle them. But this time dozens of wild boars came together to destroy the crops, causing our villagers unbearable suffering. The village hunters are also helpless against this. After the village chief finished speaking, he went on to describe the boar's size. Especially when he mentioned that they were nearly 3 meters tall. Qianqiu Xian furrowed his brow. Do ordinary wild boars get that big? Thinking this, Qianqiu Xian shook his head, then looked at the village chief and said, regardless, wild boars usually come to destroy crops in the evening or at night. Today we'll help you keep watch. Thank you, thank you. You're welcome. You posted a mission and we are here to carry it out. We are essentially in an employment relationship. After saying that, Qianqiu Xian looked at Zuoya Wenxilong, Guofeng Xie and Tingyuan Shimiao and said, you three set an ambush tonight. If wild boars come, catch them. Yes. 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 With 3 affirmations, Guofeng Xie, Zuoya Wenxilong and Tingyuan Shimiao headed to the fields outside Dao village. In the fields there were obvious traces of destruction by wild boars. This time, even though Guofeng Xie and the others could resolve the calamity, the losses incurred were quite substantial. Thus the 3 set up traps and concealed themselves in the shadows. They waited until midnight, when from the mountains one wild boar after another came running toward them. Seeing the massive bodies of the boars, Guofeng Xie was stunned. They really were over 3 meters tall. These wild boars were truly terrifying. Oink! But just then a wild boar fell directly into the preset trap and a painful squeal rang out. Move! Seeing this, Guofeng Xie immediately cut the rope beside him and threw a handful of shurikens, striking one of the wild boars in its body. Oink! Another howl, and that wild boar also fell to the ground, unable to rise. Just as the herd of boars was panicking and scattering in all directions, one trap after another either killed them, dropped them into pits, or hung them up. Soon all the wild boars were dealt with by the members of Team 1. Looking at the 30+ boars, Guofeng Xie stepped out from the shadows, let out a breath and said, success. Success. After Guofeng Xie spoke, Tingyuan Shimiao also let out a breath. At this moment, however, Zuoya Wenxilong looked at the scene with a hint of confusion in his eyes. These wild boars seem to have some connection to him. No, it should be related to his own energy. Let's go on, Xilong, Guofeng Xie said with a smile, looking at the scene. Hearing this, Zuoya Wenxilong glanced at the group of boars, then turned around and headed in a certain direction. Just as they left, a figure appeared at the scene. This figure looked in the direction where Guofeng Xie and the others had gone, and a look of excitement actually appeared on his face. Child of natural energy, Wenxilong, my good son. I never expected we would meet again, but this is perfect. Everything can now proceed. The era of the ninja's downfall is finally about to arrive. After saying this, the figure placed a transformation mask over his face and his face changed into another person's. Then his body vanished from the spot. After the figure disappeared, Guofeng Xie and the others arrived back in the village. Teacher Xin, we have completed the mission. Oh, completed. Good. Now you all eat first while I go with the villagers to finish up. After a good night's rest, we'll head back to my ninja village. After Qianqiu Xian said this, the villagers and teacher Qianqiu Xian headed to the fields. Meanwhile, Guofeng Xie and the others finished their meal and then each returned to the rooms prepared for them by the villagers to rest. At dawn, when the roosters crowed, in a room, Zuoya Wenxilong woke up, his eyes gazing toward the sky. Then he stood up and slowly walked off into the distance. Thus he slowly walked out of the village and arrived in the mountain forest. Zuoya Wenxilong, my good nephew, you've finally come. Looking at this figure, Zuoya Wenxilong stepped back and said, trembling, Zuoya Wenxing, why are you still alive? I remember that everyone in the village except me died. It's like this. Back then, after your mother was accidentally killed by a ninja, your father went mad. He used the ancient legend of the village to forcibly open the altar and embark on the path to immortality, intending to use the power of an immortal to defeat the so-called ninjas. After Zuoya Wenxing finished speaking, Zuoya Wenxilong knelt on the ground, a trace of pain appearing in his eyes. Ascension to immortality, what a beautiful name. But how could a mortal ascend to immortality? So your father and the entire village were petrified by natural energy. However, unexpectedly you survived and were brought back to the village by the ninja of my ninja village. After you were taken away, I also awakened and thereby gained the power of a half-immortal. After that, I kept studying ancient texts and finally discovered that those who can withstand natural energy will gradually grow into so-called immortals. And the guide to becoming an immortal is me. I will become the immortal. At this point, Zuoya Wenxing also glanced at Zuoya Wenxilong and said again, Wenxilong, let's return to our own village. I will make you a true immortal. After that, what we must do is completely destroy the ninja world. After Zuoya Wansheng finished, Zuoya Wanxilang kept stepping back. Sorry if my team member were taken away by you like that, I would be troubled. But just then from a tree a figure looked at the scene unfolding and said with a smile, "Ninja." Looking at this figure, the other person was stunned. Hey, I don't know about immortals or anything, but Wanxilang is someone I brought out of my ninja village. What I need to do is take him back. After uttering these words, a flicker of light danced within Senju Shin's eyes. Though he spoke thus, this man was a perilous presence and he must navigate their encounter with utmost caution. Since that is the case, let us commence with your memorial as the herald of the 5 great nations shinobi villages annihilation. Zuoya Wansheng declared, his eyes flashing as his form dissolved from the spot. Witnessing this, Senju Shin swiftly grasped his shuriken, pivoted and interposed the blade before him. Clang! So swift. Gazing at Zuoya Wansheng, who had materialized behind him in an instant, Senju Shin murmured to himself. Remarkable. To think you could parry my strike. Eyeing Senju Shin, Zuoya Wansheng vanished once more, reappearing beside Zuoya Wanxilang. Curse it. I still cannot harness the full might of the sage's power. Truly, I am not the one chosen by the sage. As Zuoya Wansheng arrived beside Zuoya Wanxilang, he spoke a brief phrase before turning his gaze to Senju Shin perched upon the tree. Apologies, but today let that fellow entertain you. Boom. Just as Zuoya Wanxilang finished, a colossal figure came hurtling from afar. At the sight of this form, Senju Shin froze, a boar standing dozens of meters tall. Was this also a blight upon the village? He shinobi, if you pursue me, this village shall be reduced to naught in an instant. So choose. After Zuoya Wansheng spoke, he clutched the still-dazed Zuoya Wanxilang and vanished from the scene. Beholding this, despite his inner turmoil, Senju Shin had no choice but to confront the monster before him. A boar over 10 meters tall, how did it usually conceal itself? Boo! As Senju Shin pondered, the boar charged toward him. Witnessing this, Senju Shin leaped onto a tree, then rose to his feet, his eyes fixed on the boar. It seems I must dispatch you first. Senju Shin began to weave hand seals. Ox, dog, rat, ox, boar, serpent, snake, tiger. Ninja art, multiple shadow clone technique. Upon completion of the seals, countless solid clones materialized. Seeing the hillsides teeming with Senju Shin's clones, the boar paused for a moment before launching its assault upon them. Observing this, 4 of Senju Shin's clones sat down and waves of searing heat began to surge forth. Boar, dog, rat, ox, boar, serpent, ox. Ninja art, 4-flame prison. Boom. The moment the 4-flame prison was activated, the area at the center of the 4 clones became a sea of fire and the colossal boar was incinerated alive by the flames. Having eliminated the giant boar, Senju Shin's gaze fell upon the massive carcass, a trace of unease creeping into his eyes. Sensei, what's wrong? Just then a voice called out from outside. Hearing this, Senju Shin lifted his eyes to see the villagers who had arrived along with Bufeng Shiyu and Tingyuan Shimiao. His expression darkened. This is a dire situation. Thinking thus, he turned his gaze to Tingyuan Shimiao and Bufeng Shiyu and gave them a rough account of the circumstances. Among it all, Bufeng Shiyu seized upon the key word sage. In this world, a sage referred to a powerhouse who absorbed natural energy, much like Jiraiya, the toad sage of Mount Miamu. But now this suddenly appearing Zuoya Wanxilang was supposedly a sage body. How could that be possible? Yet regardless, the facts lay before them. Now we have 2 choices. First, return to Konohagakure and report to the Hokage. Second, I know the location of Zuoya Wanxilang's supernatural village and we can attempt to rescue ourselves. Though 2 paths exist, I believe the first is preferable. This matter is beyond our capabilities. Hearing this, Bufeng Shiyu fell into contemplation. Perhaps it's best to return first. This affair is far too significant. Moreover, and most importantly, the system mission was already complete. He had no connection whatsoever with Zuoya Wanxilang, no need to risk himself for that fellow. Ding! Unexpected gain. Due to the major alteration of events, the system has upgraded the mission to rank. Completion will grant the host countless benefits. Sensei, I believe that if we return to report, this delays may occur. What would become of Zuoya Wanxilang? If something happens in that time, a living person would be lost. So I suggest we investigate that supernatural village while sending a shadow clone to Konoha to deliver the message. Suddenly Bufeng Shiyu's conscience stirred and he looked at Senju Shin with a serious expression. Senju Shin was taken aback. He had originally thought that Bufeng Shiyu was the most mission-oriented among them, and now that the boar expulsion objective was complete, the mission was perfectly fulfilled. But he never expected that this fellow could utter such words. It seemed he had underestimated the bond between them. After all, the camaraderie of academy classmates is the most fundamental friendship. I agree with Bufeng Shiyu's proposal. Tingyuan Shimiao spoke up directly. Seeing the stance of these 2, Senju Shin let out a sigh. All right then. I'll take you both there first. As for the message, rest assured, I've already notified the Konoha higher-ups. No need to worry. After speaking, Senju Shin explained to the villagers that Konoha would send people to thoroughly inspect the area. Then he led Bufeng Shiyu and Tinyuan Shi Miao away. Oh. TCH. Ah. Are you alright? Accompanied by an eagle's cry, Zuoya Wanqing broke out in a cold sweat atop the giant eagle. Behind him, Zuoya Wan-Ci Lang stared blankly and asked. I'm fine. This is merely the side effect of using sage art. Hearing this, Zuoya Wanqing glanced at Zuoya Wan-Ci Lang and he was not a direct inheritor of sage art, so each use of natural energy petrified a part of his body. This was why he had remained in the shadows for so many years. If he used sage art too much, he would meet his end without any enemy's intervention. However, as long as he could inherit the immortal's legacy, then everything would be fine. Even if he died, it would be worth it. With this thought, Sano Maruo looked at his village, then took Sano Manjiro and leaped down. After landing, Sano Maruo walked ahead with Sano Manjiro following behind, gazing at the human-shaped stone statues along the roadside. Staring at the human-shaped stone statues, Sano Manjiro gradually slowed his steps. He was far too familiar with these statues. Each one here was a memory from his childhood. Sano Manjiro, we've arrived. Just as Sano Manjiro was lost in thought, Sano Maruo had already led him to a certain place. Then Sano Maruo walked up to a stone statue, bit his own finger and pressed it against the statue's forehead. A towering staircase rose from the ground, piercing straight into the clouds. Gazing at the cloud ladder, Sano Maruo said, "Climb it, Manjiro." But Sano Manjiro hesitated as he looked at the stairway. Manjiro, do you remember? Your father's greatest wish before he died was for you to ascend this staircase, obtain the immortal's legacy, and finally avenge your mother. Hearing this, Sano Manjiro's eyes widened. Then step by step he ascended the staircase. With each step, vast amounts of natural energy surged into his body. Every time a surge of natural energy entered his body, his pupils dilated. This natural energy gave him a remarkably comfortable sensation. Soon he continued climbing upward step by step. Manjiro, just as I thought, you can do it, Sano Maruo said with a smile as he watched. Manjiro, stop. At that moment a voice called from behind. Hearing this, Sano Manjiro turned his head and looked at the figures approaching from afar. Namikaze Shizuki, Fujiwara Ishimitsu, and Sensei. Why are the three of you here? Sano Manjiro asked, looking at them. Well, we're comrades, so Shizuki said we can't abandon you. Manjiro, come down from there. Watching this, Namikaze Shizuki also looked at Manjiro and spoke while shifting her gaze ahead of Sano Manjiro, intending to use the body flicker technique, but this time it didn't succeed. What's going on? System. Ding. The system reminds the host that this is a forbidden land, so the host cannot use it. Hearing this, Namikaze Shizuki understood why the body flicker technique, though so useful, was only SS rank. It had limitations. You brats, it's all your ninja's fault. Shizuki Ishimitsu, you two leave. I've never considered you as teammates, and deep down I don't acknowledge Sensei Shin. From the moment I was brought to Konohagakure, everyone around me looked at me with contempt, saying I was the sole survivor of my village, a jinx. Because of loneliness, I could only gain attention by causing trouble. Because of the coldness of people, I never liked anyone in Konoha, including you all. Sano Manjiro grew more agitated as he spoke, finally shouting. Hearing this, Senju Shin fell silent. To be honest, he had read all their files. And to be honest, Senju Shin had already guessed the reason for his troublemaking. Hey, stop talking to yourself, you bastard. You don't like Konoha, including us, but right now we are your teammates. Besides, who doesn't have a tragic childhood? Ishimitsu, let's go up and pull him down together. Hearing this, Fujiwara Ishimitsu nodded and ran toward the staircase. Meanwhile, Senju Shin kept his guard up against Sano Maruo. But soon he found that Sano Maruo did not stop Namikaze Shizuki and Fujiwara Ishimitsu, he just watched from the side. Boom. At that moment, Fujiwara Ishimitsu stepped onto the staircase but was immediately crushed by a force. This energy crushed Fujiwara Ishimitsu so much that he couldn't breathe, and soon his body turned to stone. Seeing this, Namikaze Shizuki and Senju Shin were stunned. The ascension staircase has been reactivated. The natural energy on it doesn't just leave you alone. If you don't absorb it, it forces its way into your body. If you can't withstand the petrification, you'll end up like him. Looking at Namikaze Shizuki, Sano Maruo said. Meanwhile, Sano Manjiro, who was on the staircase, also turned around and continued upward. Well, give up. This time not even the gods can stop Manjiro. After these words, Namikaze Shizuki smirked slightly and stepped onto the first stone step. Don't be ridiculous. Manjiro is my teammate. Even if I turn to stone, I'm still bringing him back. After saying this, a surge of natural energy continuously poured into her body. Facing this energy, Namikaze Shizuki clutched her chest and gasped heavily. This energy was so uncomfortable. TCH, what a troublesome human brat. But I've had enough of this world without a view, so we'll give you a hand. At that moment a voice came from within Namikaze Shizuki's body. Meanwhile, Sano Maruo, still unaware of the truth, stood by and watched, saying with a smile, look, both your students are done for. Is that so? Then watch carefully. Ha! Hearing this, Sano Maruo's gaze turned back to Namikaze Shizuki. At this moment, Namikaze Shizuki released a massive surge of chakra from her body, expelling all the surrounding natural energy. Sano Maruo was stunned for a moment. But soon he sensed a gust of wind heading toward him and he quickly drew his sword. Clang! With a clang, Sano Maruo and Senju Shin locked eyes. The team I lead is a bunch of freaks, so you'd better not underestimate my students. Is that so? Then let me see how strong you the teacher are. With that, Sano Maruo struck at Senju Shin again. Meanwhile, on the staircase, Namikaze Shizuki immediately stood up and began climbing step by step while thinking to herself, can't the nine-tailed demon fox see everything I see? Ding! The system doesn't want it to see, so it's blocked. Wolfang Xia remained silent. Faced with the capricious system, she could only sigh in helplessness. After being confined in that small dark room for over a decade, the Nine-Tails must have been utterly suffocated. Yet at this moment, Wolfang Xia did not dwell on such thoughts. Her gaze fixed upon Sano Manjiro in the distance, and she began to quicken her pace step by step. However, no matter how she accelerated, she was still repelled by the forces of nature, and thus her speed could never match his. Damn it, if I ever catch that bastard, I'll beat him to a pulp. As she spoke, Sano Manjiro had already ascended to the cloud. Upon reaching the clouds, he surveyed his surroundings and approached a statue, fixing his gaze upon it. After all these years, the Xiannu clan has finally produced a vessel with the bearing of an immortal. With those words, a pair of dark eyes on the statue turned towards Sano Manjiro, and in an instant a surge of dark energy erupted, completely seizing control of his body. Meanwhile, above, the village thunder rolled ominously across the sky. Witnessing this, Sano Maruo swung his blade, forcing Senju Shin to retreat, then looked toward the sky with joy. It worked! Xiannu clan, it took you so many years to deliver the vessel to me. Do you know your crime? Just as Sano Maruo spoke, a figure emerged from amidst the thunder. It was Sano Manjiro, yet his eyes now burned with an unspeakable malevolence, as if another being had taken possession of his shell. Manjiro. What is this? Sano Maruo asked, looking at him. Manjiro. Ha, it seems you truly believed in the inheritance I spoke of. To be honest, the so-called inheritance was nothing but a complete lie. There is no inheritance here, only a vessel for an immortal. And that vessel is merely a temporary dwelling for me. When he finished speaking, everyone present was stunned. Soon Wolfang Xia rose to her feet and said, you mean there was never any inheritance at all? You deceived the villagers, making them believe you were searching for a successor, but in truth you were treating them as the Xiannu clan as mere reserves for your vessel. Sano Manjiro turned to Wolfang Xia. Exactly right. Then what becomes of your vessel in the end? Sano Maruo addressed Sano Manjiro. The vessel's fate is either to be used by me or to die, just as the soul of this body is slowly fading away. Hearing these words, Sano Maruo's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. He leaped into the air, his blade gleaming with a cold light, and brought it down upon Sano Manjiro. How dare an outstanding member of the Xiannu clan draw a blade against his master? Do you wish to die? As he spoke, thunder rumbled and bolts struck Sano Maruo one after another. At the same time, Sano Manjiro threw a punch, blasting Sano Maruo into the ground. Weakling. Watching the scene, Sano Manjiro declared, all of you here, become my Xiannu or die. Are you joking? Senju Shin retorted. Those who defy the immortal shall be suppressed. With that, immense natural forces surged forth, pressing down from above. At that moment, all the ninjas below felt an enormous pressure descending upon them. You should consider it a blessing to become my Xiannu. Instead of showing gratitude, you harbor rebellious thoughts, deserving of death. As the words fell, Senju Shin was drenched in sweat. Natural energy in the immortal body were things he had rarely encountered, and for a moment he did not know how to counter. Are you kidding? A Xiannu is still a slave. And Manjiro doesn't want to be your vessel. True Borrow Nine-Tails Chakra Card use. Ding! Congratulations to the host for using the True Borrow Nine-Tails Chakra Card, gaining power equal to that of an immortal. Taboo lifted. The host can now use any ninjutsu. As these words sounded, a massive surge of chakra erupted from Wolfang Xia, drawing Senju Shin's gaze. Damn, the chakra belongs to the Nine-Tails. It's not going to go berserk, is it? Meanwhile, the immortal in the sky also turned his attention to Wolfang Xia, who was unleashing the Nine-Tails chakra. He reached out his hand and said, a mere demon. Now let me show you what a true immortal is. Swish. In the next instant, Wolfang Xia's body shot forward and she appeared right before the immortal. Boom. Then a giant claw clenched into a fist and slammed into the immortal. Damn it, the dignity of an immortal must not be profaned. Boom. As the immortal spoke, a chakra condensed tail struck him, sending Sano Manjiro crashing into the ground. Ding. Talkative, get beaten. Serves you right. The system's voice chimed in again. Meanwhile, Wolfang Xia stood midair, her eyes fixed on the earth below. Unforgivable, unforgivable. I now sentence you to death. Boom. Suddenly a torrent of natural energy erupted from beneath a figure then flew up from the depths with the 5 elements, gold, wood, water, fire and earth, swirling around him. Immortal technique Golden Wheel of Ruin. Suddenly rays of golden light blazed forth, forming wheels that shot toward the Nine-Tails possessed Bofeng Xia. Watching this, Bofeng Xia nimbly leaped and dodged, evading the golden wheels. Immortal technique Wooden Cage. Boom. When the immortal unleashed his second technique, countless wooden pillars rose from the ground, forming a cage that trapped the Nine-Tails possessed Bofeng Xia. When I use the 5th immortal technique, your death will be sealed. Now I begin the countdown to your demise. As the immortal spoke, Bofeng Xia used the body flicker technique to appear beside him. Ninja body art explosive fist. Boom. The next moment a fist wreathed in flames that seemed to burn the very heavens struck, and the immortal was once again stunned. Is this ninjutsu? Before he could react, the punch sent him crashing back into the pit. Ah! A scream echoed from within the pit. Along with the scream, boundless flames erupted from the pit, scorching even the rolling thunderclouds into a ruddy glow. Suddenly the sound from the pit ceased and the flames vanished as well. Witnessing this, Bofeng Xia immediately exhaled and murmured, "Did it succeed?" Whoosh! But soon a swift sound emerged and a figure shot upward. Everyone was caught off guard, including Bofeng Xia, who was still suspended in midair. Immortal technique Water Blade. At that moment a water blade materialized in the immortal's hand, slashing toward Bofeng Xia. Whoosh! Slash! But just then a figure appeared before Bofeng Xia. It was Zui Yuansheng, whose body was now cleaved by the water blade, blood gushing forth. At the same time the mask of transformation on his face began to peel off, revealing a visage that bore a striking resemblance to Zui Yuanxilang. Yuanxilang, my child, how could you ever become his vessel? Even if it costs me my life. Just then, after Zui Yuansheng finished speaking, Zui Yuanxilang glared at him and said, "What nonsense are you spouting? As if you could do anything. This technique was originally prepared for that ninja. Now I will make you pay for what you have done and at the same time atone for my own sins. My fellow villagers, I have failed you." Immortal technique Immortal Seal. After the immortal seal was cast, Zui Yuanxiang's pupils contracted sharply as he exclaimed, It is the immortal technique I saw on the sealing stone. I had planned to seal the 5 Kage of the ninja world with this immortal seal, yet I never expected to use it on you." After saying this, Zui Yuansheng turned his gaze to Zui Yuanxiang's face and said, "My child, your father is useless. I dared not acknowledge you, dared not face the past. I am sorry." Upon completing this immortal technique, his thoughts drifted back to a distant time. Back then the village was filled with harmony and joy. He had a beautiful wife and a lively child. But everything was shattered on that fateful trading expedition. His wife was killed. He fled back to the village carrying his son and sought help from the elders. He still remembered the scene in the elders' hall. Hey Zui Yi, do you know what might happen if this is opened? The tales of immortals and ghosts are too ethereal, they might bring disaster upon us. But if I don't open this, I can never avenge my wife. So esteemed elders, I am sorry. Seeing Zui Yi resolved, the elders remained silent. Finally the eldest elder looked at him and asked, "Are you truly so determined to take revenge?" "Yes. Those ninjas killed my wife and destroyed my family. I must have my vengeance." Hearing this, the elders fell silent. Over the years, if not for Zui Yi maintaining the trade, the village's young people would have long fled and the elders would have lost their authority. Very well. But Zui Yi, that legend is after all just a legend. I advise you not to place too much hope in it. The inheritance of the immortals may not be real. Just then the eldest elder spoke to Zui Yi. Shortly after, the village elders gathered the villagers to witness the immortals' inheritance. But it was then that the disaster began. As Zui Yi opened the immortal stairway, the immortal's energy instantly petrified every villager and Zui Yi himself fell unconscious. When Zui Yi awoke, no living soul remained, only petrified villagers. Driven mad by grief, his mind was consumed by only 2 objectives. First, find Yuanxilang. Second, find the ninjas who killed his wife. Yet for years he roamed the ninja villages but found no trace of them. This drove him further into madness. He wanted to destroy the entire ninja world. But as he used the immortal's power to cultivate monstrous creatures of mass destruction, he caught sight of his son Zui Yuanxilang. Upon seeing Zui Yuanxilang, Zui Yi conceived an idea that the only 2 people in the village who had not turned to stone were himself and his son. Could this not indicate that his son was the inheritor of the immortals? After that, Zui Yi, disguised as Zui Yuansheng, took his son and attacked Xianshou Xian. Yet unbeknownst to him, it was all a deception orchestrated by the immortals. Ah. No. I will live or die with this child. If you want to kill, then kill this child too. Immortal technique Symbiosis Art. As Zui Yi was lost in thought, a voice suddenly resounded across the heavens and earth, and all the black natural energy surged into Zui Yuanxiang's body. Witnessing this, Zui Yi immediately halted his actions. At that moment the dazed Zui Yuan Ci Lang also opened his eyes. Father, have I come to see you? Zui Yuan Ci Lang spoke looking at Zui Yi. Child, you are not dead yet and you must not die. You must live on and just live. After saying this, Zui Yi slowly rose to his feet and walked toward the distant Tung Yuan Shi Miao. All this calamity is my doing. Let everything return to nature. Zui Yi placed a hand on Tang Yuan Shi Miao's head and reversed the flow of natural energy, gradually restoring her body. Those who have just absorbed natural energy can still be turned back, but the villagers here have been petrified for far too long. After restoring Tang Yuan Shi Miao, Zui Yi looked around at the others and then addressed Qianshou Xin. May I have a moment alone with my son? Yes. With that, Qianshou Xin and the others departed. After they left, Zui Yi turned his gaze to Zui Yuan Ci Lang. Wan Ci Lang, though I am but a half immortal, I understand some things. The symbiosis art is a bond of shared life, but you are the master and it is the subordinate. You can gradually absorb its power, but do not let the darkness envelop you or your body may be taken over. From now on, live happily with those who wish to save you. As Zui Yi spoke, his body slowly began to petrify. Father. I am unworthy to be called a father. But Wan Ci Lang, you must live a happy life. Hiss. The wind rustled and no one knew what Sana Wanjiro and the others had discussed inside. Yet the scene of parting was always particularly heart-wrenching. Soon a figure slowly emerged from within. Wanjiro Ting Yuan Shirmio looked at him, wanting to offer comfort, but the words would not come. It's nothing. How could it be nothing? If you want to cry, then cry. No one here will laugh at you. At that moment, Bofeng Xie glanced at Sana Wanjiro and smiled. After all, she had been through this herself. 12 years ago, that couple had used the dead demon-consuming seal before her eyes. Back then, tears had filled her eyes. Wah! See ya I. Wah! And so Sana Wanjiro crouched down, hugging himself as he wept bitterly. Witnessing this, Bofeng Xie walked over step by step, looked at Sana Wanjiro and pulled him into an embrace. I know the pain of losing loved ones. But even so, we must live on with strength. That is the very purpose of those who have passed. So let us live well together. From now on, you have us. Ding. Side Quest 18 Unity. Sana Wanjiro has now accepted the team, but Ting Yuan Shirmio has yet to fully commit. Host, please strive. Ding. Side quest be completed. Congratulations, host, you have gained the trust of Qianshou Xin and earned 1 attribute point. After these words fell, Bofeng Xie looked at Sana Wanjiro, who was sobbing in her arms, and smiled softly. Though at the very beginning it was indeed due to the mission that she had accepted him, now she truly recognized him from the bottom of her heart. But compared to him, why had Ting Yuan Shirmio not yet committed? Logically, he should have been the easiest to win over. Could there be something she did not know? Speaking of which, Qianshou Xin, the teacher, had given his trust. It seemed that despite his tough exterior, he was actually a very approachable and amiable instructor. Thus, after Sana Wanjiro finished crying, the three of them set out toward the My Ninja village. Along the way, they encountered special ninjas who had come to reinforce them. However, after Qianshou Xin conversed with them, they quickly joined forces for the return journey. Back in the My Ninja village, Qianshou Xin led Sana Wanjiro, Ting Yuan Shirmio, and Bofeng Xie to meet the third Hokage, Yuanfei Risen. Under Yuanfei Risen's scrutinizing gaze, Bofeng Xie felt extremely uneasy. After all, she deeply despised how this old man had separated them to be raised apart. This mission was completed well. Here is the reward. Now go and rest. Yuanfei Risen said no more and distributed the mission payment to them. Hearing this, Ting Yuan Shirmio, Bofeng Xie, and Sana Wanjiro each took their share and remained silent. Go and rest. Qianshou Xin, stay a moment. And so the three genin walked out. After they left from behind, Yuanfei Risen, Jichuan Tuanzang limped in with his cane. Yuanfei Risen, according to this report, Xie has fully undergone the Nine-Tails transformation, and inside that Sana Wanjiro there is an entity no weaker than half a Nine-Tails. These are threats to the village. After Jichuan Tuanzang finished, Yuanfei Risen glanced at Qianshou Xin. Qianshou Xin, you were there. Did Bofeng Xie manage to control the Nine-Tails? Yes, Lord Third Hokage. Then that settles it. If that entity inside Sana Wanjiro erupts again, we can leave it to Xie to handle. If it truly cannot be contained, then we, the higher-ups of the village, should ensure the village's safety, even if it means sacrificing our own lives. After Yuanfei Risen spoke, Shichuan Tuanzang frowned. But soon he turned and walked inside. Since Yuanfei had said so, he had no further reason to object. However, if Yuanfei died, then he himself would become the 5th Hokage. Moreover, Xie owed him a favor, and he still held leverage over Qianshou Xin. Poof. Thinking this way, it was indeed a favorable option. After Jichuan left, Yuanfei Risen looked at Qianshou Xin with a furrowed brow. Though I said that the safety of Bofeng Xie, Sana Wanjiro, and Ting Yuan Shirmio, these three chosen by Jichuan, I cannot guarantee. Rest assured, Lord Third Hokage. If anything happens, I will find a way to prevent it. After Qianqiu Zin's words, Yuan Fei risen nodded and said no more. Meanwhile, back in her room, Bo Feng Xie looked at the attribute points and said, add 1 point to speed. Ding. Point allocation successful. Now updating the host's complete information. Host Bo Feng Xie. Physique B. Strength E. Speed E. Items pseudo-borrowed Nine-Tails chakra 2. Overall evaluation drank ninja. After this update, Bo Feng Xie glanced at the unchanged overall evaluation, nodded and turned her attention back to the mission. Side quest A, only 2 people. But why had Ting Yuan Shimiao not committed to the team? This defied logic. Wait, if she herself was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and Sana Wanjiro harbored immortal energy within both special existences, then the last one should not be an ordinary person either. Damn, she had forgotten that someone like Jichu and Tuanzang would never truly promote a dead last to a ninja. So that meant Ting Yuan Shimiao also had something extraordinary about him. In another room, Ting Yuan Shimiao's body curled up tightly. The powers of the Qianqiu Uchiha and Hyuga clans all merged into you. The chakra of the nine-tailed beasts. Hold it, you must hold it, you bastard. No. As Ting Yuan Shimiao shouted, he sat up abruptly, his greasy disheveled hair falling back to reveal a face even more handsome than Uchiha Sasuke. Yet at that moment one of his eyes was a Byakugan, the other a Sharingan, and surges of chakra rippled through his body. But soon he stabilized all of it and his dirty tangled hair fell back down, concealing his face. System notification: your last mission received a final class rating. Reward issued to the host. The host is granted 1 ninjutsu upgrade card capable of upgrading any ninjutsu. Please continue to strive. In Bo Feng Xie's room, a voice echoed. Listening to it, Bo Feng Xie stared at the system with a thin veil of exasperation. I admit the ninjutsu upgrade card is powerful, but for that mission I used a genuine Nine-Tails chakra card. System mission rankings are subject to strict review procedures, they cannot be altered at my whim. Bo Feng Xie scowled and muttered, worthless system. System, please use polite language, otherwise the system reserves the right to revoke this reward. This system was born from the essence of sun and moon, the origin of all creation, a merit of heaven and earth. System flattery will not influence the system, but let it pass this once. Exhaling, Bo Feng Xie glanced at his reward, a ninjutsu upgrade card. He possessed many ninjutsu already, yet there was only one technique that truly needed upgrading now, the Shunshin Jishu instant body technique. After all, upgrading other basic or level ninjutsu would be of little use, and the SSR ninjutsu in his possession could not yet manifest its power, so upgrading it would be pointless. Thinking that, Bo Feng Xie spoke, upgrade Shunshin Jishu. System Shunshin Jishu upgraded successfully. It has been expanded into a 2-stage instant body technique, rank SR. After the upgrade, the host may swiftly employ the instant body technique twice toward any point within sight. When that new usage was revealed, Bo Feng Xie froze for a moment. This change would greatly enhance his combat prowess. Time had come, he should go to the rendezvous point for the mission. With that thought, he checked the clock on the wall. He stepped out of his room and headed to the meeting place. When he arrived, Ting Yuan Shimiao and Zoya Wanzalang were already waiting. Seeing them, Bo Feng Xie felt a surge of relief. Indeed, Zoya Wanzalang had improved. Ting Yuan Shimiao, however, though appearing obedient, showed no sense of team spirit. His heart did not belong here. Hey, everyone gathered. At that moment, Qianqiu Xian appeared and called out. Yes. Oh, Bo Feng Xie, you came. This morning Mingren and the others accepted a class mission to escort people out of the village. They are about to depart. As they replied to Qianqiu Xian, the voice of Iluka reached them from nearby. Hearing that voice, Bo Feng Xie smiled. He knew that once Mingren went out, he would grow even stronger. With that in mind, Bo Feng Xie glanced at Iluka and smiled. Good day, teacher Iluka. After Bo Feng Xie finished, Zoya Wanzalang and Ting Yuan Shimiao also greeted teacher Iluka. Iluka returned the greeting with a laugh. Good to see you all. I heard your last mission was dangerous. I'm just glad you came back safe. Qianqiu Zin's pupils flickered. He turned and frowned toward the distance. By the way, are you taking any mission this time? Iluka continued speaking. Hearing this, Qianqiu Xian asked Iluka, you said Kakashi will be leading a protective mission, right? Yes. Very well. Team 1, listen up, assemble at the village gate. This assignment will have you accompany Kakashi's squad so you can gain experience. At Qianqiu Xian's order, Bo Feng Xie, Ting Yuan Shimiao and Zoya Wanzalang were stunned. They were to follow Kakashi to Bojigua. But this reward fell thin, the encounter wasn't lucrative enough. What on earth was Qianqiu Xian thinking? Thinking so, Bo Feng Xie looked toward Qianqiu Xian. I will speak with Kakashi and also inform the third. Now go to the village gate with my clone. After Qianqiu Xian finished, his clone appeared and the original vanished. With the teacher gone, Bo Feng Xie's expression dark. Qianqiu Xian must be hiding something from them. Yet there was nothing they could do now. They could only follow the clone to the village gate for assembly. While Bofeng Xie was thinking elsewhere in mind within the root, Qianqiu Xian suddenly appeared before Jutsuan Tuanzang, who snapped, "Why have you summoned me?" Jutsuan Tuanzang said, "One of your students has uncovered an informative -1. This must be dealt with swiftly." Qianqiu Xian, eyes darkening, replied, "So it targets my students? I cannot agree to that." Glaring at Jutsuan Tuanzang, Qianqiu Zin's tone turned severe. Jutsuan Tuanzang answered with confidence, "I knew you would object, which is why this matter was arranged without asking for your consent. Kakashi will not take those 3 troublesome ones with him. My people have already negotiated." Qianqiu Xian shot back, "Jutsuan Tuanzang, do you think you know Kakashi? Kakashi's greatest strength is his bonds." Smiling slightly, Qianqiu Xian continued, "Do you truly believe I would allow your agents to obstruct my plan? I returned because I can ensure the safety of my students." Having said that, Qianqiu Xian fixed Jutsuan Tuanzang with a solemn stare. "Do you really think we are the only ones searching for that child?" Jutsuan Tuanzang said. "I could choose to do nothing, but -1 will certainly seek that child as well. That child is one of -1's experiments, and it seems to have succeeded." At Jutsuan Tuanzang's words, Qianqiu Xian was taken aback. -1, one of Niui's 3 Sannin, a terrifying SS-class fugitive ninja. Such a being would pursue that child. If the child fell into Jutsuan Tuanzang's hands, the consequences would likely be dire. Thinking this through, Qianqiu Xian stood firm and declared, "I will not allow that child to fall into your hands." At the gathering point of the entrance to Konoha village, after Senju Shin and Hatake Kakashi had finished speaking, Kakashi held his head and looked at the messy trio, feeling a headache coming on. Kakashi said lazily, "I say, Senju Shin, you really know how to make things difficult for me," as he looked at Shin's clone. At that moment, Senju Shin looked at Kakashi like this and sighed. "So, I'm counting on you, Kakashi." Kakashi said, all right, but if there are any tails, I won't take responsibility if something goes wrong." Shin said, "Don't worry, you'll take responsibility for any situation. Besides, I can't solve this alone, so I've called for help." After Senju Shin finished speaking, Hatake Kakashi nodded, then walked toward the messy trio and said, "Hey, you 3 brats, come with me." After these words, Namikaze Shizuki glanced at Hatake Kakashi, and teacher Senju Shin said nothing and directly followed Kakashi's team. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Naruto kept looking at Namikaze Shizuki and chattering non-stop. As fellow Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto felt a strong affinity with Shizuki. Just as Hatake Kakashi was leading the 6 children away, Senju Shin's clone looked at the 2 Umbu members in the distance and walked toward them step by step. The 2 Umbu ninjas said angrily, "Senju Shin, do you intend to defy Lord Danzo's orders?" as they looked at Shin's clone. Whoosh! Whoosh! After the 2 root members finished speaking, 2 masked ninjas appeared. "The 3rd Hokage orders that the root members return with us," said the 2 Umbu members, appearing behind the 2 root members. Hearing this, the 2 root members were reluctant, but everything was no longer something they could decide. At that moment, inside Root Shimura, Danzo looked at Senju Shin, his exposed eye showing a hint of cruelty as he said, "Senju Shin, are you sure you want to defy me?" Shin smiled and said, "Hey, I know that with my strength alone I cannot defy you." He looked at Danzo. "Danzo, you've gone too far. After all, this is the 2nd Hokage's adopted grandson." After he spoke, a voice suddenly came from behind Danzo. Hearing the voice, Danzo's pupils slightly dilated. He turned around and looked at the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was slowly walking toward them. "Hiruzen, why are you here?" Danzo's eyes quickly returned to normal as he looked at Hiruzen and spoke. "Of course, it's about those 3 children. Danzo, from now on, Root will no longer interfere with them. After all, these 3 children are very special. Moreover, this decision has been unanimously agreed upon by the Elder Council and me." After Sarutobi Hiruzen finished, Shimura, Danzo gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, I understand." Hiruzen said, Senju Shin, let's go." After Danzo spoke, Hiruzen looked at Shin and the 2 walked out. After they left, Danzo clenched his fist and said, "Those old men are getting more cowardly by the day. At this rate, Konoha will be doomed one day." His subordinate asked, "My lord, then we?" Danzo said, "Fine, let it be. During this period, no matter what happens, we won't interfere with any affairs of Konoha. After all, that Orochimaru is about to return. This time, the 3rd's death is imminent." After Danzo finished, he slowly walked deeper into Root. Outside Konoha, Haruno Sakura looked at Fujiwara, Ishimizu, Namikaze Shizuki and Sano Manjiro, then walked alongside Sasuke and said, "What bad luck running into these 3. And Naruto, does he really know Shizuki that well?" Sakura continued, "He's always clinging to her. I think he just thinks she's pretty." But Uchiha Sasuke said nothing in response to her words. At that moment, Uzumaki Naruto was talking incessantly to Namikaze Shizuki beside her. Sano Manjiro, watching them, raised his right foot several times, wanting to kick him, but held back in the end. Fujiwara Ishimizu, observing this, just lowered his head and walked forward. Meanwhile, Shizuki wasn't really listening to what Naruto was saying. Because at that moment, Shizuki's mission list was updated. Ding! Main mission complete, the Wave Country mission. Mission reward to be determined based on difficulty. Side mission A Team Unity win over Fujiwara Ishimizu and Sano Manjiro obtain skill points completion 50 Side mission B defeat the blocking Chunin brothers Side mission C make a performance when Zabuza blocks the way Side mission D block the hand reaching for Fujiwara Ishimizu. Looking at these missions, Shizuki understood that this incident would be much more difficult than the original story. But this time her true borrow Nine-Tails chakra card had already been used, so every step from now on must be taken with utmost caution. Naruto suddenly said, Hey Shizuki, are you listening to me?" as Shizuki was deep in thought. This brought Shizuki's thoughts back to reality. She looked at Naruto beside her and took a step forward. Naruto blinked and said, "Huh?" "Shizuki, what's wrong?" as he looked at her suddenly approaching. "Shizuki," said Naruto. Naruto replied him. He looked at Shizuki so close, her red hair brushing against his face, and blinked. But the next moment Shizuki placed her hand on Naruto's head and said nothing. "Just thinking that you're getting cuter and cuter." After saying that, Shizuki turned and walked away. Seeing this, Sano Manjiro's gaze showed intense hostility. Fujiwara Ishimizu lowered his head even further. "Kut. Shizuki, what are you saying?" "Haruno Sakura, there's nothing between me and Shizuki." Sakura said, "Who cares about you?" Then someone said, "Naruto, stop messing around, we're on the road. This mission is about protection and escort." On the road to the land of waves, the sky was clear and cloudless, and the roadside puddles reflected the figures of people with crystal clarity. Catching sight of this, Bluffing Sia merely glanced at the puddle before continuing onward. Because she knew that when this puddle appeared, the main quest of the land of waves had begun. Thus their group continued peacefully for another stretch of road. When they reached the second puddle, Bluffing Sia looked at it impassively and walked past. Just as Kakashi, who was at the rear of the group, passed the puddle, two masked ninjas suddenly emerged from the water. After they appeared, one ninja flung the other forward, then wrapped a chain around Hatake Kakashi. With that entanglement, the sharp chain sliced Hatake Kakashi, who was at the back of the group, into 3 pieces. First one of them called out immediately after witnessing this and then dashed off into the distance. Seeing this, Sano Manjiro was about to act but was immediately stopped by Bluffing Sia. "Sia, what's wrong? Kakashi is gauging their measure, it's not appropriate for us to intervene now." After Bluffing Sia finished speaking, Sano Manjiro also stood still again. Gauging measure. Actually, he also wanted to see how much power Uchiha Sasuke could display in a real battle. Sure enough, at that moment the two appeared before Uzumaki, Naruto shouting, "Second one." Faced with this, Naruto trembled all over his legs, unable to move. Swish. But just then Uchiha Sasuke leaped up and threw a shuriken, pinning the chain in place. Watching this, Uchiha Sasuke threw another shuriken to secure it. "Can't pull it out," one ninja muttered after tugging hard on the chain. But at that moment Uchiha Sasuke sprang between the two ninjas, kicking out at both of them. Thud. Thud. After the 2 kicks landed, the ninjas exchanged a glance and immediately understood each other's intent. Then they quickly shed the chains, one rushing toward the old engineer, the other toward Uzumaki Naruto. Seeing this, Sakura stood in front of the old engineer and said, "Stay behind me." Swish. At that moment Uchiha Sasuke immediately positioned himself in front of Sakura, his eyes fixed on the ninja approaching them. Thud. Thud. However, the grand battle Uchiha Sasuke had imagined did not occur. Instead, Hatake Kakashi reappeared and instantly dispatched the 2 ninjas. TCH, showing off, Uchiha Sasuke muttered in dissatisfaction, looking at Hatake Kakashi. "Naruto, I'm sorry I didn't arrive in time and let you get hurt." At that moment Hatake Kakashi looked at Uzumaki Naruto in the distance and spoke. These words made Naruto clench his fists, while Bluffing Sia bit her silver teeth and shot a displeased glance at Kakashi. This time Uchiha Sasuke did very well and Sakura was great too. "Naruto, I really didn't expect you to not even move." When these words fell, Uzumaki Naruto's pupils dilated sharply and a wave of shame flooded his entire body. "Hey coward, are you hurt?" At this, Uchiha Sasuke also looked at Naruto and delivered the final blow. Hearing this, Naruto gritted his teeth and shouted at Sasuke, "Sasuke! Naruto, those guys' claws are coated with poison, you need treatment." Just as Naruto called out Sasuke, Hatake Kakashi immediately shouted loudly to Naruto. At the same time, Kakashi suddenly turned his gaze to the construction worker and said, "Mr. Tazuna, there's something I'd like to ask you. The mission you submitted is a crank mission, isn't it? Then why are ninjas involved?" "Ninjas? Kakashi-sensei, this mission is still too early for us. And Naruto is injured, he needs to go back to the village for poison treatment and anesthesia. So let's go back." At that moment Haruno Sakura spoke to Hatake Kakashi. "Sigh, the burden just got heavier." Looking at Naruto, Kakashi said indifferently, "Chi." However, just after Kakashi finished speaking, Naruto raised his own kunai and stabbed it into his wound. Blood spurted out, but at this moment Naruto did not even let out a cry. Seeing this, everyone around was stunned. "I have been training hard every day since the jōnin exam, working diligently on missions and practicing alone. I thought I should have become stronger. But just now I really was disgraceful, I became a burden to everyone." Even so I still want to get stronger to surpass Sasuke. So I use the pain of this wound to swear from today on I will never be like this again. So continue the mission if you don't stop the bleeding you'll bleed to death you fool. Just as Naruto was speaking Bofuang walked up and said, Naruto ah. Hearing this Naruto's eyes widened and he started running around frantically. What do I do? What do I do? I don't want to die yet. So next time leave it to the professional medical team. Don't act so tough on your own. Give me your hand. As Bofuang spoke Naruto obediently extended his hand. Looking at the hand Bofuang removed the kunai then wrapped a bandage around Naruto's wound. As she watched the wound slowly healing she thought to herself indeed the Nine-Tails has its uses. While Bofuang was bandaging Naruto's wound Hatake Kakashi glanced at her. This person had just seemed to prevent Sano Manjiro and the others from helping. It seemed that from the very beginning everything had been within her expectations. And her special favor toward Naruto couldn't. Naruto as the Jinchuriki of that same being we should understand each other's pain the best. So I believe in your determination. At that moment Bofuang smiled at Naruto and said, TCH what are you talking about? You guys didn't do anything either did you? Just then Haruno Sakura complained nearby. Alright since Naruto is fine let's continue the mission. Seeing this Hatake Kakashi directly declared while glancing at Bofuang fellow Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails, that Mizuki guy seems to have connected these two together. In the land of waves within a dim forest stood a tree-shaped house. You actually failed. I heard you were formidable ninjas which is why I paid a high price to hire you. Inside the house a short man shouted at the fierce-looking man seated on the sofa. Quit your nagging it's annoying. Hearing this the fierce-looking man directly swung his massive blade. Clang. But just then a ninja appeared before Gato blocking the blade with a shuriken and addressed the fierce-looking ninja Momochi Zabuza. No need to be so hasty. We're all comrades here, isn't there a way to talk things out? The ninja who appeared was a sound ninja. Frowning at the sound ninja's appearance Momochi Zabuza said, Sound ninja, since you know my name you should be aware of my strength. This time let me use my executioner's blade to kill them. After speaking Zabuza stood up and walked outside. The sound ninja let out a sigh. He glanced at Zabuza. This guy was arrogant enough, but the reputation of the 7 ninja swordsmen and his own strength indeed gave him the capital for such arrogance. However, I dislike this man. If not for fear of jeopardizing the mission I would have definitely sparred with him this time. On the sea surface of the land of waves a thick fog obscured everyone's vision. On the boat Hatake Kakashi looked seriously at Tazuna. Mr. Tazuna, before we reach the bridge I have something to ask you. The attackers were ninjas. Why were they targeting you? If you don't explain this clearly our mission may terminate as soon as your boat docks. Upon hearing this Tazuna's expression darkened as if contemplating something. Soon Tazuna looked at Kakashi and said, It seems I have no choice but to tell you. No, please listen. As you said this mission is beyond your scope. In truth my life has been targeted by an extremely terrifying person, a truly terrifying person. Tazuna paused looking at Kakashi. Who is it? Kakashi asked. You've probably heard of him. He's a wealthy shipping magnate named Gato. Hearing this Kakashi's mind quickly recalled some information. Gato of the Gato Company. One of the world's richest men. Yes, publicly he's the owner of a shipping company, but in reality he's a scoundrel who colludes with thugs and ninjas, deals in contraband and seizes other businesses and nations for his illicit dealings. After Tazuna finished he glanced at the others and continued, About a year ago he set his sights on the land of waves. Using wealth and violence he monopolized the sea routes and transportation here. For a small country like the land of waves, controlling maritime routes means complete domination by Gato. The only thing Gato fears now is the bridge that was started but not yet completed. Hearing this Kakashi looked at Tazuna again. Then I really don't understand. The opponent is a dangerous figure who can even hire ninjas. Why did you hide the truth and entrust us with this mission? Tazuna glanced at Kakashi. The land of waves is an extremely poor country, not even its nobles have money. Naturally I couldn't afford the reward for a crank mission or above. If you cancel the mission upon landing you'll be killed before I get home. But don't worry about it. If I die my 80-year-old grandson will weep and my daughter will spend her life hating the leaf ninjas living in solitude. But it's not your fault either. Hearing this Namikaze Shizuki glanced around idly. Kakashi sighed helplessly. Well, there's no choice. We'll have to continue protecting you. Oh, thank you very much. Tazuna showed a victorious expression after Kakashi spoke. Thus they soon arrived in the land of waves and headed toward Tazuna's house. Along the way everyone had their own thoughts. Suddenly Uzumaki Naruto stepped forward and threw a shuriken shouting, There's movement over there. Naruto struck a cool pose, but when there was no further movement he muttered, It was just a rat. At that moment Haruno Sakura scolded him from behind, What are you trying to show off for? There was nothing there from the start. Kakashi also remarked, "Come on Naruto, don't misuse ninja tools like that. It's dangerous. Kids, stop causing misunderstandings." Tazuna added. But Naruto kept talking to himself, then suddenly threw another shuriken. Namikaze Shizuki and Kakashi both scanned their surroundings. The enemy was about to appear. Just as Shizuki thought this, a massive blade came flying toward them. "Everyone get down!" Shizuki shouted at the sight of the blade. The group immediately dropped to the ground as the blade flew over their heads and embedded itself in a tree. Standing on the blade was a fierce-looking figure. Shizuki turned to Fujiwara Ishimitsu and Sano Manjiro beside him. "Coordinate with me when the time comes." "Understood." "Got it." Fujiwara and Sano replied. Meanwhile, Kakashi stepped forward looking at the figure. Well, if it isn't the rogue ninja from the mist, Momochi Zabuza. Naruto was about to charge forward, but Kakashi stopped him. "You all stay back." "Why?" Naruto demanded. "This guy is different from the last ones. If our opponent is him, even I have to go all out." Kakashi placed a hand on his face mask, ready to remove the covering over his eye. "So the copy ninja Kakashi of the Sharingan is here." Just as Hatake Kakashi was about to lift the forehead protector covering his eye, Momochi Zabuza's voice finally came from above. Hearing this, the members of Team 7 below were somewhat bewildered. What was the Sharingan? Among them, the most stunned was Uchiha Sasuke. He wondered if he had misheard just now. Sharingan Kakashi. The Sharingan. What in the world was going on? "Sorry Kakashi, but I'm here this time because I want you to hand over that old man. Someone paid me to take his life." Just as Uchiha Sasuke was pondering, Momochi Zabuza's voice rang out again. Hearing this, Hatake Kakashi glanced at Momochi Zabuza and then said, "Uzumaki, Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno, Sakura, Sano, Manjiro, Fujiwara, Shirmyo and Bofengsia, please form a manji formation and protect Mr. Tazuna." After speaking, Hatake Kakashi lifted his forehead protector, revealing a clearly visible scar. At the same time, he opened his left eye and a 3-demo Sharingan appeared. Seeing this, Momochi Zabuza understood that Hatake Kakashi had refused his request. Now the battle was about to begin. Thinking this, he turned around and looked at Hatake Kakashi, saying, "I didn't expect to see the legendary Sharingan so soon. I am truly honored." Just then Uzumaki Naruto turned to Hatake Kakashi and asked, "You've been talking about the Sharingan this whole time. What exactly is the Sharingan?" Hearing Naruto's words, Uchiha Sasuke explained beside him, "The Sharingan is a power born from the gaze and emitted through the pupils. It is said that the possessor of this ocular jutsu can instantly see through all genjutsu, taijutsu and ninjutsu and counter them exactly as they are. Therefore it can be described as a special eye unique to those with the dojutsu, but its power does not end there." After Uchiha Sasuke finished, Momochi Zabuza looked at him and replied, "Well said. It does not end there. According to the records, the man who has copied over 1,000 techniques, the copy ninja of Konoha, Hatake Kakashi." After Momochi Zabuza spoke, Haruno Sakura glanced at Hatake Kakashi, thinking to herself, "Is Kakashi sensei really such an amazing teacher?" "Amazing." Beside her, Uzumaki Naruto shouted out loud. On the other side, Uchiha Sasuke looked at Hatake Kakashi with a hint of doubt in his mind. Because the Sharingan was a special constitution that appeared only in a very few members of the Uchiha clan, it was unheard of in other clans. Could it be that this guy? Just as Uchiha Sasuke was thinking, Momochi Zabuza turned to Tazuna and said, "Enough small talk. I need to take that man's head quickly." After Momochi Zabuza spoke, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Bofengsia, Fujiwara, Shirmyo, Sano Manjiro and Haruno Sakura immediately formed a manji formation, protecting Tazuna in the center. Hatake Kakashi stood at the front of the group, his eyes fixed on Momochi Zabuza. Seeing this, Momochi Zabuza exhaled and said, "It seems, Kakashi, that to take that man's head I'll have to defeat you first." With those words, Momochi Zabuza vanished from the tree. When he reappeared, he was standing on the water, assuming a strange posture. Ninja Art Hidden Mist Technique. Under the Hidden Mist Technique, thick fog surrounded Bofengsia, obscuring their vision. Seeing this, Bofengsia frowned. "See, yeah, the mist is heavy. This ninja is no ordinary." Hearing Sano Manjiro's words, Bofengsia replied, "Yeah, we'll have to act according to the situation. Also, Sano Manjiro, can you sense Zabuza's exact location?" "Sorry, if I use sensing I'd have to draw on that guy's power, so I'd rather not." After Sano Manjiro spoke, Bofengsia nodded. Though Momochi Zabuza was dangerous, that guy was even more so. Only half of the Nine-Tails power could match him. Just then the mist grew thicker. A voice echoed around them. "Throat, spine, lungs, liver, collarbone, kidneys, heart and brain, which part shall I strike next?" When those words fell, all 8 people, including Kakashi, were stunned for a moment. At that instant, Hatake Kakashi released his chakra and the surroundings became slightly clearer. But Uchiha Sasuke and the others were still frozen in place under Momochi Zabuza's overwhelming killing intent. Among those in the manji formation, the only ones faring slightly better were Bofengsia and Sano Manjiro, both of whom had experienced moments of life and death realization. The others, however, were not so fortunate. Uchiha Sasuke in particular was the worst off. Under the suffocating pressure he picked up a kunai intending to end his own life. Sasuke, rest assured, even if I have to die I will protect you all. Just as Uchiha Sasuke was about to kill himself, Hatake Kakashi finally spoke. At the same time Hatake Kakashi looked at Uchiha Sasuke again and said, and I will never let my comrades be killed. Hearing this, Uzumaki, Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura finally felt relieved. That's not necessarily true. Just then an untimely voice rang out and Momochi Zabuza appeared in the center of the Manji formation. It's over. As Momochi Zabuza spoke, Hatake Kakashi rushed toward him with lightning speed, plunging a shuriken into Zabuza's body. At the same time the Manji formation dispersed and everyone kept a certain distance from Hatake Kakashi and Momochi Zabuza. But the matter was not yet over. The sound of trickling water flowed to the ground and a figure appeared behind Hatake Kakashi. Sensei, behind you. At that moment Uzumaki Naruto roared loudly. Facing this, Momochi Zabuza's figure appeared behind Hatake Kakashi and swung a blade at him. Die. With those words Momochi Zabuza slashed Hatake Kakashi in two. But then Zabuza's eyes widened in shock. The Kakashi before him was also a water clone just like himself. What happened? Was it copied back then? In the thick fog. As Momochi Zabuza pondered, a shuriken appeared at his neck. It's all over. At that moment Hatake Kakashi looked at Momochi Zabuza and spoke. Hearing these words Momochi Zabuza stared at the Hatake Kakashi who had appeared behind him, the atmosphere instantly turning tense. Amazing. At that moment Uzumaki Naruto, seeing this scene, immediately shouted. We won. At the same time Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke, witnessing this, also let out a breath. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha, is it over? Just then the laughter of the demon Momochi Zabuza suddenly rang out. Then without turning his head he spoke, don't you understand yet? Kakashi, mere imitation can never defeat me. But ha ha ha. You're not bad. At that moment you copied my water clone technique, then deliberately had the clone say those words to draw my full attention to the brat behind you, while you yourself used the hidden mist technique to conceal yourself and observe my every move. But you overlooked one thing, I'm not so easy to deal with either. After Zabuza finished speaking, a figure appeared behind Hatake Kakashi. Then the Zabuza in front of Kakashi turned back into water. This stunned Kakashi as well. This too was a water clone. At that moment Momochi Zabuza, gripping the executioner's blade, swung it toward Kakashi's head. Seeing the blade coming, Kakashi dodged narrowly, barely evading the great sword. However, Kakashi had lost his advantage. To Zabuza, Kakashi's evasive posture was riddled with openings. So Momochi Zabuza, seeing this, kicked out. With a bang, Kakashi's body was sent flying by Zabuza's kick. Now. Seeing this, Zabuza grabbed the executioner's blade and ran toward the distance, but he stopped when he noticed something on the ground. How boring. Zabuza said, then looked at the distant water surface and leaped across it. Meanwhile Kakashi had just climbed out of the water when he felt the water was unusually heavy. Wait. Heavy. Fool. Just as Kakashi was thinking, Zabuza appeared behind him, rapidly forming hand seals. Serpent boar ram hair, boar ram hair. Water style water prison technique. After the technique succeeded, Kakashi, trapped inside the water prison, realized the danger. You've fallen for it. This is a cage from which you can never escape. After all, if you were free it would be troublesome for me. Kakashi, you'll deal with you later. Now we'll take care of those brats. After speaking, Zabuza used the water clone technique again. A water clone appeared on the water's surface, looked toward the 7 people in the distance and walked toward them step by step. Do you six think that wearing a forehead protector makes you a shinobi? A true shinobi is one who has survived countless life and death battles. In other words, you only qualify as a shinobi when you're worthy of being recorded in my handbook. As for you, you're not shinobi yet. Hearing this, Namikaze Shizuki frowned slightly but remained calm. Shizuki, it's okay. I'll protect you. Just like back then when you climbed the stairs with all your might. This time it's my turn to protect you. At that moment Sano Manjiro, standing beside Shizuki, spoke. Hearing this, Shizuki glanced at him and said, don't use that power just yet. There's still a chance. After Shizuki spoke, Manjiro obediently stood still. Clang. Just then a sound echoed from afar. Then Uzumaki Naruto was kicked, flying, his forehead protector crushed under Zabuza's foot. Seeing this, Shizuki knew the real show was about to begin. Meanwhile, Hatake Kakashi, watching all this, shouted, you guys take Tazuna and run. Staying here you have no chance. Only by fleeing can you find a glimmer of hope. Hearing this, Naruto sat trembling on the ground at a loss. Uchiha Sasuke, glaring at the water clone, gritted his teeth. To be honest, from the moment Kakashi was trapped they had lost any chance of escape. Now the only thing they could do was rescue Kakashi. Thinking this, Sasuke dashed towards Zabuza, hurling countless shuriken. Seeing this, Zabuza's water clone swung its blade, blocking all the shuriken. Sasuke saw an opportunity and leaped into the air, gripping a kunai, aiming for Zabuza's head. Zabuza, watching this, muttered indifferently, "Too slow," then grabbed Sasuke by the neck and flung him away. "Sasuke!" Haruno Sakura cried out. Sasuke was taken down. This is a jōnin. A true shinobi. At this moment, Naruto, staring at Zabuza, trembled more violently. His mind screamed only one thing: run fast, or you'll be killed. Hey Naruto, that forehead protector was a gift from Iruka Sensei, wasn't it? And didn't you swear never to be a coward again? Just then Namikaze Shizuki walked up to Naruto and spoke. If you only think of running, then what was the point of the wound on your left hand? And I've always believed in you. If it's you, you can definitely do it. Shizuki smiled at Naruto. Even if he failed, she still had her body flicker technique. So let Naruto have his moment. Besides Uzumaki, Naruto's success rate was 100%, that was the so-called protagonist's growth. But if she kept shielding him, he would never truly grow. Right. I don't want to lose again, especially not to Sasuke. I stabbed my left hand for a reason. If I run now, what's the difference from before? Thinking this, Naruto stood up again, looking at the forehead protector beneath Zabuza's foot. That protector was a gift from Iruka Sensei, his first ninja memento. Yes. I am already a shinobi. Iruka acknowledged me. Yes. I have made up my mind. I will not run anymore. With that resolve, Uzumaki Naruto charged straight toward Momochi Zabuza. Naruto, what are you doing? Wolfang Siye, at this moment, why are you causing trouble over there? Do you think that if Naruto charges forward you can escape? Witnessing this, Haruno Sakura turned to Wolfang Siye and roared. Shut up or I'll knock you flying. Wolfang Siye said, indifferently gazing at Haruno Sakura. After Wolfang Siye finished speaking, Haruno Sakura instinctively fell silent. Meanwhile, Wolfang Siye's gaze shifted to Uzumaki Naruto in the distance, who was charging straight toward Momochi Zabuza's water clone. Idiot. Watching this, Momochi Zabuza let out a disdainful sound, then raised his foot and kicked toward Uzumaki Naruto. Seeing this, Uzumaki Naruto immediately reached out and grabbed at the ground in the distance. With a resounding crash following the kick, Naruto's body was sent flying. Haruno Sakura once again adopted an adult-like tone, addressing Uzumaki Naruto. Are you trying to get yourself killed by charging straight ahead like that? Even Sasuke couldn't handle that guy. No matter how hard you try, you can't beat him. Just then Uzumaki Naruto climbed to his feet, holding a headband in his right hand. Struggling to stand, Uzumaki Naruto looked toward Momochi Zabuza in the distance and said, Hey you eyebrowless guy, make sure you write this down: the man who will one day become the Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village, Uzumaki Naruto. As he spoke, he tied the headband around his forehead. Watching this, Momochi Zabuza trembled with rage. But Wolfang Siye smiled slightly. This guy was indeed growing quickly. Even Tazuna, who had never approved of Uzumaki Naruto, now found him far more reliable than before. Sasuke, listen to me. I have a plan. Just then Uzumaki Naruto spoke, looking at the water clone in the distance. What plan? Uchiha Sasuke asked, hearing Naruto's words. Although Uchiha Sasuke didn't trust Uzumaki Naruto in this situation, trust mattered little. They needed a strategy. Reluctantly, he decided to trust Naruto this time. Thinking this, Uchiha Sasuke turned to Uzumaki Naruto and said, I never thought you'd understand teamwork. Alright, let's do it. Great, then let's stir up some trouble. Hearing this confident remark, Momochi Zabuza sneered, Do you think you stand a chance? Hey, what are you doing? The moment I was captured, the outcome was already decided. Our mission is to protect Mr. Tazuna, so take him and run. At that moment, Hatake Kakashi shouted from afar. This made Uzumaki Naruto and the others turn to look at Tazuna. Old man. Uzumaki Naruto wanted to speak, but in the end he said nothing. After all, the mission was clear. If Tazuna wanted to leave, they had to protect him and get out of here. What nonsense. To be honest, all of this is my fault. At this point I won't say foolish things like I want to live or let you take me away. I'm sorry to everyone, I've caused you trouble. So please fight as you wish. After Tazuna's words, Uzumaki Naruto smiled and looked toward Momochi Zabuza in the distance. Are you ready? Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Momochi Zabuza burst into wild laughter. You really haven't grown at all. How long do you plan to play ninja games? What? Uzumaki Naruto asked directly, hearing Momochi Zabuza's words. I'm saying. At your age my hands were already drenched in blood. That's how the Demon Zabuza nickname came about, because during my graduation exam I killed every single examinee besides myself, over 100 of them. When these words fell, everyone present was stunned. A graduation exam where all students were killed. How brutal was that? Haha, how amusing. Just as Uzumaki Naruto and the others were contemplating, Momochi Zabuza spoke again, and a murderous intent emanated from him. In an instant, Momochi Zabuza's water clone appeared beside Uchiha Sasuke and delivered an elbow strike that made him spit blood. Sasuke. Haruno Sakura screamed. Then Momochi Zabuza stepped on Uchiha Sasuke's stomach, causing him to cry out in pain. Damn it! Seeing this, Uzumaki Naruto immediately began forming hand seals. The hand seals bore Dog Dragon Rod bore Snake Tiger. Ninja Art Multi-Shadow Clone Technique. After completing the seals, 20 or 30 Uzumaki Narutos appeared around him. They all looked at Momochi Zabuza and rushed toward him in a swarm. Thus they surrounded Momochi Zabuza, but he merely swung his greatsword and sent all of Naruto's clones flying. Just then Uzumaki Naruto looked at Uchiha Sasuke and pulled out a Fuma Shuriken from his backpack, tossing it to him. When Uchiha Sasuke caught the shuriken, he paused for a moment. This shuriken was. Thinking this, he smirked. This strategy wasn't half bad for that guy. With that thought, Uchiha Sasuke held the Fuma Shuriken in his right hand and looked into the distance. Fuma Shuriken Shadow Windmill. Momochi Zabuza watched and laughed. Shuriken are useless against me. Hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke made no reply. Instead, he leaped into the air and with a stylish spin hurled the Fuma Shuriken, but the target was not the clone, it was the real Momochi Zabuza. Seeing this, Momochi Zabuza laughed. You're too naive. With that, he caught the Fuma Shuriken with one hand. But at that moment, another shuriken flew towards Zabuza. A shuriken hidden within the shadow of another shuriken. And because my left hand is occupied, I have to withdraw my right hand. Not a bad idea for these brats. But unfortunately, it's still useless against me. After saying this, Momochi Zabuza leaped into the air and dodged the attack of the Fuma Shuriken. He dodged it. Watching this, Haruno Sakura suddenly roared. But just then Uchiha Sasuke's lips curled into a faint smirk and he said, "Oomph. The real show has only just begun." Pop. 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 After Uchiha Sasuke finished speaking, the Fuma Shuriken transformed into 3 Uzumaki Narutos, and then all 3 simultaneously threw their shuriken at Momochi Zabuza. Seeing the shuriken flying toward him, Momochi Zabuza had no choice but to withdraw his hand from the water prison technique. At the same time, Momochi Zabuza spun the Fuma Shuriken, glared fiercely at the distant Uzumaki Naruto and said, "Damn brat." But just as the Fuma Shuriken was about to be thrown, a hand blocked it and then looked at Uzumaki Naruto, saying, "Not bad, Uzumaki Naruto. You have grown as well." As he said this, he pondered in his mind the method Naruto had just used. That fellow Naruto first used the clone technique to create multiple shadow clones using their physical bodies to obstruct Momochi Zabuza's line of sight. Then he secretly transformed his real body and 1 or 2 clones into Fuma Shuriken and placed them into his backpack. Afterward, he took them out in front of Zabuza, utilized Sasuke's excellent shuriken manipulation skills to throw the Fuma Shuriken, and concealed his real body in the shadow of the Fuma Shuriken. After Momochi Zabuza dodged this attack, Naruto revealed his real body and launched an attack at Zabuza, forcing him to release the water prison technique and thus freeing himself. This fellow had flexibly applied teamwork, the transformation technique, and the clone technique to such a degree that it exceeded everyone's expectations. As a Genin Uzumaki, Naruto's skills were quite outstanding. Now it was time for his own performance. Thinking this, Hatake Kakashi looked at Momochi Zabuza beside him and said, "Now it's time for me to settle the score with you." "Ha! If you can do it, go ahead and try." Looking at Hatake Kakashi, Momochi Zabuza said directly. At the same time, the strength in his hand also increased. Watching this, Hatake Kakashi confronted Momochi Zabuza in a stalemate. But soon the Fuma Shuriken was forcefully flung away by Hatake Kakashi, and even Momochi Zabuza couldn't hold it. Whoosh! But at the same moment, Momochi Zabuza's body immediately retreated backward. Whoosh! At that moment, Hatake Kakashi's body also retreated in the exact same manner. When Momochi Zabuza stood on the water surface, his hands began forming hand seals. Joshin mazi hayuto wa yuzi in suin sik jawesa highway zirin shin yu chen yuto wa wain sazishin mahai suwezi joshin yurin zahayu. And watching this, Hatake Kakashi actually copied the exact same hand seals without any difference. Joshin mazi hayuto wa yuzi in suin sik jawesa highway zirin shin yu chen yuto wa wain sazishin mahai suwezi joshin yurin zahayu. But just as Kakashi was copying the hand seals, Momochi Zabuza's eyes widened in shock. Identical movements, identical speed. How is that possible? He was only imitating, yet how could his speed be the same as mine? Thus both of them quickly completed the hand seals. Water release water dragon bullet technique was completed. When the water dragon bullet technique was activated, the water surface became turbulent and 2 massive water dragons surged out, clashing and biting each other. This sight caused the water level to rise several steps without reason, sweeping Uzumaki Naruto and the people on the shore off their feet. At the same time, Momochi Zabuza and Hatake Kakashi, one drew a shuriken, the other held the decapitating carving knife, clashed together again. After a moment of stalemate in the clash, both figures retreated simultaneously. Again identical movements, the two were almost perfectly synchronized at this moment. Watching this, a flicker of wavering appeared in Zabuza's heart. Nevertheless, he still formed hand seals, preparing to execute the next ninjutsu. Inchoshinmo zihayucho wa suin suin sichoshinmo. At this time, Hatake Kakashi was also making the same movements. Inchoshinmouzi hayucho wa suin sichoshinmo. But as he watched, Zabuza realized that his own movements were not as fast as Kakashi's. How is this possible? Isn't he copying my ninjutsu? Why is he faster? Water release great waterfall technique. At that moment Hatake Kakashi ahead of Momochi Zabuza unleashed the great waterfall technique. Then the waterfall struck Momochi Zabuza. Zabuza's body was at the epicenter of the impact and was blasted toward the base of a large tree. It's over. Watching this, Hatake Kakashi said indifferently. But just then several silver needles flew out and pierced into Momochi Zabuza's body. After the silver needles entered Momochi Zabuza's body, Zabuza fell to the ground with a thud. Watching this, Hatake Kakashi leaped down from the tree, placed a hand on Zabuza's body, felt it, and said dead. At this moment Kakashi's gaze turned to a figure on a distant tree. There stood a masked youth. Are you from the Mist's Assassination Corps? As Kakashi was speaking, the youth bowed to Kakashi and said, we've really troubled you. We were looking for an opportunity to definitely kill Zabuza. If it weren't for you. Ninja art body flicker technique. Just as this masked fellow was speaking, suddenly Namikaze activated the body flicker technique. Her figure instantly appeared beside the masked fellow and then a shuriken flew toward him. Clang. Accompanied by the sound of the clash, Namikaze and the masked fellow looked at each other. What are you doing? At that moment Hatake Kakashi looked at Namikaze and asked, please take a closer look, is that guy really dead or just pretending? Watching this, Namikaze spoke again. This time it made Hatake Kakashi pause. Then he looked at the spot where the silver needles had pierced. What was this? Exposed. Hey Sound Ninja, take Zabuza away. Our cooperation officially begins now. At that moment the masked youth spoke. With a swoosh. After the masked youth spoke, a figure appeared beside Momochi Zabuza. Clang. As the figure appeared, Hatake Kakashi immediately drew a kunai and clashed with the opponent. Watching this, the Sound Ninja looked at Hatake Kakashi and said, copy Ninja Kakashi, I bear no hostility toward you. I am merely carrying out my mission. With that, the Sound Ninja forced Kakashi back, then grabbed Zabuza's body and quickly retreated. Meanwhile, on the other side, the masked youth looked at Namikaze and rapidly retreated. Seeing this, Namikaze was about to use the second stage body flicker when Kakashi suddenly shouted, come back Shiyu. Hearing this, Namikaze abandoned her idea of continuing the chase. The Sound Ninja who had just appeared was one of the main reasons Namikaze gave up the pursuit. The Sound Village was secretly created by Orochimaru. This village consists of Orochimaru's loyal subordinates and its ninja are not weak. This was something that did not exist in the original plot of Naruto. So why did the Sound Ninja appear here? Was it because of Uchiha Sasuke? Or because they had increased the difficulty of the mission in the Land of Waves? Would Orochimaru be here? No, Orochimaru is unlikely to be here. If Orochimaru were here, this mission would have ended already, because as long as he made a move no one could stop him unless he and Naruto went berserk. On the other hand, the fact that the Sound Ninja were cooperating with Zabuza indicated that the opponent's strength was comparable to Zabuza's, which made it very difficult for Namikaze to continue the pursuit. After all, the choice was clear, an opponent of unknown strength plus base Kekkei versus a completely exhausted Kakashi. With these thoughts, Namikaze walked over to Hatake Kakashi. This scene caused Hatake Kakashi to look at Namikaze. The body flicker technique just now, even he could not discern its principle. What was that? Flying Thunder God technique. No, the Flying Thunder God requires a mark, but Namikaze just now had nothing and still completed the teleportation. Shiwei, what kind of ninjutsu was that just now? As Hatake Kakashi was thinking, Uzumaki Naruto looked at Namikaze and asked. At the same time, Uchiha Sasuke also looked at Namikaze, his gaze filled with complexity. Namikaze was clearly one of the weakest in the Ninja Academy. Yet in just a little over a month her strength had shown signs of rapid growth. Haruno Sakura looked at Namikaze, her heart filled with unwillingness. At that moment Namikaze glanced at Uzumaki Naruto and said, I created it myself. Created it yourself? Hearing this, everyone around was stunned, even Hatake Kakashi was taken aback. Uchiha Sasuke clenched his fist, momentarily at a loss for words. Haruno Sakura's jealousy flared up and her inner personality kept shouting, how is this possible? Her creating a ninjutsu. That day when you stole the ceiling scroll, I saw a ninjutsu inside, only half of it, and then I modified it from memory and created this technique. Looking at Uzumaki Naruto, Namikaze spouted a bunch of nonsense. But indeed, compared to a system reward, this explanation was much more reasonable. That's amazing. Sister Shiyu, can you teach me? Uzumaki Naruto asked shyly, looking at Namikaze. Naruto. Hearing this, Kakashi was about to scold Naruto, but at that moment Namikaze spoke, it's not impossible, but before that you need to become a Chunin first. Looking at Uzumaki Naruto, Namikaze said with a smile. Chunin. Don't worry. For someone like me who aims to become Hokage, becoming a Chunin is a piece of cake. Alright, enough chit-chat. Now we head to. Just as Hatake Kakashi finished speaking, his body pitched forward and he collapsed to the ground. Kakashi-sensei, what's wrong? Seeing this, Uzumaki Naruto immediately shouted. Should keep your voice down. He must have exhausted his chakra. Now let's take Kakashi-sensei to Tazuna the engineer's house. After these words, everyone nodded. Having just gone through the battle, they were all tired and needed to go to Tazuna's house to rest and recover. Thus Hatake Kakashi was carried by Uzumaki Naruto and the others to Tazuna's house for rest. Meanwhile, on the other side, inside a forest. I never expected a jōnin to see through your feigned death technique and even use that body flicker to attack you. If her own attack power were sufficient, she would have been quite a threat. At this moment, Momochi Zabuza, who had revived from his feigned death, looked at Bai and said, That child, if we actually fought, the outcome would be hard to tell. But with that child and Kakashi present, it's difficult for us to act again. So this time we will cooperate with you. After Bai finished speaking, a sound ninja appeared. He looked at the two and said with a smile, Kakashi and Team 7 are yours to handle. I'll take care of the remaining 3. After all, I Inoue Hwanshin am no ordinary ninja. After Inoue Hwanshin finished speaking, Momochi Zabuza's eyes flickered. Inoue Hwanshin was the jōnin registered in his notebook but without a photo. Because every time he acted, all enemies were annihilated. Therefore anyone who had seen him was basically dead. But he never expected that such a notorious ninja would now appear here. Ha! I didn't expect it to be you. I've been disrespectful indeed. But now our cooperation can proceed smoothly because the combined strength of the 3 of us far exceeds that bunch. However, before that I need to rest for a while. Agreed. Next time will be the final battle. Then we will join forces and defeat them. Watching this, Inoue Hwanshin chuckled, and with his laughter Zabuza also burst into laughter. On the other side, at Dazena's home, Shimu Kakashi opened his weary eyes. Zabuza was not dead, and there was also an unknown ninja. This time things had truly become complicated. At the same time, Yuzebozuoju, Xuanhua Mingren and Chu Niang were also extremely uneasy. That Zabuza was still alive was already hard for them to accept, and now he had an accomplice. When they met again, what would happen to them? Thinking too much is useless. Although I didn't intend to force you to do this, now the only way for us to possibly defeat Zabuza is for you to become stronger and deal with those 2 unknown ninjas. Hearing Shimu Kakashi's words, even Xuanhua Mingren was stunned for a moment. But soon Xuanhua Mingren said excitedly, right, become stronger. Only by becoming stronger can we possibly defeat Zabuza and his subordinates. At this point, although it feels very unreliable, there is no other choice. Yuzebozuoju looked at Xuanhua Mingren and then spoke. At this moment, Chu Niang looked at teacher Kakashi with some worry and said, how can we become stronger? And that is someone who even put the Sharingan-wielding teacher Kakashi into a tough battle. Hearing this, Shimu Kakashi looked at Bofeng Xie and the other 2 and said, this time you 3 will also train. At the same time, showing you all need to have some confidence in yourselves. You are the ones who saved me when I was in danger, especially Mingren, who made the most progress. Hearing this, Xuanhua Mingren became excited again. I understand, teacher Kakashi. From now on things will become more and more interesting. This is not interesting at all. But just then a voice came from behind Xuanhua Mingren. Hearing this voice, Bofeng Xie looked at the short figure who spoke and frowned slightly. Who are you? Xuanhua Mingren turned his head and looked at the short figure, saying, Yanagwa, where have you been? Just then Dazena looked at the short figure and said, Grandfather, you're back. Seeing Dazena, Yanagwa immediately ran over and said, Yanagwa, you must obediently greet the ninjas who protected your grandfather back. At this moment, Yanagwa's mother appeared in front of him and said to him. After his mother finished speaking, Yanagwa looked at the ninjas, then turned around and looked at his mother, saying, seriously, Mom, they will die. Those who oppose Kaduo will not come to a good end. When these words were spoken, all the ninjas present were stunned. Xuanhua Mingren bristled and said, what did you say? Listen to me, I am the invincible hero who will become Hokage in the future. I don't care about Kaduo or Duo Ka at all. Hearing this, Yanagwa said coldly, talking about heroes. What a fool. Heroes don't exist at all. Shut up. If you say one more word, I won't mind teaching you what manners are. Just after Yanagwa finished speaking, Bofeng Xie directly said. After these words fell, the atmosphere immediately turned cold. Zhuayi Wanxilan also made a gesture as if to beat the little brat. Seeing this, Yanagwa dared not say another word. Teacher Chimu, I think our training to become stronger can begin now. As for certain people's self-imposed despair, we have no reason to pay attention to it. Looking at the now quiet room, Bofeng Xie looked at Chimu Kakashi and spoke. Hearing this, Chimu Kakashi looked at Bofeng Xie. Something is off. She was clearly speaking up for Mingren just now. Oh, is that so? Then come with me. Dazina, is there a forest nearby? Oh, there is a mountain behind. Hearing this, Chimukakaxi led them towards the mountain forest. After arriving at the mountain forest, Xuanhua Mingren was very excited. Becoming stronger. What's that for? A new ninjutsu. When that time comes I will definitely be the first to learn it. Then I'll step on Yuzhibo's Wuju, hold Xiaoing, knock out Zabuza with one punch and then succeed to the position of the 5th Hokage. Today I am going to teach you how to control your own chakra. Just as Xuanhua Mingren was thinking, Chimukakaxi directly said. These words made Xuanhua Mingren pause. Control chakra. Hearing this, Xuanhua Mingren immediately said, Teacher Kakaxi, you must be joking. We have always controlled our chakra well. After Xuanhua Mingren finished speaking, Chimukakaxi looked at him and said, oh really? Then try to do this move of mine. After saying this, Chimukakaxi gathered chakra on his feet and walked up the tree step by step, going higher and higher until he reached the first branch. Seeing this, Xuanhua Mingren immediately shouted, is that all? But how does this make us stronger? This is the secret of this training. Gathering chakra at a specific spot is extremely difficult even for well-trained ninjas. But once you succeed, the effect is very obvious. For example, during battle, gathering chakra in your hands to prevent damage from enemy chakra or weapons. In short, don't underestimate this small training, it is actually very difficult to master. Saying this, Chimukakaxi jumped down directly, then looked at Xuanhua Mingren, Chunai in Yuzhibo's Wuju Buofeng Xie Zui Yuan Silang and Tingyuan Shirmyo, and spoke. After the statement, Buofeng Xie immediately stepped forward, closed her eyes and slowly gathered chakra under her feet. Then she walked towards the tree step by step, and thus step by step she went up the tree. Soon she reached the top. TCH, isn't it simple? Seeing this, Xuanhua Mingren directly said, and then he also gathered chakra and walked towards the tree. Boom! But after just 2 steps he fell down with a large bump on his head. Yuzhibo's Wuju saw this and also walked towards the tree. But Yuzhibo's Wuju also fell after a few steps, but unlike Xuanhua Mingren, he did not land on his head. As for Chunai, she was the best among the 3 at controlling chakra. She directly climbed to the position where Teacher Kakaxi had been. Chimukakaxi looked at this scene and frowned slightly, then looked at Tingyuan Shuemyo and Zui Yi Wansilong. These two. Forget it. Observing this, Hatake Kakashi finally glanced around and said, good. First, Buofeng Xie. I didn't expect you to control chakra so well, worthy of praise. Next, Chunai. She is the best controller after Buofeng Xie. Now let's begin training according to this standard. After Kakashi finished speaking, his body vanished from the spot and everyone there commenced their training. At that moment, Tingyuan Shirmyo watched the scene, attempting to gather chakra, but no matter how hard he tried, no chakra was generated. Witnessing this, Tingyuan Shirmyo's heart sank into deep self-blame. Whether it was the troubles Woya Wanjiro encountered earlier or the difficulties they faced on the road now, he had been utterly useless. He truly was worthless. While others were advancing, he remained stagnant, regressing and becoming a burden. What's wrong, Shirmyo? Your face doesn't look well. Just then Buofeng Xie appeared beside Tingyuan Shirmyo and spoke. Hearing this, Tingyuan Shirmyo wanted to say something but finally shook his head with a smile and said, it's nothing. Seeing Tingyuan Shirmyo like this, Buofeng Xie sat down beside him, her eyes gazing at the sky. Shirmyo, we are teammates. So I hope that no matter what happens you can trust me and Wanjiro. You can tell me anything you want to say. After all, we are not just teammates but companions. Seeing Tingyuan Shirmyo's hesitant expression, Buofeng Xie encouraged him again. To be honest, she could not fathom the heart of a gentle boy like Tingyuan Shirmyo. I understand. I'm a bit tired today, so we'll go first. With a smile to Buofeng Xie, Tingyuan Shirmyo walked away. After Tingyuan Shirmyo's figure disappeared, Buofeng Xie frowned. Strange. According to the normal plot, shouldn't he open his heart at this moment? It seems she would have to invest more effort in him. Xie, there's something I'd like to ask you to teach me, and please don't tell that Sasuke guy. Just as Buofeng Xie was pondering, Xuanhua Mingren suddenly appeared beside her. Looking at him, she smiled and said, go ahead. Well, how did you manage to climb to the top of the tree? Xuanhua Mingren asked, looking at her. Thinking for a moment, Buofeng Xie looked at Xuanhua Mingren. It's simple. Concentrate, distribute chakra on the soles of your feet, close your eyes and imagine walking on flat ground while walking on the tree. It's easy to say but a bit difficult to do. She smiled at Xuanhua Mingren and continued. Thanks. Just watch I'll surpass that Sasuke guy in no time. After saying that, Xuanhua Mingren ran off into the distance. Watching his back, Buofeng Xie smiled faintly and began to organize her system. System, claim the rewards for the side quest. Ding. Side quest B, defeat the Chunin brothers blocking the road, completed. Reward 1 attribute point for the host. Ding. Side quest C, make a performance when Zabuza blocks the road, average performance. Reward 1 attribute point. System add 1 point to strength and 1 point to speed. Ding. Attribute addition successful. Now updating the host's complete information. Host Wolfang CA. Physique B. Strength E. Speed E. Items fake borrowed Nine-Tails chakra card X2. Comprehensive evaluation drank ninja. Seeing this information, Wolfang CA felt a slight increase in her strength and agility. Still, she was very weak. She needed to become stronger quickly. Also, she wondered what rating the system would give for this mission. Thus, after a period of training, Wolfang CA, Chunai Ing and Zoya Wanjiro all headed toward Tazuna's house. Only Xuanhua Mingren and Uchiha Sasuke remained at the training site. But at this moment Sasuke frowned watching Mingren's scratches, which were getting closer to his own. He remembered that Mingren had secretly asked Wolfang CA for tips. Maybe. Thinking this, Uchiha Sasuke looked at Mingren, who was about to charge, and asked, "Hey Naruto." Boom. With that word, Xuanhua Mingren lost his balance and fell. Then he glared at Uchiha Sasuke. "What is it? I'm trying to train seriously now." "Hey Naruto, let me ask you something. What did Seiya tell you about?" As Uchiha Sasuke spoke, Xuanhua Mingren looked at him startled and asked what. Seeing Mingren's confusion, Uchiha Sasuke finally said, "That thing. The training secret you asked about." Looking at Sasuke like this, Xuanhua Mingren laughed and said, "Oh, that. I'm not telling you. I'm not telling you." Uchiha Sasuke. Seeing Sasuke's frustrated expression, Xuanhua Mingren felt an immense satisfaction deep within his. Thus time slowly passed into evening. After dinner, everyone sat together chatting. Suddenly Chunai Ing noticed a gap in the photo on the wall and asked, "Hey, why is there a missing piece? Who is the person torn off?" "That's my husband," a voice said. "He was once known as the hero of this town." Tazuna spoke at that moment. Hearing this, Inari jumped down from his seat and headed outside. Inari's mother immediately chased after him, saying, "Father, please don't mention those words in front of Inari from now on." After Inari's mother ran out, Wolfang CA also stood up and walked outside. She already knew the next part of the story, so there was no need to listen again. Thus she stepped out of the house and strolled slowly along the street. But soon she looked into the distance. Hey, if it isn't Inari. What's the matter? Without your cheap father to protect you, you're nothing. I say that cheap father of yours deserves to die. Like my dad, if he had sided with Gato, had be eating well and drinking well. Hearing this, Inari sat there trembling all over but dared not resist. A cowardly kid who doesn't even have the courage to fight back doesn't deserve anyone's sympathy. Just as Inari was trembling, a voice came from behind him. Turning around, he saw Wolfang CA slowly approaching him. "Hey, oh, quite a pretty girl. Be my girlfriend." Just as Wolfang CA approached, the leading boy about to curse at her immediately drooled and said, "Whoosh. Bang." But after the boy finished speaking, Wolfang CA stepped forward and kicked him. Then with a loud bang, the leading boy was kicked to the ground by Wolfang CA. Witnessing this, the other two boys beside him were "Take him and get lost." Then Wolfang CA said indifferently, and the two boys carried the unconscious boy away. After doing all this, Wolfang CA glanced at Yonagwo and said coldly, "If you remain so cowardly, then what was the purpose of those who tried to instill courage in you? I truly wonder how someone as fortunate as you can utter such nonsense." After Wolfang CA finished, Yonagwo could no longer hold back and said, "What do you know?" "You know nothing." "Yeah. I know nothing, but what do you think of us, especially of the Mingren you target?" Wolfang CA looked at Yonagwo and spoke direct. "Mingrun. Grinning all day, shouting about being a hero, about becoming strong. He's just a lucky guy who's never suffered. Seeing his kind makes me sick." As she spoke, killing intent surged from Wolfang CA. At that moment, Yonagwo trembled under that murderous aura. A lucky person. He was born and his parents died for the village, yet no one knows this, including Mingrun himself. After that, he lived alone in the village, treated with disdain and regarded as a monster. Do you understand that feeling? Do you know? No one needed him, no one acknowledged him, but he never gave up. He wanted to become a hero, to become Huaying, just to gain recognition. So he always faced the world with a smile, always striving only to be accepted by others. "So Yonagwo, if I hear you speak ill of him again, I will kill you." After saying this, Wolfang CA fixed her gaze on Yonagwo, her killing intent infinitely dense. These words were also a reflection of Wolfang CA herself. Deep in her heart, she resented Mu Yi Ninja Village. Except for Mingren, she hated everything else. That cold-blooded village, the warmthless human relationships, everything nearly drove Wolfang CA to collapse. If not for Xuanhua Mingren, she would have left that village long ago. After all, being a ninja wasn't limited to one village. "I really want to kill you. If not for your grandfather, you'd already be dead by my hand." Looking at Yonagwo, Wolfang CA slowly walked away. Now she was in a terrible mood and needed to unwind. Meanwhile on the other side Tingyuan Shirmiao was training hard in the mountains. But no matter how he trained he couldn't condense chakra. Bang. Damn it, why? Seeing this Tingyuan Shirmiao punched the ground. Of course it's because we placed a lock on you. Otherwise how could you control the power of nine-tailed beasts along with Chincho Rishang and Wazibo? Just then a voice sounded from around. Hearing it Tingyuan Shirmiao looked around and said, who? Tingyuan Shirmiao, your existence is to destroy Muyi Ninja Village, have you forgotten? How could it be you? Seeing the ninja who appeared Tingyuan Shirmiao trembled all over and slumped to the ground. What's wrong? Seeing your former teacher, are you trembling with joy? Just then Inoue Huanqing approached Tingyuan Shirmiao and said Dishuan ordered me to unlock part of your power first so you can adapt. Otherwise if we release it all at once you'll be ruined. Oh, of course only you will return from this mission. But rest assured with third Hokage's nature you won't die, though you might be imprisoned under strict guard. But it's fine, I'll arrange for someone to receive you in the prison. Whoosh. Suddenly Inoue Huanqing sensed killing intent behind him. Leaf Whirlwind. Bang. But the next moment a Leaf Whirlwind kick was executed and Inoue Huanqing caught Bluefeng Xie's technique with one hand. Seeing this Tingyuan Shirmiao was stunned and said, Xie, what are you doing here? More importantly, Shirmiao, isn't this the guy who rescued Zabuza last time? Do you know him? Looking at Inoue Huanqing, Bluefeng Xie immediately retreated to a safe distance when I fixed on him and said coldly. Yo, a little mouse appears. Looks like I can deal with you first. After saying this Inoue Huanqing walked toward Bluefeng Xie step by step. Stop. I'll go with you. Let Xie go. Just then Tingyuan Shirmiao spoke. Let her go. Hey, what are you thinking? Whether I let her go or not, you're coming with me. After all, you can't do anything now. Hearing this Inoue Huanqing turned and looked at Tingyuan Shirmiao. What if I do this? Looking at Inoue Huanqing, Tingyuan Shirmiao pressed a shuriken against his own neck. Putting a shuriken to your neck, who are you threatening? Acting. If you really dared to die you wouldn't have lived this long. Seeing this Inoue Huanqing said indifferently. Gee. But just then with a slicing sound the shuriken truly cut his own neck. Blood dripped down little by little. Seeing this even Bluefeng Xie was stunned. She never expected that Tingyuan Shirmiao would actually cut his own carotid artery for her sake. He would really die. Bastard, you'll really die. Fine, wait for me. I'll let her go and take you for treatment now. Looking at Tingyuan Shirmiao, Inoue Huanqing was frantic. If anything happened to this guy, Lord De Shiwan would never forgive him. Thinking this, Inoue Huanqing rushed toward him, but at that moment a figure appeared before Tingyuan Shirmiao and a shuriken flew toward Inoue Huanqing. Gee. Then blood dripped incessantly. Bastard, I won't let you take my companion away. If you want to take her you'll have to step over my body. As these words fell, the pupils of Bo Feng Shiyu displayed the eyes of a demon fox, and then she gazed at Inoue Huanshang. All along Bo Feng Shiyu had been waiting for others to recognize her. This was also the last time when she saw Irika acknowledge Uzumaki Naruto at the back mountain of Konoha. Although she felt extremely happy inside, Irika did not recognize. Even though Irika was good to her, she did not see anything else in his eyes, so that could not be considered recognition. But just now Tingyuan Shirmiao nearly lost his life for her sake. In this moment Bo Feng Shiyu recognized him, and she also understood that he had truly acknowledged her from the depths of his heart. Thinking this way, Bo Feng Shiyu turned her gaze to Inoue Huanshang, her killing intent coalescing. She would not allow Inoue Huanshang to take Tingyuan Shirmiao away. At this moment Inoue Huanshang glared at Bo Feng Shiyu, gritting his teeth. Right now he even had the intention to kill her. However, he could not do so as Tingyuan Shirmiao was threatening him with his life. Bo Feng Shiyu, remember, I will kill you sooner or later, this is what I Inoue Huanshang say. After finishing his words his figure quickly disappeared from the scene. Shiyu, I am sorry. No more nonsense, I'm going to apply medicine to you now, don't speak. If you dare to act like this again I will kill you myself without anyone else needing to do it. Though Bo Feng Shiyu said this, her heart was filled with anxiety. Looking at her, Tingyuan Shirmiao finally accepted this version of Bo Feng Shiyu. Even though the previous Bo Feng Shiyu had always accepted him, how could he not know the difference between surface appearances and inner feelings? After all, the power of Senju was love and peace, and the power of Uchiha was also very sensitive to emotions. Thinking this way, Tingyuan Shirmiao smiled slightly and then fainted. Shirmiao, don't you dare die on me or I won't let you off. With this thought, Bo Feng Shiyu carried Tingyuan Shirmiao towards Dazuna's house. Upon arriving at Dazuna's house, Bo Feng Shiyu immediately looked at Kakashi and said, Kakashi-sensei, Tingyuan Shirmiao was ambushed by Zabuza's partner, so the wound is serious, you step out and I'll take care of him. At this moment Hatake Kakashi examined the wound and then brought him into the room to begin treatment. However, this wound did not seem like one inflicted by an outsider. Looking at the wound, Hatake Kakashi furrowed his brows. He sensed that there was more to this, but if no one wanted to speak he would not ask further. After a long while the door to the room opened and Hatake Kakashi walked out saying he has been treated but he will need a few days to recuperate. I will take care of him for the next few days. If there are any difficulties you can find me. After all, Senju Hashirama entrusted you to me and I won't let anything happen to you. After Hatake Kakashi finished speaking, Bo-Fong Shiyu bowed to him and said, I will, and thank you very much Kakashi-sensei for this time. With this thought, Bo-Fong Shiyu entered Tang Yuan Shi Miao's room. Looking at Tang Yuan Shi Miao lying on the bed asleep, she then looked at the system in front of her. Ding! Main mission 18 reunion mission completed. Due to the perfect completion of the mission, a reward of 6 points is granted. 3 points each for strength and speed. Ding! Points added successfully. Now updating the host's complete information. Host Bo-Fong Shiyu, physical condition B, strength D, speed D, items 2, pseudo-Nine-Tails, chakra cards, comprehensive evaluation, ninja. Ding! Side mission A, block the black hands reaching for Tang Yuan Shi Miao. Looking at the power enhancement from the system, a hint of fierceness appeared in Bo-Fong Shiyu's gaze. In Yu Huan Sheng, the next time we meet I will definitely kill you. Shiyua, how is Tang Yuan Shi Miao? Just then a voice came from outside. Hearing this voice, Bo-Fong Shiyu glanced at the rushing Zeno Wanjiro and then said, you take care of this guy, I'm going out for a bit. Saying this, Bo-Fong Shiyu stood up and slowly walked out. After reaching the forest she sat on the ground, her mind filled with thoughts of Inu Huan Shang. Being able to retreat with Zabuza from Kakashi's hands, this guy's strength is very strong, likely at the same level as Kakashi and the others now. But right now she could at most be considered a ninja, making it impossible for her to compare with them. With Zeno Wanjiro's strength combined with her own, that's not possible. If Zeno Wanjiro's inner beast goes berserk, she would have no energy to suppress it. As for Kakashi and the others, Zabuza and Haku would be enough for them to handle. Wait a minute, Haku. What if I dealt with this guy in advance? Thinking this way, the corners of Bo-Fong Shiyu's mouth began to rise. Thus the night passed in silence. The next morning, deep in the forest, a girl was picking herbs while playfully teasing the birds. But suddenly her gaze shifted to the Uzumaki Naruto lying on the ground resting, and she slowly walked over, contemplating killing him. Yet in the end she hesitated. Hey, don't sleep here, you'll catch a cold. After a moment of hesitation, Haku called out to Uzumaki Naruto. Ha. Who are you? Ah. Did you wake me up? By the way, what is this sister doing here? Picking herbs. Just like that, after Uzumaki Naruto accompanied this sister to pick herbs for a morning, she stood up and walked in a certain direction. As she was leaving, she also told Uzumaki Naruto that she was a boy, which made him exclaim in surprise. After walking for a long distance, Haku looked around and said, come out, haven't you been following me for so long? Aren't you tired? Whoosh. As soon as these words fell, a shuriken flew towards Haku. With a swift movement, Haku dodged the attack while looking into the distance where a red-haired girl appeared. I'm sorry, but due to Tang Yuan Shi Miao's reason I have to ask you to disappear for a while. Don't worry, I won't kill you, but I won't let you go to that bridge to hinder Dazuna and the others. At this moment, Bo-Fong Shiyu appeared and looked at Haku as she spoke. Listening to these words, Haku's expression grew serious. In the midst of battle, changes occur in an instant. If both sides are equally matched, the outcome may ultimately be to kill the opponent. But that is only when both sides are evenly matched. As for by now, his strength was not comparable to these genin. While thinking, a shuriken appeared in his hand and he ran toward Bo-Fong Xie. Seeing this, a shuriken appeared in Bo-Fong Xie's hand. Clang! When the two shurikens clashed, Bo-Fong Xie looked at Bai and took a few symbolic steps back. Swish! Kid, you're clever, but today your big brother will teach you a new lesson. Never act rashly when you don't know your opponent's strength, because it could cost you your life. As these words fell, 3 silver needles flew from Bai's left hand toward 3 acupoints on Bo-Fong Xie's body. Body flicker technique. Swish! Just as Bai released the 3 silver needles, Bo-Fong Xie's figure suddenly vanished from the spot. But Bai had already anticipated this. After all, the first time Bai had suffered greatly because of this technique. Kid, the second rule of a ninja, the same trick rarely works twice on an enemy. And a child's mind is the easiest to read. Thinking this, Bai turned around and clashed his shuriken with the opponent's. Clang! Swish! At the moment of the clash, Bo-Fong Xie vanished again. Vanished again. A second stage. These Konoha kids are really something. But this still won't harm me. As long as I stay alert to my surroundings, I've already figured out her speed and strength. Chur! Just as Bai was thinking, he suddenly sensed a sharp wind behind him. Then with a chur, a shuriken pierced Bai's body. Seeing this, Bai threw a shuriken at Bo-Fong Xie and quickly retreated into the distance. Boom! But at that moment, with a boom, an explosive tag detonated and Bai rolled several times on the ground. The third rule of a ninja: I never underestimated you. That's why I eliminated you before you could use your secret technique. The explosive tag on the shuriken was specially prepared for you, Bai. After speaking, Bofeng Xie's gaze fell on Bai lying on the ground. Now Bai, dragging his heavily injured body, also looked at Bofeng Xie. To be honest, he had always been wary of Bofeng Xie's techniques. He thought that even if that body flicker had a second stage with his speed and strength, he could dodge it. But this girl had increased her strength and speed so much in such a short time. My first retreat was just to let you know that I hadn't changed at all, that my strength and speed were still within your control. This was also in preparation for the second stage of the body flicker, because I knew you would be wary of me using this technique twice. If I used the body flicker twice with the speed I had shown before, you could still handle it. But if my speed and strength suddenly increased, you wouldn't be able to cope. So during the first clash and the clash after the body flicker, I deliberately controlled my strength and speed to let you get used to them. Then when I suddenly accelerated and increased my power, you were unprepared. So this time I win. Bofeng Xie said to Bai. Impressive. In the short time since I rescued Zabuza, your strength and speed have actually improved a level. Tisk, even I didn't expect that. Bai, you underestimated her. At that moment, Inoue Huanshan walked out from the forest and said indifferently to Bofeng Xie. You again. Bofeng Xie clenched her fists as she looked at Inoue Huanshan. Surprised. He stepped toward her. But at that moment, Bofeng Xie tried to block with a shuriken. Clang. However, with a clang, a figure appeared there. Hey, I thought you looked down on the kids from our village. But within 2 days you've attacked them repeatedly. Have you no shame? As Chimu Kakaxi's words fell, Inoue Huanshan looked at him and quickly retreated. Then he grabbed Bai and said, Chimu Kakaxi, let's see how long you can protect them. Swish. After these words, Inoue Huanshan left with Bai. Bofeng Xie's gaze gradually turned cold. Failed again. Well done, Bofeng Xie. But sorry, I haven't fully recovered yet. Chimu Kakaxi said to her. Hearing this, Bofeng Xie nodded and walked away. But after a few steps, she turned to Chimu Kakaxi and said, if Bai, Inoue Huanshan and Taudi Zaibuzan reappear, leave Inoue Huanshan to our team. He's very strong. Even at my peak, I might not be able to defeat him. Chimu Kakaxi said to Bofeng Xie. I know, but this time we must find life and death. After all, this opponent far exceeds our strength. After speaking, Bofeng Xie left. Chimu Kakaxi stood there watching her leave. This girl really didn't trust him. But then again, from birth until now she had never been treated kindly. Like Naruto, perhaps that's why she cared so much about Naruto's situation. While Chimu Kakaxi was thinking, Bofeng Xie arrived at Tingyuan Shimio's room. Seeing the board Zuono Wanjiro, she asked Wanjiro, what is the maximum power you can use now? Maximum power. Not very strong, but if there's an enemy I can display the strength of a jōnin, though it comes at a cost. Let's train. He'll train with you these days. Bofeng Xie glanced at the still sleeping Tingyuan Shimio, then said to Zuono Wanjiro, let's go outside now. Oh. Zuono Wanjiro followed Bofeng Xie outside. Meanwhile, Tingyuan Shimio, lying in bed, opened his eyes. He knew that all of this was because of him, and he had to resolve it himself. Inside Zabuza's room, Haku lay on the bed gazing at Zabuza and saying, Zabuza-sama, I am sorry. It's nothing. I just never expected that among those brats someone could actually harm you. It seems I truly underestimated them. After Momochi Zabuza finished speaking, Inoue Huanshan also chuckled and said, Haku, Zabuza, the two of you should rest and recuperate for now. The final battle is almost upon us. When the time comes, I will intervene and eliminate Bofeng Xie, Fujiwara Shimiao, and Sano Manjiro. Hearing this, Zabuza nodded and replied, that works. Leave the rest to us. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sano Manjiro sat in an open space absorbing natural energy. However, he soon discovered that his absorption rate was excruciatingly slow. Witnessing this, Bofeng Xie fell into contemplation. In the original story, the sage mode was always attained swiftly, but those individuals were different from Sano Manjiro. Those people had not coexisted with a sage, and aside from Orochimaru's experiment, all of them were already renowned figures. See, yeah, I'm sorry. Sorry for what? Right now I am the one who needs your help. There is no need to rush. We only have to do one thing: accumulate as much natural energy as possible. We'll deal with everything else when the time comes. After Bofeng Xie said this, she began her own training. Thus the days passed slowly. Within a few days, Fujiwara Shimio's wounds began to heal. Uzumaki, Naruto, and Uchiha Sasuke also trained frantically during these days. Both of them managed to climb to the treetops, but that night Naruto collapsed unconscious. Seeing this, Bofeng Xie knew that the decisive battle was about to commence. Finally, on the second day after Naruto's collapse, early in the morning, Hatake Kakashi looked at Bofeng Xie and said, you take over the shift at noon. I'll take Sasuke and Sakura there first. If Naruto wakes up, tell him to hurry over. After Kakashi finished speaking, Bofeng Xie, Fujiwara Shimio, and Sano Manjiro stayed at home to rest and recuperate. Soon noon arrived. Naruto woke up and the four of them set off together toward the bridge. However, halfway there Naruto noticed the cut branches and the wild boar and grew uneasy. You go back and check. We'll head on ahead, Bofeng Xie said to Naruto. These words made Naruto nod and he turned back toward Tazuna's house. Meanwhile, Bofeng Xie and the others continued forward. Soon a fog descended. Amid the mist, Bofeng Xie frowned but remained silent. Hey, you finally come. A voice rang out. Hearing it, Bofeng Xie turned to face Inoue Huanqing and said coldly, using an illusion to lure us here. What's the matter? Afraid I'll show up at the bridge and disrupt your plans. Plans? No, you've got it wrong. My goal from start to finish has only ever been one person, Fujiwara Shirmiao. Whoosh. With that, Inoue Huanqing vanished in an instant. Bofeng Xie, Sano Manjiro and Fujiwara Shirmiao formed a defensive triangle, scanning their surroundings. But Bofeng Xie was thinking, who will he attack first? Whoosh. 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 At that moment 3 shuriken flew toward them. Seeing this, Bofeng Xie hurled 2 shuriken of her own. Clang. 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 With 3 metallic sounds the shuriken fell to the ground. Then Bofeng Xie took a single step forward, appearing before Fujiwara Shirmiao, and kicked out. Boom. With a resounding boom, the dark figure that had appeared in front of Fujiwara Shirmiao was sent flying. I knew that to prevent Fujiwara Shirmiao from threatening you would try to capture him alive first. Since I know your intention, how could I let you succeed so easily? Bofeng Xie said. After her words, Fujiwara Shirmiao gazed at the figure before him and felt deep inside that this person appeared remarkably imposing. Damn brat, Bofeng Xie, today I'm taking your life. Hearing her words, Inoue Huanqing slowly rose to his feet and stared at her. Whoosh. Seeing this, Bofeng Xie struck first using the body flicker technique. Watching her, Inoue Huanqing scanned the area, then suddenly drew a shuriken from his robe and threw it behind him. Clang. With a sharp clang, Bofeng Xie and Inoue Huanqing collided. As Bofeng Xie attempted to use the second body flicker, Inoue Huanqing kicked her in the stomach, sending her flying into the distance. Brat, I'm not like Haku. Your speed and strength are far too weak. As for your hair technique, I've already figured it out, it's through your eyes. I don't know the principle, but after you die I'll dissect your corpse and study it thoroughly. Inoue Huanqing walked toward Bofeng Xie step by step. Stop. If you take one more step toward Bofeng Xie, I'll kill myself. A voice came from behind him. Hearing this, Inoue Huanqing turned around and looked at Fujiwara Shirmiao. What a nuisance. Whoosh, boom, clang. With a resounding crash, a shuriken fell to the ground. Fujiwara Shirmiao lay on the ground clutching his stomach. Seeing this, Inoue Huanqing formed hand seals. Ninja art binding technique. After completing the technique, he turned his head toward Bofeng Xie in the distance and approached her slowly. Now tell me, how should I torture you? Torture me? I think you should consider what you're going to do now. As Bofeng Xie spoke, a chilling aura surged from behind Inoue Huanqing. Whoosh. In that instant, Sano Manjiro appeared before Inoue Huanqing and threw a punch. Inoue Huanqing countered with a punch of his own, but his body was sent flying by the force. How is this possible? Sano Manjiro said nothing, but his teeth were clenched. Sage Art Golden Wheel of Destruction. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As soon as Sano Manjiro spoke, 3 golden wheels shot out. Though they were not as dazzling as the ones used by the previous sage, they still had a certain form and flair. Watching the 3 golden broken wheels hurtling towards Inoue Huanqing, he stood up, drew a shuriken and lunged toward one of them. Clang. Sizz. Accompanied by a clash and 2 sizzling sounds, 2 gashes appeared on Inoue Huanqing's body. Watching this scene, Bofeng Xie turned to look at Sano Manjiro beside her, whose eyes were gradually turning hazy. Wanjiro. Xie, what's wrong? After Bofeng Xie spoke, Sano Manjiro looked at her and asked. Don't use that power, everything, I am still here. I'll go help Fujiwara Shirmiao break free, you hold him off and then we'll escape together. Looking at Sano Manjiro, Bofeng Xie said a word, then headed toward Fujiwara Shirmiao. When she reached Fujiwara Shirmiao, Bofeng Xie tried to undo his restraints, but after trying for a long time she could not free him. Xie, leave quickly. He won't kill me. Just as Bofeng Xie failed to free him, Fujiwara Shirmiao looked at her and said. Boom. At that moment a figure was blasted to the side of Fujiwara Shirmiao and Bofeng Xie. Seeing the figure, Bofeng Xie's eyes widened slightly, then she looked toward the distant Inoue Huanqing. Hey, I admit the attack just now was impressive, but it seems this kid can't fully control that power. Hearing this, Sano Manjiro got up, his eyes fixed on Inoue Huanqing with more and more black energy gathering in his pupils. Wanjiro, I told you still have me, so don't be so impulsive. At that moment Bofeng Xie looked at Sano Manjiro and said. After speaking, he stood up and walked step by step into the distance. Xie, go, don't linger here. He will really kill you. Just then Fujiwara Shirmiao looked at Bofeng Xie and said, "Today the three of us leave together, I said so." Bofeng Xie said as she looked at the distant Inyu Huancheng. He was strong, a fact that even Chimu Kakashi acknowledged. Borrowing the false Nine-Tails power, there was no way to defeat him. System, help me contact the Nine-Tails. Ding. Sure. Tick. After the system spoke, Bofeng Xie arrived in a completely dark place. In front of her stood a massive iron door and a pair of blood-red eyes stared at her. Brat. Looking at Bofeng Xie, the Nine-Tails immediately roared at her, one claw trying to break through the seal to kill her. However, facing this, Bofeng Xie was not flustered at all, for she knew the Nine-Tails could not harm her. Thinking this, she looked at the Nine-Tails and said, "Jalama, I need your power." "What? Locking me in this dark place and still needing my power? What are you thinking?" Jalama roared at Bofeng Xie. "If I say that if you give me your power, I'll come chat with you every day from now on, what do you think? Who wants to chat with a brat like you? But since you'll die and he'll die too, I'll lend it to you this time." The nine-tailed demon fox directly said to Bofeng Xie. At the same time, in the real world, Bofeng Xie opened her eyes and red chakra surged around her. Watching the chakra, Bofeng Xie walked step by step toward the distant Inyu Huancheng. Swish. But each step caused the gravel around her feet to begin flowing. In the distance, Inyu Huancheng watched this and gritted his teeth, saying, "How troublesome." After speaking, he drew his shuriken and lunged toward Bofeng Xie. Then came a clang as they clashed together, then separated. Swish. But at that moment, Bofeng Xie's body swiftly advanced, circling around Inyu Huancheng, seeking an opening to attack. Good chance. At that moment, Bofeng Xie lunged straight at Inyu Huancheng, thrusting a shuriken toward his abdomen. Thud. Just then, Bofeng Xie's hand was caught by Inyu Huancheng, who then punched her in the face. Boo. With a loud crash, Bofeng Xie was sent flying. "You're clever, I have to admit that. Compared to ordinary ninja brats, you're strong. But in the eyes of a jōnin of my level, you're just average. An intentionally exposed flaw can make you think it's an opportunity. Ordinarily, a ninja like you I could keep for slow study. But now you've angered me, so you must die." After saying this, Inyu Huancheng drew his shuriken and walked step by step toward Bofeng Xie. "Stop, Inyu Huancheng. If you kill her, I'll kill myself. Even if you can bind me once, can you keep guarding me every time you release the restraints?" Looking at Inyu Huancheng, Fujiwara Shirmiao said immediately. "How troublesome. He'll just control you with genjutsu then. After all, you're just a disposable item." Inyu Huancheng said indifferently to Fujiwara Shirmiao. Seeing Inyu Huancheng like this, Fujiwara Shirmiao was stunned. Disposable item. So in their eyes I had always been a disposable item. But in the eyes of Wanjiro and Bofeng Xie, I am their comrade, right? Fujiwara Shirmiao will use that guy's power later to break your restraints. But you must take Bofeng Xie and run far away, got it? Just as Fujiwara Shirmiao was thinking, Sano Wanjiro's voice came from beside him. Hearing this, Fujiwara Shirmiao was taken aback. "Wanjiro, what are you doing?" "I'm going to use that power, but after that I won't be able to control myself. So I entrust Bofeng Xie to you from now on," Sano Wanjiro said directly to Fujiwara Shirmiao. "No, don't do this. None of you need to do this for me. Take Bofeng Xie and run, just you and her." "Idiot, can't you see? Bofeng Xie doesn't want to give up on you, just like how she chased me up the stairs step by step back then. Bofeng Xie sees us as companions," Sano Wanjiro said directly to Fujiwara Shirmiao. Those words made Fujiwara Shirmiao's eyes widen. Companion. Companion. Sizz. At that moment, a fierce wind arose and a powerful force surged out from Fujiwara Shirmiao as the center. Then a pair of red and white eyes appeared in the gale. Fujiwara Shirmiao stood up at that moment and looked at the distant Inyu Huancheng, saying, "Stop. If you kill my companions, I will kill you." As Tingyuan Shirmiao was speaking, Inyu Huancheng in the distance looked at him and laughed, saying, "So you've managed to undo some of the seals on your own. But what of it? With just you cannot defeat me." Swoosh. Boo. But just then a figure appeared behind Inyu Huancheng and threw a punch at him. However, facing this punch, Inyu Huancheng directly blocked it with his left hand. But the moment the opponent's fist came into contact with his left hand, his body flew backward and crashed heavily into the ground. "Wanjiro, you. It's alright, I'll control that guy's dosage. For now we should join forces and defeat Inyu Huancheng first." Looking at the concerned expressions of Bofeng Xie and Tingyuan Shirmiao, Zoya Wanjiro spoke with a smile. "Alright, no point saying anything now. The prerequisite is to take this guy down first." Just then Bofeng Xie also stood up. He. He. Very good. The combination of you three is truly impressive. But do you think my power is limited to this? After Bofeng Xie finished speaking, a figure slowly crawled out from the pit. However, his appearance this time stunned Bofeng Xie and the others. crimson red skin, sharp claws, and countless lines covering his face. Seeing this scene, even Bofeng Xie was taken aback. Curse mark transformation. Swoosh. Just as Bofeng Xie was thinking, Inoue Wancheng's body rapidly vanished from the spot. His speed was more than twice as fast as before, and likely his strength as well. If we keep fighting like this, the longer it goes, the more disadvantageous it becomes for us. Manji formation. Seeing this, Bofeng Xie immediately shouted. Then Bofeng Xie, Zoya 10 and Ting Yuan Shirmio formed the Manji formation again. But as they looked around, they were deeply conflicted about which direction this guy would attack from. However, this wasn't over yet. That technique, she had only used it a few times so far. Wait, cover me. I'm going to use my strongest power to defeat him. Thinking this, Bofeng Xie whispered to Ting Yuan Shirmio and Zoya 10. Got it. Got it. He, you three little brats, what are you plotting? At that moment a voice rang out, and then a sharp claw lunged towards Zoya 10. Boom. Then with a booming sound, Zoya 10's body retreated half a step, his shoulder completely pierced by the claw. But seeing this, the darkness in Zoya 10's eyes deepened and he threw a punch. Boom. This counterpunch had little effect. Inoue Wancheng merely tilted his head and dodged the punch. Strong. If it were an ordinary person, they'd have already capsized in the gutter. But I'm different, I'm an elite jōnin. Boom. After these words, Zoya 10 was kicked flying. But just then Inoue Wancheng saw Ting Yuan Shirmio already in front of him, throwing a punch at him. Even if you break the seal, what of it? You haven't learned any ninjutsu, you're just a pushover. Boom. Seeing this, Inoue Wancheng threw a punch, and thus Ting Yuan Shirmio was sent flying. But then Inoue Wancheng's gaze froze, because in his field of vision Bofeng Xie had disappeared. Where is Bofeng Xie? Explosive fist. Just as Inoue Wancheng was thinking, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Then a blazing flame crashed into him. Boom. This flame could burn heaven and earth. This was also Bofeng Xie's current strongest ultimate technique. If this move can't take him down, then he'll be in real danger. Did we get him? Just then Ting Yuan Shirmio looked at the deep pit and spoke. Swoosh. Damn it. At that moment a figure dashed out of the flames. He looked at Bofeng Xie and threw a punch at her. Seeing this, Bofeng Xie had no choice. Her strongest moves were all used up, and both the Nine-Tails chakra and her own were completely exhausted. Sage Art Golden Breaking Wheel. Boom. But just then 3 golden wheels pierced through Inoue Wancheng's body. And Inoue Wancheng stood there, his body slowly falling. Seeing this, Bofeng Xie's gaze turned to Zoya 10 in the distance. His eyes had already begun to grow dim. 10. Boom. As Bofeng Xie called out, Zoya 10's body collapsed. 10. Seeing this, Bofeng Xie shouted again. But 10 had reached his limit. Seeing this, Bofeng Xie looked at Ting Yuan Shirmio and said, take 10 back to rest first. What about you? Ting Yuan Shirmio looked at Bofeng Xie and asked. The bridge. Before she could finish, Bofeng Xie's body also collapsed. This time she had also reached her limit. And so in a daze, Bofeng Xie passed several days. A few days later, Bofeng Xie opened her eyes. Awake, Zayuan. Just as Bofeng Xie opened her eyes, Xuanhua Mingrun looked at her and said with a smile, What's the situation now? Tauri Zabuza and Inoue Wancheng and Bai are all dead. Among them, Tauri Zabuza killed Kato with a shuriken to avenge Bai. Bai was killed by Kakaxa Sensius Jianya while trying to save Tauri Zabuza. As for Inoue Wancheng, you guys were really amazing, Zayuan, you killed him. Hearing this, Bofeng Xie asked again, and what about that guy Zoya 10? That guy. He's full of energy just like usual. Hearing this, Bofeng Xie finally let out a sigh of relief. Alright, now that Zayuan is awake, it's time for us to start heading back to the Hidden Leaf Village. After all, Dezina's bridge is finished and it's been named the Mingren Bridge. Hearing this, Bofeng Xie smiled. With that, the matters here were over. Hey 10, that meat is mine. TCH 10 is so annoying, won't even give me a piece of meat. What? 10, you're the annoying one. Xiaoying, help me beat him up. No. Just as Bofeng Xie was thinking, suddenly a cheerful sound came from outside. After completing the mission of Engineer Dezina, Bofeng Xie and the others soon returned to the My Ninja village. Upon returning to the village, Qianshou Xin came to greet them and told them that everything was ready from now on. Next came the recuperation of the first squad. Having defeated Inoue Wancheng, the first squad was to go to the My Ninja hospital for a checkup. The ninja hospital, after conducting a full examination on them, formulated a recuperation plan that would last half a month. During this period they were unable to take on missions. And so time passed until evening, when Bofeng Xie returned to his cold, empty home. Gazing at the arrangement of all the items in the house, Bluffang Xie slumped weakly into a seat, his mind constantly replaying the events concerning Inuit Wanqing. If this guy was a mission sent by the heavens, then it was far too difficult. But in other words, it was because he was too weak that such a situation occurred. Ding! Main mission: complete the mission of Boziguo. Difficulty rating A. Special rewards: 3 evolution points, a ranked ninjutsu shuriken shadow clone technique. Accompanied by the appearance of this reward, the hand seals for the shuriken rain technique immediately appeared in Bluffang Xie's mind. Looking at this reward, Bluffang Xie smiled. At the same time, he looked at his evolution points and said, add 1 point to both strength and speed. Ding! Attribute points added successfully. Now updating the host's complete information. Host: Bluffang Xie. Physique A. Strength C. Speed C. Items: pseudo Nine-Tails chakra card 2. Comprehensive evaluation C9. Ding! The Chunin exam is about to begin. From now on, please prepare to pass Instructor Irika's test and take the Chunin exam. Passing will grant rewards. Just then the system suddenly reminded him. Looking at this system reminder, Bluffang Xie nodded. So next was the Chunin exam. And so days passed one by one. Tap tap tap. Just as Bluffang Xie was growing restless at home, suddenly there came a knock on the door. Opening the door, Bluffang Xie saw Tingyuan Shirmyo and Zoya Wanjiro standing outside. Zoya Wanjiro stood there eating snacks and then looked at Bluffang Xie and said, good afternoon. I've been so bored at home lately, so I called Tingyuan Shirmyo and you to go out for a stroll. I think everyone must be quite bored. Hearing this, Tingyuan Shirmyo beside him also nodded. However, when he saw Tingyuan Shirmyo, Bluffang Xie was stunned. His messy long hair was gone, replaced by a neat short hairstyle along with clean clothes and handsome features. This person was completely different from before. Hee Xie, are you also shocked by Shimio's transformation? To be honest, so am I. This guy just a little tidying up and he looks so handsome. Zoya Wanjiro said, looking at Bluffang Xie. Alright, enough of that. Let's go out for a walk first. Looking at the two of them, Bluffang Xie directly said. Then the 3 of them left the house and strolled around the village. Since they were very familiar with it, they soon covered most of the village. But just as they entered a small alley, Zoya Wanjiro suddenly looked into the distance and said, look, that's Mingren. It seems like he's having some conflict with someone. Hearing this, Bluffang Xie's gaze also turned. In the distance, a figure dressed entirely in black was holding Yuanfei Maiwan and looking at Xuanhua Mingren and the others, saying, are you the genin of Mai? Before that annoying guy arrives, let me play with you first. Hearing this, Xuanhua Mingren angrily charged forward. But just then Xuanhua Mingren suddenly tripped and fell. Watching this, the all-black-clad figure said indifferently, really weak, these my genin. After these words fell, Xuanhua Mingren immediately shouted, you bastard, let my wand go or I won't let you off, idiot. You disgust me. I hate dwarves the most, so we'll kill him first, then kill you. After the all-black-clad figure finished speaking, he raised his hand intending to punch Maiwan. Duh. But just then a pebble struck his wrist. The instant pain made him drop Maiwan and his eyes turned toward the direction from which the pebble came. On the tree, Yuzhibo Zuozhu sat there playing with a pebble in his hand and said, you bastard, what are you doing in someone else's village? After Yuzhibo Zuozhu appeared, the situation on the scene changed instantly. Watching this, the all-black-clad figure looked at Yuzhibo Zuozhu and said, you bastard, get down here. Shut up, Kanjialang. Just as Kanjialang was speaking, a voice came from the other side of the tree. Hearing this voice, Yuzhibo Zuozhu's pupils slightly widened and he looked behind him. There a figure with panda-like eyes stood silently, his gaze fixed on Kanjialang. Listen to me, Woluo, they started it. Looking at Woluo, Kanjialang said frantically. Shut up or he'll kill you. Just then Woluo's eyes burst with killing intent. Seeing this, Kanjialang's expression grew even more panicked and he said, I understand. It's my fault. I'm sorry, truly sorry. Hearing this, Woluo looked at Yuzhibo Zuozhu and said, I'm sorry. Ding. System releases a mission, help the little brother get revenge and make Woluo take an interest in you. The greater the interest, the richer the rewards granted by this system. Just as Woluo and Yuzhibo Zuozhu were talking, Bluffang Xie smiled. It seemed the show was about to begin. Ninja Art Body Flicker Technique. Shoo. Boom. After Woluo finished speaking, Bluffang Xie used the body flicker technique to appear in front of Kanjialang and then punched, smashing Kanjialang's face into the ground. Watching this, Woluo's gaze turned to Kanjialang. Kanjialang, you bastard, you. At this moment, Shaju, who was beside Kanjialang, immediately took out her large fan. At the same time, a stream of sand came from behind Bluffang Xie. Sister Xie, be careful. Seeing this, Xuanhua Mingren immediately shouted. Body flicker second stage. Shoo. But in an instant, Bluffang Xie's figure disappeared from the flat ground. Then she sat on the wall, looked at Woluo with a cold smile and said, an apology is more sincere like this, don't you think? Woluo. With these words Gaara's eyes burst with boundless murderous intent. Damn brat, Kankuro muttered, scrambling to his feet and fixing his gaze on Bo Fengshiyu. Had she instantly appeared beside him just now? Was that a ninja technique? What kind of jutsu could move with such blinding speed? Kankuro, be careful. This one is trouble. She easily dodged both my attack and Gaara's temari warned, turning to Kankuro. Hearing this, Kankuro clenched his fists. No, looks like they're about to fight, huh? Just then Sano Manjiro appeared beside Bo Fengshiyu, his expression innocently cute, but those in the know were well aware of his typical deviousness. If you're going to fight, just say the word. I've been working hard on my ninjutsu these days too, Fujiwara Ishimitsu chimed in. At the sight of these three newcomers, Gaara transformed into sand and reappeared before Kankuro and the others, his eyes locked on Bo Fengshiyu. I want you. Witnessing this, Bo Fengshiyu smiled. Perfect timing, she wanted to test the power of the jutsu the system had granted. With that thought she hurled a shuriken. Shuriken. Does she think so little of us? Kankuro sneered. But in the next instant Bo Fengshiyu formed hand seals, ox dog rat rat ox boar snake tiger. Ninja art shuriken shadow clone technique. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Under the technique a rain of shuriken descended upon Gaara and his team. Boom. 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 In a flash a wall of sand engulfed Gaara and the others, halting the shuriken shadow clone technique mid-flight. Gaara's emotionless gaze fell on Bo Fengshiyu. Is this your power? If this is all you've got, then you can die. That was just a test of your strength. My power is far greater than that, Bo Fengshiyu retorted, undaunted. Enough, a ninja appeared. Maka sensei. Kankuro and Temari exclaimed at once. Don't forget, we're here for the exam, not to cause trouble. We'll settle this later. For now let's head to the lodgings arranged for us by Konoha. Maki spoke firmly to Gaara, then shot a glance at Bo Fengshiyu. This girl was peculiar, but since she dared provoke Gaara she wouldn't live long. With that thought Maki led Gaara and the others away. But before leaving, Gaara turned to Bo Fengshiyu. What's your name? Bo Fengshiyu. Bo Feng. Maki repeated the name, eyeing her once more. In Konohagakure the surname Namikaze belonged to the fourth Hokage. What was her connection to him? Could she be his direct descendant? Bo Fengshiyu, hehe. You'll die by my hand. Remember my name, Gaara. With that he turned and followed Maki. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully provoking a fight. Mission reward 2 evolution points, Brank Ninjutsu Water Release Water Dragon Blast Technique. After the system notification the intricate hand seals for the technique flooded Bo Fengshiyu's mind. She blinked at the length of the sequence. This. She'd been tricked. Zayuani, that move you just did was amazing. Can you teach me? Just then Naruto Uzumaki appeared at the base of the wall looking up at Bo Fengshiyu. Me too. Narutonius' big sister is awesome. I want to be your little brother, Zayuani. Sure. Bo Fengshiyu smiled at Konohamaru Sarutobi and Naruto hopping down from the wall. If you want to learn, I'll teach you now. It's easy, just throw a shuriken and form these seals, ox dog rat rat ox boar snake tiger. Ninja art shuriken shadow clone technique. As she demonstrated, Naruto scratched his head. Zayuani, I didn't get that. Alright, I'll take it slow for you two today. Meanwhile from a distant tree Sasuke Uchiha watched Bo Fengshiyu with narrowed eyes. Bo Fengshiyu's power was growing increasingly inexplicable. It defied all logic. And that shuriken shadow clone technique, now it's mine. As this thought crossed his mind, Sasuke's Sharingan deactivated. Perfect. I can test its power when I get home. Elsewhere the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Kakashi Hatake, Asuma Sarutobi, Kurenai Yuhi and Senju Shin. Well. Among the genin you've been instructing, are there any worth recommending for the Chunin exams? Senju Shin spoke first. Team 1 led by Senju Shin, Bo Fengshiyu as Sano Manjiro, Fujiwara Ishimitsu. I Senju Shin recommend them for the Chunin exams. Kakashi Hatake followed. Team 7 led by Kakashi Hatake, Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno. These 3 in the name of Kakashi I recommend for the Chunin exams. Next Kurenai Yuhi spoke. Team 8 led by Kurenai Yuhi, Hinata Hyuga, Kiba, Inazuka, Shino, Aburame. These 3 in the name of Kurenai I recommend for the Chunin exams. Finally Asuma Sarutobi addressed the third Hokage. Team 10 led by Asuma Sarutobi, Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru, Narachoji, Akimichi. These 3 in the name of Asuma Sarutobi I recommend for the Chunin exams. What's this? All the rookies are taking the Chunin exams. That's way too ambitious. These 4 are out of their minds. Murmurs erupted from the crowd. Iruka Umino stepped forward. Please wait a moment. He looked at the 4 sensei, then at the third Hokage. Lord Hokage, forgive my impertinence, but those 12 students were all my charges at the Ninja Academy. They are indeed talented, but it's too early for them to participate in the chōnin exams. Listening to Irika's words, Senju Shin glanced at him and said, you said they are very outstanding, and besides. Not that I mean to say this, but after graduating from the Ninja Academy they have undergone a series of trials. They are now far from what they used to be. If you still judge them by their former standards, it would be unfair to them. Hearing this, Irika was about to retort, but at that moment Hatake Kakashi took over Senju Shin's words. Indeed, and Irika, I understand your concern for your students. However, as Shin said, you haven't seen their growth since they graduated from the academy. So please trust our judgment. Kakashi, I also think you made this decision too hastily. You should know that even I only dared to sign them up after a year of training. Just then Guy stepped forward and said to Hatake Kakashi. It's different. How is it different? Enough. Seeing the increasingly tense situation, the third Hokage directly intervened to stop them. After stopping them, he looked at everyone present and said, I think each of the 14 leaders has their own decision, so we should respect their choices. However, Irika's concerns are not without merit. In that case, let Irika conduct a test for these 12 students. If he deems any of them unqualified, we can cancel their participation then. Hearing this, everyone present nodded. Indeed, this was a good idea. And so the meeting ended after the final registration. Slowly the sun began to set. Namikaze Shizuki looked at the situation and glanced at Sarutobi Konohamaru and Uzumaki Naruto and said, alright, it's getting late. You two should go back and rest. Okay, goodbye Sister Shizuki. Goodbye sister. With that, after bidding farewell to Uzumaki Naruto and the others, Namikaze Shizuki watched their retreating figures, nodded, then turned to the falling leaves nearby and said, come out, Teacher Shin. How sharp you found me so quickly. Just after Namikaze Shizuki spoke, a figure appeared behind her. Looking at the figure, Namikaze Shizuki turned around and asked, what is it? You must have heard about the chōnin exams. This time I want you to participate. If you wish to join, go to the address on this form. Looking at the application form handed to her, Namikaze Shizuki nodded, took it and said, thank you, Teacher Shin. Good. Since you know the situation, I won't stay any longer. With that, Senju Shin vanished from the spot. After Senju Shin left, Namikaze Shizuki looked at the application form in her hands and slowly walked into her room. System: add 1 point to strength and 1 to speed. Ding. Point allocation successful. Updating all host information. Ding. Point allocation successful. Updating all host information. Host: Namikaze Shizuki. Constitution A. Strength C. Speed C. Items: fake Nine-Tails chakra card X2. Comprehensive evaluation C. Ninja. Looking at the system's refreshed page, Namikaze Shizuki sat down. Now for her points were very important. Moreover, this chōnin exam was different from previous ones. A major battle was about to take place, so she had to improve her strength as quickly as possible. And the next task was to pass Teacher Irika's test. If she could do so perfectly, she should be able to earn more points again. Thinking like this, Namikaze Shizuki began to close her eyes. In her consciousness space, she opened her eyes and looked at the enormous blood-red pupils. Little girl, you kept your promise. I'll do what I said. Tell me, what do you want to hear this time? Continue from where you left off last time. Lubu becoming Dongju's adopted son. If I listen well, next time you need chakra, I'll give you a full dose generously. Hearing this, Namikaze Shizuki smiled inwardly, thinking that the Nine-Tails was really easy to talk to. And so Namikaze Shizuki passed another day. Tap tap tap. At dusk the next day, a knock suddenly sounded. Hearing the knock, Namikaze Shizuki opened the door. Outside stood Fujiwara Ishimitsu. He looked at Namikaze Shizuki and said, can you take a walk with me? After Namikaze Shizuki responded Fujiwara Ishimitsu, and she walked outside. As they walked, Fujiwara Ishimitsu suddenly turned to Namikaze Shizuki and said, well, whoosh. Just as Fujiwara Ishimitsu was speaking, a shuriken flew in front of him. Seeing this, Fujiwara Ishimitsu froze and said, what are you doing? Shizuki. Teacher Irika, didn't anyone tell you? Fujiwara Ishimitsu has already overcome his stutter. Perhaps because he doesn't talk much, you weren't aware of it. After Namikaze Shizuki finished, Irika looked at her and said, then how do you know it's me? Looking at Namikaze Shizuki, Irika reverted to his own form. It's easy to guess. For something like the chōnin exam, which is usually taken by newly graduated genin, you would definitely oppose it. You oppose it because you only see their strength in the academy. And at this time no one else would bother playing such childish games with us, so only you would come to test us. The above is just my guess, but in the end woman's intuition told me it was you. Ding. Since when did this system become woman's intuition? After Namikaze Shizuki finished, Irika looked at her and said, not bad. You have indeed passed. But your teammates. Teacher Irika, we are no longer the brats in the academy. My teammates are not as weak as you think. After Namikaze Shizuki said this, Irika smiled and said, I hope so. After saying this, Irika's figure disappeared. Seeing this, Namikaze Shizuki's system mission began to remind her. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing this assessment. Reward 2 evolution points. Ding! Main quest released, complete the chōnin exam up to the 3rd stage. Ding! Side quest A released, complete the 1st stage of the ninja exam. Ding! Side quest B released, complete the 2nd stage of the ninja exam. Ding! Side quest C released, save Uzumaki, Naruto, and the others who escaped from Orochimaru. In the dead of night, Irika appeared on a rooftop. Before him, Hatake Kakashi looked at Irika and said, how is it? Very good. All 12 passed my test. Irika smiled at Kakashi. Irika, you will only see their true changes when the real chōnin exam begins. Hearing this, Irika did not argue this time but simply nodded. Meanwhile, on the other side, Namikaze Shizuki looked at the system before him and said, system, add 1 point to strength and speed. Ding! Successful addition. Now updating all host information. Host Namikaze Shizuki. Physique A. Strength C. Speed C. Items fake, borrowed Nine-Tails chakra card 2. Overall rating B, jōnin. Looking at this data, Shizuki smiled but soon frowned. Indeed, the strength represented by this data was formidable. Compared to ordinary brats, no even some experienced jōnin, he could easily kill them instantly. However, there were a few exceptions among them, such as Gaara and Neji. He could not gauge their strength, and Uchiha Sasuke's progress was also rapid. Indeed, compared to those cheaters, he still had to work hard. Ding! Are you ashamed to call others cheaters? I'm not arguing with you. After telling the story to the Nine-Tails, he'll start preparing for the chōnin exam. Upon hearing the system's words, Shizuki's face slightly flushed. He then found an excuse and went to the consciousness space. The night passed without words. Early the next morning, Namikaze Shizuki, Sano Wanjiro, and Fujiwara Shirshue met. After meeting, they headed to the first exam venue. However, on the way, a dramatic scene occurred. In the distance, 2 ninjas were blocking a ninja in green clothes. Soon the green-clad ninja was knocked to the ground. Shizuki watched the scene with interest. Just then, Uchiha Sasuke and his team arrived. Seeing this, Uchiha Sasuke stepped forward and said, move aside, we need to go up. Also, please dispel this genjutsu. Hearing this, the surrounding ninjas looked at him and said, genjutsu. Sakura, explain why I said that. As the top student in our class, you must have known this was a genjutsu barrier. While the surrounding ninjas were puzzled, Sasuke spoke to Haruno Sakura beside him. Since this morning he had noticed that Sakura's spirit was not in good shape. That wouldn't do, he had to lift her spirits. Sasuke, thank you. Yes, I already noticed, because this is not the 3rd floor but the 2nd. Hearing this, the sign that said 302 instantly changed to 202. Seeing this, the surrounding ninjas immediately realized they had been tricked. At that moment, the 2 blocking ninjas looked at Sasuke and said, even so, it won't be that easy for you to pass. With that, one of the ninjas kicked at Sasuke. At the same time, Sasuke intended to kick back. But just then, the green-clad guy rushed between them and caught both attacks with his hands. This scene shocked the surrounding ninjas again. Wasn't this guy just being beaten? How did he become so strong all of a sudden? Rock Lee, what's wrong? Didn't you say we should conserve our strength? Just then, Lee's teammate Tenten walked up and said to him. At this moment, Rock Lee looked at Sakura, walked up and said, well, but... Hello, lovely lady, may I ask you out? Hearing this, Sakura said bluntly, no, your eyebrows are too thick. Upon hearing this, Lee immediately went to the wall and started sulking. Meanwhile, Hyuga Neji looked at Sasuke and said, you're a rookie this year, aren't you? What's your name? Shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking someone else's name? Sasuke said coldly, looking at Neji. Hearing this, Neji gritted his teeth and said, you're a rookie this year, how old are you? Sorry, I have no obligation to tell you. Thus an invisible friction sparked between the two. Uchiha Sasuke Uzumaki Naruto, let's go. Just then Sakura looked at her 2 teammates and said. After Sakura finished, Sasuke and Naruto headed in one direction. Let's go too. Watching this, Shizuki also headed in a direction. Since the entrance doors to the exam hall were different, everyone had their own assembly point. There the team leader would guide them into the exam. Meanwhile, Neji looked toward Sasuke's direction and muttered, Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha, the clan that was wiped out. How interesting. Let's go, Tenten Lee. After saying that, Neji walked ahead, followed by Tenten. But after a few steps, Tenten noticed that Lee hadn't followed, so she turned around and asked Lee, what are you waiting for? Hurry up. You go ahead, I have something to confirm. At that, Lee said and then vanished from the spot. Shizuki naturally knew what Lee was going to do. But it was fine, this was also a chance for growth. For Naruto, any opportunity to grow must be seized. Thus Shizuki and his team arrived at a room. Their Senju Shin looked at them and said, "Good morning, you three." "Good morning, Teacher Shin." "Good morning, Teacher Shin." "Good morning, Teacher Shin," they said in unison, looking at Senju Shin. Hearing this, Senju Shin nodded and said, "Behind that door is the Chunin exam venue. Do you have the confidence to open that door?" "Of course we have confidence. Not to mention Gen and even Jōnin might not be able to beat us." Sano Wanjiro said directly to Senju Shin. "I think we can definitely do it." After Sano, Fujiwara Shirshue also spoke. But this time Shirshue was slightly different from before, he had much more confidence. "Teacher Shin, you gave us the application forms because you believed in us, right?" Finally Shizuki said directly. After Bufeng Siya finished speaking, Senju Xian looked at the three ninjas in front of him and nodded, saying, "Haha, indeed. Please come in, and I wish you three a smooth journey." After Senju Xian finished, Bufeng Siya and the other two bowed to him and said, "Thank you for your blessing, Teacher Xian. Please look forward to our good news." After saying that, Bufeng Siya led the others toward that direction. Dak. Soon Bufeng Siya and his team opened the door. Inside the door, Bufeng Siya looked at the dense crowd of examinees and smiled. The Chunin exam, indeed, it was a prominent stage. Because after the Chunin exam, the level of combat in Naruto would be further elevated. At that time there would be incredibly powerful beings and the appearance of the strongest organization in Naruto Akatsuki. But those were matters for later. The most important thing now was to see how to pass the first stage. Yo, isn't this the dirty, messy, and bad group? How did the dirty one change? At that moment a girl walked over and said as she looked at them, but when she glanced at Fujiwara Shirmio her eyes flickered. Currently Fujiwara Shimio's appearance was not inferior to Uchiha Sasuke's and even slightly superior. But what does a change in appearance matter? For a ninja the most important thing is jutsu. However, after a moment of surprise, Yamanaka Ino continued speaking. "I really want to tear her mouth apart." Listening to Ino's frenzied words, Sano Manjiro said indifferently, "What did you say?" "Dead last troublemaker." After Sano Manjiro finished, Yamanaka Ino immediately shouted at him. "Ino, that's enough, let's let him off this time." Although Narashikamaru said that out loud in his heart, he muttered, "What a pain, girls are always comparing." "Shut up, Yamanaka Ino. If you keep causing trouble, it'll cripple you." At that moment Bofeng Siye also glanced at Ino and spoke. "How fierce." Looking at Bofeng Siye, Narashikamaru muttered inwardly, but that was just his personality, there was nothing he could do about it. "Yahoo! Found you. Now all we need is Naruto and his group." Just as the argument was getting heated, Inuzuka Kiba suddenly walked over and said, looking at them, "They're here." After Kiba spoke, Akimichi Choji suddenly said. At the same time everyone looked at the three little ones who had just entered through the door. Sasuke. Seeing this, Yamanaka Ino ran over and hugged Uchiha Sasuke. Seeing this, Narashikamaru finally let out a sigh of relief. Phew. Luckily Sasuke showed up and diverted Ino's attention. "Hey, let go of him." But just as this side ended, the other side began. At that moment Haruno Sakura saw Yamanaka Ino hugging Uchiha Sasuke and immediately shouted. At this time Bofeng Siye and the others also walked over. Thus all 12 newly graduated ninjas from Konoha Ninja Academy assembled. Oof. I see. All 12 rookies this year have come to participate in the Chunin exam. But how far can you go, Uchiha Sasuke? Seeing this, Inuzuka Kiba directly looked at Uchiha Sasuke and provoked. After all, in the academy Sasuke was the top student ranking among the best. No, he was the undisputed number 1. But even so, Kiba didn't think he was weaker than him now. He had undergone rigorous training and his current strength was already beyond what it used to be. Moreover, it wasn't just him alone improving, it was one man and one dog, double the power. TCH Sasuke. Don't keep talking about Sasuke. Right now, aside from Seiya, none of you can even beat me. Seeing everyone chanting Sasuke's name, Uzumaki Naruto immediately said discontentedly. Seiya dead last. Hey Naruto, you're being sarcastic, aren't you? But after hearing Naruto's words, Inuzuka Kiba immediately said to him. Sorry Naruto, Kiba didn't mean that. At that moment a very soft voice came from beside Kiba. Woof. Hearing that, Akamaru barked. Akamaru looks delicious. Hearing the dog bark, Akimichi Choji immediately looked at Akamaru and then walked toward it, but halfway there a figure blocked his path. At this moment Choji looked at the strange man wearing dark glasses and wrapped in clothes and asked, "What are you doing?" But the other person didn't answer, instead his eyes looked at the ground. Following his gaze, a bug was crawling on the floor. After the bug crawled past, the strange man said, "Don't step on it." Ha! I said don't step on it. Do you want to eat it? Hearing the same words again, Choji said. Eat bugs. What is this fat guy talking about? Sure meow see yeah, this fat guy's words are really funny. Just after Choji said that Sano Manjiro spoke. Hearing this, Choji's gaze turned cold and he looked at Manjiro saying, "What did you say?" Seeing the atmosphere growing increasingly tense, Fujiwara Sure Meow quickly stepped in to mediate, saying, "Sorry Manjiro didn't mean that. He was saying plump and beautiful." "Hey you guys," I said, "calm down a bit." Just as the argument was intensifying, a discordant voice came from not far away. Then a bespectacled guy walked over from there. Seeing this figure, Bofang CF frowned. Yukushi Kabuto, this guy's strength was at the jōnin level. However, it was better for him to pretend he knew nothing. "You 12 are the rookies this year, just graduated from the Ninja Academy, looking all cheerful and making a racket here. Honestly, this isn't a spring out." Hearing this, Yamanaka Ino immediately retorted, "Who are you? Acting all high and mighty. My name is Yukushi Kabuto. Never mind that, first look around you." After Kabuto spoke, the 12 graduates of the Ninja Academy simultaneously looked around. They saw many pairs of eyes staring at them, some impatient, some annoyed. Everyone was watching them. Seeing this, Kabuto spoke again, "Those people from the rain village behind you are very impatient. Be careful they don't cause trouble for you before the exam." After Yukushi Kabuto finished speaking, a hint of displeasure flickered across the faces of Uzumaki, Naruto and the others. Observing this, Kabuto closed his eyes and said, "It can't be helped, they're newcomers at their first attempt. It reminds me of my own past. I was just like them back then. How nostalgic." Hearing this, Haruno Sakura immediately turned to Kabuto and began, "You're called Kabuto, right? So is this your second time taking the Chunin exam?" After Kabuto responded, Sakura quickly followed up with another question. "No, it's my 7th. Ha!" When Kabuto said it was his 7th time, Shikamaru, seeing that Kabuto was only a few years older than himself, was taken aback. Meanwhile, the others also looked at Kabuto with confusion. At that moment, Kabuto, noticing their perplexed expressions, explained, "This exam is held twice a year, so I'm in my 4th year of participating." After hearing Kabuto's explanation, Sakura quickly said, "Then that means you know a lot about this exam." After Kabuto spoke, Uzumaki Naruto directly exclaimed, "That's amazing. But you still haven't passed, have you?" Just then Nara Shikamaru made a rather untimely remark that struck a sore spot. Hearing this, Kabuto awkwardly scratched his hair and said, "That's true, but is the Chunin exam really that difficult? What a hassle. It's getting more and more troublesome." Nara Shikamaru looked at Kabuto and spoke again. After Shikamaru finished, Kabuto quickly changed the subject, saying, "Well then, let me provide some information for my adorable juniors." With that, Kabuto pulled out a stack of cards from his pocket. "These are ninja information cards." "What are ninja information cards?" Sakura asked, looking at the cards. "Simply put, they are cards that store information using chakra. I've spent 4 years gathering this intel." After speaking, Kabuto placed the cards on the ground, then took one out and infused it with his chakra. Information began to appear on the card. Seeing the information, Sakura said, "Amazing. This shows the total number of examinees, the participating countries, and the number of participants from each ninja village. It highlights the strength of each village and serves as a contest among the great nations." After Kabuto finished, Nara Shikamaru looked at him and said, "What a hassle. Is your data complete?" Just then Uchiha Sasuke spoke up. "This time the data may not be complete, but it's fairly comprehensive. Tell me what information you want and I'll find it for you." Gaara of the Sand and Rock Lee of the Leaf. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke directly stated. When those names were mentioned, Kabuto began searching and soon 2 cards appeared in his hands. With a flick, the information on Rock Lee emerged on the card. Rock Lee is 1 year older than you. Mission experience 20, drank 11 crank. His team leader is Mike Guy. Over the past year his taijutsu has improved greatly, but his other skills are lacking. Also, this is his first time taking the Chunin exam. With that, he turned the other card. Then information about Gaara of the Sand appeared. However, since he was from another village, much of it was blank. Still, the card noted that he had participated in blank missions and returned unscathed each time. Seeing this, Kabuto looked at the 12 of them again and said, "Actually, aside from these, many excellent ninjas from other countries have also come here. One of them is from the Otogakure, a newly established small village, so there isn't much information on them. But the data on other villages is quite complete." After Kabuto finished, the 12 newcomers each had their own expressions. At the same time, they realized one thing: this Chunin exam was truly filled with hidden talents. As it turned out, they might all fail this time. Kabuto observed their expressions, a slight smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Suddenly his gaze fell on Namikaze Shizuki. What was with him? Why was he staring at him with that expression? Why was he always looking at him? And that expression. Hey, listen up. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, and I'm not going to lose to any of you. Just as Kabuto was lost in thought, a sudden shout rang out and everyone present froze. Especially Sakura. She had thought Naruto was trembling from nervousness, but it turned out he was trembling with excitement. At that moment Naruto let out a breath and said, "I feel much better now." But aside from him, everyone else was staring at them. Swish. 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 Just then footsteps approached them rapidly. Then two shuriken flew toward Kabuto. Seeing the shuriken, Kabuto dodged them, but at that moment a ninja from Otogekure threw a punch at him. However, he managed to evade that punch as well. Watching this, Uchiha Sasuke smirked and said, "Dodged it." Crack. The very next instant after Sasuke spoke, Kabuto's glasses suddenly shattered. Seeing this, Kabuto's lips curled into a faint smile. "I see." Boom. But before he could finish, Kabuto's body trembled and he collapsed face-first onto the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The three Otogekure ninja who had appeared looked at the scene and sneered, "Heh. Looks like this guy is really weak." "Don't say that. He's a veteran who's been at it for 4 years. But with skills like this, maybe he'll still be taking the Chunin exam when we become Chunin. Haha, he's so weak. Hey you Kabuto or whatever, make sure to record the 3 of us in your card so you'll at least know who killed you." Hearing these words, Kabuto blared at the 3 ninja. "Boo. Shut up, you bastards." But just then, with a loud crash, a voice rang out. Immediately a group of ninja appeared on the scene. The man leading them, wearing a black coat and a black headband with a scarred face, spoke, "Sorry to keep you waiting. I am the proctor for the first stage of the Chunin exam, Marino Ibiki." After Ibiki finished speaking, the entire venue fell silent. Then Ibiki pointed at the distant sound ninja and said, "You from the sound village, don't cause trouble before the exam or else I will disqualify you." When Ibiki finished, the 3 sound ninja turned their heads and said, "We apologize. It's our first time taking the exam, so we might be a bit excited." After the 3 sound ninja spoke, Ibiki addressed all the ninja present and said, "Now I will explain the rules of this exam. This is a written test, so no fighting or conflicts are allowed. Anyone who violates this rule will be disqualified." Upon hearing this, the surrounding ninja remained silent. Then after briefly explaining the remaining matters, Ibiki began assigning seats. After seating, Ibiki went on to explain a long list of rules. However, Bofun Siye did not listen to any of them. Because in this exam, regardless of whether one submitted a blank paper or anything else, they could still pass. She had also told her 2 teammates that as long as they didn't cheat too conspicuously in this written test, anything else was fine, even submitting a blank paper was acceptable. With that, after the exam papers were handed out, Bofun Siye looked at her own paper, took out a pen and surprisingly began to draw on it. Finally, as time ticked by, most of the examinees began using their abilities to cheat, such as the Sharingan Byakugan puppetry, the body transformation technique, and so on. However, some ninja were caught cheating and were immediately disqualified. Thus 45 minutes passed and finally the end of the exam was approaching. At this moment, Ibiki looked at the ninja below and tapped the table, saying, "Time is up. Now for the 10th question. But before answering this question, there is a condition. You must choose whether you can accept it." After these words, the surrounding ninja all looked at Ibiki thinking, what exactly does this guy want to do? "The condition is this: if you cannot answer this question, your entire team will be eliminated and your team will never be able to become Chunin. In other words, if you fail this exam, all future Chunin exams for you will be cancelled and you will all remain at the Genin level. Of course, if you cannot accept this rule, then give up on this exam. The next exam is in half a year, so you can take it then." After these words, the ninja present immediately erupted into an uproar. Many of them were completely shaken by this statement. "I withdraw." Soon a team raised their hands and said, "I withdraw too. What a stupid rule. I'm not taking this exam." Indeed, under this new rule, more and more genin began to raise their hands, indicating they would not continue the exam. In their view, rather than risking their entire future on this one exam, it was better to work hard and try again next time. At that moment, the atmosphere in the room was incredibly oppressive. Many were deciding whether to withdraw. However, just as time seemed to freeze, a hand slowly rose. Seeing this, many around were stunned. But Bofeng Siye smiled slightly. "Passed. Slap. Don't underestimate me. I will never give up. I accept the exam. Even if I have to be a genin for life, I will become Hokage and show you. It's nothing. I'm not afraid of you." After these words, all the examinees' eyes became resolute. At that moment, Bofeng Siye smiled slightly. This guy had completely ignored his teammates, but this kind of Naruto was the most handsome. "I'll ask again. This is a life-changing decision. If you regret it, now is the time." Looking at the resolute genin seated, Ibiki applied pressure once more. "I never go back on my word. That is my ninja way." Hearing Uzumaki Naruto's words, the restless hearts in the room completely calmed down. Countless eyes looked firmly at Ibiki. At this moment, Ibiki understood that brat had swept away the unease among the people present. From now on, probably no one would leave. Thinking this, Ibiki addressed everyone. Your resolve is good. Then I declare that all of you have passed. After these words, Haruno Sakura immediately stood up and said, what do you mean passed? Haven't we not even gotten the 10th question yet? Hearing this, Ibiki smiled slightly and said there is no 10th question at all. If you want to say the choice of whether to give up just now was the 10th question, a binary choice. And those who chose to stay are the correct answer. But then the previous 9 questions would be completely meaningless, wouldn't they? At that moment another voice spoke up. Hearing this voice, Ibiki immediately said, what do you mean meaningless? Those 9 questions have already served our purpose, which is the ability to gather intelligence. To be honest, this year's exam questions are not something you brats can answer. So I specifically arranged 2 people among you who knew the correct answers and then tested your reconnaissance abilities. Those who lacked ability were eliminated. That is the true meaning of the first 9 questions. After Ibiki finished, he slowly removed his headband. Then the scars on Ibiki's head were revealed. Seeing these scars, the surrounding ninja were stunned. Because if those with insufficient ability are left behind, the final outcome will be this. Due to lack of ability, they are captured by the enemy, tortured, and even subjected to genjutsu to extract the information in your mind. When Ibiki finished, no one spoke anymore. Crack. Clang. But just then the window was suddenly smashed and a banner appeared in front of Ibiki. This is no time to be happy. I am the proctor of the second exam, Mitarashi Enko. Come and take the next exam. Follow me. After these words, everyone present was petrified. Wolfeng Xie looked at this scene and smiled. This personality is so cute. No one is paying attention to you. In this awkward moment, Ibiki walked out from behind the banner and looked at Mitarashi Enko. At this moment, everyone in the audience turned to look at the sudden appearance of this individual. Chunaying internally mocked, thinking that this guy's personality is quite similar to Naruto's. Oh. There are 84 people left, 28 groups remaining. This first exam has become significantly simpler. Looking at the number of people, Mitarashi Enko directed an unhappy gaze towards Ibiki. There's nothing I can do. There are many talented individuals this time. I have already done my best to eliminate some, but there are still so many remaining. Hearing this, Ibiki chuckled and replied, well, there's nothing to be done. In the second round I will eliminate more than half of the participants. Thinking about it, this Chunin exam is indeed quite exciting. Saying this, Mitarashi Enko turned her attention to the participants and stated, arrive at the exam site before noon tomorrow and ask your team leaders for the location of the exam. After Mitarashi Enko finished speaking, the participants dispersed. After everyone had left, Ibiki began to collect the exam papers one by one, but when he looked at Naruto Uzumaki's paper, he was momentarily stunned. This guy submitted a blank paper. However, he was rather amusing. With that thought, he continued to collect from the back. But when he reached the paper of Kaze no Kishi, Ibiki's expression slightly darkened. A painting of 100 birds facing the phoenix. This guy, in a situation where he should be focused, actually had the time to draw. Unbearable. Damn, I should have checked the papers first. This guy really managed to slip through the cracks. He is even more infuriating than Naruto Uzumaki. After Ibiki finished speaking, he moved to the back again, but he saw another paper with a drawing, and this person was in the same group as the previous one. Damn, is this Chunin exam a joke? Time passed little by little. Soon the next day arrived. After the first class gathered, Kaze no Kishi, Fujihara Ishimatsu and Sano Mantaro followed Senju Shin to a location where they met with other participants of the Chunin exam. However, upon gathering, they looked around and saw that there were warning signs everywhere, and it appeared quite eerie and frightening. Hello everyone, this is the exam site for the second test, training ground 44, also known as the Forest of Death. Now everyone should rest, we will gather again at noon. As these words fell, the expressions of those present varied. Watching this scene, Kaze no Kishi found a tree to hide behind and sleep to avoid being found by those little brats. Sure enough, soon a group of little brats appeared surrounding Naruto Uzumaki as they looked for Kishini. However, in the end, since they couldn't find her, they could only interview Naruto Uzumaki. After the interview was completed, noon arrived quickly. Everyone gathered soon. After everyone had assembled, Mitarashi Enko looked at the participants and said, this place is called the Forest of Death, you will soon experience it firsthand. Immediately after the statement, Naruto Uzumaki began to make funny gestures, saying, this place is called the Forest of Death, you will soon experience it firsthand. Oof, I won't be scared by these words. After he finished saying this, everyone was amused by Naruto Uzumaki. At this moment, Mitarashi Enko watched the scene and immediately threw a shuriken. With a whoosh, the shuriken grazed past Naruto Uzumaki's face. Soon a trickle of blood flowed from beside Naruto's face. At this moment, Mitarashi Enko appeared behind Naruto Uzumaki and said, children like you usually die the earliest. After this statement, Naruto Uzumaki was completely stunned. He now showed signs of being slightly scared. Moreover, the bright red blood you spat out is my favorite. Saying this, Mitarashi Enko prepared to wipe Naruto Uzumaki's wound, but soon a kunai appeared in her hand and she moved to the side. Next to her appeared a tongue which held the kunai. Your kunai, the person who had appeared beside Mitahashi Anko, spoke. Thank you. You're welcome. After this exchange, the long-tongued person walked away into the distance. Watching this scene, Mitahashi Anko smiled and said, this batch of candidates has gathered many spirited young individuals. After saying this, she walked forward, took out a stack of documents and said, this is a death consent form. Please sign it, as many of you may die during the upcoming process. After Mitahashi Anko finished speaking, she distributed the forms. Then Mitahashi Anko looked at the participants and took out a map, saying, this is the internal exam site for this test. The tower in the middle is your destination. You must reach there within 5 days, during which you will be attacked by the beasts here. At the same time, there will be a scroll snatching battle. The scrolls are divided into 2 parts, heaven and earth. Among you, 14 groups possess the heavenly scrolls, while another 14 groups have the earthly scrolls. What you need to do is collect both types of scrolls and reach the tower. After these words were spoken, the ninjas present looked at each other. Then the death consent forms were collected one by one. Afterward, everyone began to take the heaven and earth scrolls. Once they had secured the scrolls, their gazes turned to their surroundings while simultaneously hiding their own scrolls. After all, in the upcoming exam, everything around them would be an enemy. Alright, now you all head to your respective entrances. The exam is about to begin. As everyone received their scrolls, Mitahashi Anko looked at those present and smiled, saying, after this, each responsible teacher will lead you to your entrance. Meanwhile, Kaze no Kishi's group followed a ninja to an entrance. Kishi, I'm so excited. After arriving here, Sano Mantaro exclaimed. Even so, who should keep this scroll? Looking at Kaze no Kishi, Fujihara Ishimatsu took out the heavenly scroll they had received. Just put it with me. By the way, this time I want to make a big scene. Looking at the slowly opening door, Kaze no Kishi was filled with excitement. After all, everything here was just beginning. Moreover, here I could truly create a ruckus. Orochimaru Gaara, you all better wait for me. I will show you how powerful I truly am. Swish. 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 As the 3 figures stood, Bofeng Siya looked at Tingyuan Shirmyo and Zoya Wanjiro and said, let's go. This time we might be facing a great challenge, but I am fully confident. Bofeng Siya said while touching her belly. Then she walked step by step toward a direction in the forest. Behind her, Tingyuan Shirmyo and Zoya Wanjiro both looked at Bofeng Siya, nodded and followed. Yo, there are 3 little brats here. Just as Bofeng Siya was about to set off to find Xuanhua Mingrun and the others, suddenly 3 figures appeared. Bofeng Siya glared at the 3 figures, her eyes sharpening. Then her gaze fixed on the area behind one of them. Ninja art body flicker technique. Swish. Boo. Thus Bofeng Siya appeared behind that figure and punched him into the ground. Then she turned her gaze to the other 2 ninjas and said, will you 2 surrender and hand over the scroll, or will you be beaten into submission? Little brat, don't be so arrogant. Swish. Boo. But as the genin finished speaking, Zoya Wanjiro appeared behind him and kicked his temple. That kick sent the genin plummeting downward. Wait, I surrender. At that moment, the last genin, seeing this, initially wanted to surrender, but then he looked at Tingyuan Shirmyo in the distance and quickly rushed toward him. He attempted to take Tingyuan Shirmyo hostage to force Bofeng Siya and Zoya Wanjiro to yield. Yet faced with this, neither Bofeng Siya nor Zoya Wanjiro made a move. Kid, be a good hostage for me. As he spoke, the genin lunged, but in the next moment Tingyuan Shirmyo's eyes began to change. The Xiaolunian and Baiyan appeared simultaneously. I'm sorry, but I can't let you capture me that easily. Saying this, Tingyuan Shirmyo sidestepped the attack and punched the genin in the stomach. Boom. With a resounding boom, the genin took a blow to the stomach and collapsed. Search for the scroll. Bofeng Siya spoke as she watched. After she finished, Zoya Wanjiro and Tingyuan Shirmyo began searching the genin they had defeated. Soon a scroll appeared in Zoya Wanjiro's hand. Found it, it's the corresponding earth scroll. Now we can head to the tower center. As Zoya Wanjiro spoke, Bofeng Siya suddenly felt a pang of unease. Moreover, in the distance, a power akin to her own origin was slowly rampaging. Mingren-Yuan. Seeing this, a hint of murderous intent flashed in Bofeng Siya's eyes and she swiftly dashed in that direction. Siya, where are you going? Wait for us. Tingyuan Shirmyo called out, watching Bofeng Siya's retreating figure. Wait for us. At that moment, Zoya Wanjiro also headed in Bofeng Siya's direction. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xuanhua Mingrun was repeatedly punching the giant snake while trees around them shattered and flew. The snake's tongue lashed out at Xuanhua Mingrun. Xuanhua Mingrun was sent flying by the attack. However, he quickly adjusted his trajectory, planted a foot on a tree and rushed toward the ninja atop the giant snake. Seeing this, the genin unleashed a fire release technique. Facing the flames, Xuanhua Mingrun could not withstand them and was slammed into a large tree. Meanwhile, Yuzebo's Wuju, watching from a distance, murmured in disbelief, is that Mingrun? Things are getting interesting. Next, it's your turns, Wuju. Just then the genin standing on the snake turned to Yuzhibo Zuozhu and drove the snake toward him. Yuzhibo Zuozhu stared at the snake's attack completely frozen. But at that moment, accompanied by a sound, a figure appeared before the giant snake. Yuzhibo Zuozhu saw Xuanhua Mingren, who had embedded a kunai into the snake's head, and looked at him. "Hey, you're not hurt, are you, coward?" Seeing this, Yuzhibo Zuozhu immediately recalled the time when he had said the exact same words to Xuanhua Mingren during a previous mission. He never expected the roles to be reversed so quickly. "You coward, you're definitely not the Zuozhu I know." Xuanhua Mingren spoke as Yuzhibo Zuozhu remained silent. Just then a tongue shot out and coiled around Xuanhua Mingren. His eyes widened in shock, but he could no longer struggle. Swish. Boom. Long-tongued monster released Xuanhua Mingren. At that moment a figure appeared and thrust a shuriken into the tongue. Sizzle. Ah. As the shuriken pierced Deshuan's tongue, he cried out in pain and flung Xuanhua Mingren away. Seeing this, Bofeng Siye stepped forward, caught Xuanhua Mingren, and landed on a tree branch. "You annoying brat." Deshuan's gaze locked onto Bofeng Siye. Bofeng Siye, standing and looking at Xuanhua Mingren, then rose to her feet. Her eyes fixed on Yuan as her mind raced. She had already used the second stage body flicker technique today, and her opponent was Yuan, not comparable to the previous sound ninja jōnin. Thinking this, Bofeng Siye glanced at Xuanhua Mingren beside her and said, "Mingren, watch closely. Today I'll teach you how to get along with the companion inside you." Saying this, Bofeng Siye closed her eyes. Soon in her consciousness space, the Nine-Tails looked at her and said, Quick, tell me the outcome of the battle of the three heroes against Lubu." "Kurama, I'm in a bit of trouble. A very powerful being is blocking me, so I want to borrow some of your power, at least to the level of 4 tails. If you agree, I can tell you other stories besides the romance of the 3 kingdoms." "Haha, that's nothing. It's just chakra." Kurama laughed, looking at Bofeng Siye. "I have plenty of it." "Thank you," Bofeng Siye said with a smile, looking at Jalama. After speaking to Bofeng Siye, in reality opened her eyes, and then a series of scorching, almost tangible chakras surged out. After this chakra surged out, Bofeng Siye's body was enveloped in yellow chakra and 4 tails appeared behind her. Watching this, Yuan frowned. "This guy, white-tailed beast chakra. Both this person and the one with yellow hair possess the 9 tails chakra. Why is that?" Swoosh. But just as Yuan was thinking, Bofeng Siye's body quickly vanished from its spot, then she appeared above Yuan and threw a punch toward him. Swoosh. Pop. Facing this punch, Yuan's body quickly retreated, but the giant snake summoned by the summoning technique was punched back to the summoning world. "How is that possible?" muttered Yuan watching this scene. "This power is not a berserk state, it's self-controlled. Could this little girl actually control the 9 tails chakra? Impossible. If the 9 tails chakra could be controlled so easily, the 9 tails would not be worthy of being called the strongest tailed beast. The 9 tails is the most resentful of humans among all tailed beasts. But if this person is the descendant of that one, perhaps it really is possible." Just as Yuan was thinking, Bofeng Siye's body appeared before him again. The 4 tails condensed from 9 tails chakra shot toward Yuan's body in unison. Boom. Soon Yuan's body was slammed into a tree trunk. However, Bofeng Siye did not let her guard down. She glanced around. Because only a substitute remained on the tree trunk, Yuan's real body had long vanished from there. Ha. Ha ha ha. Little girl, you are strong. You have indeed perfectly inherited everything from your father. The 4th Hokage has a wonderful daughter. This person really is the daughter of the 4th Hokage, that hero. At the same time, Xuanhua Mingren also looked at Bofeng Siye and said, "Sister, are you really the 4th Hokage's daughter?" Chunaying also looked at Bofeng Siye and said, "The 4th Hokage's daughter. The 4th Hokage is Bofeng Shuaman Siye. This person really is the daughter of the 4th Hokage, that hero." At the same time, Xuanhua Mingren also looked at Bofeng Siye and said, "Sister, are you really the 4th Hokage's daughter?" Hearing these words, Bofeng Siye's eyes showed no emotion. And not admitting it. "The strength you have displayed is not something someone of your age should possess. Without a master's guidance and without sufficient talent, how could you possibly control the power of the 9 tails? The dropout of the Ninja Academy. That 3rd Hokage really went to great lengths to protect you. However, the 9 tails inside you, if you rely too much on it, will it reappear and wreak havoc on my..." Watching this, Yuan's voice sounded again. And this scene also made the surrounding ninjas pause. The 9 tails. No way. The 4th Hokage actually sealed that monster inside his own daughter. But Bofeng Siye, if you keep recklessly using that power, what if the 9 tails comes out and harms the village? Just then Chunaying also looked at Bofeng Siye and spoke. "Shut up." Hearing this, Xuanhua Mingren suddenly shouted at Chunai, and this shout made Chunaying fall silent, for she also felt that she had gone too far. Bofeng Siye had appeared for their sake after all. Meanwhile, Xuanhua Mingren fell into deep thought. Yes, like himself, his sister also had a monster called the 9 tails sealed inside her. At the same time as the daughter of a hero, his sister could have been the center of attention and grown up with glory. But because of the Nine-Tails' powerful and evil power, his sister, like himself, was despised by the villagers. Even though she was the fourth Hokage's daughter, everyone still feared the power inside her. Sister, what will you do next? Thinking this, Xuanhua Mingren's gaze turned to Bofeng Xie. At the same time he felt a power inside his body trying to break out, but it was firmly suppressed by something. Did you hear that? Bofeng Xie, even though you are the descendant of a hero, ordinary people still fear the power within you. What is there in my ninja village to make you stay? So abandon my, come to my side and I can help you destroy my. Hearing this, Bofeng Xie's face dark and expressionless. The people around her also dared not breathe, fearing that Bofeng Xie might do something extreme. Yes, this kind of village holds nothing for me to miss. I wish I could destroy this village. Suddenly these words came from Bofeng Xie's mouth. Then Bofeng Xie saw the surrounding ninjas all turn pale. Xuanhua Mingren clenched his fists, but he did not know what to say. If not for teacher Yaluka, his own thoughts would probably be the same as Bofeng Xie's. Moreover, as the daughter of the fourth Hokage, her pain must be greater than mine. To have evil power infused by her own father and to be despised by the very people her father saved, how could he possibly understand Bofeng Xie's pain? At this moment Bofeng Xie's gaze swept over the surrounding ninjas, finally settling on Xuanhua Mingren, and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. But now I cannot do that because I have a treasure I cherish here. Swoosh. 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 After these words fell, Bofeng Xie's 4 chakra tails madly shot toward one direction. Boom. Then as a large tree collapsed, a pale face appeared in everyone's sight. Seeing this, Bofeng Xie's body quickly vanished and she threw a punch at the figure. Swoosh. But facing this, Deshuan's body leaped up. It's not over yet, she said as she began to rapidly form hand seals. Looking at the hand seals, Yuzebo Zuoju and the others were stunned. These were the seals that Zabuza and Kakashi had used back then. Boar, monkey, rabbit, rat, boar, bird, boar, horse, bird, rat, tiger, dog, tiger, snake, boar, goat, rat, water, monkey, bird, dragon, bird, boar, horse, goat, tiger, snake, rat, monkey, rabbit, boar, dog, goat, rat, boar, monkey, bird, water, rat, boar, bird. Water style, water dragon, bullet technique. Boom. After completing the hand seals, a water dragon burst out from the ground. It looked at Yuan and lunged at him, biting. At the same time a shuriken appeared in Bofeng Xie's hand. She threw it at the dragon's head while rapidly forming hand seals. Boar, dog, dragon, rat, dog, boar, snake, tiger. Ninja art shuriken shadow clone technique. After the shuriken shadow clone technique was performed, countless shadow shurikens charged into the head of the water dragon bullet. Then a figure appeared there and that figure fell toward the ground. With a loud crash the figure lay on the ground. Did we win? Seeing this, Yuzebo Zuoju spoke. At that moment a figure flew out from Deshuan's mouth and rapidly approached Yuzebo Zuoju. I knew this would happen. Seeing this, Bofeng Xie threw another shuriken and then formed hand seals ox, dog, dragon, rat, ox, dog, boar, tiger. Ninja art shuriken shadow clone technique. Thus the shadow shurikens pinned Deshuan's body to the tree again. However, just as Deshuan's front foot was pinned, another figure emerged from his mouth. This figure glanced at Tingyu and Shirmiao, smiled slightly, then swiftly moved to Yuzebo Zuozu's side and bit his neck. Then Yuan quickly withdrew and a figure appeared on the tree trunk, glaring sinisterly at Bofeng Xie. Bofeng Xie gritted her teeth at this scene. She had guarded against it, yet the enemy still succeeded. Bofeng Xie, I acknowledge your talent. Truly the daughter of the fourth Hokage, no, you have surpassed your predecessor. The fourth Hokage would be pleased to. After speaking, Yuan glanced at Bofeng Xie and added, but you underestimate me. I am of a higher generation than your father. Were this not Konoha, I would use all my power to slay you and eliminate future trouble. So the next time we meet it will be your death. Watching Dashawan, Bofeng Xie was about to give chase when his figure slowly vanished. At that moment Yuzebo Zuoju collapsed entirely. Zuoju, what's wrong? Hearing this, Bofeng Xie turned from the vanishing figure, looked at Yuzebo Zuoju and quickly rushed to his side. Xie, save Zuoju. Bofeng Xie saw a cursed seal on the spot where Yuan had bitten him. Seeing the cursed seal, Bofeng Xie glanced at Zuoju. Despite her efforts to change everything here, it still happened. Thinking this, Bofeng Xie stood up and said, he is just. But before she could finish, her head spun and she fainted. What happened? Xie. Sister Xie, what's wrong? Voices sounded around. Chunai-ing, seeing this, began to analyze according to the book. Soon Chunai-ing identified the cause. Stop arguing, she's just fainted from exhaustion. But it's understandable, her opponent was that terrifying. Even with Nine-Tails chakra, Bofeng Xie's current body cannot fully withstand it. Now we need to take care of her. After Chunai-ing spoke, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Thus Chunai-ing helped Bofeng Xie and Yuzebo Zuoju rest under a tree. Meanwhile, Tingyu and Shirmiao, Zuoya Wanjiro and Xuanhua Mingren were preparing something nearby. But Tengyuan Shimio's gaze held a hint of strangeness. A voice kept echoing in his mind. Restrain Zuoya Wanjiro. Ah. Tengyuan Shimio, what's wrong? Just then Tengyuan Shimio cried out. At the voice Tengyuan Shimio hesitated, then shook his head. I might be tired. I'll rest for a while. But during this time, no matter what happens, don't leave here. After saying this, Tengyuan Shimio walked away. The cold gaze appeared again in his mind. At the same time, a crimson hue appeared in Tengyuan Shimio's eyes. Since you won't obey my orders, I'll have to temporarily control you. Time passed. Yuzibo Zuoju and Buofeng Xia remained unconscious. Tengyuan Shimio, Chunai Ing and Xuanhua Mingren rested while Zuoya Wanjiro stood watch. Finally dawn broke. Tengyuan Shimio stood up and said to Zuoya Wanjiro, it's morning. Let's go find some food. Zuoya Wanjiro glanced at him and nodded. Tengyuan Shimio looked at the sleeping Mingren and Chunai Ing. Hey Mingren, Chunai Ing, are you awake? Yeah, we're awake. Zuoya and I will go find food. You two look after Buofeng Xia and Yuzibo's. With that, Tengyuan Shimio walked ahead. Zuoya Wanjiro watched him, feeling something was off about Tengyuan Shimio today but couldn't pinpoint it. Thus slowly Tengyuan Shimio and Zuoya Wanjiro left the area. After they left, Xuanhua Mingren looked at Tengyuan Shimio's back. Hey Sakura, don't you think Tengyuan Shimio seems different today? What are you talking about? Chunai Ing asked. I mean. He means that Tengyuan Shimio deliberately lured Zuoya Wanjiro away. Although I don't know what that lord's purpose is. Since it's done, he'll just eliminate the rest of you. Just then 3 figures appeared in the distance. Seeing them, Xuanhua Mingren and Chunai Ing were startled. These 3 were the ones who had beaten Yaoshi Do earlier. Why were they here? And why did they call Yuan that lord? Listening, Chunai Ing stood up. Who are you people? You don't need to know that much. Just know that from now on you will face a true trial. If you lose, you die here. After the 3 sound ninjas finished speaking, they swiftly advanced toward Haruno Sakura and the others. Witnessing this, Uzumaki, Naruto and Haruno Sakura were momentarily stunned. But soon Haruno Sakura drew a kunai from her chest and cut the rope on the ground. With a whoosh, a massive log came hurtling toward. Seeing this, the leader of the 3 sound ninjas smirked and said, you two lack talent, so you have to work desperately hard. With a crash, he shattered the log with a single punch and then darted toward Haruno Sakura and Uzumaki Naruto. Leaf Hurricane. At that moment, a voice rang out from midair and a spinning leaf hurricane swept through, forcing all 3 sound ninjas to retreat. Then a figure appeared on the scene. You're Rock Lee. Uzumaki Naruto immediately recognized the one who had overwhelmed Uchiha Sasuke without giving him a chance to fight back. Long time no see, Naruto-kun. Sakura. What's happening here? Rock Lee asked promptly as he took in the situation. They want to kill us, Haruno Sakura replied, her gaze fixed on the 3 sound ninjas in the distance. Rock Lee frowned at the distant sound ninjas. Mind your own business, Brat, Tosujin muttered, glancing at Sak and Kin. Let's finish this quickly. I'll handle this newcomer. Uchiha Sasuke and Namikaze Shizuki are yours. With that, Tosujin immediately threw a punch at Rock Lee. In response, Rock Lee pulled a large log from the ground and neutralized the attack. At the same time, he appraised the 3 enemies and the 2 behind him, then began unwinding the bandages from his hands. Given the situation, both Uzumaki, Naruto and Sakura seemed incapable of fighting any longer, and he couldn't afford to take it slow. He had to eliminate all 3 as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest, Sano Manjiro seemed to hear distant sounds and frowned. Fujiwara, let's go back. We don't have enough food yet, Fujiwara Shirshue replied flatly. But this made Sano Manjiro turn to him fully. Shirshue, what's wrong with you today? Hearing this, Fujiwara Shirshue slowly rose to his feet, turned around and fixed his eyes on Sano Manjiro. One white, one red. Seeing those eyes, Sano Manjiro realized that this man was no longer himself. With a swift step, Fujiwara Shirshue closed the distance between them in an instant. Sano Manjiro threw a punch, but Fujiwara Shirshue tilted his body and dodged effortlessly. At the same time, he kicked out, sending Sano Manjiro stumbling backward with a resounding thud. Fujiwara Shirshue, what are you doing? Fujiwara Shirshue. Ha, didn't he already tell you? No matter what happens, don't leave that place. But you didn't listen. A discordant voice issued from Fujiwara Shirshue's mouth as he stared at Sano Manjiro. Fujiwara Shirshue stepped closer. You're special. Unlike that disposable Fujiwara Shirshue, if you surrender to me, I'll give you everything you desire. At those words, Sano Manjiro looked at him and asked, you're not Fujiwara Shirshue. Who are you? How can you control his body? As he spoke, his right hand stealthily reached for a kunai behind him. Seeing this, Fujiwara Shirshue took a step forward. Kid, although Fujiwara Shirshue can only be used once, these eyes are not blind. And by use I don't mean now. But now that you know this, you either surrender or die. With a bang, Sano Manjiro was sent flying once more. Fujiwara Shirshuei continued. Sorry, I was a bit rough just now. Now how should I introduce myself? You can call me Deshiwan. I can grant you immense power if you serve me. Hearing this, Sano Manjiro slowly rose from the ground, his eyes fixed on Fujiwara Shirshuei. Then what about Fujiwara Shirshuei? Why are you occupying his body? This one has been my experiment from the start. If these experiments aren't obedient, I can control them no matter where they are. After Fujiwara Shirshuei said this, Sano Manjiro was taken aback. Don't be so hostile toward me. That will only anger me. As Fujiwara Shirshuei spoke, his body vanished in an instant. Sensing a change, Sano Manjiro threw a punch backward. With a thunderous clash, Sano Manjiro was knocked back. He looked at the distant Fujiwara Shirshuei, whose redand white eyes exuded an ominous surge of chakra. I'll give you one last chance. If you don't cherish it, I will kill you. Meanwhile, on the other side, Rock Lee, having unwound his bandages, faced Tosujin. Tosujin glared at him with annoyance. Kid, you're He lunged at Rock Lee, but the next moment he saw only Rock Lee's hand in front of his face. In an instant, Rock Lee's figure vanished completely. Tosujin looked around frantically, but then Rock Lee appeared beneath him and delivered a kick that sent Tosujin flying upward. But Rock Lee did not let down his guard. He leaped into the air, wrapping bandages around Tosujin's body. Then with a rapid spin, he slammed Tosujin toward the ground. Just then Sak, seeing this, muttered a curse and placed his hands on the ground. Using the mechanisms in his palms, he turned the landing area into soft spongy earth. Thus when Rock Lee's attack landed, Tosujin suffered no real damage. Nua, landing on this cotton soft ground, I feel a drowsy sensation. If it were solid ground, I would be finished. Just then Tosujin stood up, his eyes fixed on Rock Lee, in the distance his gaze darkening. However, soon Tosujin burst into laughter, saying, it seems you're only this good. Whoosh. In that moment Tosujin stepped forward and threw a punch at Rock Lee. At that time Rock Lee, having used a forbidden technique, could no longer unleash any major moves. He barely stepped back to evade the attack. But soon Rock Lee dropped to his knees, clutching his head. Tisk tisk tisk, my attack cannot be avoided merely by dodging the body. The key lies in the sound. Tosujin looked at Rock Lee, who was kneeling and holding his head, then turned his gaze to Bluffwang Sie and Uchiha Sasuke in the distance, dashing swiftly toward. You wish. Seeing this, Rock Lee immediately stood up and appeared before Tosujin again. You're asking for death, Tosujin said, throwing a punch that sent a turbulent sonic boom, causing Rock Lee to kneel in agony once more. Lee. Seeing Rock Lee's desperate defense, Haruno Sakura let out a shout, then hurled 3 kunai at Tosujin. Facing this, Sake appeared directly in front of Tosujin and deflected the 3 shuriken. Then Kin appeared behind Haruno Sakura, grabbing her hair and saying, tisk tisk tisk, this hair is truly beautiful. But as a ninja not training hard and instead messing with such trivialities, it's truly disgusting. After these words, Kin glanced at her 2 companions in the distance and said, Sake, go ahead and kill that Sasuke in front of her. Kin finished and Sake curled his lips slightly. Oh, not a bad idea. Yo, forget it, I'm done with this, Tosujin said, putting on a helpless expression. As these words fell one by one into Haruno Sakura's ears, she clenched her fists. No, I can't let this happen. I can't let them do this. Just as Sakura was thinking, Kin tightened her grip again. This caused Sakura to cry out in pain. Now Sakura could do nothing. At that moment Sake walked toward Uchiha Sasuke and Bluffwang Sie, ignoring Naruto Uzumaki, who stood still. Hey, are you underestimating us too much? Just then Naruto Uzumaki's voice rang out again. His gaze fell on Sakura and the distant Bluffwang Sie lying on the ground, and he thought to himself, please protect me, sister. Whoosh. With these words Naruto threw a shuriken at Sake. Boring trick, Sake said, extending one hand, and a sonic wave sent the shuriken flying away. Boar dog dragon rat dog boar snake tiger. Ninja art multiple shadow clone technique. Just as Sake deflected the shuriken, Naruto instantly formed the hand seals and 20 or 30 Naruto clones appeared around him, facing Sake and the others. Is this shadow clone? Sake was taken aback. Now let me show you my Naruto Uzumaki's ninja scroll multiple shuriken technique. All 20 or 30 Naruto clones picked up shuriken and hurled them at Sake. Seeing the shuriken flying toward him, Sake's eyes widened slightly. Then he extended both hands outward and air currents shot from his palms, scattering all the shuriken. At the same time, wherever the air currents passed, Naruto's clones vanished one by one. Sake smirked, not bad but still too green. Objective achieved. Just then Naruto appeared beside Kin, throwing a punch at her. From the very beginning Naruto's goal was to rescue Sakura first. You think I'm a girl and easy to bully. But I'm not a weakling like your teammate. Whoosh. 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 Boom. After Kin spoke, 3 needles flew out, embedding into Naruto's body. Naruto's body was sent flying dozens of meters. I really don't understand why you'd save this useless one. If you hadn't with your strength, you could have stalled Sake for a while. Still, for someone who just graduated from the Ninja Academy this year, having this level of skill is not bad. When Kin finished, Naruto looked at her from a distance, then slowly stood up, saying, "Not enough. This strength is still not enough. I, Naruto Uzumaki, am a ninja who speaks his mind. So the real show is just beginning." "What? Still boasting in your condition?" Poof. Just as Kin was about to speak, the figure in the distance vanished instantly. Kin's eyes widened in shock. What's going on? Is this also a shadow clone? Whoosh! At that moment, from atop a large tree, a shuriken was thrown. Then Naruto, hidden behind the tree, quickly began forming hand seals: boar, dog, dragon, rat, dog, boar, snake, tiger. Ninja art shuriken shadow clone technique. As soon as the seals were completed, countless shuriken clones rained down on Kin, Sake, and Toshan. Watch out! Seeing the hailstorm of shuriken, Kin could only release her grip and dodge. Boom! Thus the three evaded the torrent of shuriken by taking cover. But at that moment, behind the tree, Naruto's body collapsed and hit the ground. Now Naruto, after having fought Orochimaru the previous night and then consecutively unleashing so many advanced techniques, had already exhausted his stamina and chakra. Naruto. Seeing this, Sakura immediately ran to him and said, "I'm okay, I can still fight." Slowly Naruto stood up, forcing a smile. "Still can fight. Is that so?" Just then Toshan appeared in front of Naruto and kicked him, sending him flying. "I admit your strength is impressive. Fighting 3 opponents to this extent, I respect you. But your stamina and chakra are spent. The fact that you didn't even notice me approaching you just now says it all. Alright, Sake-kin, the game is over. Now finish them off." Watching this scene, Toshan slowly spoke. Meanwhile, Saku and Shin both looked at Chunai with displeasure. This time they would repay all the suffering that Xuanwan Mingren had caused them. "I'm sorry, Mingren Zuoju Siya Shaoli. It's my fault. I have unknowingly become that hindrance of a person." Just then Chunai looked at the people here and spoke. These words made Saku-chin and Toshan look at Chunai with even more disdain. "However, this time I will protect you all, even at the cost of my life. This time I swear by my hair." Just then Chunai suddenly spoke again. After saying that, Chunai took a shuriken and cut off her long hair. Her eyes fixed seriously on the 3 in the distance and said, "Come on, this time let me face you. Take her down." Watching this, Toshan immediately said. Then in the next moment, Shin appeared behind Chunai attempting to cut her down with a shuriken. Just then Chunai formed hand seals: goat, boar, ox, dog, tiger. Ninja art substitution jutsu. Poof. Then Shin's shuriken struck a log. Watching this, Shin's eyes widened. This girl seemed to have changed a little. Just as Shin was thinking, Chunai real body appeared in the distance. This time she ran towards Saku. After throwing a shuriken at Saku, she began forming hand seals: goat, boar, ox, dog, tiger. Ninja art substitution jutsu. Watching this, Saku directly unleashed the air cutter. Poof. The air cutter directly struck the substituted log. At this moment Saku smiled and said, "Substitution jutsu. Such a basic technique, are you just wasting time?" Who is she underestimating? This time she's above. After saying that, Saku looked up, saw Chunai forming hand seals above, threw a shuriken and then glanced elsewhere. But just then drops of blood fell onto his face. Then a shuriken pierced his right hand and a mouth bit down hard on his left hand. Watching this, Saku was stunned, then landed punch after punch on Chunai head. However, Chunai refused to let go, biting down on Saku with all her might. But although Chunai willpower was strong, her strength eventually gave out. Finally Saku punched her away. Thus Chunai, Xuanwan Mingren, and Shaoli all lost combat ability. Meanwhile, Bofang Xie and Yu Jibo Zuiju were still unconscious. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zoya Wanslang looked at Tingyuan Shirmio, who was being controlled by Dishiwan, and smirked. "Hey, kill me. If you can, then go ahead and try. You reckless brat." With that, Tingyuan Shirmio's body quickly moved towards Zoya Wanslang. Watching this, Zoya Wanslang directly entered Sage Mode and threw a punch at Tingyuan Shirmio. Boom. With a loud sound, both Tingyuan Shirmio and Zoya Wanslang stepped back a few steps. Then several shurikens appeared in Tingyuan Shirmio's hands and were quickly launched at Zoya Wanslang. Watching the trajectory of the shurikens, Zoya Wanslang quickly dodged them all. Too weak. Just as Zoya Wanslang dodged the shurikens, Tingyuan Shirmio appeared before him and threw a punch at his face. Boom. Tingyuan Shirmio's punch landed on Zoya Wanslang's face. But the next moment Tingyuan Shirmio was stunned. Because his left hand was slowly turning to stone. Dishiwan, perhaps you don't know my true ability. I cannot use ninjutsu or genjutsu, only taijutsu. But I cannot cultivate chakra, so strictly speaking I am not a ninja. However, I am a sage. Natural energy is my power and it is something I have mastered. Do you understand? Dishiwan. Watching his slowly petrifying hand, Tingyuan Shimio's eyes gradually turned fierce. So you intend to kill him? No, but I can eliminate your consciousness. Looking at Tingyuan Shimio's eyes, Zoya Wanslang extended a hand. Sage Art Exorcism Curse. Just then the exorcism curse took effect. Tingyuan Shimio looked at Zoya Wanslang covering his head with his other hand and began screaming wildly. But facing this, Zoya Wanslang's gaze grew deeper and darker. Let me borrow your power, kill this Dishiwan and we will become one completely. Shut up. I will not merge with you. Besides, this one in front of us is not Dishiwan, it's Tingyuan Shimio. After the inner resistance, Zoya Wanslang looked at Tingyuan Shimio and gently touched his forehead with both hands. Then Tingyuan Shimio's body calmed down. Seeing this, Zoya Wanslang let out a breath and sat on the ground. At the same time he withdrew the natural energy and Tingyuan Shimio's petrified hand began to recover. The power of a sage is strong, but if I continue to use it like that I might no longer be myself. After saying that, Zoya Wanslang closed his eyes to rest. Zoya Wanslang, why are we here? Suddenly a voice came from Tingyuan Shimio's mouth. Hearing this voice, Zoya Wanslang stood up. Great, you're finally awake. Now let's head to Blafeng CS side. I sense something bad is happening there. Looking at Tingyuan Shimio, Zoya Wanslang said. But it's fine. That Dishiwan can no longer control your body. As Tingyuan Shimio was about to speak, Zoya Wanslang said with a smile, then walked in that direction. Behind him, Tingyuan Shimio watched Zoya Wanslang with a flicker of worry in his eyes. He was a vessel. From the moment he had become aware, he had known what his fate would be. This time Dishiwan's invasion of Muyi village was the moment he would be used. After that he would disappear from this world. This was an inevitable conclusion. But even if it's just once, this time he must protect his comrades. After the second round of the Chunin exam ends, he will leave Muyi. By then, even if Dishiwan wants to destroy Muyi, he won't be able to find him. On the other side, Sake cast a glance at Haruno Sakura, who had already collapsed on the ground motionless. He stepped forward slowly, intent on finishing her off. However, at that moment 3 figures suddenly appeared blocking his path. Seeing these 3 silhouettes, Tuosi smiled and remarked, it seems some little insects from Konoha have crawled out. How troublesome. Let's just eliminate them all. As these words fell, their killing intent swelled boundlessly. Witnessing this, Akimichi Choji immediately slumped to the ground, whimpering, what were you two thinking? These guys are killers. I don't want to die yet. Let me go. At that moment Nara Shikamaru tugged at Choji's scarf and said it can't be helped. Since Ino has stepped forward, we boys can't run away. So let's fight together, Choji. Alright. Hearing this, Ino smiled apologetically and said, sorry for dragging you into this. But the exam is a team effort and we're bound by life and death. Choji, let's fight together. After Ino finished, Shikamaru also smiled and said, let's do our best. These 3 are no pushovers, they won't be easy to deal with. No way. You two are making decisions on your own. I don't want to die. As Yamanaka Ino and Nara Shikamaru were speaking, Choji's voice rang out, desperately crawling backward, but Shikamaru's hold on his scarf prevented him from escaping. Let go of my scarf, Shikamaru. Shut up. I'm not letting go. Seeing Choji like this, Shikamaru immediately retorted. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sake watched the scene with a sneer and said, you can leave if you want, you fat pig. But when those words fell, Choji's ears twitched. His entire demeanor changed and he turned to Ino and Shikamaru, asking, what did that guy just say? I didn't quite catch it. Hearing this, Sake was taken aback. Shikamaru and Ino, however, saw the sudden fighting spirit in Choji and breathed a sigh of relief. Now Sake, annoyed by the shift in atmosphere, said impatiently, if you don't want to fight, then get lost, you fat pig. When the words fat pig hit his ears, Choji immediately spun around, glaring at Sake, and shouted, I'm not a fat pig. I'm just a little plump, not fat. As he spoke, the chakra around him surged visibly and he yelled, long life plumpness. Then Choji looked at Ino and Shikamaru and said, you understand now, right? This is a battle between Konoha and the Sound Ninja. Beside Choji, Ino thought to herself, what luck, he's angry. Shikamaru exhaled, thinking this is getting more troublesome. But his strength is no joke. Watching this, Sake finally strode toward them, saying, you damn fools. Since you refuse to leave, then stay here forever. Seeing Sake approaching, Ino glanced at Sakura and said, leave the rear to you. Got it. Then Ino, team formation initiate. Choji, he's yours. Alright. With that, Choji used the body expansion technique, enlarging his body before retracting his limbs and head into his clothes. Then a massive meatball rolled toward the enemy. Sake sneered, just a ball rolling on the ground. Let's see how I crush you. Sake fired a vacuum wave and the powerful airflow clashed with the meatball tank. But soon the meatball was launched into the air, hurtling towards Sake. Seeing this, Tuosi immediately rushed towards Sake, but then abruptly stopped, placing his hands on his head in a bizarre pose. Witnessing this, Chin exclaimed to Osi, "What are you doing at a time like this?" Just as she spoke, her eyes shifted to the other side where Nara Shikamaru was making the same pose. She immediately understood it was a paralysis technique. In that gap, Yamanaka Ino used the mind transfer technique to take control of Chin's body. But Sake, still fighting Choji, saw that Tuosi was immobilized and called out, "Chin, come help." At that moment, Chin placed a kunai against her own neck and said, "It's over. If you make another move, this girl named Chin will die. If you don't want that, hand over the scroll and leave. When I can no longer sense your chakra, I'll release her." Hearing this, Tuosi and Sake smirked. Then Sake raised his hand and fired a vacuum wave at Chin. A sharp whoosh, then a boom. "Choji." At that moment, Choji's voice rang out as he used his body to block the attack. But Choji was slammed into a tree. Chin stared at the group in disbelief. How could these guys hurt their own comrade? Hearing this, Sake immediately retorted, "You're too careless. Our goal isn't to seize the scroll or pass the exam by the rules, it's Sasuke and Namikaze Shiriwa." As those words fell, the shadow imitation technique wore off. "Oh, looks like your bind has expired." Hearing this, Shikamaru quickly corrected, "It's not a bind, it's the shadow imitation technique." After his explanation, Tuosi promptly added, "And judging by your comrade's jutsu, it's a mental technique that controls another's body. But now Chin is injured and she's injured too. That means if Chin dies, she dies as well, right? Would you really kill your own comrade?" Shikamaru asked immediately. Just then Sake aimed his vacuum wave at his own comrade. Seeing this, Shikamaru frowned and muttered, "This won't do. These guys truly don't care about their own people. What a pity. You were this close to succeeding. But the price of failure is death. I can't bear to watch this. Bullying these second-rate small fries, do you think you're the victors? You ninjas of the Sound Village." After Tuosi finished speaking, a voice came from atop a large tree. Hearing this voice, Tuosi, Jinshin Saku and the Inoshikacho trio all looked at the person standing on the tree. There stood a man and a woman, and at that moment Shunai Ing and Xuanhua Mingren clearly recognized that this was Xiao Li's team. Hoof. Appearing sneakily like cockroaches, what strength do you guys have? And what does this matter have to do? Saku immediately spoke as he watched this. After his words fell, Rishon Ningxi immediately said, "That guy with the kappa head lying on the ground is my teammate, and yet you dared to hit him." After Rishon Ningxi finished speaking, he activated his Byakugan and a powerful aura swept across the entire battlefield. This scene made everyone present feel their hair stand on end. This guy's strength is formidable, and those eyes are very unusual. It seemed those eyes could see through everyone here. At this moment, looking at the crowd, Rishon Ningxi smiled and said, "If you still want to fight, I can give you my all." After this sentence fell, suddenly Rishon Ningxi looked at Yuzhibo Zuoju in the distance. "This chakra. What's going on with this guy? If you can't bear to watch, then come down and settle it with a fight," Saku immediately said as he watched. After he spoke, Tian also prepared for battle. But just then Rishon Ningxi closed his eyes and said, "No need, your opponent has awakened." After Rishon Ningxi finished speaking, Tuosi Jun looked into the distance where an unusual chakra was surging. Then a figure slowly rose from the ground, surrounded by a purple chakra swirling around him. This chakra made people feel fear. "Xiaoing Mingren, who beat you up like this?" At that moment, Yuzhibo Zuoju looked at Xuanhua Mingren and Xiaoing and spoke. These words stunned Xuanhua Mingren and Chunai Ying. "This guy is not right. Zuoju, your body." Chunai Ying looked at Yuzhibo Zuoju and spoke. At this moment, Yuzhibo Zuozu's body was covered with black markings, but these markings made him feel full of power. "Don't worry, I feel my power slowly surging forth, and I also feel very comfortable now. This was given to me by him, and it also made me realize that I am an avenger. Even if I sell my soul to a demon, I will seek revenge." Yuzhibo Zuoju said this, and after that he looked at the three sound ninjas in the distance and said, "Xiaoing, tell me which one injured you." "It was me," Saku directly said at this moment. After these words fell, Yuzhibo Zuoju looked at Saku. At this moment, Saku looked at Yuzhibo Zuoju and said, "Tuosi, this guy is about to die, nothing to fear." With that, he aimed both hands at Yuzhibo Zuoju and unleashed the air cutter Zhan Kong bow directly. The massive airflow of the air cutter blew everything in front of Saku apart. Watching this, Saku immediately said, "Humph. Blown to pieces, huh? That Yuzhibo Zuoju guy only knows how to talk big. Who are you talking about?" Just then a calm voice came from behind Saku. Then Yuzhibo Zuoju kicked out, sending Saku flying. Watching this, Yuzhibo Zuoju immediately formed hand seals, and then the fire-style Phoenix Sage Fire technique flew towards Saku. Just as Saku was watching the Phoenix Sage Fire technique, he quickly raised his hands and used the air cutter to blow out the flames, but soon shurikens hidden within the flames appeared and pierced through Saku's body. Then Yuzhibo Zuoju instantly appeared behind Saku, grabbed his hands, and with a kick disabled Saku's arms. "Ah!" With a scream, Saku collapsed to the ground. "Now only you remain." Looking at Sokka lying unconscious on the ground, Yuzhibo Zuozhu turned his gaze to Tuo Sijin and said, I hope you can be a bit more interesting. Saying this, Yuzhibo Zuozhu slowly walked toward Tuo Sijin. Watching this, Chu Niang felt that the current Yuzhibo Zuozhu seemed like a demon. At the same time, Chu Niang immediately recalled Zuozu's earlier words about exchanging his soul with a demon. No such as Zuozhu would no longer be Zuozhu. Thinking this, Chu Niang immediately hugged Yuzhibo Zuozhu and said, Zuozhu, stop it, that's enough. At this moment, Xuanhua Mingren beside them didn't know what to say. It was all because of his uselessness that Zuozhu had become like this. If only he could have become stronger sooner, perhaps everything would not have been like this. Thus the moment Chu Niang hugged Zuozhu, Zuozhu looked at her and unconsciously the power of the curse seal slowly faded away. The curse seal disappeared. Great, we're saved. Just then Tuo Sijin in the distance watched the scene and let out a sigh of relief. Then he took out his earth scroll, placed it on the ground and said, You are strong, Zuozhu. I cannot defeat you in your current state, so this is our scroll. Take it and let us go. After Tuo Sijin finished speaking, he walked over, picked up Chin and Saku and said, But don't think everything will be solved smoothly. Because I need to confirm one thing, after that I will fight you again. After Tuo Sijin said this, he carried Chin and Saku away. After they left, Tian immediately helped Xiaoli up and also wanted to leave. But before leaving, Xiaoli looked at Chu Niang and said, Xiaoling, my embarrassment this time is indeed my fault. But the lotus of the leaf will bloom again. Next time we meet I will be stronger. Watching this, Xiaoling smiled and nodded. After she nodded, Xiaoli, Tian and Ningxi left together. But before leaving, Rixiong Ningxi looked at Xiaoli, a hint of desire in his eyes, the desire to fight. Sorry we're late. Just then Zuoya Wan Ci Lang and Tang Yuan Miao walked back. You're back, good. Next, well, make breakfast. After eating, well, take Shiyu and head to the tower first. After preparing and finishing breakfast, Sano Wanjiro and Fujiwara Shirshui led Namikaze toward the tower. After all, in their opinion, after Namikaze had fought such a terrifying opponent, there might be some lingering effects on her body. They must quickly bring her back to the center of the tower to have the ninja teacher examine her first. Thank you both for your hard work. However, just as they reached the base of the tower, Namikaze slowly opened her eyes and spoke. Siye, are you alright? The earlier exhaustion and fainting were real, but I woke up long ago. After saying this, Namikaze's gaze turned toward the tower and she walked inside. Upon entering the tower, Namikaze looked around at everything and then soon her gaze fell upon the trio of Inuzuka Kiba who were staring at her in surprise. At that moment, Inuzuka Kiba looked at them and said in disbelief, Hey! You three actually got here so quickly too. I really didn't expect that. Humph. A dog looks down on others. In response to this, Sano Wanjiro directly retorted. What the hell did you say? Woof woof woof. In response to these words, Inuzuka Kiba and Akamaru barked at Sano Wanjiro. Hey, I said you're too noisy. Just then a voice came from afar and Gaara appeared with Tamari and Kankuro standing behind him. What's it to you? After Gaara spoke, Sano Wanjiro immediately began to retort. Before he could finish his sentence, Inuzuka Kiba directly covered his mouth and said, Keep your voice down or you'll get yourself killed. Hey, since you've all reached the center of the tower, stop making so much noise. Just as Inuzuka Kiba covered Sano Wanjiro's mouth, a voice rang out. Then several ninjas from Konoha village looked at the assembled ninjas and spoke. After these words, the ninjas exchanged glances and fell silent. Then as days passed, the second exam approached its final phase. Hey, gather up. Just then a voice rang out from the center of the tower. At that moment, Fujiwara Shirshui walked in from outside and said, I just checked, all the rookies from Konoha have passed. And the seniors like Hyuga Niji and his team also passed. After Fujiwara Shirshui finished speaking, Namikaze glanced at Sano Wanjiro and Fujiwara Shirshui and said, Let's go, time to assemble. After saying this, Namikaze led the way to the most open area in the center of the tower. Waiting for them there was Senju Shin. At that moment, Senju Shin looked at Namikaze and the others smiled and said, You guys are pretty strong. Of course we are. Hearing this, Sano Wanjiro directly replied. Teacher Senju, sorry for always causing you trouble in the past. It won't happen again. At that moment, Fujiwara Shirshui also looked at Senju Shin and spoke. Teacher, please watch us closely. Namikaze also spoke. After she finished, Senju Shin looked at his three students, smiled and nodded, then stepped aside and said, Go ahead, you protagonists. After Senju Shin spoke, Namikaze led everyone to the plaza to assemble. There she saw many familiar faces and the passing rate of 9 teams. This seemed to be 2 more teams than in the original story. It appeared that with their arrival everything here had changed. Then the ninjas of Konoha assembled and the third Hokage looked at the gathered genin and began to speak. But in the middle of his speech, a ninja knelt before the third Hokage and said, Forgive my impertinence, but the preliminary selection for this genin exam is my responsibility. Hearing this, the third Hokage nodded and said, Gecko Hiei, then please proceed with the explanation. Yes, Lord Third Hokage. After speaking, Gecko Hiei turned around and looked at those present, saying, next is the final part of the second exam, the preliminary selection. Preliminary selection. What is a preliminary selection? Hearing these words, countless voices rose from below. Hearing the noise, Gecko Hiei coughed a couple of times and said ahem. The so-called preliminary selection is the highlight of the second exam, a pre-tournament before the third exam. Simply put, it's a contest, the victor is king, the loser is nothing. It's that simple. How can this be? Are you kidding? The second exam just ended and now we have to participate in a preliminary match. Why didn't you say so earlier? We're exhausted now. After these words, voices of opposition arose everywhere below. Seeing this, Gecko Hiei's expression turned stern and he said, everyone, if you don't want to participate, you'll be considered eliminated. Moreover, in a mission, would the enemy ask if you're ready? When these words fell, the voices below ceased abruptly. Then Gecko Hiei continued, the matches are about to begin. But before that, if anyone wants to forfeit, you may raise your hand. I forfeit. As soon as Gecko Hiei finished, Yukushi Kabuto directly raised his hand. Looking at the raised hand, Gecko Hiei nodded directly and said accepted. Then he looked at the others and asked anyone else, but this time no one responded to Gecko Hiei. After all, they had come this far, how could they give up the competition over a single sentence? If there are no others, then there are now 26 people left, divided into 13 matches. Now all ninjas, please go upstairs. I will select the next combatants and they will come down to fight. After these words, teams of people all headed upstairs. Then a screen flickered. Namikaze versus Long In Sha. When the names appeared on the screen, Gecko Hiei looked at them and said, please both contestants come down. Seeing this, Namikaze directly stepped into the center of the arena. Opposite her, a figure appeared. The figure looked at Namikaze, smirked and said, a female kunoichi. It seems the heavens are smiling upon me. Now little girl, surrender yourself, or after I defeat you, your self-confidence might take a serious blow. As those words fell, Bofeng Xie gazed upon Long In Sha and lifted a faint mocking smile to his lips. Is that so? I had half considered sparing you some dignity, but now perhaps it's best to end this instantly. Hearing this, Long In Sha's eyes hardened with venomous intent. You're quite impressive, I won't grant you an easy release. Bofeng Xie flexed his wrists, calm and deliberate. At that moment, Tsukikage Hiei observed the scene and announced, the match begins. You wretched woman, wait. You'll beg for mercy soon enough. Long In Sha drew a kunai in swift motion and hurled it straight at Bofeng Xie. Witnessing this, Bofeng Xie had intended a swift conclusion, but now he decided to savor the torment, drawing it out deliberately. Ninjutsu body flicker technique. Whoosh. After vanishing and reappearing before him, Long In Sha froze in stunned disbelief. Do you know Konoha's ultimate taijutsu secret? The jaw-shattering fist. Boo. For your arrogance. Boo. For your insolent tongue. Boo. Filthy cur, I'll break you down slowly. Boo. Long In Sha Isu boom. Boom. Again and again, each blow warped Long In Sha's features beyond recognition, his body battered into grotesque submission. The surrounding jōnin stood frozen in shock. Bofeng Xie hadn't even granted his opponent the chance to surrender. Then pausing mid-strike, she lowered her fist, staring at the ruin of Long In Sha's mouth. Long In Sha whimpered helplessly. Tell me, have you ever tasted suffocation? Despair. He choked out muffled cries, I surrender. But no one understood. Bofeng Xie raised her hands and began weaving hand seals. Kakashi, watching from the stand, stiffened. That sequence, the very same intricate seal he and Zabuza once employed, how had she memorized it? It was impossibly long. Ushisaru unitori ushisatori terenu terami ushihamaina mizuno tozaru toritatsu tori ushisahitarami no yatetsui no hainu shisaru tori mizun. Water release, water dragon bullet. A colossal water dragon erupted, roaring toward Long In Sha. Trapped within the dragon's crushing maw, Long In Sha gasped, choking, drowning, not in water alone but in the raw, suffocating proximity of death. Bofeng Xie drew another kunai, poised to end the foul-mouthed boy. Clack. Winner Bofeng Xie. Just then a hand gripped her wrist. She turned, meeting Tsukikage Hiei's gaze. Sensei, he hasn't surrendered yet. Cough, cough. Young lady, mercy has its place. Leave room for grace, tomorrow's paths cross again. Cough, cough. Bofeng Xie lowered the kunai. She glanced once at Long In Sha, slumped like broken clay, then turned and walked upward without another word. The onlooker's eyes widened, not with fear but awe. Her body flicker technique and water dragon bullet surpassed their comprehension by leagues. This girl was no longer merely a jōnin. Kakashi turned to Senju Shin. Did you secretly teach her forbidden jutsu? No. Senju Shin denied it outright. Kakashi, I know Bofang Siet possesses extraordinary talent. But if you meddle recklessly she'll perish. I truly taught her nothing. That body flicker. She devised it herself. The water dragon bullet. I'm unaware. And the final technique, perhaps a kunai shadow clone jutsu. Even that's uncertain. There are countless kunai techniques, and she formed no hand seals. Bofang Siya approached them. She glanced first at Kakashi then at Senju Shin sensei. What were you discussing? Nothing important. Still, treating that shinobi so harshly means Shini will face consequences next. Senju Shin's words gave Bofang Siya pause. She turned her gaze toward the main screen. Fujiwara Shini vs. Matsushita Masahito. A quiet smile touched her lips. It's nothing, Shini's strength has long since transcended her former self. She looked directly at Fujiwara Shini. Shini, give it your all. I've already reserved your victory feast. Yes. Shini nodded and leapt down onto the arena floor. As Fujiwara Shini landed, Matsushita Masahito, on the opposite side, stepped forward and descended into the ring. Once on the field, Fujiwara Shini faced Matsushita Masahito and said apologies, but you'll be leaving the stage shortly. Matsushita Masahito scowled, eyes narrowed in furious disbelief. Who exactly does he think he is? Oh, is that so? As he spoke, Tsukikage Heiei declared match, begin. Whoosh. In an instant Matsushita Masahito lunged, blazing toward Fujiwara Shini. She raised her right hand palm outward to intercept. Boom. The impact sent Fujiwara Shini skidding backward. Instantly Matsushita drew a kunai and hurled it. Whoosh. Fujiwara Shini dodged effortlessly. Yield now, I'd rather not harm you. Damn brat, you're only defending. That's all you can do. His fury surged, boiling over. He closed the distance in a single stride, and struck with a palm thrust aimed straight at her chest. Her hair lifted as if swept by wind, revealing sharp handsome features, and two striking eyes, one crimson Sharingan, one pale Byakugan. Whoosh. Boo. She sidestepped, then delivered a precise devastating kick to Matsushita's ribs. He flew backward, crashing onto the ground unconscious. Silence fell, every spectator stunned into breathless stillness. A crimson Sharingan and a white Byakugan. Who was this person? Amidst collective bewilderment, Tsukikage Heiei's voice cut through. Second match, Fujiwara Shini wins. Is that Fujiwara Ishimizu? Why is Fujiwara Ishimizu so strong? So powerful, and what's with those eyes? In the second preliminary match of the Konoha Chunin exams, after Fujiwara Ishimizu instantly defeated Matsushita Masamune, the Konoha genin present were all stunned. At that moment Fujiwara Ishimizu glanced at the crowd, then walked step by step toward the stairs and returned to stand beside Senju Shin and the others. How is it? Doesn't it boost your confidence? Just then Sano Manjiro came before Fujiwara Ishimizu and said with a smile. Not bad. Watching the scene, Namikaze Shizuki also praised without hesitation. Now 2 of the 3 dead last have shed that title. Next, Sano Manjiro, you need to work hard. At this, Senju Shin looked at Sano Manjiro and said with a smile. My opponent, I need only 1 kick. Oh, then it's your turn. Just after Sano Manjiro spoke, the large screen rotated again. This time it was Sano Manjiro versus Sarukino. Seeing this, Sano Manjiro leaped down, stood there and said to the surroundings, Sarukino, come down quickly. TCH, rude fellow. Watching this, Sarukino walked down step by step, his gaze dark as he looked at Sano Manjiro. Hee, I can't wait to fight. Let's start quickly. Looking at Sarukino, Sano Manjiro said with a grin. At this moment Moonlight Gale coughed and announced, then the match between Sano Manjiro and Sarukino begins. As soon as the words fell, Sarukino immediately rushed towards Sano Manjiro, reaching out with his right hand. Too slow. Perfect timing to try out my new technique, nuclear bomb kick. Boom. Suddenly, with a deafening roar, Sarukino felt a blur before his eyes, and then his body was kicked into the wall, leaving countless cracks across the surface. Watching this, everyone around was stunned. Even many team leaders looked at Senju Shin, wondering if he had taught forbidden techniques from the scroll. Otherwise, how could the so-called dirty, lazy and unruly team from the Ninja Academy gain such strength in such a short time? Match over, Sano Manjiro wins. Just then Moonlight Gale spoke first. After his announcement, all 3 members of the dirty, lazy and unruly team among the Konoha 12 rookies had successfully passed the first round. At the same time, ninjas from other villages secretly recorded the information about these 3 Konoha ninjas. Whether it was Namikaze Shizuki's brutal beatdown, Fujiwara Ishimizu's strange eyes, or Sano Manjiro's 1-kick instant kill, it was clear that as long as these 3 ninjas survived, they would surely become famous across the ninja world. Meanwhile, regardless of others' thoughts, the exam continued. The large screen kept rotating. Suddenly a sound came from Namikaze Shizuki's stomach, and she turned to look outside. Shizuki, I won. After Sano Manjiro spoke, Namikaze Shizuki looked at him and said, I know. Then she turned to Senju Shin and said, "Teacher, I need to step out for a moment. Be quick." After Senju Shin's reply, Namikaze Shizuki's body vanished outside. Thus after walking through a pitch-black corridor, she looked into the dark depths and strode inside saying, "Come out, I've sensed you." "Hee hee, you're called Shizuki, right? Quite an interesting ninja." Just then a voice came from behind Namikaze Shizuki. She turned her head to see a masked figure staring at her. Seeing the mask, Namikaze Shizuki stepped back. A black robe and a yellow mask, she recognized this person from the anime Uchiha Obito. "Hey, you seem afraid, or rather your reaction shows you're scared of me." Whoosh. After Uchiha Obito spoke, Namikaze Shizuki quickly retreated to keep a distance. Then she looked up at him and said, "I don't know who you are, nor do I want to know, but this one tells me you're very dangerous." Namikaze Shizuki touched her belly as she spoke. "Oh, I see. It seems you've reconciled with the Nine-Tails. But do you truly care about Konoha?" Uchiha Obito said with a smile as he looked at Namikaze Shizuki. His identity was unknown to anyone. Even the Nine-Tails would only tell her that he was Uchiha Madara. Because even the Nine-Tails didn't know who he truly was. "What do you mean?" Namikaze Shizuki said coldly, staring at him. "To be honest, I've been bored to death lately, so I came to Konoha to watch the so-called Chunin exam. Then I saw you. Your technique is a self-developed body flicker, isn't it? It really resembles the fourth Hokage's. No wonder you're father and daughter." Uchiha Obito then continued, "But the fourth Hokage died for the village while you've suffered scorn from the villagers. Is that what the fourth Hokage would have wanted?" At these words, Namikaze Shizuki clenched her fists. Instantly she saw scenes from her childhood, being bullied, the contemptuous gazes, the people who rejected her. Pain, unbearable pain. That torment in her heart, she never wanted to experience it again. "Hey kid, snap out of it. You're under a genjutsu." With the Nine-Tails warning, Namikaze Shizuki's eyes widened and she glared at Uchiha Obito. A single Sharingan and it had cast a genjutsu on her, and she had fallen for it. Just how powerful was this man? "Awake now. It seems you're about to become a perfect Jinchuriki very soon. That's impressive, Shizuki. Your talent surpasses even your father, the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze. But you don't truly belong to Konoha. Do you know why you carry the surname Namikaze? Because you're a girl. In Konoha's view, one Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is enough, the other is merely a decoy to confuse enemies. So Uzumaki Shizuki was renamed Namikaze Shizuki, all to protect the other Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto. Thus, as the daughter of a hero, you never received the treatment befitting a hero's child. Instead, you're a Jinchuriki, ostracized at every turn." When Uchiha Obito finished, Namikaze Shizuki stared at him. She knew his words were meant to sow discord. Yet those words were indeed the truth. Since childhood she had known that everyone in Konoha regarded her as nothing more than a tool. Even the third Hokage turned a blind eye to this matter. But so what? As an older sister, what harm was there in protecting her little brother? "See, yeah, you must be in great pain. If you are suffering, come to my side. I will teach you how to ascend to the pinnacle of the ninja world and then let you destroy Konoha with your own hands." Whoosh! Just as Uchiha Obito reached out his hand, Bufangsiya suddenly threw a shuriken. Then Bufangsiya immediately formed hand seals Tosuchunzisu Isein. Ninja Art Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. After completing the seals, the shuriken shadow clones flew toward Uchiha Obito. But the next moment the shuriken shadow clones passed straight through Obito's body and struck the wall. Seeing this, Bufangsiya's expression darkened instantly. This guy didn't trust her. Obito possessed the ability to become intangible. However, if he had genuinely intended to shake hands, he shouldn't have remained in that intangible state. "It seems we still don't trust each other yet. But it doesn't matter, you will come to me eventually. Remember my name, Uchiha Madara." After Uchiha Obito finished speaking, he turned and left. Watching this scene, Bufangsiya broke out in a cold sweat. Her hasty decision to attack just now was the biggest mistake of her life. If he had harbored any intention to kill her even within the walls of Konohagakure, she would have been unable to evade his pursuit and might already be dead by now. Fortunately, Uchiha Obito did not wish to kill her. Thinking this, Bufangsiya sat down on the spot. At that moment, the reality of Obito's appearance kept replaying in her mind. The plot of Naruto had completely deviated from what she knew, whether it was her own arrival, Sano Manjiro, or Fujiwara Ishimitsu. Everything was beginning to change. If that was the case, then she too needed to become stronger. Murmuring this to herself, Bufangsiya looked at the system before her. Claim all mission rewards. Ding. Side quest A completed, passed the first exam. Reward 1 evolution point. Ding. Side quest C completed, rescued Uzumaki Naruto and his team from Orochimaru. Reward 2 evolution points. Ding. Since the host has passed the second exam but the referee has not yet declared it over, quest B can only be claimed after the second exam is fully completed. As the series of system prompts faded, Wolfgang Xie said to the system, 2 points in strength, 1 point in speed. Ding! Points added successfully. Now updating the host's full information. Host Wolfgang Xie. Physique A. Strength B. Speed B. Items fake borrowed Nine-Tails chakra card X2. Overall assessment B ninja. Looking at the system's evaluation, Wolfgang Xie stood up. Although it was only a small increase in power, she was already better off than before. Thinking this, Wolfgang Xie walked outside. No matter what, she had to inform that third Hokage fellow that there were too many enemies this time. But before that she needed to save Moonlight Gale as well, after all she alone wouldn't be convincing. With this thought, Wolfgang Xie arrived outside. Xie, you're back. You missed several matches just now, and Uzumaki Naruto won. The moment Wolfgang Xie returned, Sano Manjiro said with a smile. Which match is it now? Hearing this, Wolfgang Xie asked. The big screen shows it's Gaara versus Rock Lee. Damn, can Rock Lee actually beat Gaara? I'm a bit skeptical. When those words fell, Wolfgang Xie immediately looked toward Rock Lee. This match was the most exciting one in the Chunin exams. Fortunately, she had made it back in time. Seeing this, Rock Lee began to make an exuberant dance-like gesture. Watching him, my guy said, since you're so excited, I'll tell you a secret. Yes, Guy Sensei. Maybe no one has noticed yet, but that gourd is very suspicious. I see. Hearing this, Rock Lee immediately took out his notebook and started writing. Don't take notes, you won't have time to read them during battle, you idiot. Yes. Rock Lee replied, then immediately resumed writing. This scene left the surrounding jōnin utterly astonished. These two. Such clowns. Then Rock Lee leaped into the arena and said to Gaara, I never imagined I'd deface you so soon, nothing excites me more than this. Gaara's gaze was filled with cold indifference. Pop. With a soft sound, Rock Lee grabbed the gourd's lid and said, the match hasn't started yet, please don't be so impatient. After speaking, Rock Lee tossed the lid to the ground. Seeing this, Moonlight Gale immediately announced, then the match begins. As the words fell, Rock Lee dashed toward Gaara and delivered a leaf hurricane kick. But the kick only struck Gaara's sand, and then the sand counterattacked Rock Lee. Gaara meanwhile stood there motionless, maintaining the same posture throughout. A sand-controlling ninja. That's troublesome. Watching the sand, Rock Lee launched an attack, his body swirling around Gaara as he fought against the sand. Yet he never managed to touch Gaara's body. After that, Rock Lee kept his distance, analyzing Gaara internally. Is that all? Make me more excited. At that moment, Gaara spoke coldly to Rock Lee. Simultaneously, the sand moved. This time Rock Lee failed to evade in time and was slammed against the wall. But he quickly got up and attacked Gaara again. No matter how he attacked, the result was the same, the sand kept blocking him, preventing any damage to Gaara. Soon the sand counterattacked. Just dealing with the sand seemed to have exhausted Rock Lee. SHRR. Suddenly the sand made his foot slip and he crashed heavily to the ground. At that moment the sand rose into the air and lunged toward Rock Lee. At this critical moment, Lee Luwaka moved. He leaped into the air and finally landed on top of the giant statue. At that moment, Teacher Kai looked at Lee Luwaka and said with a smile, shall we take it off? But Teacher Kai, you said that unless it's to protect everyone, this thing is not allowed to be taken off, right? Hearing this, Teacher Kai smiled and said, it's fine, I allow it. After Teacher Kai finished speaking, Lee Luwaka immediately took out the weights on his feet and said, much lighter. However, on the other side, Shoju looked at the weights and smirked, Humphrey, moving some weights won't let you keep up with the speed of what AI Luo's sand. Boom. Boom. But before Shoju could finish her words, two loud sounds were heard. On the exam field, a huge cloud of smoke rose up. And at that moment, Lee Luok's body quickly vanished from the spot. Then Wa AI Luo's pupils slightly widened because behind him the sand seemed to be broken by something, but when he turned around he saw nothing. This scene shocked all the ninjas present. Then beside Wa AI Luo, Lee Luwaka kept attacking, but each time he was just a little short of breaking through the sand's obstruction. Boom. But the next moment something that shocked everyone occurred. Lee Luwaka leaped up with one step and kicked Wa AI Luo's head. This scene left everyone around stunned, especially the sand ninjas, because being able to hurt Wa AI Luo, how was that possible? But soon Lee Luok's speed increased again. Swoosh. 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 Boom. Then amidst several sounds, Wa AI Luo looked at the figure around him that he could only hear but not see, and a trace of panic crept into his heart. Then with a loud boom, Wa AI Luo's body was punched away by Lee Luwaka. Watching this, everyone around found it somewhat unbelievable. At this moment, Kanjio Lang looked at this and said, this is bad. See that panda eye guy got knocked flying. Watching this, Xian Wamingren immediately said, I'm not talking about that, look for yourself. After Kanjio Lang finished speaking, Xian Wumingren looked over and saw what AI Luo slowly stand up with the sand that had fallen off starting to slowly wrap around him again. When this happened, Xian Wumingren immediately asked what's going on. What's with this sand? Did that thing block all of Bushy Eyebrow's attacks just now? Oh, that's the sand armor. It uses sand to cover his body, forming a shield to protect himself. Even if the sand shield is broken, the sand armor will still protect him. This is what AI Luo's absolute defense. Under Kanjio Lang's explanation, Xian Wumingren immediately looked at what AI Luo and said, how can that be? If that's the case, then what AI Luo has no weaknesses at all. You can say that. Looking at Xian Wumingren, Kanjio Lang spoke again. At this moment in the center of the field, what AI Luo was once again wrapped in sand. He looked at Li Luoka and said, is that all? After what AI Luo finished, Li Luoka looked at him with a hint of disbelief in his eye. What AI Luo's defense exceeded Li Luoka's expectations. After the sand shield, there was still the sand armor. If he couldn't break them all, he couldn't win this match. It seemed he had to use the lotus. Thinking this, Li Luoka began to unwrap the bandages on his hands. The moment they were unwrapped, Li Luoka used his speed to surround what AI Luo. Come on. Watching this, what AI Luo immediately said. As you wish. Hearing this, Xiaoli instantly appeared beneath what AI Luo and kicked upward. This kick sent what AI Luo's body flying, and at the same time Xiaoli used his feet to deliver a series of kicks. Under these consecutive kicks, the sand couldn't keep up with what AI Luo's body. But suddenly Li Luoka felt a sharp pain in his foot. However, he quickly used his bandages to wrap around what AI Luo and executed the lotus. Boom! Then a lotus crashed to the ground, leaving a large crater. Li Luoka stood beside the crater and said success. But just then what AI Luo's body began to fall apart piece by piece and his interior was empty. Watching this, Li Luoka was stunned. What's going on? He, a nice technique, but if it doesn't hit the person, then it's all in vain. Just then a figure emerged from the sand nearby. The eerie smile made Li Luoka sense danger. When did you dodge? Li Luoka still asked. Not bad, but unfortunately you paused in pain for a moment, and that is the reason for your failure. After what AI Luo finished speaking, the sand immediately rushed toward Li Luoka. But this time Li Luoka's speed could no longer increase. This time Li Luoka was being beaten passively. Why? With Xiao Li's speed, why can't he dodge? At this moment Xiao Ying looked at the scene and said. Because right now Xiao Li cannot dodge. Hearing Xiao Ying's words, Kai said through gritted teeth. Li Luoka's lotus is not a ninjutsu nor a genjutsu but a taijutsu. Moreover, it is a taijutsu that releases muscle power to achieve 100 of its strength. This technique is a double-edged sword. Besides harming the enemy, it also causes great damage to oneself. Now Xiao Li's body has suffered severe trauma. While Kai was thinking on the field, Li Luoka was being brutally beaten by what AI Luo. Ha ha ha. Not bad, your blood should make me very happy, ha. Just as what AI Luo was laughing maniacally, Li Luoka stood up, looked at him and said, it's not over yet. The lotus of the leaf will bloom again. As Li Luoka thought, this scenes from his childhood appeared in his mind. Xiao Li, who couldn't use genjutsu or ninjutsu, was mocked by his classmates. Although he trained his taijutsu frantically, he was still the bottom of the academy. Later, after graduating from the Ninja Academy, he formed a team with Ri Xiangning Ci. The gap between the genius and the underdog was once again revealed. But he didn't give up. He worked hard and worked hard again. So Teacher Kai, please watch, the lotus of the leaf will bloom again. Thinking this, Li Luoka raised his head, smiled at what AI Luo and thought, this time it's my turn to shine. Enough is enough, what AI Luo. Watching Li Luoka's confident smile, what AI Luo's brow furrowed. Could this guy be up to something? I must finish him quickly. Thinking this, what AI Luo's sand rapidly gathered and surged towards Li Luoka. But at that moment Li Luoka's body moved. This time his speed had returned. Watching this scene, the surrounding shinobi were all stunned. He had been so gravely injured just moments ago, yet now he was back to his original state. How was that possible? At this moment Chimu Kakashi, watching the scene, immediately activated his Sharingan, observing the chakra pathways within Li Luoka's body, and frowned, saying, Kai, what did you teach that child? After Chimu Kakashi finished speaking, Kai looked at him and said, you guessed right. It's that. Hearing this, Chimu Kakashi asked again tentatively, so you made Li Luoka a genin, open the reverse lotus just to unlock the 8 gates within him, is that it? That's right. Upon receiving Kai's confirmation, Chimu Kakashi gritted his teeth and asked, then how many of the 8 gates can this child currently open? 5 gates. At this answer, Chimu Kakashi's pupils contracted once more. The so-called 8 gates are the 8 gates that follow the reverse lotus: opening gate, rest gate, life gate, injury gate, do gate, and scene gate, alarm gate, and death gate. And within each gate opening, it grants the user immense power, but at the same time the user's body suffers tremendous strain. Moreover, if all 8 gates are opened, it grants the user power dozens of times greater than that of a Hokage, but the consequence is that the user will die. Thinking this, Kakashi looked at Kai and said, Kai, I don't know what that child means to you, but everything has its limits. What you're doing is driving him to his death. I misjudged you, Kai. After these words, Kai also looked at Kakashi and said, oh, then how much do you know about that child? After Kai finished speaking, he looked at Liluwaka and said, this child has something he must prove and protect even at the cost of his life. Unable to use ninjutsu or genjutsu to survive in the ninja world, he must possess taijutsu power that surpasses others, and the 8 gates are exactly what suits him best. After Kai's words, neither spoke again. Meanwhile, within the battlefield, Liluwaka looked at Wai Luo, placing his hands before him as powerful chakras surged around his body. Are you ready? After this move, everything will be over. At that moment, Liluwaka said to Wai Luo, and simultaneously the color of his skin began to change drastically, a coppery hue surging across his body as veins bulged out. First gate opening, gate open. Second gate rest, gate open. Third gate life, gate open. Fourth gate injury, gate open. After opening the do gate, Liluwaka stamped his foot and cracks appeared on the ground. Then he kicked Wai Luo, sending his body flying. This time the sand shield couldn't keep up at all and the sand armor began to fall off. Sand armor again. Then let me show you this. Watching the sand armor fall away, Liluwaka used a flurry of high-speed kicks, striking Wai Luo's body repeatedly in midair. But it wasn't over yet. Liluwaka clenched his fist and said to Wai Luo, this is the final blow. Fifth gate, do gate open. After opening the fifth gate, the do gate, Wai Luo's eyes widened in shock. He couldn't defend any longer. Was that speed even humanly possible? Despite saying that, Wai Luo still crossed his arms in front of him. Watching this, Li Lux's body vanished instantly, and when he reappeared, he was right in front of Wai Luo, landing a punch on him. But it wasn't over. Wai Luo was wrapped in bandages and Liluwaka pulled him back, unleashing the reverse lotus. After this technique, a massive cloud of dust rose from the ground. Liluwaka had truly reached his limit, his body tumbling on the ground. Then as the dust settled, a figure lay within the crater, but he was lying on sand. His eyes fixed on Liluwaka, he extended his right hand and the sand surged toward Liluwaka. Watching this, Liluwaka wanted to flee, but his body could no longer support him. Whoosh! Boo! That's enough, Wai Luo. At that moment, a red-haired girl appeared before Liluwaka, her eyes fixed on Wai Luo as she spoke. This shinobi who had arrived was none other than Bo Fong Xie. Having seen the original story, she knew that Li Lux's defeat was already destined, so there was no need to let him suffer that kind of despair. Why are you helping him? Wai Luo asked, watching the scene. Because I admire him. After these words, Wai Luo smiled and said, admire. After saying this, Wai Luo seemed somewhat impressed, though he didn't fully understand. Having recovered some strength, he slowly stood up and said, I won't fight anymore. But remember, I will definitely kill you. After Wai Luo finished, Bo Fong Xie looked at him and said, then try it. I'm quite interested in your strength anyway. The battle isn't over yet. I can't fall here like this. At that moment, a voice came from behind Bo Fong Xie. Liluwaka, you did well. But under those circumstances, you couldn't continue fighting. And you know that better than I do. Hearing this, Liluwaka fell silent. Alright, this battle is won by Wai Luo. After that, the battlefield was cleaned up. As Bo Fong Xie had expected, because he had opened the 5 gates, Liluwaka would need a long period of hospitalization to recover, but he could still become a shinobi. Although this guy could later become a shinobi, every stage of being a shinobi is important, so this was fine. Thinking this, she turned her gaze to Wai Luo in the distance. Those murderous eyes were quite impressive. Find an opportunity to let him see what true power really is. After saying this, Bo Fong Xie walked upwards. Meanwhile, the battle had reached the end of the second round. At this moment, Yu Guang Jifeng announced, next please have the last 2 competitors step onto the field. After these words, Tua Si, Jin and Xiao Daodingxi entered the arena. They looked at each other and Yu Guang Jifeng said, then let the 13th match begin. After these words were spoken, Narashikamaru, who was in the corridor, immediately shouted, come on. Fatty. But at that moment, Yamanaka Ino quickly added from the side. After these words, Akimichi Choji's ears twitched and veins bulged on his face as he said, damn it, just watch. He'll finish the match right now and teach you a lesson. When Akimichi Choji finished speaking, his opponent Tosujin immediately said, if that's the case, I won't play with you anymore. He'll end you right now, you fat pig. When these words were spoken, Akimichi Choji immediately looked at Tosujin and said, you're a cucumber sushi roll wrapped in bandages. However, after saying that, he began to analyze seriously. Based on his previous battles, Akimichi Choji had already understood that his opponent's power was the sound waves emitted from the device in his hand. If that was the case, all he needed to do was prevent himself from hearing those sound waves. Saying this, Akimichi Choji immediately formed Hanseal's ninja art expansion technique. Then, as before, he hid his arms and legs inside a huge ball of flesh and rolled toward Tosu. Jin went. Seeing this, Tosujin leaped to the wall, narrowly dodging Akimichi Choji's attack. At Tosu. When Jin reached the wall, Akimichi Choji immediately turned and charged toward Tosujin. At that moment Tosujin directly jumped up, dodging the opponent's attack. At the same time Akimichi Choji, due to exerting too much force, crashed into the wall and couldn't pull himself out. I win. Seeing this, Tosu Jin jumped behind Akimichi Choji and spoke. Hearing this, Akimichi Choji proudly said, "Humph. It's useless. I've blocked my ears, you can't win." "Oh, who told you that only ears are affected? The blood in the human body can also transmit sound." Saying this, Tosu Jin directly launched his sound attack, which caused Akimichi Choji to revert to his original form, his eyes spinning. Seeing this, Narashikamura knew that this was still Tosu Jin held back. Otherwise Akimichi Choji would be in dire straits. At this moment Moonlight Gale, watching this, directly announced that Tosu Jin had won the match. And thus the second round of the Chunin exam came to an end. The participants for the third round had already been determined. Konohagakure Namikaze Fujiwara Shirmyo Sano Manjiro Uzumaki Naruto Uchiha Sasuke Fuga Niji Aburame Shino Naroshikamaru Oto Geikure Tosu Jin Sunagekure Gara Temari Kankuro. Seeing this, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen said, "Now I will announce the rules for the third match." Meanwhile, on the other side, Yukushi Kabuto knelt on one knee before Orochimaru and said the preliminary round ended smoothly. Next we will proceed to the official matches. Orochimaru stood there watching the free birds in the distance and said, "The people of this country have grown too complacent. It's time to give them some excitement." After Orochimaru finished speaking, Yukushi Kabuto stood up and said, "Then it's time to seize this country. That old man's head will soon be mine, is that so?" While Orochimaru was speaking, Yukushi Kabuto directly interjected. After he said this, Orochimaru's gaze turned to Kabuto, revealing a hint of displeasure. "But I feel, Lord Orochimaru, that you seem to have a bit of hesitation. Yukushi Kabuto, you are too sensitive. Your sensitivity makes me uncomfortable." As Kabuto was speaking, Orochimaru chuckled. However, the coldness beneath his gaze was utterly real. "I'm sorry, Lord Orochimaru. Perhaps I am indeed too sensitive, but it could also be that I haven't gained your trust." After Kabuto finished, Orochimaru smiled and said, "How could that be? You are my right hand. Moreover, I intend to entrust the matter of Uchiha Sasuke to you." After these words were spoken, Yukushi Kabuto's eyes shifted and then he headed off in a certain direction. Meanwhile, at the preliminary match venue, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the assembled ninjas and said, "The official match is a competition observed by the high officials of each nation in the ninja world. It is also a demonstration of each nation's strength. Therefore, for this third match, I ask all of you to show your true abilities. The match will officially begin in 1 month, and this time is for your preparation." After these words, the genin present all nodded. At the same time, they looked at the people around them. Every person present could be their enemy. During this period, besides gathering intelligence, they must also hone their strength. "Alright, since everything is clear, please begin drawing lots." After saying this, Mitarashi Anko brought over a box full of papers and everyone drew their lots. After they finished, the third Hokage looked at the situation and said, "Tell me what number you drew." "Uzumaki Naruto 1. Temari 7. Kankuro 5. Gara 3. Nara Shikamaru 8. Fuga Niji 2. Aburame Shino 6. Tosu Jin 9. Fujiwara Shirmyo 10. Namikaze 11. Sano Manjiro 12. After hearing these reports, Marino Ibiki recorded the data. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, "Now I will announce the match order." After he spoke, a chart appeared. Uzumaki Naruto vs. Fuga Niji. Gara vs. Uchiha Sasuke. Kankuro vs. Aburame Shino. Temari vs. Nara Shikamaru. Tosu Jin vs. Fujiwara Shirmyo. Namikaze vs. Sano Manjiro. After this order was announced, Namikaze chuckled. Indeed, the general order remained unchanged, but some other matchups had shifted. He didn't expect his opponent to be Sano Manjiro, but it was also time to see the strength of his teammate. Namikaze said, looking at Sano Manjiro, "This time let's have a good match." "Ah. A real fight. But Siya, don't blame me if you lose, because I'm really strong." After these words, Namikaze felt a surge of excitement within him. At the same time, he was also curious about Fujiwara Shirmyo's strength. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the second assessment. 1 evolution point has been awarded. Added to strength. Ding! Point added successfully. Now updating the host's complete information. Host Wolfang CA. Physique A. Strength B. Speed B. Items fake Nine-Tails Chakra Card X2. Overall rating B Ninja. Gazing at the system's evaluation, Bofengxia within her room looked at all the completed side quests and then her eyes settled on the main quest. Just a little more patience and the rewards from the main quest would begin to be distributed. Ding! New side quest A appears: Gaara's murderous intent. Escape from or defeat Gaara. Ding! New side quest B appears: Save Moonlight Gale. Rescue Moonlight Gale and explain the Sand Village's intentions to the third Hokage. Ding! New quest C appears: Help Naruto Uzumaki catch Master Jiraiya. Ding! New quest D appears: Defeat Sano Manjiro. When these quests appeared, Bofengxia was momentarily stunned. But soon she looked at the several quests, then stood up and said, "Looks like I need to get." Thinking this, Bofengxia walked outside. None of these quests were simple. If she had to choose the easiest one, it would be helping Naruto Uzumaki catch Master Jiraiya. After all, that was a freebie quest. With that thought, she walked along the main street. As usual, the pointing fingers and whispers from the people around her did not cease. Seeing this, Bofengxia's brows furrowed tightly. "Hey brat, get out of the way. Brat, don't come this way. What bad luck. Brat, get lost." Amidst the jeers from the surrounding adults, Bofengxia had long grown accustomed to it. She nonchalantly walked toward a secluded area, her eyes filled with nothing but cold indifference. Unbeknownst to Bofengxia, this very scene was witnessed by Gaara and his two companions standing by the street. Watching this, Kankuro said flatly that Bofengxia really is disliked by everyone. Even the people in her own village loathe her. That brat has a terrible temper. No wonder she's like this. At that moment, Temari chimed in beside him. "Shut up. If you two speak again, he'll kill you." Just then Gaara looked coldly at the two beside him. Seeing Gaara like this, Kankuro quickly said, "Gaara, don't you hate her too?" Boom. The moment Kankuro finished speaking, Gaara grabbed him by the neck and flung him away. Boom. "Kankuro, from today on, if you say anything I don't like again, I will truly kill you. Remember, I'm not joking because I never joke." When Gaara finished, Kankuro's eyes were filled with terror as he looked at him. Temari also stood frozen nearby, too afraid to speak. They knew well that Gaara was different from them. He was a true Asura, a being with only slaughter in his eyes. Witnessing this silence, Gaara began to move, stepping forward one step at a time. Just now, the way the villagers looked at Bofengxia was exactly how the people of Sunigake here looked at him. That girl was probably a monster too. But she wasn't qualified as a true monster. A monster must abandon all human emotions, walk further and further down the path of slaughter, and become an Asura who loves only himself. Because in this world no one will ever like you except yourself. Love does not exist. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bofengxia arrived at a secluded spot. Her gaze was now filled with indifference. She was already used to all of this, yet inexplicably her heart still ached with sorrow. "Little girl, your name is Bofengxia, isn't it?" Just then a figure appeared beside Bofengxia. Looking at this figure, Bofengxia turned her head and saw a white-haired man. She did not speak. "You don't have to say anything because I've already seen through everything. After all, I am an immortal." "An immortal?" Suddenly Bofengxia's eyes widened. In Konohagakure during the Chunin exams, the only ninja who would call himself an immortal was Jiraiya. But how come he looked so much older compared to his anime counterpart? Thinking this, Bofengxia looked at Jiraiya beside her. "What do you think? Immortal-like, heavenly, devastatingly handsome, right? Pervy Sage found you. As Sister Sia, you're here too." Just as Bofengxia was thinking how coincidental this was, a voice suddenly rang out. Hearing the source of the voice, the pervy sage Jiraiya frowned and said, "I'll come find you later. Right now I need to." "Don't bother with later. Naruto needs you now. Let's make it now." As Jiraiya was speaking, Bofengxia grabbed his clothes and said, "Pervy sage, you knocked out my teacher, so now you have to teach me to train." At that moment, Naruto Uzumaki ran up and said. Seeing this, Jiraiya glanced at Bofengxia, then at Naruto Uzumaki, and let out a sigh. "Training, huh? That's not impossible, but you two will train together." When Jiraiya finished, Bofengxia looked at him and nodded. "Fine. All right." Seeing this, Jiraiya could only agree for now. Thus Jiraiya found a quiet lakeside. He looked at Bofengxia and Naruto Uzumaki and said, "You two go walk around that lake first." After he spoke, Bofengxia and Naruto Uzumaki both walked toward the lake surface. Step. 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 Thus both of them walked on the water's surface. And they did so with great fluidity. Seeing this, Jiraiya nodded. "Very good. Now I'm going to teach you both a special technique." "A special technique? Wow, awesome. Sister CA." When these words fell, Naruto Uzumaki immediately began to gesticulate excitedly. Beside Naruto, Bofengxia furrowed her brows slightly. "Summoning jutsu. But I'll teach you this technique tomorrow. Today let's go eat, drink and have fun. After we've had enough fun we'll talk about the rest. After Jiraiya finished speaking he headed back toward the distant Konohagakure. Seeing this, Bofueng and Naruto Uzumaki followed him. Along the way Naruto kept chattering about something. After a thorough bath and wash, Bofueng extinguished the lights early, then lay on the bed and closed her eyes. Thus she waited until midnight, when she opened her eyes watching the silhouette outside the window disappear, then slowly sat up. Afterward she changed clothes, left the room and headed in a certain direction. At that moment within Konohagakure a figure was running swiftly. But just then Maki appeared on the path ahead, his eyes fixed on him, and said, "Oh, if it isn't the chief examiner. When did you become a mouse that only eavesdrops in the shadows?" With these words Gekko Height became extremely cautious. "What's wrong? It must be boring here all alone. How about we chat?" Seeing Hayat's wary expression, Maki spoke indifferently. In response, Height drew his blade and charged toward Maki. Konoha-style crescent moon dance. Just then Gekko Height spoke softly and 3 flashes of light streaked by as a blade struck Maki's shoulder. Blood spurted out, but Hayat's eyes were filled with horror as he looked at Maki. The blade could neither penetrate nor be withdrawn. So this is the crescent moon dance of Konoha style. To use such a technique at your age, Konoha truly produces talented individuals. After speaking, Maki gripped the blade and said, "But it's only natural that I can block it since I'm wearing armor underneath. However, you won't be able to block this wind blade." As he finished, Maki's hand thrust toward Height, but suddenly his eyes widened. Before him, a head of striking red hair appeared. A girl faced Maki and threw a punch. Ninja body technique, explosive fist. Boom. Explosive flames surged into the sky and Maki was pushed back several steps by this attack. Watching this, Maki's gaze fell on Bofueng and said, "You're the one Gaara wants to kill. Oof, I didn't expect you to come here seeking death." Seeking death. Hey Yakushi Kabuto, come out. You're the spy from Otogakure. Orochimaru must have told you, in nearly a perfect Jinchuriki unlike Gaara. I can perfectly harness the power of that thing inside me. So are you too sure you don't want to let us go? When these words fell, Maki's eyes widened slightly and Gekko Height also looked at Bofueng in front of him. She could control the tailed beast's chakra. Was Bofueng really that formidable? While Height was lost in thought, Yakushi Kabuto slowly emerged from behind them, his eyes fixed on Bofueng, this troublemaker, as if contemplating something. Or perhaps does Orochimaru want to start a battle with me here ahead of time? I doubt even Orochimaru, for all his strength, would be so reckless. Looking at Kabuto, Bofueng's lips curled up slightly because she knew that Kabuto was a smart man. Starting a fight here would inevitably attract Konoha's ninja. So there was a 10% chance they wouldn't attack and a 90% chance they would attempt to kill her instantly, because if she died everything could be shrouded in mystery. Swish. Just as Bofueng was thinking, Kabuto appeared in front of her in an instant. At that moment Maki appeared behind her, a wind blade aimed at her. Karama. Chakra. Sigh, even labor isn't used this hard, you're exploiting the tailed beast. As these words echoed from within Bofueng, an unusual chakra surged out from her body. Then wrapped in red chakra, Bofueng instantly vanished and reappeared in the sky, her hands forming seals: boar, monkey, hare, rat, boar, birds, boar, monkey, tiger, boar, ox, birds, ox, boar, rat, tiger, boar, snake, boar, monkey, birds, boar, monkey, hare, tiger, birds, rat, boar, monkey, boar, tiger, birds, boar, monkey, boar, snake, boar, birds, boar, monkey, rat, boar, tiger, birds, boar, monkey, boar. Water style water dragon bullet technique. With the activation of the technique, a water dragon surged from the ground, its dragon eyes fixed on Maki and Kabuto. Seeing the commotion, Maki and Kabuto vanished instantly. After all, the instant kill had failed and the disturbance had grown too large, staying any longer would only harm them. Bofueng breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Gekko Height and said, "Let's go find the third Hokage." But you're so strong, your strength seems to surpass mine already." Looking at Bofueng, Gekko Height nodded and then spoke. "It's just borrowed power." After Height spoke, Bofueng replied indifferently. "Borrowed. Still, it's incredibly impressive. And Bofueng, this time thank you. I owe you one." When Gekko Height finished, the two quickly reached the third Hokage's office in Konohagakure and relayed the message to the Umbu. The Umbu soon notified the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. He arrived shortly, looked at Bofueng and Gekko Height, sat down and said, "Speak." "What is it?" Gekko Height knelt on one knee and said, "It's like this." He then recounted everything. After hearing it all, Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Gekko Height and asked, "Do you have evidence?" Gekko Height, staring at the Hokage, Height was completely stunned. Evidence? Did the Hokage not believe him? Without evidence, killing a Suna jōnin outright, do you realize what that means? What could it lead to? War between two nations or the start of the Fourth Great Ninja War? When these words fell, Bofueng's body trembled. "All right, both of you leave. I will investigate the matter you've reported." Meanwhile, tomorrow afternoon I will convene all jōnin for a meeting. He'll send someone to negotiate with Suna, and I have plans for Hokage as well. Yes. With that, Gecko Heiei uttered a single word and exited the room. Now only Bofeng Siye and the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi remained. What is it, Siye? Is there something else? I say, Lord Third, if you turn a blind eye to all this, then Konohagakure will pay the price for your cowardice. After these words fell, Bofeng Siye raised her head, her eyes meeting the third Hokage's stern gaze. Moreover, not only Konoha but the third Hokage might also have to pay a sufficient price for this. Doesn't that matter? After these words, the third Hokage Yuenfei Risen looked at Bofeng Siye and then laughed. Ha! Siye, your thinking has already reached the level of a Hokage. Perhaps the fifth Hokage might be you. Third Hokage, I am not joking. Looking at Yuenfei Risen, Bofeng Siye said seriously. Of course I know you are not joking. Since its founding, Konohagakure has experienced too many things, and I have experienced many as well. That is precisely why I hope for peace, so that the little sprouts of Konoha can grow up safely and become independent ninjas. Yuenfei Risen, speaking thus, looked at Bofeng Siye again and said, Siye, I do not wish for war, but that does not mean I will sit idly by. I trust you at Wang Jifeng, and not only him, but I am willing to trust all the other ninjas in Konohagakure. The so-called Hokage stands above Konoha, serving as the backbone for all of Konoha's ninjas. But even so, everything requires evidence. Otherwise, if tomorrow Kakashi tells me the Raikage wants to declare war on me, and the day after Asuma tells me Kirigakure wants to start a war with me, should I just attack directly? Moreover, since we know this information, I will arrange precautionary measures. The most important thing is that Konoha's strength is not as formidable as you think. Although Kakashi and the others are capable of standing on their own, it is still not enough. And I am old, my strength far from what it used to be. Once war begins, the happy lives of the common people in Konohagakure will be destroyed. After Yuenfei Risen finished speaking, his gaze turned to the distant Hokage rock. In his heart he thought, if only you were still here at this moment, how wonderful that would be. Hearing these words, Bofeng Siye glanced at the third Hokage. At that moment she finally understood the thoughts of the Hokage Yuenfei Risen. That is to sacrifice the happiness of a few for the happiness of the majority. Every matter is weighed and considered before action is taken. This kind of Hokage cannot be said to be bad, but it also easily gives others an opportunity to exploit and easily makes that small group harbor immense resentment toward Konoha. However, indeed, no one is perfect. No matter who sits in the position of Hokage, they cannot achieve perfection. Even Father could not balance everyone, could he? I understand. Then I will take my leave now. Thinking thus, Bofeng Siye intended to withdraw. But just then the third Hokage Yuenfei Risen spoke again. Siye, I think you already know about your origin, don't you? Hearing this, Bofeng Siye's pupils constricted. But in the end she nodded. Yes, the fourth Hokage was a great Hokage. I have always thought that if only this old man had died back then it would have been better. But I did not die, instead I survived disgracefully. Most importantly, the life you have lived these years. I am sorry, Siye. But if this time things go awry as I fear, I will sacrifice my life to protect Konoha. However, that brat Naruto will need you to protect him. After all, that kid is your own younger brother. After Yuenfei Risen finished, Bofeng Siye looked at the third Hokage, but there was no excessive emotion flickering in her eyes. Ha ha. Indeed, you already know. But that's to be expected. With your talent, strength and intelligence, if you hadn't been hiding your abilities at the Konoha Ninja Academy, how could you have been the worst student? If it weren't for your doubts about Naruto's identity, given your personality, you would have left Konoha long ago. Looking at Bofeng Siye's expression, Yuenfei Risen seemed to understand everything, and he let out a sigh. Although Bofeng Siye had no intention of dedicating herself to Konoha, her heart held her younger brother. That makes things easier. Siye, next I want to entrust you with a mission. If I truly die, you need to help me investigate something. That something is. On the night of the full moon, Bofeng Siye stood on the balcony of her room gazing at the full moon hanging in the sky, her eyes filled with a complex expression. Third Hokage, you really are willing to exchange the happiness of a few ninjas for the happiness of the majority. Even those few ninjas include yourself. However, I cannot refuse your mission. As these words fell, Bofeng Siye clenched her fists. Thinking thus, she lay down on the bed. Inside the consciousness space, the Nine-Tails looked at Bofeng Siye and said, Start the stories, I reckon. Nine-Tails, I don't want to tell stories today. Nine-Tails, little girl, do you believe he'll eat you right now? Looking at Bofeng Siye, the Nine-Tails said, grimacing. Nine-Tails, can you listen to my troubles? Nine-Tails, there's gossip. Sure, go ahead. This Lord Nine-Tails loves to help you young people solve your problems. After the Nine-Tails finished speaking, Bofeng Siye looked at the Nine-Tails and began to recount her experiences over the past 12 years. When she mentioned earlier that she hated the monster inside her, the Nine-Tails bared its claws and fangs at Bofeng Siye. But later, when she said that the Nine-Tails was also good, the Nine-Tails became very shy. Perhaps it was because it had been confined in this dark and sunless place for so long, going mad from boredom, which caused the Nine-Tails personality to become somewhat childish. At this moment, if the other half of the Nine-Tails were here, it would definitely look disdainfully at the half within Bluefeng and say, "This thing is my other half." Finally, after Bluefeng finished speaking, the Nine-Tails fell into thought. "Nine-Tails, what do you think I should do?" "What do you mean, what to do?" "Just fight. Don't worry, when the time comes I'll definitely lend you my power. You know, back in the day I was punching Yiziboban and kicking Shinsho Jujian. Even the god of shinobi had to call me Lord Nine-Tails. If I hadn't been accidentally sealed decades ago, I would have unified the ninja world by now. There wouldn't be any need for you little girl to worry so much." Just after Bluefeng finished speaking, the Nine-Tails began to boast. The Nine-Tails thought to itself, since those people are all dead, it can boast however it wants. Hey, indeed, living long has its benefits. Namikaze Shizuki. Faced with the Nine-Tails boast, Namikaze Shizuki was utterly speechless. If her memory served her, in the original story Hashirama Senju had subdued it with just one hand. And that wasn't even the key point was that there were 999 more such hands. So did the Nine-Tails think she knew nothing? And what was with this ridiculous behavior of the Nine-Tails? She didn't recall the Nine-Tails being this absurd in the original story. Could it be that the system had evolved this behavior after keeping it locked in darkness for 12 years? Ding! Yes, you're right, it's all thanks to this system. You see, it's only when a tailed beast has been lonely for too long that it seizes the only chance to see the light. What this means is that this half of the Nine-Tails has been lonely for too long, shrouded in endless darkness. Now to it, you are the only one who can keep it company, so it will do everything to please you. Little girl, when the time comes I'll lend you all my power and you'll know what the power of the Nine-Tails truly is. Let alone a small Konoha, even if Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju were resurrected, I'd make them kneel and call me grandpa. After the system finished speaking, the Nine-Tails spoke again. Hearing this, Namikaze Shizuki smiled and said, "Thank you, Nine-Tails. A hand between us, what's there to thank? You should know that your backup is me and I am your strongest support." After the Nine-Tails finished speaking, Namikaze Shizuki slowly walked up to its paw, leaned against it, and hugged it. "Nine-Tails, today I'll tell you a wonderful story. The name of this story is Journey to the West." And so one night passed. Early the next morning, the system began to bestow the rewards for completing the mission. Ding! Side quest B has appeared. Rescue Gecko Hey 8 and explain the Sand Village's intentions to the third Hokage. Mission complete. Special reward 1 Brank Jutsu Speed Learning Scroll. Ding! New quest C has appeared. Help Naruto Uzumaki catch Jiraiya Sensei. Mission complete. Special reward 1 Evolution Point. Hearing this, Namikaze Shizuki said, "Add it to speed." Ding! Addition successful. Now updating all host information. Host Namikaze Shizuki. Physique A. Strength B. Speed B. Items Fake Nine-Tails Chakra Card X2. Comprehensive Evaluation B Ninja. Seeing the rewards, Namikaze Shizuki left her room and met up with Naruto Uzumaki, heading to the location Jiraiya had specified. When they arrived at the place Jiraiya Sensei had mentioned, Namikaze Shizuki and Naruto Uzumaki looked speechlessly at Jiraiya, who was peeping at women bathing. They mentally gave him a thumbs down. This guy was far too perverted. No wonder he could write novels like Makeout Paradise. He was a disgrace to ninjas. "Jiraiya Sensei, if you keep ignoring me, I'll get angry." Just then Naruto Uzumaki used the sexy technique, covered Jiraiya's eyes with his hands, and spoke in a coquettish voice. "You finally used the sexy technique. I'm so happy." After Jiraiya said that, he turned around, but by then Naruto had already reverted to his original form. "You little brat, you tricked me," Jiraiya said angrily, looking at Naruto. "Tit for tat," Naruto replied. "Sigh, fine. Today I'm going to teach you a technique called the summoning technique. But before that, Namikaze Shizuki, try to sense the other chakra inside you." "You mean the Nine-Tails chakra?" Namikaze Shizuki said with a smile as a surge of red chakra erupted and enveloped her body. You not only sensed it but have already mastered it." Naruto Uzumaki looked at this and said, somewhat frustrated, "Shizuki-ni, why can you control that thing's chakra but I can't?" "Jiraiya. Of course you can't. Remember, the Nine-Tails power can only be accepted with the heart. That thing is not an enemy but a friend, understand?" While Jiraiya was full of confusion at these words, Namikaze Shizuki smiled at Naruto and said. But Naruto shook his head, indicating he still didn't understand. "Wait, what's going on? Are you saying he also has the Nine-Tails inside him?" Jiraiya asked Namikaze Shizuki with a slightly surprised expression. "Yes. Back then my father split the Nine-Tails in two. One half was sealed inside me and the other half was sealed inside Naruto." When these words fell, Jiraiya was completely stunned. The Nine-Tails split in two Nine-Tails. Wait, that seemed 12 years ago Minato Namikaze had indeed told him that his wife was pregnant with fraternal twins. How could I have forgotten something so important? Fraternal twins Namikaze and Uzumaki, the son takes the mother's surname, the daughter takes the father's. Was this to protect Naruto Uzumaki? Third Hokage. Third Hokage. I know you would sacrifice a few for the happiness of the many, that's a necessary condition for being Hokage. That's why I never wanted to become Hokage, I prefer freedom. But I never expected that you would treat the two children of the fourth Hokage so differently. Have you ever thought how painful this will be for Shizuki and Naruto when they learn the truth? Thinking of this, Jiraiya's fists clenched slightly. Ah. I still can't sense it. Just then Naruto's voice completely interrupted Jiraiya's thoughts. Maybe you can sense it after you use up all your chakra, Jiraiya said, suddenly looking at Naruto's concentrated expression. After hearing this, Naruto nodded and began to use the multiple shadow clone technique. Boar dog bird monkey ram boar dog bird monkey snake boar tiger. Ninja art multiple shadow clone technique. After the technique was performed, Naruto started fighting against himself. At this moment Namikaze Shizuki watched with interest from the side. Little girl, what do you think of Konoha? I have no thoughts. It's just a village without feelings. Here, aside from Naruto, my two teammates and my teacher, no one else matters to me. But I do have some respect for the third Hokage. Although I don't agree with some of his ideas, he truly cares for Konohagakure. After Bofong Siya finished speaking, Zilai's brows furrowed deeply. It seemed that Bofong Siya's sense of belonging to Konoha village was very weak. Then why are you still staying in Konoha? At this moment Zilai finally asked the question he wanted to ask. Because my little brother is very cute. Isn't he? As these words fell, Zilai's pupils contracted. Cute. How did this guy detect that? Was it because the brat also had the Nine-Tails inside him? Master Zilai, the third Hokage, told me about Naruto long ago. That Naruto, though dull, is indeed a piece of workable material. His future achievements will not be low and he might even become Hokage. But compared to him, what I yearn for is a life of freedom and unrestraint. After Bofong Siya finished speaking, Zilai gazed at her for a long time, then exhaled and said, I don't know why the third Hokage told you these things, but the position of Hokage is not easy to bear and the third is already old. Although that is the case, I still hope that Master Zilai as one of the three ninjas can help the third Hokage when Orochimaru attacks Konoha. Although the third Hokage has already taken precautions, Orochimaru is no pushover and will not easily give up this opportunity. After Bofong Siya finished speaking, Zilai said no more. With the potential of a ninja, excellent genes and a clever mind, Bofong Siya undoubtedly possessed the best qualities to become Hokage. The possibility that this guy was the child of prophecy was very high. Finally, under these circumstances, Xuanhua Mingren's real body collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Bofong Siya walked over to Xuanhua Mingren and handed him water, saying, drink. Thank you, big sister. After saying that, Xuanhua Mingren began to drink. At this moment Zilai slowly walked over and said, alright, next I will teach you both a ninja technique, the summoning technique. As Zilai spoke, he began forming hand seals, boar dog bird monkey ram. Ninja art summoning technique. After the summoning was completed, a toad appeared beneath Zilai. Seeing this, Xuanhua Mingren immediately exclaimed, awesome. I want to learn it, I want to learn it. Meanwhile, Bofong Siya calmly observed the scene. The toad looked at Xuanhua Mingren and Bofong Siya, then handed over the contract scroll from its mouth. Then Xuanhua Mingren took the contract scroll, opened it, listened to Zilai's explanation, and wrote down the name Xuanhua Mingren on the scroll. After Xuanhua Mingren finished writing, Bofong Siya also bit her own finger and wrote the 4 characters Bofong Siya on the contract scroll. At that moment Zilai said, alright, now that Xuanhua Mingren, your chakra is depleted, you can form hand seals and summon your contract beast. Leave it to me. After Zilai finished speaking, Xuanhua Mingren formed hand seals, boar dog bird monkey ram. Ninja art summoning technique. After the hand seals were completed, a puff of mist rose and then a tadpole appeared there. Seeing this, the large toad croaked and Zilai also looked speechless. A tadpole. This guy really had no talent. At this moment Zilai turned his gaze to Bofong Siya. Ninja technique, quick learning scroll activate. Ding. Ninja technique, quick learning scroll activated successfully. The system has captured a summoning toad with extraordinary talent. Host, please be cautious. Be cautious. Hearing this, Bofong Siya was stunned, feeling that the system was tricking her. But now there was no turning back. Even if it was a trap set by the system, she had no choice but to go ahead. Boar dog bird monkey ram. Ninja art summoning technique. Bang. At that moment smoke billowed and a pink frog appeared there. Seeing this frog, the toad beneath Zilai immediately vanished, which stunned Zilai. What's going on? Although Bofong Siya had summoned a frog, its size was not large, about the size of a normal one-man-hold, but his own summoning beast had fled in an instant. What was going on? Could it be that? Whoosh. However, just as Zilai was thinking, a sound of drawing a blade was heard and a gleaming sword shot toward Bofong Siya. Seeing this, Bo-Fong-Xie directly took out a shuriken and blocked the attack. But the next moment Bo-Fong-Xie's eyes widened because the opponent's strength was too great. Her shuriken was sent flying and the gleaming blade was coming at her neck. Seeing this, Bo-Fong-Xie immediately looked into the distance and used the body flicker technique. The next moment her figure appeared far away. Whoosh! But this did not make the pink frog stop. The next moment it turned around and appeared before Bo-Fong-Xie, saying, "Not bad, huh? Little brat, since you summoned me, let's see if you can handle me. If you can't defeat me, don't summon me again in the future." Ninja Art Body Flicker Technique. Seeing this, Bo-Fong-Xie immediately used the body flicker technique again. At the same time she formed hand seals: ox, monkey, rabbit, rat, boar, dog, ox, horse, dog, rat, tiger, snake, ox, goat, snake, boar, goat, rat, water, monkey, dog, dragon, dog, ox, horse, goat, tiger, snake, rat, monkey, rabbit, boar, dog, goat, rat, ox, monkey, dog, water, rat, boar, dog. Water style water dragon bullet technique. After the technique was executed, a massive water dragon surged toward the frog, attacking a frog with water. Your talent is truly terrible. Seeing this, the pink frog spoke, then leaped into the water and looked at Bo-Fong-Xie with a challenging gaze. You're mistaken. The water is not for attacking you but to immobilize you. After the pink frog finished speaking, Bo-Fong-Xie began forming hand seals again. Goat, snake, tiger. Clone technique. Pop. 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 At that moment countless clones appeared. At the same time each clone threw shurikens at the water dragon bullet and immediately began forming hand seals: ox, dog, dragon, rat, dog, boar, snake, tiger. Ninja Art Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Whoosh. 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 Boom. 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 Countless shuriken clones struck into the water dragon bullet. Then as the shuriken clones embedded themselves, the pink frog inside the water dragon bullet swung its blade, sending slashing energy flying everywhere. Whoosh. Soon everything returned to nothingness. In the center the pink frog raised its head and looked at Bo-Fong-Xie, saying, "Not bad. I Qing Miao will temporarily acknowledge you as my partner. But if you can't keep up with training and hold me back in the future, don't blame me for abandoning you." Listening to Qing Miao's words, Jiraiya's expression slightly froze. Qing Miao is a legendary other clan among the toads of Mount Mayaboku, the frogs. That clan is mysterious, different from the toads. The frogs are more enigmatic. Moreover, if one summons them, they must gain their recognition, otherwise the summoner will be abandoned by the contract beast. Thinking this, Jiraiya looked at Bo-Fong-Xie and Qing Miao. This was the first time he had seen someone gain the recognition of the frog clan. "Don't worry, I will become stronger than you and then you will willingly follow me." At that moment, while Jiraiya was thinking, Bo-Fong-Xie said indifferently, "It better be so. From now on our contract begins. Do you have anything else today?" "No." After Bo-Fong-Xie's words, Qing Miao nodded and said, "Then see you next time, my little contractor. I hope you won't boast anymore." After saying that, Qing Miao's body made a popping sound and vanished. Right after Qing Miao disappeared, Uzumaki, Naruto immediately shouted, "Sister, you're amazing. First time you summoned a frog, and such a powerful frog too, and it recognized you. I can't do it. I don't know when I'll be able to summon a frog." "Don't worry, you can do it too. After all, you are the man who aspires to become the Hokage of Konoha. Teacher Jiraiya, I'll leave Naruto to you. I'm a bit tired today, so we'll go back and rest first." Looking at Jiraiya, Bo-Fong-Xie said with a smile. After Bo-Fong-Xie finished, Jiraiya also hummed in response and his eyes turned to Bo-Fong-Xie. Whether it was the body flicker technique, the water dragon bullet, or the shuriken shadow clone technique, they were all high-level ninjutsu. Yet Bo-Fong-Xie used them with great proficiency, and the combination had already made Qing Miao acknowledge her. All of this was enough to demonstrate Bo-Fong-Xie's talent. If that was the case, could this person be the child of prophecy? The talent far surpassing Minato's and the strength and intellect far beyond her peers were quite frightening. However, at this moment Bo-Fong-Xie did not know what Jiraiya was thinking. She walked step by step toward her home. After returning home, she lay down to sleep. To be honest, everything that had just happened made Bo-Fong-Xie a bit unconvinced. A frog, without borrowing the Nine-Tails chakra, she couldn't even defeat it. Thinking this, she felt a determination to become stronger. With that thought, she turned her gaze to her tasks. Side quest A. Wai Luo's murderous intent, escape from Wai Luo's grasp or defeat Wai Luo. Side quest B. Defeat Zui Yiwan Si Lang. It seemed she too needed to start working hard. Meanwhile, in the third Hokage's office, the third Hokage looked at the jōnin present and said, "What do you think about this matter?" "I think cough. We should suspend the Chunin exams and settle accounts with the Sand and Sound Ninja properly." At that moment a voice sounded from within the room. The one who said this was Moonlight Hyade. After all, he had almost died this time. "I also think we shouldn't let them off so easily after all this matter." Swoosh. Report to the third Hokage, Mabaki of Sunagakure has arrived. At that moment an Umbu appeared. Hearing this, the jōnin present were all perplexed. Baki of Sunigakure, at this time instead of fleeing he dares to appear here openly. Invite him in. Hearing this the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi immediately said. Then several Umbu brought Baki into the room. Seeing Baki's appearance the surrounding jōnin all looked at him. Third Hokage-sama esteemed jōnin of Konoha greetings. I am Baki of Sunigakure village. After these words the third Hokage looked at Baki and immediately said, oh then Baki, what do you intend to do here? Apologize and also present the sincerity of my Sunigakure village. After saying this Baki handed over a scroll and placed it on the third Hokage's desk. Then the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi opened the scroll. Looking at its contents Hiruzen frowned. Actually regarding the matter of the Sound Ninja contacting a Sand Ninja to attack Konoha, our side has always wanted to report to the esteemed Konoha, but unfortunately the Sound Ninja have been secretly monitoring us, preventing us from breaking away to inform you. And this time I came at the risk of my life to inform you. Moreover, in a few days the Sand Shadow-sama will personally come here to discuss with the Hokage-sama. Because behind the Sound Hidden Village is Orochimaru, we must join forces to eliminate Orochimaru. After Baki's words the jōnin present all wore expressions of utter disbelief. Are you kidding? He planned to report to Konoha from the beginning, but only now comes, this is just trying to quickly curry favor with Konoha after the plot failed. However, if they killed Baki now the war between Konoha Sound and Sand would inevitably begin. Moreover, the Sand Ninja would probably use the excuse that Konoha killed Baki, which was utterly frustrating. But now no matter what, it was up to the third Hokage to decide. I understand. Then we will wait until the Sand Shadow-sama arrives in Konoha before making a decision. However, in the next few days Konoha will arrange patrols. If we detect any signs of disturbance we will eliminate the threats. If we accidentally kill some Sand Renegade Ninja, I'm sure Sunigakure village will understand. Hearing this Baki clenched his fist. A threat. A warning. This third Hokage was not so easily fooled. It seemed that in the next few days he would be under layers of surveillance within Konoha village. If Sunigakure really has traitors, Konoha is welcome to eliminate them as they see fit. At this moment Baki also said stubbornly. After these words the surrounding jōnin said nothing more. After all, the third Hokage-sama had already decided everything, so they naturally had nothing else to say. Thus time passed day by day and the third part of the Chunin exams drew closer. During this time everyone was training frantically. Moreover, Bofeng Siye heard the news that Uzumaki Naruto was hospitalized. Hearing this news Bofeng Siye shook her head. That Jiraiya guy actually managed to make Naruto summon that guy. However, she should still take some time to visit him. Upon learning that Uzumaki Naruto was hospitalized, Kazekage Shuriwa quickly bought a basket of fruits and headed towards the hospital. After arriving at the hospital, Kazekage Shuriwa found out Naruto's room number and made her way to his ward. When she reached the door of Naruto's room, Kazekage Shuriwa knocked. Come in, a lazy voice called out from within. Hearing this voice, Kazekage Shuriwa opened the door and saw Shikamaru playing chess, momentarily unsure of what to say. Hey. Shuriwa, you came to visit this guy too, Shikamaru said first as Kazekage Shuriwa felt awkward. Listening to this, Kazekage Shuriwa smiled slightly at Shikamaru and said, I didn't expect you to be here. Although Kazekage Shuriwa knew this from the original story, she wasn't sure what to say now. In her past life she had social anxiety, and in this life, apart from a few fixed people, she hadn't really talked to anyone else. This led to Kazekage Shuriwa not knowing what to chat about, creating an awkward atmosphere. Well, this idiot got himself into this state a few days before the exam, and I figured no one would take care of him, so I came over. Compared to other places, this is quite peaceful and suitable for chess. Kazekage Shuriwa smiled at Shikamaru's words and placed the basket of fruits on the bedside. At that moment both Shikamaru and Kazekage Shuriwa noticed signs of Naruto waking up. Seeing this sign, Kazekage Shuriwa and Shikamaru turned to look at Naruto. Hey, looks like he's waking up. Shikamaru said directly. Soon Naruto opened his eyes and looked at Kazekage Shuriwa and Shikamaru, saying, Sister Shuriwa, Shikamaru, where is this? This is the hospital. What do you mean, where is this? You've been unconscious here for 3 days and nights. 3 days. 3 days and nights. After Shikamaru's words, Naruto first said in disbelief, then jumped up and shouted, What? Why didn't you wake me up earlier? The Chunin exams are coming, I can't just sleep like this, I need to train. It's because you overtrained that you ended up here, Naruto. Resting is important sometimes. Kazekage Shuriwa spoke up at that moment. Hearing this, Naruto glanced at his sister and said, I understand, sister, but... No buts, Naruto. Just eat your fruits and recover slowly. I'll step out for a moment. Looking at Naruto, Kazekage Shuriwa walked towards the exit. If Naruto had just woken up today, it meant that he would surely cause a ruckus. Gaara, I'm really looking forward to seeing you. Meanwhile, in the hall of the Konoha hospital, Gaara held his head looking towards Rock Lee's room. Thus he walked step by step towards Lee's room. Hey, isn't this quite rude? Kazekage Shiryue's voice rang out from behind him. Then Gaara turned his head to look at Kazekage Shiryue, his eyes filled with a murderous intent. With such a heavy killing intent, it seems we are destined to have a fight. Come with me, brat. Looking at Gaara, Kazekage Shiryue walked ahead while Gaara followed her closely. They soon arrived at a small grove. Seeing this scene, Gaara looked at Kazekage Shiryue and said, "Before I kill you, I have a question. Why did you save that guy? I can see that you are a monster just like me. Since you can see that, do you still think you can kill me? That's utterly ridiculous. However, I will answer your question. Rock Lee is a very hardworking ninja. His efforts shouldn't end here." Looking at Gaara, Kazekage Shiryue said indifferently, "Is that all? Such a boring reason." Whoosh. After Kazekage Shiryue finished speaking, a blast of sand shot towards her. Seeing this, Kazekage Shiryue leaped up, landing on a tree, her eyes fixed on Gaara. At the same time, Gaara also looked at Kazekage Shiryue with eyes filled with killing intent as the sand surged towards her. Boring ninjutsu. Kazekage Shiryue said indifferently upon seeing this, and then began to form hand seals. Rat sheep hare rat horse rooster rat tiger dog tiger snake rat snake hare sheep rat horse snake rat sheep rooster tiger sheep rat hare rooster sheep rat horse rooster rat sheep rat tiger rooster rat tiger rooster rat snake rat rooster tiger rat snake. Water release water dragon bullet technique. As this ninjutsu was unleashed, a water dragon burst forth from the ground, charging towards Gaara. Seeing this, Gaara immediately used sand to block it, and the water dragon was thus halted by the sand. Watching this, Kazekage Shiryue smiled slightly, then leaped into the air, positioning herself above Gaara, launching a shuriken at him while quickly forming hand seals. Rat dog snake tiger. Ninjutsu shuriken shadow clone technique. Whoosh. 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 Boo. 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 This time Gaara's sand did not successfully block the attack. The shuriken shadow clone technique directly knocked off Gaara's sand armor, revealing his true form to Kazekage Shiryue. "I see, using the water dragon bullet technique to cause the water to seep into my sand, making it heavy and slow, thus unable to keep up with the speed of the shuriken shadow clone technique, and then using this ninjutsu to shatter my sand armor. Your double layer defense has been completely destroyed. I must say your talent is impressive." Looking at Gaara, who was filled with killing intent and drooling as he gazed at her, Kazekage Shiryue smiled and said, "That's right, but I didn't expect that behind that sand armor your true form is like this. It seems that the sand armor not only protects you but also helps shape your image." Kazekage Shiryue said with a smile as she looked at Gaara. "None of that matters now. Let's begin and see each other's true strength, Shiryue. Let me see whose inner monster is stronger, mine or yours." As Gaara spoke, the sand slowly wrapped around him. Seeing this scene, Kazekage Shiryue was taken aback and inwardly called out, "Kyubi, lend me your strength." "Alright, isn't it just chakra? I can have as much as I want." After the Nine-Tails' reply, a massive surge of red chakra swirled around Namikaze Shizuki. Meanwhile, inside the cocoon of sand, Gaara was slowly forming hand seals. The difference between the two became immediately apparent. "Now it's time to finish you off." Whoosh. As these words left Namikaze Shizuki's mouth, he took a single step forward. That step caused cracks to spread across the ground. Then Namikaze Shizuki appeared before the spherical sand barrier and delivered a devastating punch. Ninja body technique explosive fist. This punch was imbued with intense flames of chi. The surrounding trees began to wither from the heat and the ground dried up. At the same time, Namikaze Shizuki smashed through Gaara's sand defense, sending his body crashing into a tree. Shying. Then with a choked sound, Gaara spat out a mouthful of blood, staring at Namikaze Shizuki in disbelief. "I have to say, you're really weak. Aside from your sand defense, you have hardly any real strength. In other words, you've just been borrowing the power of the monster inside you. Your own ability is barely a tenth of Rock Lee's." When Namikaze Shizuki finished, Gaara's eyes were bloodshot. He looked at him and said, "Kill me. But sooner or later you'll become like me, a Shura of this world. After everyone betrays you. That's why I say this, because you and I are both monsters. No one will ever like you. We share the same fate." After those words fell, Namikaze Shizuki looked at Gaara's twisted face and let out a sigh. Then placing a hand on Gaara's head, he said, "Fool, we're not monsters. That's what I believe. As vessels of monsters, regardless of whether others accept us, we must first accept ourselves. If a person loses their sense of self, how can others ever accept them?" When Namikaze Shizuki finished, Gaara sneered, "You're only accepted now because you're strong. Just like Kankuro and Temari, they fear me so they flatter me. But if one day they become stronger than me, they'll hate me at the first opportunity." Is that so, Gaara? If you think everyone flatters me only because I'm strong, then I have nothing more to say. But I can let my younger brother change your mind. My younger brother is called Uzumaki Naruto. Like us, he has a monster inside him. And he himself is very weak. However, through bonds he has grown stronger step by step. So we'll make a bet with you. If I lose, I'll come and take your life. If I win, from now on you'll walk the path that Uzumaki Naruto treads. What do you think? After saying this, Namikaze Shizuki vanished from the spot. Gaara, left alone, looked around with a dazed expression. But soon he glared in the direction Namikaze Shizuki had disappeared and muttered, Uzumaki Naruto. You'll regret this. He will die. With that, Gaara trudged away. Thus Namikaze Shizuki returned to his room and opened the system. Ding! Side quest at Gaara's killing intent completed. Reward 2 evolution points for the host. Hearing this, Namikaze Shizuki said, add 1 point to speed and 1 to power. Ding! Points added. Now updating the host's full information. Host Namikaze Shizuki, Physique Power A, Speed B, Items, Fake 9-Tails, Chakra Card, X2, Overall Rating in Ninja. Hearing this, Namikaze Shizuki smiled. He had grown stronger again. Changmiao, you're still far from catching up to my pace of progress. After saying this, Namikaze Shizuki entered the consciousness space to tell the Nine-Tails the story of Journey to the West. Time passed quickly and soon the third part of the Chunin exam began. Early in the morning, Namikaze Shizuki headed straight to the exam venue. He glanced at the 2 empty seats far away, inwardly hoping that the Hokage had indeed made preparations early enough. Otherwise today would be the start of disaster. Meanwhile, on the other side, Fujiwara Ishimizu stepped out of his room, but the next moment his pupils contracted sharply. My dear child, long time no see. Did you miss me? At that moment a mocking voice came from behind Fujiwara Ishimizu. Hearing the voice, Fujiwara Ishimizu's eyes widened and cold sweat poured down his forehead. But quickly a shuriken appeared in his hand and he pointed it at Orochimaru, saying, don't come near me or I'll kill you. After Fujiwara Ishimizu spoke, Orochimaru glanced at him and laughed, haha, kill me. If you can, go ahead and try. My child. When Orochimaru finished, Fujiwara Ishimizu stepped back, staring at him and asking, what exactly do you want? Today is your match, so I don't plan to do anything. But that thing I placed inside you, it has its uses. After saying this, Orochimaru began forming hand seals, then thrust his hand toward Fujiwara Ishimizu's abdomen. Soon Fujiwara Ishimizu collapsed in pain, but Orochimaru had already vanished. That bastard. What did he do? Staring at the direction Orochimaru had disappeared, Fujiwara Ishimizu muttered coldly, then got up and headed to the arena. At the same time, countless people in Konohagakure made their way to the arena. Finally, just before the matches began, everyone except Uchiha Sasuke had arrived. Namikaze Shizuki stood among them. The proctor was still Moonlight Gale, who looked at the participants and coughed twice, saying ahem. Now the third round of the Chunin exam begins. First match, Uzumaki Naruto vs. Fuga Niji. Everyone else leave the arena. When Moonlight Gale finished, everyone present departed. Only Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga Niji remained in the arena. Watching them, Moonlight Gale smiled and asked, are you both? Yeah. Ready. Both answered. Hearing this, Moonlight Gale's lips curled slightly as he announced, then begin the match. After the sound of the match began, Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga Niji stared at each other intently. Suddenly Naruto clenched his fist and made a striking motion towards Niji. This scene reminded Niji of the time he almost killed Hinata during their battle, which also prompted Naruto to make this provocative gesture. As he thought about this, Niji frowned, then activated his Byakugan, staring at Naruto. At that moment, Naruto appeared to have an incredibly confident look in Niji's eyes. In other words, he was not merely showing off but was filled with genuine confidence. Only such a spirited opponent was worth battling. While thinking this, Niji prepared a gentle fist stance. Observing this, Naruto immediately threw 3 shuriken and then began to run. However, Niji directly caught 1 shuriken and used it to block the other 2. At this moment, Naruto had already closed in on Niji. With a punch, Niji dodged to the side. Watching this scene, Naruto turned back and launched punches at Niji, each one delivered with incredible speed. However, Niji managed to evade every strike. Niji's Byakugan allowed him to see all of Naruto's movements clearly. Finally, he spotted an opportunity and executed a precise strike. Noticing the speed of the attack, Naruto immediately realized that Niji could target his chakra points. He rolled to evade Niji's attack range. Thus the first wave of attacks had come to an end. At the same time, Naruto understood that in close combat it would be very difficult for him to defeat Niji. If he wanted to win, he would need to employ other strategies. You understand, don't you? You have absolutely no chance of defeating me. At that moment a voice came from Niji. Hearing this, Naruto glared at the self-assured Niji and retorted, humph. Just now I was merely testing your strength. Did you really think I was using all my power? After saying this, Naruto slowly stood up and looked at Niji, saying, now the real battle between us has just begun, and this time I will show you my true power. After finishing his words, Naruto began to form hand seals Cho Inu Chinzi Inu Hai Sein. Ninja technique, multiple shadow clone jutsu. Once the seals were completed, shadow clones of Naruto appeared around him. When 5 Narutos appeared, Niji's gaze turned towards them. Were each of these clones real? No, only one was real. This kid had merely distributed his chakra evenly among each clone, making it impossible for Niji's Byakugan to discern which was the real one. Thinking this, the corner of Niji's mouth curled up slightly. Ultimately, there is only one real body. So as long as I defeat the real one, the others will be rendered ineffective. After this statement, Naruto exclaimed, "Humph. You're just boasting. Go ahead and attack if you want." After Naruto finished speaking, Niji spoke again. At this moment, Naruto slightly raised the corner of his mouth and said, "Don't underestimate me. I am Uzumaki Naruto." After saying this, Naruto charged towards Niji. At the same time, Niji leapt into the center of the 4 clones, and then all 4 clones attacked Niji at once. Seeing this, Niji began to dodge, but at that moment one of the Narutos saw an opportunity and kicked towards Niji. Consequently, Niji appeared to be kicked away. However, he ultimately landed safely without a single scratch. Seeing this, Naruto clenched his fist, having kicked nothing. But in the next moment, 2 Narutos charged towards Niji. This time Niji leapt into the air and kicked the shadow clones away. At this moment, the other 2 clones launched an attack from behind. However, Niji caught the incoming attack with both hands and shattered all of Naruto's clones. Watching this scene, Naruto took a step back. This guy seemed to have eyes in the back of his head, as no matter what kind of attack was thrown, it could never reach him. You said you wanted to become Hokage, right? But that's impossible. I can see clearly with these eyes that you lack the talent to become Hokage. A Hokage is someone who was born with the capability to become one. Even in the Hidden Leaf Village, only 4 people have ever held that position: the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, the second Hokage Senju Tobirama, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato. The rest are merely embellishments. And I have seen you with these eyes. You do not have that talent, so you cannot become Hokage. After these words, Naruto quickly replied, "Why? Why do you always deny others' goals?" "Because you said that anyone could become Hokage through hard work. If what you said were true, then how could there possibly be only 4 Hokages? The so-called Hokage is merely a few select ninjas who are born with that destiny. And each person is different. No one can rebel against their own fate. The only fate that everyone shares equally is death." After Niji finished speaking, Naruto looked at him, trembling all over. "Even so what? What I dislike the most is giving up. Therefore I will defeat you, and after defeating you I will climb step by step until I become Hokage." "Hoof." Niji shook his head, foolish. "But as long as I defeat you here, your foolishness will come to an end." After Niji finished speaking, he once again assumed a battle stance. At this moment, Naruto also began to form hand seals once again. Sho Inu Chinzi Inu Hai Sein. Ninja technique, multiple shadow clone jutsu. This time Naruto summoned many more shadow clones than before, and this scene made Niji begin to take Naruto seriously. With so many people, this was certainly a trouble for Hyuga Niji. Just as he was pondering this, he saw Naruto Uzumaki charging towards him with the rest of his group. Left and right attacks, fists and feet combined. A group of Naruto Uzumaki's clones couldn't even touch a single Hyuga Niji. Watching this scene, Naruto Uzumaki was momentarily stunned. This guy couldn't be hit at all. Whoosh. However, at that moment, Hyuga Niji began to run wildly among the crowd. Then he fixed his gaze on the Naruto Uzumaki at the back of the crowd, who was the farthest from him and had attacked the least, saying, "Hiding your true self at the back of the crowd out of fear of being struck, attacking the least and keeping your distance from me, but I have already seen through all of this." After Hyuga Niji finished speaking, he struck a pressure point on Naruto Uzumaki. Pop. 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 Then Naruto Uzumaki looked at Hyuga Niji as the shadow clones around him began to disappear one by one. Seeing this, Hyuga Niji spoke, "So I have already told you, you cannot win against me. You are too absolute, and I am not as foolish as you think." With a pop, the Naruto Uzumaki in front of him also vanished. Whoosh. 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 At that moment, from 2 corners 2 shurikens were launched, and Naruto Uzumaki began to form hand seals with both hands. Rat Dog Chinzi Dog Hai Sein. Ninja Art Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. After the Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique was unleashed, a multitude of shuriken clones rushed towards Hyuga Niji. This time the shuriken clones completely covered Hyuga Niji's body. As long as they hit, Hyuga Niji would turn into a hedgehog. However, just then Hyuga Niji narrowed his eyes slightly and a wave of chakra surged from his center. Soon countless chakras formed a circle blocking all the shurikens and their clones. How is this possible? Watching this scene, Naruto Uzumaki immediately looked at Hyuga Niji, his eyes filled with disbelief. It was already difficult to deal with the gentle fist and Byakugan, but now there was also a circular defensive method. What exactly was this? "Naruto Uzumaki, I have already told you, you cannot win against me." At that moment, Hyuga Niji spoke to Naruto Uzumaki indifferently. "What did you say?" Hearing this, Naruto Uzumaki frowned. At the same time, Naruto Uzumaki began to form hand seals again. Rat Dog Chinzi Dog Hai Sein. Ninja Art Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. After completing these seals, a series of shadow clones appeared around Naruto Uzumaki. Then they charged at Hyuga Niji with shurikens in hand. However, this time facing these Naruto Uzumaki clones, Hyuga Neji nearly turned and sent all of them flying away. Then Naruto Uzumaki fell heavily to the ground. I have told you you cannot win against me, and now you are already within my attack range. Saying this, Hyuga Neji took up a stance. Gentle Fist 8 trigrams 64 palms. Suddenly Hyuga Neji struck a pose and rapidly launched himself towards Naruto Uzumaki. 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms, 64 palms. After the 64 palms landed, Naruto Uzumaki's body collapsed to the ground. At this moment all 64 of the pressure points on his body had been struck, and at this moment Naruto Uzumaki was unable to gather his chakra. He lost. Watching this scene, everyone believed that Naruto Uzumaki had lost, unable to gather his chakra. How could he win? At this time on the contestants' bench, Narashikamaru watched the scene with a slight smile on his lips. The real show was just beginning. As Narashikamaru was thinking, he saw Naruto Uzumaki slowly getting up from the ground, his eyes locked onto Hyuga Neji. How can you possibly get back up? Seeing the scene, Hyuga Neji said in disbelief. I told you I really don't like giving up. At this moment Naruto Uzumaki spoke. After he finished speaking, he looked at Hyuga Neji and said, Why are you so powerful, yet you choose to present yourself as if you were yielding to fate, and even call Hinata, who works so hard, an incompetent burden? I cannot acknowledge someone like you, so I will not lose to you even if it means death. After Naruto Uzumaki finished speaking, Hyuga Neji gritted his teeth and said, Fine, since you say that, then I will tell you about the feud between the main and branch families of the Hyuga clan, and that technique known as the caged bird. After Hyuga Neji finished speaking, he took off his forehead protector and a seal appeared in everyone's sight. This seal was an ominous mark that was placed on me by the main family when I was 4 years old. Saying this, Hyuga Neji's mind fell into deep thought. When I was 4 years old on that day, the Land of Lightning, which had been at war with Konoha for years, ceased hostilities, and the Land of Lightning sent an envoy to sign a peace treaty with us. On that occasion everyone from Konoha participated except for one clan, and that clan was the Hyuga clan. Because that day was Hinata's birthday, which was also when the caged bird mark was branded on my forehead, from that moment on I became a branch family member of the Hyuga clan. After this statement, Naruto Uzumaki furrowed his brow and asked, Branch family. Main family. They are all members of the Hyuga clan, why separate the main family from the branch family? Hee hee. Ha ha ha. Branch family, main family, do you think this is just a simple distribution? No, within the Hyuga clan the existence of the branch family is to protect the main family, and sometimes it must be done at the cost of their lives. Even if the branch family members disagree, this mark will compel them to comply, and this is what is called the fate of the branch family. After Hyuga Neji finished speaking, he looked at the puzzled Naruto Uzumaki and continued, Let me give you an example. When I was 4 years old, the envoy from the Land of Lightning entered the main Hyuga family and kidnapped Hinata. However, this incident was discovered by the head of the main family, who was also Hinata's father, and that day the envoy from the Land of Lightning was killed. Later the Land of Lightning turned the tables and falsely accused the Hyuga clan, threatening the village with war if the clan head was not handed over. However, in the end the village compromised, but the head of the Hyuga main family did not die. It was my father who died. After Hyuga Neji finished speaking, Naruto Uzumaki asked why. Because my father, marked by the caged bird, could not resist the orders of the main family, thus he became the sacrifice while the head of the main family remained unharmed. Why? My father did nothing wrong, yet he died. At that moment Hyuga Neji almost shouted at Uzumaki. Naruto, his voice hoarse as he spoke. At the same time the surrounding crowd also turned their gaze toward the Hyuga clan. Such a secret. Truly fascinating. Who would have thought there were things like this within Konoha? After Neji finished speaking, the spectators from other lands eagerly discussed the matter, savoring every word. Meanwhile Uzumaki Naruto was momentarily stunned. This is indeed unfair, but it's completely different from the fate you speak of. If you believe that everything is fate, then that is your own cowardice. You're hopeless. With those words Neji charged at Naruto and delivered a palm strike. The blow sent Naruto flying. Proctor, it's over. You pathetic loser. After speaking, Neji turned and walked toward the competitors' area. Stop right there. Don't think you can run away. I will defeat you, because what you call fate is nothing but your own delusion. Your belief in fate disgusts me. Even if it costs me my life, I will overcome you. That is my ninja way. But at that moment Naruto's voice came from behind. Hearing this, Neji turned around and looked at Naruto. And what will you use to fight me? I will never lose. Before Neji could finish, Naruto roared at him. When Naruto finished, Neji trembled all over. He looked at Naruto coldly. You know nothing, brat. Do you understand what it's like to carry a mark that can never be erased? Such a fate can never be undone. After he said this, Naruto touched his own stomach. In truth, he too carried the fate of the Nine-Tails, enduring the scorn, mockery, and ridicule of others. Thinking this, Naruto looked at Neji. I understand. You're not the only one in this world who suffers. Everyone has their own burdens to bear. Even Hinata is the same. She's from the main family yet she's also a dead last. She tried desperately to change her fate and gain recognition so she worked hard. How can you call someone like that a failure? And you too aren't you defying your own fate? Otherwise why would you use the exam as an excuse to nearly kill Hinata? After Naruto had said everything Neji stared at him with murderous intent. Since you said all that'll fight you with the resolve to kill you. After Neji's declaration Naruto calmed down. Neji was strong and Naruto couldn't gather chakra at the moment. What should he do? Wait. Didn't Jiraiya-sensei mention that there was another power inside him, a power he had been rejecting? Naruto, the power of the Nine-Tails is both your shackle and your resource. If you can use that power you can become very strong. After recalling Jiraiya's words in his mind Naruto shouted inwardly, hey you stupid fox, lend me your power. When Naruto called out the young Nine-Tails looked at him, snorted in anger and then lent him its power. Soon red chakra surged out from Naruto's body. Along with this chakra the ground began to tremble. Seeing this not only Neji but also everyone around became panicked. At that moment Gaara on the viewing platform glanced at Blofling Sia then turned his gaze to Naruto. So this guy is the other monster in Konoha. Just like me he has the chakra of a monster. On the arena Naruto looked at Neji and took a step forward. With that step Naruto's body vanished instantly. This startled Neji but soon his Byakugan detected Naruto's look. In midair Naruto threw 3 kunai at Neji. Neji instantly used rotation to deflect them. Naruto then charged straight at Neji but Neji threw a kunai at him. However Naruto disappeared before Neji's eyes. Damn it, why is his speed so fast? Neji muttered then drew a shuriken and clashed with Naruto who had appeared behind him. Their collision sent both of them stumbling back a few steps. Hey, you seem pretty confident in your close combat, don't you? Naruto said coldly to Neji. Naruto then ran toward Neji. Neji had no choice but to use rotation. Naruto collided with the spinning barrier and with a loud explosion dust enveloped the scene. When the dust cleared 2 large craters were visible in the arena. Soon a figure climbed out of one of them, it was Neji. He walked slowly toward the other crater. Looking at Naruto lying unconscious in the pit Neji said sorry but this is the reality. But before Neji could finish a figure burst out from beneath the ground and punched him with tremendous force. With a loud crash Neji was sent flying by Naruto. At the same time the Naruto in the crater vanished. Naruto walked up to Neji who looked at him and said using a shadow clone to stay in the crater while the real you burrowed underground and attacked from below. I underestimated you. After all shadow clones are your specialty. Hearing this Naruto looked at Neji. At the Ninja Academy I failed the graduation exam 3 times in a row because of bad luck. They always tested the jutsu I was worst at the clone technique. After he said this Neji was stunned. So the clone technique was once my worst ninjutsu. Fate can never be changed. Don't say that with a frown on your face. You and I are different, you're not a dead last. After Xuanhua Mingren finished speaking the match ended with Xuanhua Mingren's victory. Not long after because Yuzhibo Zuozhu had not yet arrived the match between Wailua and Yuzhibo Zuozhu had to be postponed reluctantly. The subsequent match was between Qin Zhiulong and Yunu Jinai. Watching this scene Yunu Jinai was about to leave the arena but just then a voice rang out, I surrender. Hearing this everyone turned to Qin Zhiulong. This guy actually announced his surrender directly. Was there a mistake? This was the finals. This scene also made Blofang Sia pause. Why was the storyline still exactly the same as before? Could it be that the Sand Shadow still intended to attack Konoha? Thus another match ended with Yuno Zainai's victory without a fight. The next match was Shoju vs Naraluman. This battle was extremely exciting. Both Naraluman and Shoju were masters of strategy and throughout the entire match they outwitted each other. However in the end Naraluman was one step ahead. Under his layers of schemes Shoju was caught by the shadow imitation technique. But unexpectedly after capturing Shoju Naraluman declared his surrender. The reason was simple, his chakra was exhausted. This scene left everyone present speechless. Only Akimichi Dingsi smiled and said I told you this guy would surrender. Thus after the audience watched these dramatic matches Moonlight Jifeng looked at the competitor seats and announced again next match Ting Yuan Shimiao vs Tosu Shin. When this sentence fell 2 figures appeared in the arena. Tosu Shin looked at Ting Yuan Shimiao a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth and said don't worry I'll end this match quickly. Thanks. But what do you mean by quickly? Are you going to surrender? Looking at Tosu Shin Ting Yuan Shimiao asked in a naive tone but these words seemed highly provocative to Tosu. To Tosu Shin they seemed like a serious provocation. Tosu Shin thought to himself. With this in mind Tosu Shin then looked at Ting Yuan Shimiao and said fine since you said that I won't make it easy for you. After Tosu Shin uttered these words everyone around turned to look at them. Begin the match. At that moment Moonlight Jifeng directly called out. After his shot, Tosujin looked at Tingyuan Shimiao, then stepped forward and threw a punch at him. Watching this, Tingyuan Shimiao recalled the technique used by Hyuga Ningxi in the first match. Then he opened his eyes, one red one white, and gazed at Tosu Shin. His body began to spin and a circular chakra wrapped around him. Boom! Thus Tosujin crashed into Tingyuan Shimiao's kaiten and was slammed heavily away. Then shortly after Tosujin's body hit the ground, he slowly rose again, looking at Tingyuan Shimiao and asking, "Do all Konoha ninjas use this technique?" "No. I just learned it on the spot. I originally thought it would be difficult, but although the Sharingan can copy the ninjutsu and the Byakugan can precisely control one's own chakra, it's still a bit different from the original." After Tingyuan Shimiao finished speaking, the ninjas present were all shocked. Learned on the spot. How could such a technique be learned on the spot? How terrifying was this guy? Just as everyone around was thinking how terrifying he was, Bofeng Siya looked at Tingyuan Shimiao. Every word Tingyuan Shimiao spoke was humble, but there was a hint of showing off in it. This was really becoming more and more like Yuzhibo Zuoju. TCH, it's just copying some ordinary ninjutsu. My techniques he can't copy. Watching this, Sano Manjiro said with a smile. That's right. Your techniques are not ninjutsu but senjutsu. Tingyuan Shimiao can't absorb natural energy. Looking at Sano Manjiro, Bofeng Siya said directly. "Siya, this time I've prepared for a whole month to fight you. I hope you can give me some surprises. But after I win, I'll show Tingyuan Shimiao that I can beat him without any pressure." Sano Manjiro's words had just fallen when Bofeng Siya let out a sigh. With the Sage Inheritance and the Zabuza mission, both Tingyuan Shimiao and Sano Manjiro had awakened. Coupled with his own system, the Rookie of the Year in Konoha this year would definitely be within his group. However, he was also curious as to whether Tingyuan Shimiao's eyes were stronger or Sano Manjiro's Sage mode. But they would not have the chance to fight each other because in this tournament the first place would definitely be himself. But this depended on whether the third Hokage could perfectly resolve the issue of the hidden sand village. Speaking of which, he had already passed the problem to him. The third Hokage should handle it right. Thinking this, Bofeng Siya turned his gaze back to the match. In the arena, Tosujin had also roughly understood Tingyuan Shimiao's ability to copy and then use that power. Moreover, combined with the copying Sharingan and the penetrating Byakugan, this guy was not to be trifled with. But sound, that was something that could not be copied. As long as he kept his distance and used sound attacks from afar, even the opponent's kaiten just now could not protect him. With this in mind, Tosujin distanced himself from Tingyuan Shimiao, his eyes fixed on him, and slowly raised his right hand. "But distance combat is useless against me because the ninjutsu I've copied are not just one." After Tingyuan Shimiao said this, his body swiftly vanished from the spot. Watching this, Tosujin was stunned, but the next moment a figure appeared beneath him and kicked him flying upward. This scene reminded Tosujin of his fight with Liluwaka in the forest. The familiar plot, the familiar routine, even the speed and power were exactly the same. Then Tingyuan Shimiao appeared behind Tosujin and used a front lotus to slam him to the ground. Thus Tosujin lost his combat ability. At this moment on the spectator seats, Liluwaka watched the scene, his pupils dilating. He hadn't expected that Konoha had so many geniuses. The techniques he had learned for so long were imitated by the other party in an instant. Even so, he had to continue to grow stronger because others could become strong through various means while he only had taijutsu. As the duel concluded, all eyes turned to Fujiwara Shimiao standing in the arena, silently etching his name into their memories. At the same time, the battle ended with Fujiwara Shimiao's victory. At that moment, Bofeng Siya and Zoya Wansier also leaped into the arena. Gazing at them, Moonlight Gale said, "Are you both ready?" Ready." As these two voices fell, Moonlight Gale nodded and said, "Then begin." With those words, Bofeng Siya's gaze locked onto Zoya Wansier, and without a word she dashed forward. Witnessing this, Zoya Wansier also surged forward, his fist aimed at Bofeng Siya's face. Thud. Yet swiftly Bofeng Siya caught Zoya Wansier's fist and then sent a kick toward him. This kick forced Zoya Wansier to retreat, though it was merely a dodge, not a direct hit. Thus the distance between them widened and both Bofeng Siya and Zoya Wansier stared at each other. "Let's go all out," Zoya Wansier said with a smile, looking at Bofeng Siya. "All right." After Bofeng Siya spoke, a gentle breeze stirred around them. She casually tossed a shuriken and began forming hand seals. Tosuchin Zicho Haiseen. Ninja Art Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Whoosh. 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 Facing the multitude of shuriken clones, strange patterns appeared on Zoya Wansier's body, his eyes turning crimson. Then he leaped into the air, descending toward Bofeng Siya. Joshin Mazi Hayucha Wayuzi in Suin Sicha Wasa Highway Zirin Shin Yuchen Yuto Wain Sazishan Mahai Suwazi Joshin Yurin Zahayu. Water Style Water Dragon Projectile Technique. Witnessing this, Bofeng Siya calmly began forming hand seals again, and from beneath the earth a colossal water dragon surged forth. The dragon's head locked onto Zoya Wansier and charged toward him. However, seeing this, Zoya Wansier unhurriedly raised his right leg. Sage body technique nuclear explosion kick. Boom. Then with a thunderous roar the water dragon technique was shattered by the nuclear kick, water splashing in all directions. Witnessing this, everyone immediately focused on the two figures in the arena standing opposite each other, eyes locked. A mere chōnin exam, yet it hides such extraordinary talent. Indeed. The ones named Uzumaki, Naruto and Hyuga Niji were already brilliant enough. Narashikamaru's intelligence left me in awe and were eager to see Fujiwara Shimio's true strength. Gaara and Uchiha Sasuke are also compelling. Now Bofeng Ca and Zoya Wanseer have appeared as well. As these words faded, Bofeng Ca and Zoya Wanseer ceased their staring contest and resumed their clash. This time Bofeng Ca instantly appeared before Zoya Wanseer, launching a fist at him. In response, Zoya Wanseer unleashed the nuclear explosion kick once more. Boom. Despite her timely defense, Bofeng Ca's body was forced backward. This guy. He actually possesses such strength. Gazing at Zoya Wanseer, a fierce fighting spirit kindled in Bofeng Ca's eyes. It seemed she had underestimated him all along. Go all out, Ca. Your power is far beyond this. You haven't unleashed your full strength yet, have you? Zoya Wanseer said, looking at Bofeng Ca while his own aura grew increasingly formidable. Witnessing this, Bofeng Ca shook her head. You are strong, but the next exchange will be where my victory lies. Nine-Tails, lend me your power. Alright, I'll grant you 2 tails worth this time. That should suffice. After Bofeng Ca spoke, the Nine-Tails responded. Then with Bofeng Ca at the center, a surge of immense power erupted. Pebbles in the arena levitated and her body was enveloped in crimson chakra with 2 ethereal tails swaying in the air. Witnessing this, Zoya Wanseer grinned. It seemed the sage power he had been preparing for a month was about to be used here. But Ca, you will never know the extent of my true strength. As Zoya Wanseer thought this, he took a step forward. His body materialized instantly before Bofeng Ca, his nuclear explosion kick brimming with sage power aimed at her head. Witnessing this, flames erupted from Bofeng Ca's right hand as the Nine-Tails power slowly surged. Ninja body technique explosive fist. Boom! As fist and kick collided, a tremendous shockwave resounded through the surroundings. Even in the spectator stands, countless viewers recoiled. The chōnin and jōnin who had come to watch were stunned. This is the chōnin exam. And these are the participants. In the shadows, a pair of eyes fixed on Bofeng Ca, a faint smile curling at the corner of the mouth. Yet soon the battle came to a halt. Bofeng Ca and Zoya Wanseer stood facing each other. However, compared to Bofeng Ca's rapidly healing body, Zoya Wanseer was in a sorry state. I lost, he finally said with a bitter smile, looking at Bofeng Ca, who was already half recovered. You've done exceptionally well. I had to use all my trump cards to deal with you. Bofeng Ca said with a smile, looking at Zoya Wanseer. Whoosh. At that moment Fujiwara Shimura arrived and said, hey, you two are from the same team, yet you went all out like this. Come on, I'll take you both up. After speaking, Fujiwara Shimura supported Zoya Wanseer and left. Bofeng Ca had already recovered enough to move on her own. Witnessing this, Gaara moved. He slowly descended the stairs toward the arena. Seeing this, Bofeng Ca also headed toward the stairway. Finally, halfway down the stairs, Bofeng Ca noticed 2 ninjas standing in the distance. Soon Gaara approached. One of the ninjas stepped forward and said, hey, you're Gaara, right? During the match you'll deliberately lose to Uchiha Sasuke, got it? As these words fell, the sand around Gaara stirred and soon a series of agonized screams rang out. Then Gaara walked step by step toward the arena. But at the stairway entrance he glanced at Bofeng Ca and asked, what are you doing here? Nothing. Just remember our promise. Well, meet again. After saying this to Gaara, Bofeng Ca headed toward the contestants' area. After Bofeng Ca departed, Gaara glanced at her retreating figure before walking toward the arena. Upon reaching the arena he stood still and closed his eyes. After a long while he suddenly opened his eyes and looked ahead. A gust of wind arose and within its center 2 figures materialized. Witnessing this, Yue Guang Jifeng remarked with a smile, Kakashi, I didn't expect you to teach your students tardiness as well. Ha! Well, what can I say? They are my students after all. After Hatake Kakashi made this jest, Yue Guang Jifeng could only shake his head helplessly. After all, Kakashi had always been like that. With this thought, Yue Guang Jifeng turned to Kakashi and said, this is a match, so I must ask you to leave now. Sorry, I forgot. Hearing this, Hatake Kakashi made an apologetic gesture and vanished from the spot. Then Yue Guang Jifeng addressed the 2 competitors in the arena, both contestants come closer. At his command, Uchiha Sasuke and Gaara approached each other, their gazes locked. Begin. As he spoke, Yue Guang Jifeng retreated backward. Simultaneously, sand began to surge from the gourd on Gaara's back. Seeing this, Uchiha Sasuke immediately retreated to maintain distance from Gaara. But suddenly Gaara's sand halted. He clutched one of his eyes and murmured, I'm sorry, mother, for making you taste such awful blood. But I promise this time it will be delicious. At that moment Gaara muttered to himself. After his words Uchiha Sasuke stared at him in bewilderment, wondering what was wrong with this guy. But now was not the time to ponder that. With this thought Uchiha Sasuke hurled several shuriken. Gaara's sand transformed into a sand clone intercepting the shuriken. Undeterred Uchiha Sasuke leaped forward charging at Gaara. The sand clone engaged Uchiha Sasuke but he quickly dispatched it and continued his advance toward Gaara. This prompted Gaara's sand to activate its automatic defense. However Uchiha Sasuke smirked and vanished from the spot. He reappeared behind Gaara landing a punch that sent Gaara flying. The sand armor began to crack. Seeing this Uchiha Sasuke said to Gaara, "So this is the sand armor. Bring it on." Gaara remained motionless staring at him. "Since you won't come to me then I'll come to you." With that Uchiha Sasuke dashed toward Gaara. As Uchiha Sasuke attacked the sand shield began to defend but his speed was too great for the sand to keep up. He quickly appeared behind Gaara delivering a kick that sent Gaara and his sand sprawling. Yet Uchiha Sasuke did not let his guard down. He knew that this alone would not defeat Gaara. If it were that easy, Rock Lee would have succeeded long ago. Lee had used greater strength and speed but still failed to overcome Gaara. This proved that Gaara was a formidable opponent. As Uchiha Sasuke pondered, Gaara clasped his hands together. The surrounding sand slowly enveloped him, forming an elliptical sphere. Uchiha Sasuke rushed toward Gaara but before he could reach the sand completed its encasement and sharp spikes emerged on its surface. He quickly retreated gazing at the sand cocoon contemplating his next move. Then a single eye appeared in midair. Uchiha Sasuke frowned at the eye. He knew Gaara was preparing some technique and if he did nothing he would be waiting for defeat. He had to strike first. With that resolve he dashed forward and threw several shuriken but they failed to penetrate the sand's defense. He leaped into the air and punched the sand. Boom! Whoosh! The punch left the sand unscathed but the sudden spikes wounded Uchiha Sasuke forcing him to retreat again. This time he did not return to his original position but landed on the arena wall forming hand seals. Boar hair monkey. Ninja art Chidori. The crackling sound of electricity filled the air as a white orb of lightning appeared in his hand. Then Uchiha Sasuke ran through the air charging straight toward Gaara. Gaara's sand tried to stop him but Uchiha Sasuke plunged the Chidori into the sand sphere. But then he sensed something amiss. Ah! Blood, my blood! Gaara's anguished cry came from within the sphere. Suddenly Uchiha Sasuke felt a powerful killing intent. He immediately withdrew his hand using the Chidori and leaped backward. A massive hand emerged from the spot where he had stood. Seeing that it missed, the hand slowly retracted. Through the hole created by his Chidori Uchiha Sasuke saw a monster's eye filled with murderous intent staring back at him. But soon the eye vanished and the elliptical sand shield slowly dissipated. Gaara appeared panting heavily. Then feathers began to fall from the sky causing many in the arena to gradually fall asleep. In the contestant area Bofeng Siya frowned at this. Has the third Hokage done nothing? Boom! But at that moment Sano Manjiro was knocked to the ground with a punch. He looked at Fujiwara Isomi and said, "Fujiwara Isomi, what are you doing?" "No, it wasn't me." "I'm sorry Manjiro, I'm sorry." Fujiwara Isomi stepped back then ran toward the village. "Isomi." Bofeng Siya called out glancing at Sano Manjiro. "I'm fine, go after him." At that moment Sano Manjiro spoke. Hearing this Bofeng Siya stepped toward Fujiwara Shirshue. Meanwhile within the Hidden Leaf village turmoil erupted everywhere. The third Hokage however turned to the Kazekage beside him and said, "What do you mean? You clearly knew I had already taken precautions yet you still let the sand ninja attack. Aren't you afraid they'll lose their lives?" "Master, you jest. What does it matter to me whether the sand ninja live or die?" After Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking a voice came from the Kazekage's mouth. Hearing this Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned. Whoosh! At that moment the third Hokage's guards were struck by several shurikens and the Kazekage directly placed a shuriken at the Hokage's throat then led him to the rooftop. Thus the entire Hidden Leaf village fell into chaos. On the other side Bofeng Siya looked at Fujiwara Shirshue ahead and the power of the Nine-Tails surged from her body. Whoosh! Then a blurry silhouette dashed toward Fujiwara Shirshue. Soon a figure appeared before Fujiwara Shirshue. Shirshue, stop right there. At that moment Bofeng Siya looked at Fujiwara Shirshue and pressed a shuriken against his neck. "Don't cause trouble for me at a time like this," Bofeng Siya said coldly looking at Fujiwara Shirshue. Meanwhile her gaze turned to the four violet flames formation that had already appeared in the distance and she felt anxious inside. "I'm sorry Siya. I'm still the useless burden." At that moment Fujiwara Shirshue looked at Bofeng Siya, tears streaming down his face. "Shirshue, you're not a burden. You're my partner." Whoosh! At that moment Fujiwara Shirshue pushed Bofeng Siya away then crouched down hugging himself. At the same time, a massive surge of chakra erupted from his body and giant trees burst forth from the ground around them. Seeing this, Bofeng Xie stepped back and said, Fujiwara Shirshui. Ah. Leave this place, Xie. After these words, Fujiwara Shishui's body began to enlarge immediately. Numerous arms sprouted from his torso and the two eyes on his face merged into one with a white and red pupil staring at Bofeng Xie. Go quickly, I can't control it anymore, ah. After another scream, 9 horns grew on Fujiwara Shishui's head and a spiral protrusion emerged on his back. Meanwhile, waves of chakra surged forth and Fujiwara Shishui's body grew to 10 meters tall. Watching this, Bofeng Xie was stunned. This guy is practically a miniature version of the 10 tails. Fujiwara Shirshui is a monster. Looking at him, Bofeng Xie subconsciously took a step back. She can't handle this guy. No, she must run. Instinctive fear made Bofeng Xie want to flee. This was different from the previous sage. This time she was facing a true monster. Run, Xie. As Bofeng Xie was thinking, a voice came from Fujiwara Shishui's mouth. The sound made her eyes widen. In the future, if anyone bullies you, just like me, punch them until they submit and they won't dare anymore. Even if you can't beat them, for a big guy getting beaten up is better than swallowing that humiliation. Well, though I'm shocked. I can graduate, but I don't know any ninjutsu or jinjutsu. I don't know taijutsu either, and I have no confidence, but I will listen carefully. Stop. If you kill my companion, I will kill you. At that moment, voices surged from deep within Bofeng Xie's heart. How cowardly. Xie, at a time like this, you actually think of running away, you actually think of abandoning your comrades and fleeing. Thinking this, Bofeng Xie's gaze turned to Fujiwara Shirshui and she said, 9 tails, give me all your chakra this time. Alright. But what are you up against? Even through the seal I feel a sense of fear, but it's not that terrifying. Just go ahead, I've got your back. At that moment, a voice came from within Bofeng Xie's body. Thank you. After saying thanks, a massive surge of chakra erupted from Bofeng Xie's body. Everyone take shelter. I'll handle this. At that moment, Bofeng Xie's voice resounded throughout the Hidden Leaf village. Those who heard her voice looked at the 9 tails giant form made of chakra, then immediately rushed toward the shelters. Xie, run. I can't control myself. I don't want to hurt you. Looking at Bofeng Xie, Fujiwara Shishui's monstrous body began to move slowly. Boo. Then one of his arms reached toward a nearby building. Their countless villagers of the leaf were frozen in terror, unable to flee. Boo. But at that moment, Bofeng Xie caught the arm with her tail. Seeing this, the villagers all looked toward Bofeng Xie and scenes from the past surfaced in their hearts. Over the years they had wronged Bofeng Xie. Go now. I'll handle this guy. Bofeng Xie's indifferent voice rang out. This voice not only made the villagers flee but also caused the leaf ninjas to scatter far away. Whoosh. But at that moment, the miniature 10 tails' other hand reached toward Bofeng Xie. In the distant central cosmic region, a fair-skinned young girl sat watching a fruit-bearing tree before her, swinging her legs restlessly. So boring. Those guys all went to the lower planes, leaving me here under the guise of guarding the fruit tree. Does this big stupid tree even need guarding? After the girl said this, she suddenly sensed a faint ripple in the space. Eh? This is the scent of the fruit. No, it's the scent of the tree. No, tch, what kind of inferior product is this? This plane hee is Kagaya's plane. That old witch Kagaya was the one who came up with the lousy idea of making me guard the tree here. Now it seems something interesting is happening in your plane. Something to play with. But it seems a bit far, it'll take some time. And I mustn't alert the other clan members, or if they all come to catch me, I won't be able to fight them. After saying this, the girl walked step by step to the fruit tree, picked a ripe fruit and ate it. Then her eyes began to shimmer. Then a cave appeared before her. I'm off. Bye-bye, big stupid tree. On a rooftop in Konoha, 3rd Hokage Yuenfei Risen gazed at the distant monster, frowned and said, Dashawan, is this your experiment? What kind of monster have you created? After Yuenfei Risen finished speaking, Yuan glanced at him and then threw a shuriken, but in the next moment Yuan caught the shuriken with his left hand. Sorry teacher, I was a bit sleepy, so this helps keep me alert. After saying that, he released the 3rd Hokage and walked away step by step. I'm not sure either, but this thing is my masterpiece. After all, it combines the Uchiha Sharingan, the Hyuga's Byakugan, some chakra from the 1 tail to 9 tails, and the 1st Hokage cells. You know, to collect these I deliberately visited the 2nd Hokage's old laboratory and the places where the legendary tailed beasts once appeared, and I even hunted down ninjas from the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. When Yuan finished, Yuenfei Risen clenched his fists and looked at him. It seems it was my mistake to let you go back then. Yes teacher, but in this world there is no regret medicine. And I have always felt that you are not fit to be Hokage. After saying that, Yuan turned around to look at Yuenfei Risen, then at the distant battle. But teacher, which do you think is stronger, the Nine-Tails or my masterpiece? At that moment in the center of Konoha, a tail of the Nine-Tails bound the arm of the small Ten-Tails. Seeing this, Bofeng Xie looked at the small Ten-Tails and shouted, Tingyu and Shimiao, wake up! Boo! As she called out, the small Ten-Tails formed by Tingyu and Shimiao kicked Bofeng Xie away. Watching this, Bofeng Xie's body kept retreating, her eyes fixed on Tingyu and Shimiao. It seemed she couldn't wake him. Thinking this, she extended her 9 tails and rushed toward the small Ten-Tails. Boo! 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 Seeing this, the small Ten-Tails leaped up and its 9 tails all plunged into the ground. Tailed Beast Ball. Seeing this, Bofeng Xie directly used a tailed beast ball, and then a tailed beast ball shot toward the small Ten-Tails. Seeing this, the small Ten-Tails opened its mouth wide and fired a tailed beast ball of its own. Boo! Then the 2 tailed beast balls collided, unleashing a massive energy that radiated outward, destroying the surrounding houses. Damn it! Seeing the spreading energy, Bofeng Xie was stunned. It seemed she couldn't fight Tingyu and Shimiao in the village, she had to move him outside. Thinking this, she stepped toward the small Ten-Tails, spread her 9 tails, wrapped them around Tingyu and Shimiao, and headed toward the forest outside the village. After they left, Zoya Wanslang arrived and looked at the departing two, then followed them. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Yuanfei Risen watched this scene and smiled. Dashawan, it seems your plan has failed. It seems that there is indeed a remarkable figure in Konoha. Bofeng Xie, this girl's talent is even higher than that of Bofeng Shuimen. And as a perfect Jinchuriki, her strength might be close to yours, teacher, or perhaps even surpass it. Looking at Yuanfei Risen, Yuan said with a smile. But hearing this, Yuanfei Risen remained silent. Because at this moment Dashuan's hands began to form seals rapidly in Sisu Chen. Ninja Art Reanimation. Seeing this, Yuanfei Risen cried out in alarm and also began to form seals rapidly. Chosu Chen Zisu Hai Siin. Ninja Art Shadow Shuriken Clone Technique. The shadow shurikens continuously shot into those coffins, but the first 2 could not be stopped. It seemed he could only stop the third. Thinking this, Yuanfei Risen poured a large amount of chakra into it. Thus the third coffin was blocked. Oh, the third one failed after all, but the first 2 surprises are enough. After Yuan said this, the lids of the 2 coffins fell and 2 figures walked out. The faces of these 2 figures bore a striking resemblance to the statues of the first and second Hokage. On the other side, outside Konoha, Bofeng Xie used her 9 tails to drag the small Ten-Tails formed by Tingyu and Shimiao to this place. During this, the small Ten-Tails kept striking Bofeng Xie, but she ignored it. Roar! Just then the small Ten-Tails let out a loud roar and a powerful force surged from within its body. Then a tailed beast ball appeared in its mouth. No, it's a tailed beast ball. Seeing this, Bofeng Xie quickly gathered a tailed beast ball in her mouth and collided it with the small Ten-Tails tailed beast ball. After the collision, Bofeng Xie's body was pushed back and her 9 tails chakra was greatly depleted. 9 tails, I need more chakra. There is none. Is that opponent so strong? My entire chakra isn't enough. Just then the 9 tails spoke. Hearing this, Bofeng Xie immediately looked into the distance, then used the body flicker technique to disappear from here. Then a tailed beast ball appeared at that spot. Boo! Then with a boom, an area of dozens of miles was leveled. Fortunately, Bofeng Xie had moved the small Ten-Tails far away, so the village was not affected. So strong. I shouldn't have used explosive fist so quickly. Now I have to force a second use. After saying this, she looked at her right hand. Ding! Warning: if the host forcibly uses explosive fist, it will cause a certain burden on the body. But now there's no choice. When Bofeng Xie finished, her pupils focused on the tailed beast ball coming toward her, then shifted her gaze to behind the small Ten-Tails. Ninja Art Body Flicker Technique. Whoosh! Then Bofeng Xie's body instantly disappeared from here. When she reappeared, she was already behind Tingyu and Shimiao. At the same time, she concentrated all her chakra into her right hand. Ninja Body Technique Explosive Fist. Boo! Then like a volcanic eruption, flames surged out of Konoha, burning the sky, awe-inspiring. As the flames soared into the sky, Bofeng Xie's right hand was severely scorched. Watching this, she felt as if her right hand was melting and she knew it was likely ruined. Soon Bofeng Xie depleted her 9 tails chakra and collapsed to the ground. She glanced at the surrounding flames and the distant Tingyu and Shimiao, who was slowly returning to his original form before losing consciousness. Just then the space rippled and a figure appeared. A perfectly good hand gone. You could have abandoned Konohagakure village, but why did you choose to sacrifice a hand to protect it? At that moment a masked figure appeared, muttering to himself as he gazed at the unconscious Bofeng Xie. Now how should I make her hate Konoha? If Tingyu and Shimiao, Sano Wanjiro, Senju Shin and Uzumaki Naruto are all abandoned by Konoha, this little girl might just hate it. Hee. I need to plan carefully. Ah, someone's coming. As Uchiha Obito spoke, he suddenly vanished. Then another figure appeared. After appearing, he looked at Bofeng Xie and Tingyu and Shimiao. Siya Shirmyo, what happened to you? Sana Wanjiro called out, seeing the scene. Ah boy, that one is about to die. If you surrender your body to me, I can bring him back to life. As Sana Wanjiro shouted, a voice echoed from within his body. After hearing it, he turned his gaze toward Tingyuan Shirmyo. He immediately rushed to Tingyuan Shirmyo's side only to see his life force ebbing away. Interesting. I wonder who injected so much energy into this little body. But once it all erupts, this person is doomed unless you give me your body and I will save him. At that moment, the immortal within Sana Wanjiro's body spoke again. Hearing this, Sana Wanjiro replied, surrender to you. Don't even think about it. Now tell me the method, or I won't hesitate to use the soul-devouring art to make you suffer. The soul-devouring art. Ah boy, using that on me might indeed kill me, but you won't fare well either. After Sana Wanjiro spoke, the soul of the immortal within him directly retorted. But then Sana Wanjiro began forming hand seals, asking, so do you want to test it? Sigh. Don't be so rash. Boy, since you're unwilling to hand over your body, you'll teach you a technique. It can save this lad, but you'll lose half of your spiritual sense. Are you willing to bear that cost? The immortal soul spoke once more. Hearing this, Sana Wanjiro sank into thought. But seeing Tingyuan Shirmyo's life force slipping away, he nodded and said, fine. Then do this, follow my lead. And so Sana Wanjiro followed the immortal soul's instructions, placing a finger on Tingyuan Shirmyo's forehead. Tingyuan Shirmyo's life force seemed to stabilize, no longer ebbing away, but Sana Wanjiro's eyes grew completely dull. Watching from the shadows, Uchiha Obito saw the scene and a plan began to form in his eyes. Thus time passed slowly. The attack by the Sunagakure and Otogakure villages failed because Konoha had prepared in advance. Gaara was also stopped by Naruto. The third Hokage, to stop Orochimaru, used the dead demon-consuming seal, sealing the arms of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, the second Hokage Senju Tobirama, and Orochimaru. Outside the village, Bofang Sie and the others were soon found by Konoha shinobi and brought back to the village. Thus everything came to an end. Yet Konohagakure village was plunged into grief. The reason was simple: the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen had sacrificed himself for the village. And the entire village mourned the third Hokage's death. Monster die. Why is such a monster in the village? It's her, one of the village's monsters. Boo. In Konoha Hospital, Bofang Sie sat up abruptly, drenched in sweat. Hee Sie, you're awake. Sana Wanjiro, standing beside her, grinned. Sie, I'm sorry. If it weren't for me, your hand wouldn't have been ruined. Tingyuan Shirmyo in the adjacent bed suddenly spoke. As he spoke, his fists clenched and he dared not meet her gaze. Ruined. Bofang Sie thought, looking at her right hand. It was completely numb, she couldn't even form hand seals. That hand was truly ruined. It's okay. A girl like me always fighting isn't really proper anyway. Suddenly Bofang Sie smiled at Tingyuan Shirmyo. Her words stunned Tingyuan Shirmyo. Then he gritted his teeth and said, I'm sorry, Sie. You can hit me or scold me. Who wants to hit or scold you? I don't have that hobby. Now I just want to rest well. Sister Sie, I've come to see you. At that moment Uzumaki Naruto walked in. Oh, Naruto's here. I'll go rest now. I've been running around for days and am exhausted. Seeing Naruto arrive, Sana Wanjiro stood up and yawned. Go rest, you've gotten thin from all this. Haha, then you two will have to treat me to a big meal later. Sure, definitely. And so Sana Wanjiro left. But after leaving the hospital, darkness surged endlessly in Sana Wanjiro's eyes. If Bofang Sie had been there, she would have noticed that he was no longer the same as before. Back in the hospital, Bofang Sie was stunned by Uzumaki Naruto's words. The third Hokage had died after all. It seemed everything was still the same, unchanged. Naruto, take me to the third Hokage's grave. I want to pay my respects. The overcast sky was shrouded in dark clouds and a light rain fell continuously. By the tombstone of the third Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto and Bofang Sie stood together. Looking at the photo on the tombstone, Bofang Sie closed her eyes and stepped forward. At that moment Uzumaki Naruto turned to Bofang Sie and said, Sister Lord Third. I understand, Naruto. Can I have a moment alone here? After Bofang Sie finished speaking, Uzumaki Naruto glanced at her and then turned to leave. Watching this scene, Bofang Sie looked at the third Hokage's tombstone and said, come out. Suddenly a figure appeared. Lady Sie, Lord Danzo has ordered me to deliver a message on your behalf. What do you need me to do? Bofang Sie said indifferently, looking at the masked ninja. This time your merit in saving the villagers is required by Lord Danzo. Fine, take this. From now on I will have nothing to do with you. Understood. After Bofang Sie finished speaking, the ninja replied and then disappeared. After the masked ninja vanished, Bofang Sie looked at the tombstone of the third Hokage and shook her head, saying, Third, you were too kind. Your kindness has brought you harm. However, I will accept that mission. Thinking about this, Bo-Fong-Siye recalled the mission that the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen had personally entrusted to her. Earlier in the office of the third Hokage, he had looked at Bo-Fong-Siye and said, "Siye, I need to assign you a mission. If I really die, you will need to investigate something for me. That is the Akatsuki organization. Their goal is the tailed beasts. I know this is dangerous and will require you to defect, but I have no other options left." At that time, she felt a bit irritated upon hearing this mission. However, the third Hokage was that kind of person. Just like now, he had given up his life for the sake of Konoha. After some time, Bo-Fong-Siye turned and walked outside. "Sister Siye, you're out. Don't be too sad even though." At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto looked at Bo-Fong-Siye and spoke, and as he continued, he started to cry. Seeing this, Bo-Fong-Siye walked step by step toward Uzumaki Naruto. If I defected, this guy would definitely be very sad. Thinking this, Bo-Fong-Siye looked at Uzumaki Naruto and extended her uninjured left hand, flicking his forehead. Bang! My foolish Odaru. I'm not sad at all. There is no one in Konoha that can make me sad. Sister Siye pretends to be strong. I've heard that your right hand cannot be restored because you saved Konoha. I told you, but you don't believe it. That's fine, I'll walk my own path from now on. Don't follow me. After Bo-Fong-Siye finished speaking, she walked down the street. Behind her, Uzumaki Naruto looked at Bo-Fong-Siye and said gloomily, she probably doesn't want me to see her cry. Fine, I'll leave this time for Sister Siye. Thus Bo-Fong-Siye walked step by step from the graveyard to her home. After arriving home, the system's voice began to ring out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of battling Sano Wanjiru. Task reward 1 evolution point. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Chunin exam task. Reward 1 a level ninjutsu learning scroll and 1 S level self-created ninjutsu card. Ding! Main quest A. Due to the host just accepting a new task, a new mission has opened. Infiltrate the Akatsuki organization. Ding! Main quest B. Please accompany Jiraiya to find Tsunade. Ding! Side quest A. Stop Uchiha Itachi's attack. Ding! Side quest B. Learn the Rasengan and delivery task. After a flurry of information from the system appeared, Bo-Fong-Siye looked at these tasks without any change in expression and said accelerate. Ding! Points added successfully. Now updating all host information. Host Bo-Fong-Siye. Physique A. Strength A. Speed A. Items 2 pseudo Nine-Tails chakra cards. 1 a level ninjutsu learning scroll. 1 S level self-created ninjutsu card. Overall evaluation A ninja. Looking at this updated data, Bo-Fong-Siye sighed as she observed the new tasks. Now with her right hand unusable, can she form seals with just one hand? Damn, the system really does what it says. Her right hand is gone just like that. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shimura Danzo looked at the daimyo of the Land of Fire and said, "What? Has it been decided?" Yes, the one most favored for Hokage this time is Jiraiya, and the two from Konoha feel the same way. That's also unfair to you. How about this? Next time I will definitely choose you. This time has been decided and there's nothing I can do about it. After the daimyo of the Land of Fire finished speaking, Shimura Danzo could only grit his teeth. Next time. At this age, will there even be a next time for me? Thinking this, he didn't want to think about anything else and turned back toward Konoha. However, just as Shimura Danzo was halfway through, he suddenly glanced toward a void and asked, "Who is there?" It seems that the position of Hokage is truly not destined for you. At that moment a figure appeared, and upon seeing this figure, Shimura Danzo was momentarily stunned and asked, "Who are you?" "I forgot, but I can help you quickly fulfill the daimyo of the Land of Fire's promise. However, you need to help me with one thing: abandon Bo-Fong-Siye, Senju Shin, Fujiwara Ishimio, and Sano Wanjiru." Hearing this, Shimura Danzo's eyes flickered and he nodded, saying, "Okay. I will notify you when it's time to act." After this was said, the masked man vanished. At this time, on the other side, Jiraiya arrived at the venue. He looked at the daimyo of the Land of Fire and said, "I cannot accept this Hokage position, but I can find a more suitable candidate." More suitable? But is there someone more suitable than one of the legendary three like you? Yes, this person is also one of the legendary three and is the granddaughter of the first Hokage. After Jiraiya finished speaking, the Fire Country daimyo looked at him and said, "But that elusive figure, we can't find him either." "Then he'll just go and find him," Jiraiya said in response. After a long pause, the daimyo finally spoke again. "Very well, let it be decided. But if you can't bring Tsunade back, you'll have to succeed her as Hokage." Understood. Jiraiya nodded as the Fire Country daimyo finished. After Jiraiya's matter was settled, two elders in Konohagakure found Senju Shin. Shin knelt on one knee and asked, "What are your orders, sirs?" "According to the daimyo, Jiraiya will go find Tsunade to return and become the next Hokage." "What do you want me to do?" "Not to spy on Jiraiya, one of the Sannin, I hope." You should know he's beyond my ability to monitor. One of the elders shook his head, not surveillance but to accompany him. Jiraiya's words are trustworthy, but Tsunade may not return willingly. You can persuade her. However, you'll go alone this time. We'll take care of your squad. After the two elders finished, Senju Shin nodded and vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, elsewhere in Konohagakure, Wolfeng Xie looked at Jiraiya before her and asked, "You want to take me and Naruto on a journey to find Tsunade, one of the Sannin?" "Yes. And only Tsunade can heal your right hand. No one else can help." After Jiraiya said this, Wolfeng Xie nodded. "All right. Ahem, Jiraiya-sama, can I come along too?" A voice came from outside. Hearing the voice, Jiraiya glanced at the newcomer and frowned slightly. But after a moment he nodded. "You can." Then he turned to Wolfeng Xie, "Pack your things. Well, gather at the village gate in 1 hour. With that, Jiraiya left. Thus Wolfeng Xie returned home, packed 2 simple sets of clothes, and arrived at the village gate. There Naruto Uzumaki, Senju Shin, and Jiraiya were already waiting. "Zayuan-e." Naruto immediately ran up to her. But this time Wolfeng Xie only glanced at him and walked to Jiraiya. "I'm ready." Jiraiya frowned at this. Was Wolfeng Xie's change in attitude toward Naruto intentional? "Why? Let's go," Wolfeng Xie said and walked out of the village. Senju Shin, Jiraiya, and Naruto followed. The third Hokage's death made Wolfeng Xie realize that if she didn't act proactively to eliminate the Akatsuki, similar situations would recur, so she had no patience to wait for events to unfold one by one. She must act early. As she thought, they walked step by step toward a small town. Time passed. Soon they arrived at a town. In the town, Jiraiya arranged for Naruto and Wolfeng Xie to share a room while he and Senju Shin went out to gather intelligence. Wolfeng Xie sat down to cultivate, her heart stirring with excitement. Truth be told, she was about to encounter Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki. Those two were incredibly powerful. Though she had fought Orochimaru before, that didn't count. He had held back to avoid revealing his whereabouts to Konoha. Yet even so, she had exhausted herself and remained unconscious for a long time. So this fight would truly test her strength. And even if she failed, Jiraiya was secretly protecting her and Naruto. Tap tap tap. A knock came at the door. Naruto immediately ran to answer. "I'll get it, sister, rest easy." He opened the door. "Pervy Seiju." Before he could finish, Naruto stared at the person in the black robe embroidered with red clouds. His eyes were identical to Sasuke Uchiha's. "Two brats, well, take them both." A figure appeared behind Itachi Uchiha. Itachi nodded. "Yes, let's take them to avoid trouble." Whoosh! A shuriken flew past Naruto toward Kisame Hashigaki. Clang! Kisame Hashigaki blocked the shuriken with Samahata and glared at Wolfeng Xie in the distance, one hand crippled and still so lively. "Looks like we need to break all her limbs." "Long time no see," Itachi Uchiha suddenly said. As the words fell, Sasuke Uchiha appeared behind them. Kisame Hashigaki said, "Same eyes as you and you look alike. So who is this guy?" Itachi Uchiha replied, "He's my Otuto." Sasuke Uchiha immediately glared at him. "Itachi Uchiha, as you said, I hate you, I despise you, and I live only to kill you." Chidori crackled in Sasuke's hand. He pressed his right hand against the wall and lunged at Itachi. In an instant, Sasuke was beside Itachi, thrusting Chidori toward his heart. But Itachi caught his wrist and swung it outward. With a shattering boom, the wall blew open. Itachi twisted his hand slightly, and with a cry of pain, Sasuke collapsed to the ground. Wolfeng Xie watched calmly. "Nine-Tails, lend me your power." "Good." As these words were uttered by the Nine-Tails, a surge of immense power erupted. In an instant, Wolfeng Xie withdrew a kunai with her left hand and vanished from her original position. Witnessing this, Hashigaki Kisame's gaze swept the surroundings before he swung Samahata backward. Clang! Parrying the strike with her kunai, Wolfeng Xie's eyes fixed on a point behind Hashigaki Kisame. Ninjutsu body flicker technique. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Kisame sensed a surge of energy behind him, then saw a kunai hurtling toward him. "Get lost, brat." With that, Kisame hurled Samahata in a sweeping arc. Boom! The force sent Wolfeng Xie crashing into the wall, leaving a massive hole. Gazing at the crater, Kisame furrowed his brow. Impressive. A few more years and I might not be able to match her. Pity I won't let her grow any further. As he finished, a shuriken flew from the hole. Boar dog dragon rat dog boar snake tiger. Ninjutsu shadow shuriken clone technique. In an instant, a barrage of shurikens rained down on Kisame. Startled, Kisame swept Samahata across, dispersing the shadow shuriken clone technique entirely. But the next moment, Kisame stared at the hole. Impossible. Wasn't her right arm crippled? Uchiha Itachi observed with his Sharingan and spoke. Indeed, it was crippled. However interesting, she used the Nine-Tails chakra to form a right arm and began casting hand seals. It seems she has become a perfect Jinchuriki. TCH, playing like that. Itachi one Nine-Tails is enough. Let's kill the other. Whoosh. Just as Kisame finished, a figure materialized behind him. It was Bluffing CA. She had used a second stage body flicker to appear behind Kisame and unleashed an explosive fist strike. Kisame was stunned. The Nine-Tails chakra combined with that terrifying fist could indeed kill him. But that was only if he was caught off guard. Since learning of her ability to use ninjutsu, he had remained on guard against the techniques listed in the intelligence report. Samahata Harase snack. Kisame hurled Samahata, which opened its maw to devour the chakra and flames of the explosive fist. Simultaneously, Kisame formed hand seals. Water-style Great Water Break Wave. With the combined force of the technique and Samahata, Bluffing C's power was neutralized. Retreating to the side, Bluffing C fixed her gaze on Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame. Even without Itachi's involvement, Kisame alone had dismantled all her techniques. It seemed she had been too arrogant. Her strength was still no match for the elites of the ninja world. Big sister lost. Naruto Uzumaki was stunned. Hell, little girl, you might have become a remarkable ninja someday. Pity there is no future for you. Kisame swung Samahata to finish her off, but just then a toad appeared before Bluffing Sie. Kisame blinked in surprise at the toad. A figure then materialized, shouting, "A manly man like Jiraiya will never be swayed by a woman's beauty. On the contrary, women will fall for my masculine charm." The atmosphere froze. Liar. You get all excited when a woman winks at you. And this is no time for your antics, pervert sage. Naruto pointed at the pervert sage, rolling his eyes. Hey. Didn't I tell you not to call me that in front of others? Jiraiya scratched his white hair. Cut the act. These guys are no ordinary foes, pervert sage. I told you don't call me that. Jiraiya erupted like a child. Ha ha. After all, you are the legendary Sanin Jiraiya-sama. We knew you were fond of women, but we didn't expect you'd be so easily lured away. Naruto shouted. What? You already knew the pervert sage's true nature. Jiraiya looked at Kisame and said, well, it's not exactly a secret. Kisame glanced at the woman in Jiraiya's arms. It seems you've already undone her genjutsu. Jiraiya set the woman down. To lure me away from Sie and Naruto, you cast a genjutsu on this woman. And with the Sharingan's genjutsu, ordinary people wouldn't have noticed. He rose slowly. So the Akatsuki's goal is the Nine-Tails within Naruto and Sie. Uchiha Itachi recalled the fight with Hatake Kakashi. So your target is the Nine-Tails inside Naruto. Thinking this, Itachi spoke. It seems Konoha's intelligence came from you, Jiraiya. But this was bound to be revealed eventually. Collecting all the tailed beasts is the Akatsuki's highest directive. Jiraiya faced Itachi and Kisame. I won't let you take Naruto and Sie. Itachi replied, that's not for you to decide. Jiraiya smirked. Then I'll take you both down right here. Wait. A voice rose from the ground. Uchiha Sasuke slowly stood up. Uchiha Itachi is my kill. No one else meddles. Uchiha Itachi looked at his younger brother. I have no interest in you now. Sasuke gathered chakra in his hand. Interest? That's not for you to decide. After speaking these words, Uchiha Sasuke took a step toward Uchiha Itachi. Watching this, Uchiha Itachi raised his right foot and kicked Sasuke into the wall. Seeing this, Uzumaki Naruto became enraged and glared at Uchiha Itachi, ready to strike. Naruto, stop. Uchiha Itachi is mine to kill. Just then Uchiha Sasuke shouted at Uzumaki Naruto, then rushed toward Uchiha Itachi once more. Boom. But this time with a single punch, Uchiha Itachi sent Sasuke flying. Seeing this, Jiraiya prepared to intervene, but Hoshigaki Kisame blocked his path and said, stop. This is a battle between brothers. It's best we just watch. After these words, Jiraiya looked at Hoshigaki Kisame. Despite having used so much power in his clash with Namikaze, Kisame still had a vast amount of chakra remaining. No wonder he was called the tailed beast without a tail. Still, Sie was also exceptionally strong. If not for his youth and his crippled right hand, his status as a perfect Jinchuriki alone would allow him to match Hoshigaki Kisame 50-50. As Jiraiya pondered, Uchiha Itachi walked step by step toward Uchiha Sasuke. When Uchiha Itachi stood before him, Uchiha Sasuke said, perfect. Then he lunged forward and threw a punch at Itachi. Watching this, Uchiha Itachi dodged swiftly and landed a punch on Sasuke's body. Boom. After the punch, Uchiha Itachi kicked him in the stomach with his right foot, then struck him in the face. Soon Uchiha Sasuke was battered and bruised, lying on the ground. Then Uchiha Itachi hoisted Sasuke up, grabbed him by the throat and pinned him against the wall. Your hatred is not enough. What? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi activated his Sharingan and stared into Sasuke's eyes. Instantly Sasuke was transported back to the night of the clan massacre. Inside the house, Sasuke's parents knelt on the floor while Uchiha Itachi stood behind them wielding a blade. No! Sasuke cried out, but it was futile. Then the scene shifted. On the streets, Uchiha clan members fell one by one, and behind them Uchiha Itachi holding his sword watched them fall with an expression of utter coldness. Witnessing this, Uchiha Sasuke's heart filled with agony, boundless agony. And he felt his own weakness. If only he could become strong. Chi! My foolish little brother, your hatred for me is still not enough. If you wish to grow stronger, then continue to hate me. I will now keep your memory locked within this single day, replaying it endlessly. You will experience true hatred. No, no. At that moment, Uchiha Sasuke screamed. In the real world, Naruto, seeing Sasuke muttering in his sleep, shouted at Uchiha Itachi, "You've gone too far." With that, Uzumaki Naruto rushed toward Uchiha Itachi. Seeing this, Hoshigaki Kisame immediately stepped in to block him. Seizing the opportunity, Jiraiya quickly began forming hand seals. Soon the surrounding walls transformed into a fleshy intestine. Everyone stopped moving. Ninja Art Toad Mouth Bind. At that moment, Jiraiya announced. Jiraiya looked at Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame and said, "You two are now trapped in here. I'm going to take you both down. Since you're both wanted criminals, no one will object." After Jiraiya finished, Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame glanced at him. "What do you think, Itachi? Shall we take him out together?" Hoshigaki Kisame asked. Uchiha Itachi shook his head and said, "Kisame, come over here." After speaking, Uchiha Itachi ran to the side. Hoshigaki Kisame followed him. "It's useless. No one has ever escaped from here." As Jiraiya declared, he activated the power of the technique, launching attacks at Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame. But they dodged each strike. When they reached the edge of the fleshy wall, Uchiha Itachi stared at it and used Amaterasu. Black flames burned through the wall and Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame escaped through the opening. Watching the black flames, Jiraiya was filled with disbelief. He never imagined that someone could escape from here. This was truly a first in history. Thinking this, Jiraiya took out a sealing scroll and sealed the black flames into it. Thus everything here came to an end. Jiraiya then dispelled the jutsu, but at that moment Might Guy burst in from outside and kicked Jiraiya square in the face. When he recognized Jiraiya's face, his expression immediately changed. Endless apologies followed and Uchiha Sasuke was brought back to Konoha for treatment. Meanwhile, Namikaze Shizuki watched them and returned to his room. Master Jiraiya, the Akatsuki Itachi Sasuke, everything was unfolding according to the plot. He couldn't change anything. But no change was possible. Shizuki, do you feel that your right hand is a great hindrance? Don't worry. Next we're going to find the best medical ninja. After these words, Namikaze Shizuki looked at Jiraiya. Jiraiya gave him a thumbs up and said, "Trust me, that ninja will definitely heal your hand." Namikaze Shizuki nodded. In truth, healing his hand wasn't that important, but it was still significant. But the most important thing was to become strong in the shortest possible time. At least strong enough to face the Akatsuki without feeling so powerless. After all, Hoshigaki Kisame was not the strongest member of the Akatsuki. If he couldn't even deal with Kisame, then he would have no chance against the truly monstrous members. Thinking this, Namikaze Shizuki lay down on the bed and fell asleep. The previous battle had indeed been exhausting. Thus, as time ticked by second, Shinsho Xin returned to his residence. At that moment, Bofeng Shizuki also awoke from her slumber and then set off on a journey with Zilai. They searched from one town to another. In this town, Zilai headed to the red light district while Mingren Shizuki and Shinsho Xin gathered information on the streets. Along the way, Bofeng Shizuki looked at Xuanhua Mingren, feeling a trace of guilt in her heart. "Sister Shizuki, teacher Xin, these are for you too." Just as Bofeng Shizuki was thinking, suddenly Xuanhua Mingren took 2 takoyaki and handed them to Bofeng Shizuki and Shinsho Xin respectively. "Thanks, Mingren." Looking at the takoyaki, Shinsho Xin said with a smile, "You're welcome." After saying that, he looked at Bofeng Shizuki and said, "Sister, don't you like it?" At that moment, Xuanhua Mingren looked at Bofeng Shizuki's expression and asked, "No thanks, Mingren. Next, let's split up to gather information." After Bofeng Shizuki finished speaking, the three of them separated. After asking around with no results, Bofeng Shizuki only heard a series of clamorous noises from afar. Hearing these sounds, Bofeng Shizuki walked to the noisy place, entered, and saw Zilai sitting there with Xuanhua Mingren standing beside him arguing with a weird. Watching the scene, Bofeng Shizuki stood quietly aside. At that moment, the weird uncle moved toward Zilai. Just then a spinning ball of air appeared in Zilai's hand and he struck out toward the weird uncle. The weird uncle was immediately sent flying outward, and with a loud crash he overturned someone's stall. Seeing this, Zilai immediately stood up and walked out, saying, "I even held back my strength. You really are weak." Hearing this, the weird uncle immediately said, "Could you be the legendary? Sorry for destroying your stall." At that moment Zilai ignored the weird uncle's words and instead looked at the stall owner and spoke. These words made the weird uncle take out his own wallet and hand it to Zilai saying, "This is for the stall." Hearing this, Zilai took out a portion of the money and paid the stall owner. At that moment the weird uncle fainted. "CM Ingren, starting now you two are going to begin training." "Okay." After these words Xuanwan Mingren immediately said excitedly. System use the rank learning scroll to learn the spiral sphere. Ding. Use successful. Spiral sphere has been automatically learned. See ya, let's go. Learn this powerful jutsu together. Hearing this, Bofeng Xie said, "I don't need to. I've already learned it." "Huh? What?" Hearing this, Zilai and Xuanwan Mingren fell into silence. Then Zilai looked at Bofeng Xie seriously and said, "Xie, confidence is a good thing, but everything." Just as Zilai was halfway through his words, a ball of air appeared in Bofeng Xie's left hand. Seeing this, Zilai said nothing more. This jutsu was indeed the spiral sphere. Had Bofeng Xie learned it just by watching him use it once, such ninja talent was probably unprecedented. Sister Xie, amazing. Since Sister Xie has learned it, then I should be able to learn this jutsu quickly too. Seeing this, Xuanwan Mingren immediately shouted loudly. But at this moment Zilai looked at Bofeng Xie, his expression showing unprecedented seriousness. "Since you've already learned it, there's no need for you to study. Mingren, now I'll teach you this. Xie, you are free to act." After Zilai finished speaking, Bofeng Xie walked forward. At that moment the system began to issue task rewards. Ding. Side quest has successfully repelled Yuchiban, use attack reward 2 evolution points. Ding. Side quest B successfully learned spiral sphere reward 1 evolution point. After these 2 prompts sounded, Bofeng Xie said, "Increase body strength and speed by 1 point each." Ding. Points added successfully. Now updating all host information. Host Bofeng Xie. Physique A. Strength A. Speed A. Items fake borrowed 9-Tails chakra card 2S rank self-created jutsu card 1. Overall rating a rank ninja. Looking at the updated data, Bofeng Xie began to examine her S-rank jutsu card. System, can this jutsu card be used to its full potential? Ding. Yes, the host can use it based on imagination, but the jutsu's power is only at S rank. After these words, Bofeng Xie closed her eyes. If that was the case, then she indeed needed to create a jutsu now. But first find a place. Thinking this, Bofeng Xie walked toward the forest outside the town. Inside the forest she looked at the S-rank self-created jutsu scroll and used it directly. Create a clone that is completely independent from the main body. Ding. According to the host's thought, the system has begun to create the clone the host needs. Whoosh. Soon a figure appeared beside Bofeng Xie. Ding. Clone created successfully. It can exist independently forever with all 5 elemental affinities, but its strength is 1 rank lower than the host's and it cannot connect to the host's chakra. Clone characteristics jutsu link. Any jutsu the host knows, the clone will immediately learn. Mental connection. No matter where the clone is, it can communicate with the host. After these words, Bofeng Xie looked at the other self before her and smiled slightly. This made many things much more convenient. Clone, go to another place and hide yourself. Hearing this, the clone murmured and then vanished from the spot. Then Bofeng Xie turned around and headed in a direction. On her way back she saw Xuanwan Mingren training in the forest and smiled slightly. In the evening, after returning to the residence, Xuanwan Mingren also came back. He looked at Bofeng Xie and said, "Sister Xie, can I ask you a question?" "Go ahead." Hearing this, Bofeng Xie said, How did you master the spiral sphere?" This. I learned it just by looking at it once." Xuanwan Mingren, you should follow Zilai's method and train step by step. I believe you will soon be able to use the spiral sphere too. After Bofeng Xie finished speaking, she went to her room and began to rest. Every day from then on, Uzumaki Naruto trained diligently. As expected, just like in the original story, within a few days he had mastered the first step, bursting the water-filled balloon. But at that moment Jiraiya gave Naruto a second task to burst a tennis ball, which was far more difficult than the first. Naruto's diligence was evident to all. Until one day, while searching for clues, Namikaze Shizuki suddenly noticed Naruto watching a father and son walking down the street sharing a popsicle. Watching this scene, Naruto's eyes were filled with envy. That evening, shortly after Jiraiya left, Naruto was still training hard. Still training. At that moment, Namikaze Shizuki walked over and looked at Naruto. Sister Shizuki, do you think him useless?" But Namikaze Shizuki did not answer his question. Instead, she handed him a popsicle and said, "Help me break it in half." Oh. Hearing this, Naruto took the popsicle and broke it in two. Seeing this, Shizuki took back one half and said, "I can't finish the other half, so it's yours. Also, I'm exhausted. Let's go back together today." With that, Shizuki leaned against a large tree eating her popsicle. Naruto looked at the half in his hand, then at Shizuki, tears welling up in his eyes. Sister Shizuki, thank you. What's there to thank? I just happened to buy a popsicle, happened to be unable to break it in half, happened to only eat half, happened to be tired from the mission and wanted to rest, and then happened to have you finish training when I was done resting. Hearing Naruto's words, Shizuki smiled. Sister Shizuki, yes, after I finish eating I will train hard. Naruto quickly finished his popsicle and then began training diligently. Watching this, Shizuki smiled. Every day after that, Shizuki would appear there witnessing all of Naruto's efforts. Finally on this day, Naruto managed to puncture a small hole in the tennis ball. When Jiraiya saw this, he smiled and said, then next try this. After saying that, Jiraiya drew a symbol on Naruto's hand. Then Naruto began training toward that goal. But every day Shizuki was by Naruto's side accompanying him. This made Naruto train even harder. Finally one day Naruto completed this trial, the second stage of the trial, and he had succeeded. Just then Jiraiya and Senju Shin brought news that they were to embark on the next journey. After Jiraiya spoke, they set off. On the road, Jiraiya taught Naruto the final stage of training, the ripple training. Thus they traveled and trained until they arrived at a town. In this town they found a casino and after learning some information headed out. But halfway there Shizuki saw a group of people running, saying a huge snake had appeared. Hearing this, Jiraiya immediately ran in that direction. When they headed in the direction the villagers had indicated, they soon saw ruins. However, the people there had already left. Thinking this, they continued searching ahead. By evening they arrived at a bar. Seeing the bar, Jiraiya stopped searching and wanted to go in for a drink, but after entering they found their target. Then Jiraiya looked at Tsunade and said, Tsunade. Jiraiya. Tsunade stood up and replied upon seeing him. Naruto looked at Tsunade in disbelief. This is Tsunade. Unbelievable, is she really 50 years old? No way. Thus Jiraiya and Tsunade sat at the same table drinking. Finally halfway through his drink, Jiraiya looked at Tsunade and asked, what's wrong? Nothing. Hearing this, Tsunade replied bluntly. Then she took out a deck of cards and said, what do you want from me? Hearing this, Jiraiya didn't beat around the bush and said directly, I want you to return and succeed as the 5th Hokage. Naruto's eyes widened upon hearing this. Tsunade continued dealing the cards. Picking up his cards, Jiraiya looked at her and said, about the 3rd. It was Orochimaru, wasn't it? I heard. He told me directly. Before Jiraiya could finish speaking, Tsunade said coldly. At this point Naruto looked at Tsunade and Jiraiya and said that Orochimaru killed the 3rd Hokage. Who is that guy really? After Naruto finished, Jiraiya said directly, like as he is one of the 3 ninja of Konoha. When Jiraiya said this, Naruto became even more confused. Why? If he's one of the 3 ninja, then why did he kill the 3rd Hokage? By the way, Jiraiya, who are these people you brought? Tsunade asked directly. Hearing this, Jiraiya said, the boy is Uzumaki. Naruto, the girl is Namikaze Shizuki and me, long time no see, sister Tsunade. Finally Senju Shin spoke. Hearing this, Tsunade was taken aback. Then she looked at Senju Shin and said, Senju Shin, in the blink of an eye you've grown so big. When I left Konoha you were still a child. But your appearance this time must also be to persuade me to return. After saying this, she glanced at Namikaze Shizuki and Uzumaki Naruto. These two were the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails. Wait, I haven't finished speaking. Who is Orochimaru, who killed the 3rd Hokage? Isn't he one of the 3 ninja? But why did he kill the 3rd Hokage? Why did the pervy sage allow him to do such a thing? And why should such a person become the 5th Hokage? After this barrage of questions, Jiraiya said directly, Uzumaki. Naruto, quiet down a bit. But. Shut up. Just as Naruto was about to say something more, Jiraiya looked at him and said. After Bofengxia finished speaking, Tsunade fixed her gaze on him and said, one hand is already crippled yet you still speak so glibly. What does that have to do with the hand? If you maintain this attitude, I don't need your treatment for my hand. Bofengxia looked at Tsunade and said indifferently. Alright, Sia, say less. Just then Jiraiya turned to Bofengxia and spoke. Then he looked at Tsunade and said, now can you tell me if you will accept the position of the 5th Hokage? Tsunade looked at Jiraiya and said coldly, that's impossible. I refuse. Hearing this, Jiraiya gazed at Tsunade for a moment before saying, that brings back memories. When I asked you out before, I was rejected with the same words. At that moment Senju Shin could no longer sit still. He stood up and looked at Tsunade saying, sister, if you don't return, Konoha will face an unprecedented crisis. Tsunade glanced at Senju Shin and said indifferently, what does that have to do with me? I don't care whether Konoha lives or dies. What is this nonsense? Why does it have to be this person to become Hokage? Her attitude is really infuriating. After Tsunade finished, Naruto Uzumaki finally couldn't hold back and spoke up. Jiraiya turned to Naruto and said Tsunade is the granddaughter of the first Hokage. She is a kunoichi who has rendered great service to the village. She is the most suitable candidate for the fifth Hokage. Tsunade then looked at Naruto and said, Jiraiya, this new disciple of yours is far inferior to the previous one. No, I have found someone even more outstanding than the fourth. Jiraiya said with a smile, glancing at Bofeng Xie. Tsunade was stunned for a moment, then looked at her crippled right hand and shook her head. Back to the point, even a ninja as brilliant as the fourth Hokage died young, didn't he? I'm not foolish enough to be Hokage. Staking my life on the future of a village, only an idiot would do that. Hearing this, the ninjas present were stunned. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade and said, Tsunade, you've changed. No matter what's in your heart, saying it so bluntly is a bit. A bit what? My uncle the second Hokage was the ninja who yearned for peace the most. Yet he died prematurely. Master Sarutobi was the same, too old, still trying to be tough, and died. So tell me, why should I become Hokage? Just to throw my life away. With that, Tsunade threw her cards on the table and said the Hokage is nothing but crap. Only fools would want to be one. Bastard. After Tsunade's words, Naruto slammed the table and lunged at her, shouting, insulting the fourth and third Hokage in front of me, even if you're a woman I'll take you down. But as he leaped, Jiraiya caught him with one hand. Despite being restrained, Naruto glared at Tsunade angrily and shouted, you hag. If you don't want to be the fifth, then don't be. I don't want someone like you to be Hokage anyway. And if I ever hear you badmouth the Hokage again, I'll kill you. After Naruto's outburst, Tsunade stood up, planted one foot on the table and looked at him, saying, you've got some nerve. Let's go outside and settle this. Fine, who's afraid of whom? Let's go outside right now. I'll teach this arrogant woman a lesson. You're not worthy to insult the Hokage. Naruto then headed outside. Jiraiya shook his head, but Tsunade followed with interest. On the street, Tsunade looked at Naruto standing opposite her and raised a single finger, saying, against you one finger is enough. Naruto glared at Tsunade and said, don't underestimate me. With that, he dashed toward her, throwing 3 shurikens. Tsunade twisted her body, dodging all the shurikens. Just then a kunai appeared in Naruto's hand and he thrust it toward her. In the next moment, Tsunade used a single finger to snatch the kunai, spun it and sent Naruto's headband flying with the same motion. At the same time, Naruto's body was flung backward by a tremendous force. A finger appeared at his forehead and flicked gently. With a loud thud, Naruto was sent flying, rolling several times before stopping. Bastard! Naruto shouted angrily. But then a kunai fell from before him to his feet. Looking at the kunai at his feet, Naruto suddenly realized she had been holding back massively. Yet even so, he had lost, and lost so miserably. Hey, you idiot over there, before you pass out, I want to ask you something. Why do you care so much about the title of Hokage? Tsunade looked at Naruto and asked indifferently. With a dark expression, Naruto looked at Tsunade and said, I'm not like you. I must inherit the title of Hokage because it's my dream and my motivation. Tsunade's eyes widened slightly. At that moment, she saw 2 shadows in Naruto, the shadows of 2 people who had passed away. Seeing those shadows, Tsunade lowered her head, overcome with intense longing. An opening. Naruto focused and a spinning vortex of chakra formed in his hand. Ah! Naruto charged at Tsunade. In the distance, Tsunade placed a finger on the ground and a crack appeared in the earth. Naruto was sent flying again. Watching Naruto being sent flying, Tsunade frowned. That just now was the Rasengan of the 4th Hokage, Bluffing Shueimon. Thinking this, she turned to Jiraiya and said, Jiraiya, you taught him the Rasengan. Hearing this, Jiraiya chuckled and said, after all, I am his master. Teaching him a ninjutsu is only natural, isn't it? Tsunade retorted, only you and the 4th can use this technique. Teaching someone else a jutsu they can never learn, you call yourself a master. You're just misleading your student. At this moment, Tsunade directly mocked. Can't learn. What are you talking about? As soon as Tsunade finished, Bofeng Xie gazed at her and slowly extended her left hand. Then a Rasengan appeared in Bofeng Xie's hand. Seeing this, Tsunade was slightly stunned. However, she quickly turned to Naruto and said, even if you can learn it, what about him? Based on my experience reading people, he doesn't have that talent. Jiraiya teaching him this jutsu is why he spouts nonsense about becoming Hokage. It's utterly impossible. After Tsunade finished, Naruto clenched his fists. Then he stood up and said, what do you mean nonsense? You idiot. Give me 3 days and I'll master this jutsu completely and show you. After Naruto spoke, Tsunade looked at him and said, you said it yourself. I always say what I mean, that's my ninja way. When these words fell, Tsunade looked at Naruto and said, how about a bet? I'll give you a week. If you can master this jutsu, I'll give you this pendant and acknowledge you can become Hokage. After that, Naruto immediately covered his head with his hands and said, I don't want that necklace. Jiraiya said, don't say that, Naruto. That necklace is one of a kind in this world. If sold, it could buy 3 mountains. Also it's a relic of the first Hokage. After Jiraiya finished, Naruto's expression immediately changed. He looked at the necklace and said, "Alright, it's a deal." Tsunade said, "Fine, but as a bet if you don't master the jutsu within a week, the money in this wallet is mine." As she spoke, a wallet appeared in Tsunade's hand. Seeing the wallet, Naruto immediately patted his body searching for his own wallet. But by then the wallet had already been taken by Tsunade. With that, Tsunade looked at Naruto, then turned and left. After Tsunade left, Naruto and the others found an inn to stay. At night, Bofeng Xie went to her own room. This bet Naruto is sure to win. Thinking this, Bofeng Xie closed her eyes and went to tell stories to the Nine-Tails. Thus a week passed in an instant. Early in the morning, Bofeng Xie went out alone first. Because today Jiraiya would be poisoned and Naruto would sleep in very late. However, Bofeng Xie did nothing to stop these events. After all, what she wanted to do today was to completely eliminate Orochimaru and also have Naruto help Tsunade overcome her fear of blood. Change everything starting today. Thinking this, Bofeng Xie arrived early at the place where Orochimaru and Tsunade would appear and hid herself. Time passed slowly and soon Tsunade appeared. She stood there waiting silently. Shortly after, Orochimaru appeared. When Tsunade saw Orochimaru, she immediately said, "Orochimaru, I can heal your hands, but on the condition that you never attack Konoha again." After Tsunade finished, Orochimaru looked at her and nodded. Agreed. With that, Tsunade walked step by step toward Orochimaru, her hand slowly reaching for his. But just then a kunai suddenly flew toward Tsunade and Orochimaru. Seeing the kunai, they quickly separated and kept their distance. At that moment, Orochimaru immediately looked at Tsunade and said, "Why? After all this, you still try to deceive me? Tsunade, you actually want my life. Why? Don't you want to see those two again?" When these words fell, Tsunade looked at Orochimaru and said, "Orochimaru, saying you want to attack Konoha, do you even believe such a lie?" After that, Tsunade immediately looked at the ground and said, "Although I really want to see them again, they wouldn't want to see me like this." After Tsunade finished, Orochimaru quickly said, "It seems negotiations have broken down." With that, Tsunade's eyes immediately filled with killing intent. Then she looked at Orochimaru, took a step forward and slammed her foot into the ground. Facing this, Orochimaru quickly retreated backward. Boom! The ground was instantly shattered into pieces by Tsunade's monstrous strength. Seeing this, Orochimaru's eyes turned cold. Tsunade shouted, "I'll kill you today." At that moment, she charged directly at Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto, then punched a wall, smashing it to rubble. However, faced with this, Tsunade, Orochimaru and Kabuto fled into the distance. But Tsunade pursued them all the way. Bofeng Xie watched this and quietly followed. Finally, they arrived at an open space. There, Kabuto took a soldier pill and said, "I'm not good at taijutsu." After eating, Kabuto immediately formed hand seals. Seeing the seal, Tsunade quickly said, "That seal. This kid is indeed a medical ninja. Ninja art chakra scalpel." As this technique was activated, Kabuto drilled into the ground. Seeing this, Tsunade punched the ground directly. Boom! With a crash, Kabuto was blown out of the ground. Seeing this, Tsunade rushed forward and struck at him. However, Kabuto dodged, causing Tsunade to miss. Just then, Tsunade turned around only to find Kabuto was no longer where he was. Instead, he appeared behind her. He directly used the chakra scalpel to cut Tsunade's muscles, rendering her unable to use her earlier monstrous strength. After a series of taijutsu exchanges, Kabuto overwhelmed Tsunade, severing multiple nerves in her body. Watching this, Kabuto adjusted his glasses and said, "I won't kill you, but..." Boom! Before he could finish, Kabuto was sent flying by Tsunade's slap. After the slap was delivered, Yashiro fell to the ground. At that moment, a fierce glint flickered in his eyes as he said, "It seems I have been too lenient. Next, I will deliver the most brutal blow to you." After finishing his words, Yashiro attempted to move his left hand, but the next moment he froze. Something was off with his movements. "Now it's my turn." Just as he was thinking this, a sudden voice came from in front of him. He then turned to see Tsunade charging towards him with a punch. He instinctively tried to run but miscalculated his reaction, resulting in him being sent flying by her fist. Boom! Accompanied by a loud crash, Yashiro slammed into a giant rock, the intense pain leaving him feeling breathless. At the same time, Yashiro tried to get up, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't rise. Every movement felt different from before. In that instant, he suddenly realized that his nervous system had been altered by Tsunade. Thinking this, he looked at Tsunade and said, as expected of Lady Tsunade, one of the legendary three ninjas, "I didn't expect you to possess such strength in this situation." While speaking, Yashiro adapted to his own movements. For instance, when he thought of moving his right leg, his left hand would move. Instead, when he thought of moving his right hand, his left leg would move. If that is the case, then simply reversing the action should suffice. However, don't underestimate me, Tsunade. At this moment, Yashiro declared, drawing a shuriken and hurling it at her, saying, "Aren't you afraid of blood? Then I will make sure you see plenty of it." Boom! However, as soon as Yashiro finished speaking, a cloud of smoke erupted. Watching this scene, Yashiro retreated to a safe distance. As the smoke dissipated, Jiraiya and the others appeared in Yashiro's sight. Just as the smoke cleared, Uzumaki Naruto looked at Yashiro and called out, "Senior Do." Uzumaki Naruto. After Naruto spoke, Yashiro also turned to look at him. "Oh, you two know each other." As the two called each other's names, Jiraiya chimed in yes during the Chunin exams. "Don't block the way." Before Naruto could finish, Tsunade shoved them aside and threw a punch at Yashiro. However, in response to this punch, Yashiro leapt back. At this moment, Tsunade attacked again, stating, "Even if your body knows what to do, adapting in such a short time is still quite difficult, isn't it?" Looking at Yashiro, Tsunade spoke indifferently. "No, I have already adapted." Hearing this, Yashiro replied coolly, raising a kunai. Sizzle. But in the next moment, a sound echoed and blood gushed out. This blood was from Yashiro piercing his own hand, causing Tsunade to tremble and retreat repeatedly at the sight of it. Blood. It's blood. Seeing the blood, Tsunade collapsed to the ground. Sister. At this moment, Senju Shin wanted to intervene, but he had also been drugged by Tsunade the day before, so he took 2 steps and then collapsed. "Thank goodness, if it weren't for your hemophobia, dealing with you would have been quite troublesome," Yashiro said, his expression dark as he looked at Tsunade. After this remark, Yashiro stepped forward and threw a punch at Tsunade, sending her flying. Watching the scene, Uzumaki Naruto looked at Yashiro in confusion and asked why. Why is Yashiro attacking Tsunade? Hearing this, Yashiro smirked and replied, "You're really slow, Uzumaki Naruto. That's why you will never defeat Uchiha Sasuke." "Naruto, look closely, that guy's forehead protector is from the Sound Ninja village," Jiraiya interjected. "That's right, I am indeed a spy from the Sound Ninja," Yashiro openly admitted. Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed, "You must be joking. During the Chunin exams, didn't you teach us things and help us a lot?" "That was because I wanted to gather intelligence on you. After collecting your data, I discovered something, Uzumaki Naruto. You lack the talent to be a ninja, unlike Sasuke." As soon as these words were spoken, Uzumaki Naruto clenched his fists tightly and glared at Yashiro. Seeing Naruto's expression, Yashiro quickly commented, "No matter how fierce your expression is, you're still just a lowly genin who came to the wrong place. Although the monster within you is worth anticipating, facing the legendary 3 ninjas, you are simply unqualified. To put it bluntly, you are like a bug. If you try to stick your head out now, I will kill you. Bastard." Hearing this, Uzumaki Naruto shouted angrily. At the same time, he took a step towards Yashiro. Watching this scene, the hidden Kazekage had already sentenced Yashiro to death. At this moment, as Uzumaki Naruto ran, he began to form hand seals: dog, boar, snake, tiger, snake, rat, horse, tiger. Ninja art, multiple shadow clone technique. Thus Uzumaki Naruto created 4 clones and along with his main body charged towards Yashiro. While thinking about his battle strategy, Uzumaki Naruto realized that Yashiro's right hand was unusable. Utilizing his clones for cover and attacking from the right should lead to success. Once Uzumaki Naruto had formulated his strategy, 2 clones launched a frontal assault but were immediately thrown back by Yashiro. 1 clone grabbed Yashiro, at which point the main body attacked from his right. However, at this moment, Yashiro used the blood from his right hand to spray into Uzumaki Naruto's eyes, then threw the clone towards Naruto's main body. In the blink of an eye, his left hand swiftly moved, dispatching the other 2 clones. Just like that, Uzumaki Naruto's main body was also struck by the clones and sent flying far away. At this moment, Shizen quickly caught Uzumaki Naruto while 3 silver needles flew towards Yashiro. Yashiro looked at the 3 silver needles and directly blocked them with his forehead. At the same time, he leapt to Orochimaru's side and took out a blood-boosting pill, saying, "Orochimaru, could you please unwrap the bandage on your left hand?" After Yashiro finished speaking, Orochimaru immediately bit open the bandage on his left hand. Observing this scene, Jiraiya finally spoke. "It seems that this time I will have to take action. Shizen, Yashiro, you will handle this. Orochimaru, leave it to..." As soon as these words were spoken, the oppressive atmosphere in the scene thickened considerably. Under this oppressive feeling, Jiraiya and Kabuto Yukushi both smeared blood on their hands, then began forming hand seals: boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram. Ninjutsu summoning technique. After the summoning technique, a large snake appeared beneath Orochimaru's feet. Beneath Jiraiya, however, only a small toad appeared. Seeing this, Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya and taunted, "I never expected that at your age you would still be such a fool." After these words, Naruto Uzumaki immediately spoke up, "Master Jiraiya, are you really up to it? Looks like you'll have to do." With that, Naruto Uzumaki also began forming hand seals: boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram. Ninjutsu summoning technique. After Naruto used the summoning technique, a puff of smoke rose and then another yellow toad appeared. Looking at this toad, the red toad said, "Gamatatsu, why are you here too?" "Gamakichi, big brother, is so happy. This is my first time being summoned. Sai, don't join the fight later. Let's go hide over there." Seeing this, Gamakichi immediately said. After these words, Orochimaru could no longer hold back. He immediately charged toward Jiraiya and the others. With a loud boom, the ground was enveloped in smoke. At that moment Jiraiya dodged the opponent's attack, formed hand seals, and then a swamp appeared, melting one of the large snakes. However, Naruto Uzumaki and Senju Shin were hit by the snake and severely injured. Seeing this, Jiraiya knew that now he could only rely on himself. Meanwhile, Kabuto Yakushi also easily dealt with Shizune. Thus the situation was completely one-sided. At this moment Kabuto Yakushi walked over to Tsunade, looking at her, who was terrified of her own blood, and said, "What a pity. I used to respect you as one of the legendary Sannin, but now you truly disappoint me." After saying this, Kabuto kicked Tsunade repeatedly. At that moment Naruto Uzumaki, lying in the distance, watched the scene and slowly crawled toward Kabuto. At that time atop the large snake, Orochimaru and Jiraiya both looked at Naruto Uzumaki. Watching Naruto move towards Tsunade, Orochimaru laughed and said, "This child truly has no talent. Even his sister was ultimately inferior to Sasuke Uchiha. If there is one reason, it is the Sharingan." After Orochimaru finished, Jiraiya shook his head and said, "Orochimaru, you really don't understand the meaning of the word ninja." After Jiraiya said this, Orochimaru looked at him and said the meaning of a ninja. The meaning of a ninja is that the more ninjutsu one masters, the more talented they are as a ninja. Therefore the Uchiha Sharingan is true power. Hearing this, Jiraiya shook his head and said, "You're wrong. A ninja is one who endures everything in the world. It has nothing to do with how many ninjutsu one knows. A ninja is someone with an indomitable will. That is the true meaning of a ninja." Hearing this, Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya, frowned, and said, "You are still the same as when you were a child. Perhaps this is just the common excuse of you losers. Just watch, Naruto Uzumaki cannot defeat Kabuto Yakushi." After saying that, his gaze turned to the distance. There Kabuto was punching Tsunade repeatedly. Suddenly a figure appeared before him. This figure used a headband to block Kabuto's fist. "That's enough." Suddenly after those words, Naruto Uzumaki moved his hands together. A vortex of wind appeared in his right hand, and then he thrust it toward Kabuto. Seeing this, Kabuto simply turned around and Naruto flew out by himself. At that moment Naruto realized that he could not control the Rasengan flexibly and could not hit the opponent accurately. At the same time, Naruto had just been attacked by the snake, injuring his left arm and right leg. Now with the recoil of the Rasengan, he was even more severely injured. After understanding all this, Kabuto directly took out a card and said, "Naruto, during the Chunin exam you said don't underestimate me. I will never give up. I accept the exam. Even if I remain a genin for life, I will become Hokage and show you. It's nothing. I'm not afraid of you. But now can you still say those words?" After saying this, Kabuto walked toward Naruto step by step and said, "But now can you still say that? You are no longer a child. You don't have to be brave. Run away. Running away is your only way out." After Kabuto finished, Naruto looked up at him with a determined gaze, saying, "I will not run away." "What kind of look is that? I don't like that look." Kabuto then kicked out, aiming for Naruto's head. Boom. With a loud sound, Kabuto stepped on Naruto's body and said, "It's because you keep talking about those unrealistic ideals that you do these unrealistic things. I hate brats like you the most." Boom. He kicked again and said, "When you chase that foolish dream, you will die in that foolish dream. That is your fate, you little brat." After saying that, Kabuto prepared to kick Naruto again. But just as he was about to kick, a hand caught his foot. Then Naruto looked up, his eyes fixed on Kabuto, and said, "I always say what I think. That is my ninja way. I said I want run away, and I want." After saying this, Naruto slowly stood up, looking at Kabuto. Seeing this, Kabuto immediately formed a chakra shuriken and threw it at Naruto, saying, "Can't you just admit defeat honestly?" Boom. After saying that, Naruto was sent flying again by Kabuto. However, facing this, Naruto still stood up and said, "Granny Tsunade, according to our bet, that necklace is mine. Ox dog dragon rat dog boar snake tiger. Ninjutsu multiple shadow clone technique." At that moment Naruto created a shadow clone beside it. Seeing this, Kabuto impatiently took out a kunai and rushed toward Naruto, intending to finish him off. However, just as the kunai was about to hit Naruto, he directly caught it with his hand. The kunai pierced through Naruto's hand, and then Naruto used his hand to firmly grasp Kabuto's hand. At that moment Naruto's shadow clone immediately gathered chakra in the original's hand. Soon the Rasengan was completed. After the Rasengan was completed, Naruto struck out, hitting Kabuto's stomach with the Rasengan. After this Rasengan struck Yao Shirdo's abdomen, everyone present was shocked. Apart from Bofeng Xie, who was hidden in the shadows, everyone else believed that Xuanhua Mingren had no chance of hitting Yao Shirdo. However, the outcome still surprised everyone. At this moment Gangsho sat there gazing at Xuanhua Mingren's back, and the more she looked, the more he resembled those two. Back then those two had also walked forward step by step for their ideals. But those two had already left this world. "I have done it." Just then Xuanhua Mingren spoke. After he said this, Xuanhua Mingren suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Then his entire body collapsed. Seeing this, Gangsho immediately rushed forward to attend to Xuanhua Mingren. But just at that moment Yao Shido took a few steps and looked in Gangsho's direction. This scene however made Gangsho look at Yao Shido's injured spot in surprise, frowning and saying, "How is that possible? You took that move and can still move. Hey, this move isn't as powerful as imagined. Moreover, I had already begun healing before being hit. I used chakra to cover my abdomen, strengthening the defense and vitality of my body. Combined with my astonishing recovery ability, I successfully defended against it." After saying this, Yao Shido's eyes darkened. Even so, he had used up all his chakra, now he was nothing but an empty shell. If Gangsho attacked at this moment, he would have no way to parry. It seemed that for now he could only bluff. Moreover, compared to this, the kind of technique Xuanhua Mingren could use astonished him even more. But even as he thought this, Yao Shido still stepped forward and bluffed. It seems this is Xuanhua Mingren's final desperate gamble, but he is lost. Boo! But after these words, suddenly Yao Shido's entire body collapsed. At that moment he suddenly realized that he had merely been in a temporary revival. His injuries were more severe than he had imagined. Because he had taken 2 steps, he had directly aggravated his wounds. Now he had truly outsmarted himself. Just as Yao Shido was thinking, Gangsho stopped paying him any attention and immediately turned to Xuanhua Mingren, checking his physical condition. But soon Gangsho discovered that Xuanhua Mingren seemed to be dying. The muscles around his heart had all been severed by Yao Shido and his injuries were extremely severe. Thinking this, Gangsho immediately cut open Xuanhua Mingren's clothes and began treating him. However, even so, Xuanhua Mingren's life force was slowly ebbing away. At the same time, the Nine-Tails inside Xuanhua Mingren also sensed an infinite darkness approaching. Meanwhile, in reality, Gangsho watched this scene, her chakra gathering even more. She was striving desperately to save Xuanhua Mingren. Watching this, Yao Shido directly said, "It's useless, he's beyond saving. Shut up. If you say another word, he'll kill you." But before he could finish, Gangsho directly yelled at him. After reprimanding him, she looked at Xuanhua Mingren and said, "Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Mingren." After Gangsho finished speaking, suddenly Xuanhua Mingren's hand reached toward Gangsho's neck and he said, "This time I win." After these words fell, Xuanhua Mingren's hand dropped. Gangsho, seeing this, took off her own necklace and placed it around Xuanhua Mingren's neck, saying, "In the end, I want to place my bet on you once again." Meanwhile, on the other side, Dishiwan watched this scene and immediately moved toward Xuanhua Mingren. Because in his view, the opportunity to kill Xuanhua Mingren was now. Thinking this, a Kusanagi sword appeared in Dishiwan's mouth and he lunged toward Xuanhua Mingren. However, at that moment, Gangsho directly blocked the blade with her body. When the sword pierced Gangsho's body, blood gushed out. Seeing this, Dishiwan pulled out the sword and said, "Gangsho, you are the one person here I do not wish to kill. But I want to kill you," Gangsho said directly after Dishiwan finished. "What are you talking about? You can't kill me. Besides, you yourself must be in a state of fear right now. In this state, even fighting is a problem for you." After Dishiwan finished, Gangsho turned back to look at Xuanhua Mingren. Just now, Xuanhua Mingren had desperately tried to protect her. Even though he was severely injured, he did not retreat a single step. And how could she be bound by mere hemophobia? Thinking this, Gangsho looked at the blood on her own hands, but her body was still trembling. "Want you get out of the way? Then he'll have to kill you first." Seeing Gangsho like this, Dishiwan directly stabbed her through and then kicked her away. After kicking Gangsho away, Dishiwan looked at her and said indifferently, "You see, you can't change anything. In this state, what can you do?" After Dishiwan finished, Gangsho looked at Xuanhua Mingren and said, "I know my cowardice prevents me from standing up, but now this child has made me understand the will of my grandfather and uncle." After these words, Gangsho's trembling body ceased to tremble. At the same time, with a whoosh, she shot out and instantly appeared beneath Dishiwan, kicking him. This kick sent Dishiwan's body flying. Boom! With a boom, Dishiwan's body crashed into a pit. At this point, Gangsho looked at Dishiwan and said, "So now I will become the 5th Hokage and then defeat you." After these words, Dishiwan climbed out of the pit and looked at Gangsho, saying, "Defeat me. With you now covered in wounds. Dishiwan, do you really think I've done nothing all these years?" Just then, Gangsho said with a smile. At the same time, Gangsho formed a hand seal. Ninja Art Creation Rebirth. After the seal was released, all the injuries on Gangsho's body visibly healed and soon she was restored to her original state. At this moment, Gangsho bit her finger and began forming hand seals. Seeing this, Zilai also started forming seals. Meanwhile, Dishiwan quickly moved to Yao Shido's side and Yao Shido also began forming seals. Boar Dog Bird Monkey Ram. Ninja Art Summoning Technique. Boo! 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 Just as the 3 legendary shinobi simultaneously performed the summoning jutsu, 3 resounding thuds echoed forth. Then Hamawantai Wancha and the slug appeared on the scene. At that moment, Hamawantai took a puff of his pipe and spoke first. "Zilai, are you planning to hold a class reunion? Bastard, I haven't summoned you for so long, so don't start cracking jokes as soon as you're out here." Zilai looked at Hama Wontai and said with a smile. Meanwhile Wanshi glared at Hama Wontai, then turned his eyes toward Dashuan and said, "Don't call me out every time you're in such a bother. Not when things are this troublesome." After these words were spoken, Dashuan just stood there silently saying nothing. Watching this, Wanshi immediately snapped, "Bastard, be careful or I'll devour you." At that moment Yashir-do, who was sitting on Wansha, quickly interjected, "Lord Wansha, please don't say that. We will certainly express our gratitude afterward." "I wasn't asking you, you bastard. Don't address me." As Yashir-do spoke, Wanshi retorted mercilessly. These words filled Yashir-do with shame and humiliation. "Hey Dashuan, prepare 100 sacrifices for me afterward." After this statement, Yashir-do glanced at Dashuan. Though Dashuan was Wansha's master, if Wanshi discovered that Dashuan could no longer use ninjutsu, he would likely betray him on the spot. The only thing Dashuan could do now was to avoid speaking to Wansha lest his weakness be exposed. Yet the fact that he had been forced to resort to such a perilous move proved that his opponent was indeed a ninja worthy of being called one of the 3 legendary shinobi alongside him. "Slug, take Naruto to Shizune." At that moment Gangso addressed her giant slug. As she spoke, the slug split off a clone and carried Xuanhua Mingren. After Xuanhua Mingren was taken away, the atmosphere became tense again. Hama Wontai took a puff of his pipe and blew the smoke toward Wanshi. This action instantly enraged Wansha. "Bastard, I'll turn you into dried toad meat right now." "Oh, perfect timing. I was just thinking of making a snakeskin." After saying this, Hama Wenda's right claw gripped his short sword and began to draw it. Zilai then looked at Dashuan and said, "Dashuan, the things you have done so far are utterly heinous. From now on we are no longer comrades." Hearing this, Dashuan said coldly, "Comrades, huh? From today onward we are no longer the 3 legendary shinobi. Dashuan, I will kill you today." Before Dashuan could finish, Gangso also spoke. Then the 3 ninjas and their 3 beasts stared at each other. Suddenly Wanshi moved. The slug spat corrosive liquid, but Wansha's agile body dodged it. Then Wanshi coiled around the giant slug, saying, "One down." At that moment Hama Wontai charged at Wanshi with his short sword. Wanshi retreated, bit the blade with his mouth and tightened his grip on the slug. Boom! But the next moment the slug split into countless smaller slugs, breaking Wansha's hold. Wanshi immediately lunged at Hama Wontai. Seeing this, Hama Wontai quickly retreated. "Gangsho, stay back. Wontai, use oil." "Got it." After saying that, Zilai began forming hand seals. Fire released Toad Oil Flame Bullet. As Zilai unleashed the technique, Hama Wontai also spat a massive stream of oil toward Wanshi. Then a sea of flames rose into the sky. After the fire subsided, a serpentine silhouette appeared within the blaze. However, it was not Wansha's true body, only a shed skin. The ground began to tremble. A tail lashed out at Hama Wontai. Then behind Hama Wontai, Wanshi opened his massive jaws and lunged at him. But just then Gangso grabbed Hama Wenda's short sword and stabbed it directly into the side of Wansha's mouth. Dashuan extended his tongue, wrapping it around Gangso's neck, trying to choke her to death. In that instant, Gangso used her monstrous strength to tear Dashuan's tongue away, pulled him closer and began punching him repeatedly. Each punch carried an immense force, causing Dashuan's body to tremble with excruciating pain. Thus Dashuan was completely dominated by Gangso's onslaught. The scene turned into Gangso's solo exhibition. With a series of monstrous punches, Dashuan's body became utterly weakened, and finally Gangso sent him crashing onto Wansha's back. "Making me so miserable, you'll remember this," Wanshi said, then immediately fled. Dashuan and Yashir-do exchanged a glance and vanished from the spot. The scene fell silent once more. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Bluffwing CS suddenly received a notification from the system. Ding! Main quest B, find Gangso completed. System rewards: Disguise Technique X, 100 Mile Tracking Talisman X1. Hearing this, Bluffwing CS was taken aback. Though she had only played a minor role, the system's reward seemed too perfunctory. Ding! This disguise technique cannot be seen through by anyone and requires no chakra consumption. After these words, Bluffwing CS smiled slightly. It seemed this time would be fun. Thinking this, she promptly used the 100-mile tracking talisman and soon sensed the location of Dashuan and the others. Having sensed them, Bluffwing CS figure vanished from the spot. 100 miles away from the battlefield, Yashir-do looked at Dashuan and said, "Lord Dashuan, your hand." "It's nothing. More importantly, I will take revenge for today's events. Konoha will be destroyed by my own hands." When Dashuan finished speaking, Yashir-do lowered his head and remained silent. Ninja Art Body Flicker Technique. Whoosh! But the next moment a figure appeared behind Yashir-do and a Rasengan materialized in the figure's left hand. This Rasengan was aimed directly at Yashir-do's head. Boom! Then a thunderous explosion rang out. Dashuan turned to look at Bluffwing CS beside him and snarled, "Bastard. The one who should be called a bastard is you. This time your assistant is dead." After saying this, Bluffwing CS stood beside Dashuan and another Rasengan appeared in her left hand. "Now it's your turn." Bastard, if you can then try it. Is that so? As Bofeng Xie spoke, a surge of red chakra erupted, instantly enveloping her entire body. Simultaneously, multiple tails formed from chakra lashed through the air. Witnessing this, One narrowed his eyes. Bofeng Xie, the perfect Jinchuriki, what a troublesome opponent. With a soft whoosh, One turned and fled into the distance. Ninja art body flicker double step. In that instant, Xie employed the technique, appearing directly above One. Then a Rasengan imbued with Nine-Tails chakra hurtled toward One. A deafening boom echoed. With the explosion, One's eyes widened. He opened his mouth and a figure shot out from within the body, flying into the distance. Whoosh! Seeing this, Bofeng Xie hurled a handful of shuriken, then began forming hand seals with her left hand and chakra-constructed tails: boar, dog, dragon, rat, boar, snake, tiger. Ninja art shuriken shadow clone technique. Boom! As the shuriken shadow clone technique was unleashed, the shuriken, now coated with Nine-Tails chakra, pierced One's body at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Ah! Then as a scream rang out, Bofeng Xie's left hand together with her chakra tails weaved another sequence: ox, monkey, rabbit, rat, boar, rooster, ox, horse, rooster, rat, tiger, dog, tiger, snake, ox, goat, snake, boar, goat, rat, water, monkey, rooster, dragon, rooster, ox, horse, goat, tiger, snake, rat, monkey, rabbit, boar, dog, goat, rat, ox, monkey, rooster, water, rat, boar, rooster. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. As the seals were completed, a water dragon surged from beneath the earth, battering One's entire body. The water dragon bullet technique firmly imprisoned One within the watery dragon. One die. Bofeng Xie spoke coldly. With that, her 9 chakra tails lashed out, each tail bearing a Rasengan that sliced through the water dragon toward One. Boom! 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 9 explosions later, One's body was reduced to ashes, seemingly beyond recovery. Watching this, Bofeng Xie took a single step and departed. A long time after she left, a gentle breeze began to blow. Then from beneath the earth a small white snake emerged. Its eyes fixed on the direction Xie had gone flickered with venomous resentment. Oh, this little snake, so spirited. How adorable. Just then a fair-skinned girl smiled as she looked at the snake. The white snake hissed, hiss. Hiss. This person came just in time. I need power now. I'll devour her to restore my strength so I can recover sooner. Seeing the white snake flicking its tongue, the girl chuckled, hee hee, are you acknowledging me as your master? Be good. From now on I am your mistress. Hiss. Hiss. Master my ass. I'll eat you right now. One hissed a few times, then bit into the girl's eye. The girl paused, then said, oh, so you weren't acknowledging me. How naughty. I'll need to train you properly. With that, she grabbed the snake's head, firmly squeezed it, and placed the snake around her neck. Hey, give me that snake. But at that moment, Bofeng Xie's clone appeared. Truth be told, Xie had long known that One wouldn't die so easily, so she had left her main body and sent her clone here. Although the clone lacked the power of the Nine-Tails, One was now a spent force, so it was enough to eliminate him directly. Hiss. Hiss. What's happening? Didn't she leave? Why did she suddenly reappear? Master, save me. One hissed, then extended his tongue and licked the fair-skinned girl's skin, signifying his submission. Seeing this, the fair-skinned girl looked at Bofeng Xie's clone and smiled. Look, it has acknowledged me as its master. So it's mine. And you're also very beautiful, so you're mine too. You're courting death. Hearing this, Bofeng Xie's clone felt an inexplicable, overwhelming threat from this girl. In an instant, Xie's clone shifted her gaze behind the girl, used body flicker to appear behind her, and formed a Rasengan in her right hand. Tap. You are indeed strong. I like you even more now. Be my woman. My name is Mu Lin. From now on I'll protect you. At that moment, Bofeng Xie's clone watched the girl effortlessly catch her wrist, extinguishing the Rasengan, and cold sweat broke out on her body. More importantly, this girl was unorthodox and terrifyingly powerful. Even the main body with the Nine-Tails power would likely struggle to defeat her. And what did she mean by my woman? Hey, aren't you a woman too? That's settled then. You'll stay by my side from now on. I've just arrived in this world and want to travel. You'll accompany me. When I get bored, I'll harvest the fruit of this world, take you back to my home, and we'll get married. Then you'll give me a bunch of babies, okay? Mu Lin said with a smile. After speaking, she turned around and added, when the time comes, you'll have to marry your main body. I don't want to marry a clone. Bofeng Xie's clone. This crazy woman is too strong. Can't provoke her. For now, must appease her. Oh, by the way, what's your name? Just as Xie was thinking, Mu Lin suddenly turned around and asked. Hearing this, Xie's clone looked at her and said, Bofeng Xie. Very good. Reward a kiss. Meanwhile, back in the town, the main body learned of the situation through the clone's connection, and her expression darkened slightly. The Otsutsuki had descended early. And she was immensely strong. Her clone, which was no weakling in the ninja world, couldn't even put up a fight against her. Sister Xie, are you alright? Just then a figure entered the room and looked at Bofeng Xie. Bofeng Xie glanced at Xuanhua Mingren and nodded. I'm fine. Sister Xie, get ready. We're going back. Hearing this, Bofeng Xie nodded and walked outside. After leaving the room, Namikaze Shizuki mentally communicated with the Nine-Tails. Hey Kurama, do you have any ultimate technique now, like something called heavy particle motors? Kurama replied, what heavy particle mode? I only know tailed beast ball. As for ninjutsu, only the one tail, the weakest tailed beast, would learn it because it has little chakra of its own, so learning ninjutsu is a way to compensate for its weaknesses. After Shizuki finished speaking, Kurama said directly, seeming quite disdainful of the technique Shizuki mentioned. Oh, so it doesn't exist yet. Hearing this, Shizuki said a word. But then she thought, although the clone mentioned the arrival of the Otsutsuki, only a little girl came. Though she was very strong, she didn't seem to have the intention to destroy this place. Whatever, he'll use the clone to stall her for now. Later, after I become stronger through the system, I'll have a match with her. Thinking this, Shizuki walked outside. After that, Tsunade agreed to treat Shizuki's hand. The hand was healed quickly, but it required some time for recuperation to fully recover. After treating Shizuki's hand, they began their return to Konohagakure. After a day's journey, Shizuki and the others finally returned to Konohagakure. Upon entering the village, Shizuki suddenly sensed something wrong with the atmosphere. On the streets and alleys, every household had its doors closed. Seeing this, Tsunade frowned and said, when did Konohagakure become like this? Swoosh. Just then several figures appeared. They looked at Tsunade, Jiraiya, Naruto Uzumaki, Senju Shin, and Namikaze Shizuki, then said, Lady Tsunade, Lord Jiraiya, the Elder Council is waiting for you. Hearing this, the two headed in a direction. At that moment, an ANBU member looked at Senju Shin and said, Shin, Lord Danzo wants you to return. It's about dealing with Fujiwara Ishimizu. Dealing with Fujiwara Ishimizu. What's going on? Hearing this, Shizuki looked at the ANBU members and asked. Fujiwara Ishimizu is Orochimaru's experiment, and he can transform into a monster. Before, if it weren't for Lady Shizuki's Nine-Tails transformation that resolved the crisis, Konoha would have been in danger. So after deliberation, everyone is discussing how to deal with Fujiwara Ishimizu. For now, execution is the most advocated option. After these words, Shizuki's aura immediately changed. Then she looked at the ANBU member and asked, where is Fujiwara Ishimizu now? He's being held in Roots Dungeon. After hearing this, Shizuki looked at Senju Shin and said, Teacher Shin, I'm going to the dungeon. Senju Shin nodded directly. Take me to the dungeon. After Shin nodded, Shizuki said to an ANBU ninja. This is against the rules. Swoosh. However, right after the ANBU ninja finished speaking, Shizuki stepped in front of him and pressed a kunai against his neck, saying, and now? Does it meet your rules? Seeing this, the ANBU ninja broke out in cold sweat, but his body remained still. Take her there. Just then a voice rang out. Hearing this voice, the ANBU ninja immediately turned around and knelt on one knee to Shimura Danzo, saying, Yes, Lord Danzo. After that, the ANBU ninja led Shizuki toward the dungeon. After Shizuki and the others left, Shimura Danzo looked at Senju Shin and said, Your sister has returned. Hearing this, Senju Shin nodded. Ha, how nostalgic. I'll go there now. You go back to ANBU and wait for me. After saying this, Shimura Danzo vanished. Meanwhile, Shizuki followed the ANBU member to a cold, damp environment. There were rows of cell doors, and inside were imprisoned heinous criminals. Seeing this, Shizuki frowned. Was Fujiwara Ishimizu locked up in such a place? Or here, Lady Shizuki? Just then a voice came from ahead. Hearing it, Shizuki's gaze turned to a prison cell. There a young boy was bound by chains on his limbs, his disheveled hair covering his face. Seeing this, Shizuki clenched her fists. Then she opened the cell door and looked at the ANBU ninja beside her, saying, Remove the chains. Lady Shizuki, this is against the rules. I said remove the chains. Before the ANBU ninja could speak, Shizuki's voice had turned icy cold. Shizuki, what are you doing here? Leave quickly. But this voice made Fujiwara Ishimizu look up and say to Shizuki. Hearing this, Shizuki looked at Fujiwara Ishimizu and asked, Why are you locked up here? Shizuki, less than a day after you left, news spread throughout Konoha that the monster was my transformation. With the third Hokage absent, Shimura Danzo had me arrested and imprisoned here. After these words, Shizuki trembled with anger. Don't worry, I'll get you out. Looking at Fujiwara Ishimizu, she said with a smile. After saying this, she looked at the ANBU ninja and said, Haven't you removed them yet? Lady Shizuki, I really can't do that. Besides, binding Fujiwara Ishimizu like this is to prevent him from going berserk. After all, you've already lost one arm, so. Boom. Before he could finish, Shizuki punched the ANBU ninja, flying away. Then a Rasengan appeared in her left hand, shattering the chains. Seeing this, Shizuki said to Fujiwara Ishimizu, "Let's go." "Wait, Lady Shizuki, what you're doing really goes against the rules. To release Fujiwara Ishimizu you should at least wait for Lord Danzo to return." At that moment the ANBU member who had been knocked down spoke. Meanwhile root members began to appear around them. Looking at these members, Shizuki said coldly, "Do you want to witness the power of the Nine-Tails again?" These words made the root members around her take half a step back. "Let him go." At that moment a voice came. As these words fell, all members of the gen around retreated. Watching this, Bofunksia took Fujiwara Shirmyo and left the place. Soon after she returned to her room and placed Fujiwara Shirmyo on her bed. Then Bofunksia sat by the bedside gazing at the weakened Fujiwara Shirmyo, her fists clenched tightly. Thus a day passed quickly. Throughout the day members of the gen constantly prowled around Bofunksia's house. Facing this, Bofunksia said nothing and made no move. Cough, cough. After a day suddenly a coughing sound came from the bed. Hearing the sound, Bofunksia approached the bed and looked at Fujiwara Shirmyo, saying, "You're awake. CA, why did you bother with me? Because of me Manjiro has gone missing." Boom. As these words left his mouth, Bofunksia clenched her fists, then fixed her eyes on Fujiwara Shirmyo and said, "What happened?" Hearing this, Fujiwara Shirmyo looked at Bofunksia and said, "When you and Teacher Shin went to find Tsunade, the root members came to capture me. In response, Manjiro directly fought them back. But this action enraged the villagers of Konoha. They came here every day calling me a monster and demanding my execution." Infuriated, Manjiro clashed with the villagers and other ninjas more than once. After that, Sano Manjiro took me to his home and we stayed indoors shutting ourselves off. Originally I thought everything would end there. But unexpectedly Shimura Danzo summoned Sano Manjiro out. After that I never saw Sano Manjiro again. Soon afterward I was also captured and thrown into the dungeon. As these words fell, Bofunksia's gaze filled with murderous intent. Sano Manjiro's disappearance and Fujiwara Shirmyo's imprisonment had touched her bottom line. Shimura Danzo must die. But before killing him she needed to find clues about Sano Manjiro. Alive she must see him, dead she must see his corpse. Thinking this, Bofunksia stood up and said, "Rest here. There's food in the fridge. I'm going out." After speaking, Bofunksia walked outside. As she stepped out of the room she glanced around at the ninjas hidden in the shadows and a surge of powerful chakra erupted from her. Boom. Then a Rasengan formed from Nine-Tails smashed a huge crater into the ground. Seeing the massive pit, the root members lurking in the shadows were stunned. "If Fujiwara Shirmyo is not in my room when I return, root will be erased from Konoha." Whoosh. After saying this, Bofunksia vanished with a whoosh. Soon Bofunksia arrived at the Hokage's office. Inside, Tsunade sat and said, "Come out. With such heavy killing intent I knew you were coming before you even reached the office." After Tsunade spoke, Bofunksia appeared in the office and said, "Congratulations, 5th Hokage. The appointment ceremony hasn't happened yet. But why are you here?" Hearing this, Bofunksia looked at Tsunade and said, "I want to kill someone." "Kill someone?" Tsunade looked at Bofunksia and said coldly, "What are you planning to do?" "I'm not obligated to tell you the details. I'm just here to give you a mental preparation because the person I want to kill is Shimura Danzo." Boom. As Bofunksia finished speaking, Tsunade slammed her hand on the desk, splitting it in two. "Do you know the consequences of doing this?" "I do. So if you don't want me to do it, return Sano Manjiro to us. Otherwise a life for a life." After saying this, Bofunksia walked toward the door, but halfway she stopped and said, "Of course there's another way, you could kill me first." With those words, Bofunksia's figure completely disappeared. Then she went to the 3rd Hokage's rock face and sat quietly. Though Bofunksia had put pressure on the 5th Hokage Tsunade, deep down she knew that Sano Manjiro had little chance of survival. In this situation, Bofunksia was determined to kill Shimura Danzo. It was merely a matter of removing a harm from the village before leaving. Bofunksia felt no turmoil inside. Without Shimura Danzo, scheming Konoha would be better. And it would be fine for her to bear the hidden sins of the ninja village. Thinking this, she looked at the 3rd Hokage's statue and left. When Bofunksia returned to her room, she gazed at Fujiwara Shirmyo lying on the bed and asked, feeling better, "CA. Shirmyo, I've already asked the 5th Hokage to investigate Manjiro's disappearance. You don't need to blame yourself. If anything happens, I'll handle it." After speaking, Bofunksia glanced out the window and said, "Rest for now. Don't worry about other things." After saying that, Bofunksia began to meditate. Ding. Side quest A activated, kill Shimura Danzo. Ding. Side quest B activated, find an entry point into the Akatsuki, an easy task. Seeing these two quests, Bofunksia said nothing more. Thus the night passed without incident. Early the next morning, commotion arose outside Bofunksia's door. "Hand over the monster." Wolfling Siye, what do you mean by saving the monster that destroyed the village? Wolfling Siye, don't think you can do whatever you want in the village just because you saved it once. That monster is also one of the murderers of the third Hokage. As these words fell one after another, Wolfling Siye opened the door and looked at the familiar faces before her. In her memories they had treated her the same way. Move aside. All of you move aside. At that moment a voice sounded and Uzumaki Naruto pushed through the crowd, came to Wolfling Siye and spread his arms to shield her, saying, "What are you doing? Siye is a hero of the village. Get lost, you Nine-Tails brat. We just want an explanation." As soon as Uzumaki Naruto finished speaking, a villager immediately retorted. This remark made Wolfling Siye's pupils slightly widen. Meanwhile Uzumaki Naruto, trembling all over, looked at the hate-filled crowd and said, "What are you saying? I won't move. Step aside, Naruto." Just as Uzumaki Naruto finished, Wolfling Siye's voice came from behind him. After hearing this voice, Uzumaki Naruto immediately turned to look at Namikaze Shizuki and said, "But sister, they..." "Naruto, trust me." Just as Uzumaki Naruto was speaking, Namikaze Shizuki looked at him and smiled. After Namikaze Shizuki finished speaking, Uzumaki Naruto nodded at her, then stepped aside. Watching this, Namikaze Shizuki slowly withdrew her right hand. Having been treated by Tsunade for some time, this hand was actually able to move a little. Thinking this, Namikaze Shizuki looked at her right hand, then turned her gaze to the villagers and said, "You say you want an explanation, is that right? Namikaze Shizuki Fujiwara Shurahou destroyed the village. He is a monster. You are the daughter of a hero, you should not shield him." At this moment a villager spoke to Namikaze Shizuki. Hearing this, Namikaze Shizuki understood that after she saved the village, her deeds had been deliberately leaked by members of Root. The root cause was likely to use the bond of family to trap her. Thinking this, Namikaze Shizuki looked at the villager and said, "A hero's daughter? You mean the fourth Hokage? Sorry, but I have never experienced such treatment before. Shizuki, the fourth Hokage, is the village's hero and you are his daughter. You should think of the village. Hand over Fujiwara Shurahou and we will let bygones be bygones. Moreover, the fourth Hokage would not want a monster capable of destroying the village to remain here. You wouldn't want him to see the village destroyed by a monster again, would you?" After these words fell, Namikaze Shizuki realized that these people had not fundamentally changed. Cowardly, timid, ignorant, and selfish. What was there worth protecting about such a group? Today she had to teach them a lesson. Thinking this, Namikaze Shizuki began to form hand seals: boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram, boar, horse, bird, ram, tiger, serpent, tiger, snake, boar, serpent, kuma, boar, ram, serpent, boar, bird, water, bird, boar, horse, ram, tiger, serpent, ram, monkey, boar, bird, kuma, serpent, ram, boar, bird, water, kuma, ram, boar, bird. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. After the seal was completed, a water dragon shot up from beneath the earth. A massive water dragon surged toward the villagers. "Sister, what are you doing?" Seeing this, Uzumaki Naruto immediately, "The amount of chakra I injected into this water dragon bullet technique is under my control, so no one will die. Even so, they will experience the brink of death. That is my goal. Let them know how fortunate they are to be born in this village." After Namikaze Shizuki finished speaking, she looked at the villagers suffocating within the water dragon, a slight smile curling at the corners of her mouth. The feeling of revenge was truly exhilarating. Whoosh! 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 Just then a group of root ninjas appeared around them. They had been lying in ambush waiting for Namikaze Shizuki to compromise. But unexpectedly she made a decision that shocked everyone. She launched an attack on the villagers. "Since you dare to obstruct me, I will not hold back." Just as the root ninjas appeared, Namikaze Shizuki formed hand seals again: boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram, boar, horse, bird, ram, tiger, serpent, tiger, snake, boar, ram, boar, serpent, kuma, boar, ram, serpent, boar, bird, water, bird, boar, horse, ram, tiger, serpent, ram, monkey, boar, bird, kuma, serpent, ram, boar, bird, water, kuma, ram, boar, bird. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. After completing the seals, another water dragon surged forth, biting toward the root ninjas that had appeared. This scene forced the root ninjas to retreat to a safe position. "Damn brat!" A root ninja looked at Namikaze Shizuki with murderous intent. Boom! At that moment the two water dragons collided and the torrent of water swept the villagers to the side, gasping for fresh air. They had truly felt they were about to die. "Namikaze Shizuki, you have gone too far." A root member spoke coldly to her. "Gone too far. You incited the villagers to pressure me while you hid in the shadows, treating them as pawns. Root's methods are truly kind." After saying this, Namikaze Shizuki looked at the root members and said, "Go back and tell that old dog Shimura that I, Namikaze Shizuki, am not to be trifled with." After finishing, she glanced at Uzumaki Naruto. "Sister. Who is your sister?" "I am Namikaze Shizuki, the daughter of the fourth Hokage. What are you to call me sister?" After saying this, Namikaze Shizuki walked toward the room and closed the door. Outside, Uzumaki Naruto stood dumbfounded. The root members frowned at the situation, then left. After they left, Namikaze Shizuki crouched behind the door, a cold expression on her face. "To protect Uzumaki Naruto, you said such a ruthless thing. At this moment Fujiwara Shirao spoke to Namikaze Shizuki. Ruthless. Perhaps being ruthless is better. What I am about to do is not good. Cutting ties with Naruto is not a bad thing. After saying this, Namikaze Shizuki went to cook. Fujiwara Shirao watched in silence filled with deep self-blame. All of this had happened because of him. Inside Root, Shimura Danzo listened to his subordinate's report with an expressionless face. Everything was as he had anticipated. No, it was even easier. Next, if he could force Namikaze Shizuki to leave, everything would begin to move in a different direction. The position of the 6th Hokage was his to claim. You may leave. As Shimura Danzo pondered, his eyes suddenly opened and he spoke to his subordinate. Yes, Lord Danzo. Hearing this, the subordinate immediately replied, then vanished. After his subordinate disappeared, Shimura Danzo looked behind him and said, come out. Not bad awareness. Next, leave the Nine-Tails to me. It doesn't matter. Konoha only needs one-tailed beast. An unruly one can simply be eliminated. Shimura Danzo said, then he turned back and looked at the masked man. However, consider this my prior warning to you. Having obtained the Nine-Tails, do not set your sights on the young Nine-Tails. Otherwise you should be well aware of the power of the My Ninja Village. After Shimura Danzo finished speaking, the masked man looked at him, smiled and said, of course having half of the Nine-Tails is enough. How could we be so greedy as to want the rest? Since we have decided, let it be. The masked man finished speaking and left. Watching him leave, Shimura Danzo's gaze was filled with murderous intent. How could human hearts be so easily satisfied? If it weren't for the need to use these fellows now, he would have acted within might to eliminate this one first. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bufang Xie looked out the window, then turned to Ting Yu and Shirmyo and said, have you made up your mind? To defect like me or to stay in the village? Xie, must it be this way? Looking at Bufang Xie, Ting Yu and Shirmyo spoke. It seems you have already made your decision. That's fine. Knock, knock, knock. After Bufang Xie finished speaking, there was a knock at the door. Hearing it, she directly opened the door. The moment she opened the door, Bufang Xie saw Xuanhua Mingren standing there and said indifferently, what are you doing here? Big sister, now no one is here, so you don't have to pretend. Actually, I know everything. If you had acted close to me during the day, those villagers would have taken out their anger on me. After Xuanhua Mingren finished speaking, he handed a basket of fruits and vegetables to Bufang Xie and said, here, this is for you, big sister. During this time it will be hard for you to buy things from the village. Looking at the smiling Xuanhua Mingren, Bufang Xie was stunned for a moment but quickly stepped out of the house and said, Mingren, come with me. Okay. Hearing this, Xuanhua Mingren responded. Then they headed toward the distant forest. When they arrived in the forest, Bufang Xie looked at Xuanhua Mingren and said, Mingren, right here, let me see your strength. What do you mean? After Bufang Xie spoke, Xuanhua Mingren looked at her and asked. We both have the same monster inside us. We are the same kind of people, right? After Bufang Xie finished, Xuanhua Mingren touched his stomach and looked at her, saying, yes, that's why I feel close to you, big sister. Then you should also understand that the villagers fear us because of the monster inside us, right? Hearing this, Xuanhua Mingren's gaze gradually became lonely. Mingren, to be honest, we are both monsters. In the eyes of the villagers, we will always be monsters. So I have decided to defect from my. After Bufang Xie said this, Xuanhua Mingren's eyes widened. Then looking at her cold gaze, he slowly stepped back and said, big sister, you're joking, right? My ninja village has given me no help at all and I hate this village. But your father was the 4th Hokage, big sister. You are the daughter of a hero. So please don't leave this village, okay? Whoosh. As soon as Xuanhua Mingren finished speaking, Bufang Xie stepped toward him. Quickly she reached his side and punched him. Boom. Seeing this punch, Xuanhua Mingren blocked it directly with his right hand, then looked at Bufang Xie and said, big sister, what are you doing? If you want to stop me, then defeat me, Mingren. After saying this, Bufang Xie kicked out, sending Xuanhua Mingren flying far away. At that moment, Bufang Xie looked at Xuanhua Mingren, then walked toward him step by step and said, your strength seems insufficient to stop me. Big sister, must it come to this? At this point, Xuanhua Mingren, holding his stomach, looked up at Bufang Xie and said, stop talking nonsense, you bastard. Looking at Xuanhua Mingren, Bufang Xie threw a punch at him. Boo. But this time Xuanhua Mingren directly used his headband to block Bufang Xie's fist. Then Xuanhua Mingren looked at Bufang Xie with both eyes and said, big sister, if you insist on this, then I will break your legs. Even if I have to take care of you for the rest of your life, I won't let you do something foolish. After saying this, Xuanhua Mingren immediately threw a punch with his right hand. Seeing this, Bufang Xie stepped back, dodging the punch. At that moment, Xuanhua Mingren stood up and quickly began forming hand seals, ox, dog, dragon, rat, dog, boar, snake, tiger. Ninja art, multiple shadow clone technique. After completing the seals, 30 or 40 shadow clones appeared. Big sister, take this. Seeing this, Xuanhua Mingren said directly. At the same time, 2 clones rushed toward Bufang Xie. Seeing this, she quickly moved toward one clone and punched it, breaking it with a pop. Then Xie immediately turned around and kicked, breaking the other clone. Is that all you've got? Seeing this, Xie said indifferently, then charged into the crowd, punching one after another. Soon all the shadow clones were eliminated by her. Meanwhile in the distance, Xuanhua Mingren's real body watched this and began forming hand seals again: ox, dog, dragon, rat, dog, boar, snake, tiger. Ninja art, multiple shadow clone technique. After completing the seals, dozens more shadow clones appeared. Mingren, do you still not see me as an enemy? How naive can you be to act like this? Looking at the dozens of shadow clones, Xie's eyes turned extremely cold. Enough playing around. Now we'll finish you off. After Xie finished speaking, she began forming hand seals: ox, monkey, rabbit, rat, boar, rooster, ox, horse, rooster, rat, tiger, dog, tiger, snake, ox, goat, snake, boar, goat, rat, rin, monkey, rooster, dragon, rooster, ox, horse, goat, tiger, snake, rat, monkey, rabbit, boar, dog, goat, rat, ox, monkey, rooster, rin, rat, boar, rooster. Water release, water dragon, bullet technique. After completing the seals, a massive water dragon surged from the ground and pierced through Xuanhua Mingren's clones, causing all of them to dissipate. After all of Uzumaki Naruto's clones dissipated, Xie looked toward the water dragon bullet where the original Naruto was and then threw a shuriken, beginning to form hand seals. Ox, dog, dragon, rat, ox, boar, snake, tiger. Jutsu, shadow, shuriken, jutsu. Shoo. 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 Soon shurikens one after another broke through the water dragon bullet, avoiding Naruto's vital points and pinning him to the ground. Seeing this, Xie looked at Naruto and said, "Is your strength only this far? It seems you're not that impressive after all. With such strength you cannot stop me." Hearing this, Naruto lifted his head, looked at the red hair under the full moon and gritted his teeth, saying, "Sister Xie. Don't call me sister. We don't really have any relationship, do we?" When Naruto was about to try to persuade her, Xie spoke indifferently. After she finished speaking, Naruto's eyes widened. He looked at the cold Xie, clenched his fists, and scenes began to surface in his mind. He remembered when he was very young he had always been alone, but there was also a little girl like him named Xie, and everyone hated that little girl too. "My mom said you and Xie are freaks, so don't play with you. Look, Xie is acting cool over there all by herself. It's really disgusting. What are you looking at? Naruto, you're the same. You and Xie are both children without parents. Both of you are equally disgusting, so you two play by yourselves and don't play with us." In childhood, during that era of harsh words, he and Xie endured the same grievances. It was from that time on that he silently paid attention to Xie, always feeling that she gave him a kind of warm and familiar feeling. Later, although he and Xie were in the same academy and the same classroom, the two never spoke to each other. Through all that, Naruto had wanted to greet Xie many times, but in the end he never opened his mouth. His first close encounter with Xie came when he learned that both of them were Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails. At that time, Shueimu had tried to seize the sealed scroll from him but was stopped by teacher Yaluka, who then revealed that he and Xie were Jinchuriki. It was then that he first felt that his fate and Xie's were the same. Back then he had been ready to defect and take revenge on the Leaf Village, but Xie stopped him. She pulled him out of the quagmire of hatred. It was also from that moment that the bond between him and Xie truly began. Later, for some reason, he set out with Xie and the others to the Land of Waves to carry out a mission. Along the way, Xie took care of him many times and taught him a great deal. Most importantly, not long after he defeated Zabuza and his crew, Yanagwa once said to him, Xie had specifically taught Yanagwa a lesson to stand up for him. It was clear that Xie really cared about Naruto. All of this showed that his sister was not a bad person. She was just sulking for a moment, which was why she wanted to leave the Leaf Village. And now the only one who could pull his sister out of the mire was himself. Thinking this, a surge of chakra erupted from Naruto's body. This chakra sent all the shurikens stuck in him flying off. At the same time, the wounds on Naruto's body healed at a visible rate. So this is the chakra of the young Nine-Tails. Seeing this, Xie's lips curled slightly, and then she began to form hand seals. Ox, monkey, rabbit, rat, boar, bird, ox, horse, bird, rat, tiger, dog, tiger, snake, ox, goat, snake, boar, goat, rat, water, monkey, bird, dragon, bird, ox, horse, goat, tiger, snake, rat, monkey, rabbit, boar, dog, goat, rat, ox, monkey, bird, water, rat, boar, bird. Water style water dragon jutsu. After the seals were completed, a water dragon surged from the ground. But seeing the water dragon jutsu, Naruto quickly moved his figure, completely vanishing from there. The next moment, Naruto appeared before Xie and said, "Sister, since you need so long to form seals, I'm not going to stand here foolishly and let you hit me." After saying this, Naruto threw a punch at Xie. Seeing this, Xie directly caught the attack with her right hand, and then Naruto kicked at her. Seeing the kick, Xie stepped back and dodged the attack. Shoo! Watching Xie dodge, Naruto immediately retreated to a distant position and began forming hand seals. Ox, dog, dragon, rat, ox, boar, snake, tiger. Jutsu, multiple shadow clone jutsu. After the seals were completed, 70 or 80 Narutos stood on the trees surrounding Xie. Then each Naruto took out a shuriken and threw it at Bluffling Xie while at the same time each began forming hand seals. Ox Dog Dragon Rat Ox Boar Snake Tiger. Jutsu Shadow Shuriken Jutsu. Immediately a hail of shurikens flew toward Bluffling Xie. Seeing this, Bluffling Xie stood calmly, a power surging from within her body. Then the chakra of the Nine-Tails repelled all the surrounding shuriken clones. Then the tails of the Nine-Tails spread out, destroying all of Naruto's shadow clones around. Seeing this, Naruto immediately looked at Bluffling Xie and formed hand seals. Ox Dog Dragon Rat Ox Boar Snake Tiger. Jutsu Multiple Shadow Clone Jutsu. This time, unlike before, Naruto only created 2 clones to help him form the Rasengan, and then a sphere appeared in his right hand. Seeing this, Bluffling Xie extended her left hand and a sphere appeared there too. Sister, no matter what, I will stop you from leaving the village. After the spheres appeared, Naruto leaped up and rushed toward Bluffling Xie. Seeing this, Bluffling Xie also leaped up and charged toward Naruto. Then the 2 Rasengans collided. Boom! With a loud boom, a wave of energy radiated outward and soon thick smoke filled the area. Shoo! Soon a figure emerged from the smoke and quickly headed toward the Hokage's office. At the original spot after the smoke cleared, Naruto's figure appeared. Whoosh! 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 Shortly after Bluffling Xie left this place, 4 masked figures appeared. They looked at the fallen Uzumaki Naruto and immediately approached, but after checking his breath they let out a sigh of relief. Shimura Danzo had made it clear to them that Konoha was abandoning Bluffling Xie. If they were to abandon Bluffling Xie, then the other Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto must not be harmed. With that thought, one of them sent Uzumaki Naruto to the hospital while the others returned to route to report the matter to Lord Shimura Danzo. While they were busy outside the Hokage's office, Bluffling Xie looked at the figure standing at the door and frowned. What are you doing here? You don't consult me about anything. Do you have no respect for me as your teacher? After Senju Shin spoke, Bluffling Xie clenched her fists. Then she looked at Senju Shin and asked, how is Sano? We're here now. Let's go in together. My sister will tell you. After Senju Shin finished, he opened the door and walked in first. Then Bluffling Xie followed. Inside the office, Tsunade sat there looking at Bluffling Xie and Senju Shin. She spoke regarding Sano Manjiro. I regret to say that I only found out that he was summoned by Shimura Danzo to a secluded place. I uncovered nothing else. Upon hearing this, a powerful surge of chakra erupted from Bluffling Xie's body. Xie, if you go to seek revenge, you will have no place in Konoha. Seeing Bluffling Xie's expression, Tsunade stood up. But Bluffling Xie shook her head and said, some things must be done. Xie, will you keep deceiving us? After Bluffling Xie spoke, Tsunade looked at her and said. At the same time, Senju Shin also gazed at her. Bluffling Xie was stunned at this sight. To be honest, while sorting through the 3rd Hokage's belongings, I found a letter addressed to the 5th Hokage. The letter said that he had failed Naruto and Xie, that he had betrayed the trust of the 4th Hokage, and that he wondered if he had grown too old and foolish to assign you such a mission. Though he gave you the choice, he knew you would inevitably carry it out. Therefore, the 3rd Hokage deliberately left this letter, hoping that the 5th Hokage, that is myself, would persuade you not to accept the mission he had given you. When these words fell, Bluffling Xie's gaze met Tsunade's. And Tsunade also looked back at Bluffling Xie. That old 3rd Hokage, he was neither soft when he should have been soft nor firm when he should have been firm. But still, he was that kind of person. After all, what the 3rd cared about most was the stability of the common people. During his tenure, he brought peace to the lower levels of Konoha, allowing the villagers to experience happiness and contentment in that peace. For that alone, he deserves respect. After Bluffling Xie finished, Tsunade looked at her and said, so what will you do? Will you give up or will you persist? To be honest, the 3rd's ultimate intention was probably to prevent you from continuing this mission. But there is no turning back. Even if not for anything else, for Naruto's sake, I must do this. And this matter must be done thoroughly. From tomorrow onward, Bluffling Xie of Konoha will be a rogue ninja. My last request is that you take care of Fujiwara Ishimi and Naruto. When these words fell, Tsunade sat in her seat without speaking. Senju Shin also remained silent. Farewell. After saying this, Bluffling Xie turned and walked out of the Hokage's office. Shortly after leaving, 2 masked ninja appeared before her. Xie, come with us. Whoosh. Bang. The moment the words fell, Bluffling Xie punched one of the masked ninjas, sending him flying. The other masked ninja, seeing this, immediately drew his sword. Too slow. Watching him, Bluffling Xie kicked out, sending the masked ninja soaring away. Whoosh. Then with a whoosh, Bluffling Xie vanished from the spot. Konoha, the gate of route. Bluffling Xie walked step by step into route. Whoosh. But just then a figure appeared and a pair of eyes fixed on her. Bluffling Xie, why are you here alone? Those 2. Bang. Before he could finish, Bluffling Xie punched him, sending him flying. Whoosh. 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 Soon many figures appeared around Bofeng. They looked at her and said, Bofeng, this is no place for you to cause trouble. Seeing this, Bofeng quickly began forming hand seals. Water release water dragon bullet technique. Soon the ground surged and a red water dragon shot out in all directions. This time to eliminate all the root ninja at once, Bofeng deliberately infused the water dragon bullet with the Nine-Tails chakra. The effect was evident. The water dragon bullet quickly scattered the root ninja in all directions. Ninja art root burial. Just then suddenly roots burst from the ground surging toward Bofeng. Seeing this, Bofeng exerted force with her feet leaping into the air to evade the attack. Then her gaze pierced the darkness. Come out, you old fossil. Tap. As the words fell, Shimura Danzo slowly emerged from the darkness. His eyes fixed on Bofeng. Are you betraying Konoha, Bofeng? Didn't you force me to? But before I leave, I will eliminate this cancer. With that, Bofeng's body erupted with the Nine-Tails chakra. Seeing the Nine-Tails chakra, Shimura Danzo's eyes flickered with shock. This girl, indeed the child of those two, had perfectly inherited their strengths. Nevertheless, she must die. With that thought, Shimura Danzo began rapidly forming hand seals. Wind release vacuum wave. In that instant, waves of vacuum blades shot toward Bofeng. Seeing this, her gaze locked onto the space behind Shimura Danzo. Ninja art body flicker technique. Whoosh. Thus Bofeng appeared behind Shimura Danzo and the Rasengan in her right hand struck him squarely. After the Rasengan struck, Shimura Danzo's head was hit directly by the technique and his body collapsed to the ground. However, Namikaze Shizuki, witnessing this, immediately retreated a distance. After all, Shimura Danzo was a man with many lives, 10 of them to be precise. As expected, just as Namikaze Shizuki had anticipated, Danzo's body vanished and soon a figure emerged from the shadows swiftly advancing toward her. Seeing this, Namikaze Shizuki threw a handful of shuriken and began forming hand seals. Tosuchenzusuaisiin. Ninja art shadow shuriken jutsu. Shuriken. 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 As the shadow shuriken jutsu was unleashed, Shimura Danzo, facing the rain of shuriken, began forming hand seals himself. Wind release vacuum wave. With the release of the technique, the shuriken were scattered by the blast. But the next moment, Namikaze Shizuki appeared before him, saying, go to hell. As she finished, a kunai plunged into Shimura Danzo's body. Yet just as the kunai entered Danzo's body, he looked at her with a slight smirk. Seeing this, Namikaze Shizuki's eyes widened and she quickly retreated. Ninja art vacuum wave. At that moment, Danzo activated Izanagi again, appearing midair and launching a vacuum wave at her. Meanwhile, as the vacuum wave hurtled toward her, Namikaze Shizuki also formed hand seals. Choshin Mazi Hayu Chowuyuzi Insuin Sechawaisi Highway Zirin Yuchin Yuchowain Sezishin Masuwezi Choshin Yurin Zihayu. Water release water dragon jutsu. Subsequently, the water dragon jutsu enveloped her, forming a shield that blocked the vacuum wave. You're quite impressive, but you've already lost. At that moment, Shimura Danzo looked at her and spoke indifferently. Now Namikaze Shizuki crouched on the ground, her eyes fixed on Danzo. That man had just used Kodo Amatsukami on her. Suddenly images of her parents appeared in Namikaze Shizuki's mind. They looked at her, causing her immense pain. At the same time, she clenched her fists against this feeling. Is this Kodo Amatsukami? Altering her thoughts. Namikaze Shizuki, you have lost. At that moment, Shimura Danzo spoke to her. Old fox, you shouldn't be able to use Kodo Amatsukami again now, should you? But just as Danzo finished, Namikaze Shizuki looked at him and said, what do you mean? As her words fell, Shimura Danzo's eyes widened in shock. He felt something was off, but he couldn't pinpoint it. Could it be just empty talk? After all, in this state, what could she possibly do? While Danzo was pondering, Namikaze Shizuki silently spoke to the Nine-Tails within her. Nine-Tails want to take control of my body for a bit. But there's a condition: kill this man. What? Thank you. I haven't moved in a long time. I'll fulfill your request immediately. Hearing this, the Nine-Tails was overjoyed. Then it opened its eyes fixed on the old man before it. At that moment, Namikaze Shizuki slammed Shimura Danzo's head into the ground with one hand. Izanagi. But soon Danzo vanished before her. Roar. After Danzo vanished again, Namikaze Shizuki sensed his presence, turned around in an instant, appeared before him and boom. Izanagi. Immediately Danzo activated Izanagi once more and reappeared behind a pillar. Boom. But soon Namikaze Shizuki appeared before Danzo again and threw a punch. Another direct hit to the forehead. At this moment, Shimura Danzo was utterly stunned. No matter where he appeared, she sensed him instantly. But soon Danzo understood, because Namikaze Shizuki's body was slowly undergoing tailed beast transformation. 4 tails, 6 tails, 8 tails, 9 tails. Damn it, she gave control of her body to the 9 tails. No wonder she could find me instantly, thanks to the 9 tails' perception of evil. Seeing this, Shimura Danzo clenched his fists. Whoosh. But just as Danzo finished speaking, a figure appeared before him and threw another punch. After this punch, the Nine-Tails foxified Namikaze Shizuki scanned the surroundings. Meanwhile, Shimura Danzo appeared in a corner sitting cross-legged, concealing all his emotions and aura. At the same time, he calculated inwardly he had already used 6 lives plus his original one, leaving 5. But now how should he deal with this Namikaze Shizuki? At that moment, the real Namikaze Shizuki had entered her own consciousness space. There her father and mother as well as the 3rd Hokage were governing the harmonious Konohagakure. Shizuki, you're here. At that moment, Minato Namikaze appeared beside her with a smile. Father. After calling out, a red-haired woman appeared beside her. Hee daughter, what's wrong? You seem so dazed today. Mother. Looking at this figure, Namikaze Shizuki called out. Big sister, let's go play on the swings. Our friends are waiting for us, said Naruto Uzumaki with a smile. Not far away, Nara Shikamaru and the other Konoha 12 along with Manjiro Sano and Mizumi Fujiwara were also waiting for her. Shizuki, no matter what, don't hurt the people of Konoha, they are our family, Minato Namikaze said with a gentle smile. No, there are bad people, Namikaze Shizuki quickly retorted. No, look how kind everyone is. We must be a big family of Konoha, Minato continued to indoctrinate her. A big family, the big family of Konoha. I shouldn't hurt the people of Konoha. No, I've been hit by Koto Amatsukami, the ultimate genjutsu. My thoughts are being altered. Yet even so, Konohagakure still holds a place in my heart. Regardless of whether my parents were illusions, I am still a part of this village. How could I ever harm the people of Konoha? With this thought, Bofeng turned her gaze once more toward the distant harmonious family of Konoha and her eyes began to moisten. Love, harmony, everyone happy together, was this not what she had always dreamed of? Meanwhile, in reality. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, the Nine-Tails once again found Shimura Danzo and unleashed a punch. With that punch, Shimura Danzo's body was sent reeling back and the eyes on his arm were closing one by one. Damn it, Izanagi is exhausted. Has Koto Amatsukami not succeeded yet? Shimura Danzo stared coldly at Bofeng, but now he had no choice but to flee. With that thought, Shimura Danzo prepared to run. But just then the Nine-Tails in the distance began to recede one by one. Seeing this, Shimura Danzo's eyes lit up. At last it had succeeded, the Koto Amatsukami Genjutsu had been cast. He would love Konoha and never harm its people. With that thought, Shimura Danzo looked at the figure that had reverted to Bofeng and said, Bofeng, do you know your crime? I know my crime. Hearing this, Bofeng looked at the 10 closed eyes on Shimura Danzo's arm and spoke. If you know your crime. Ninja Art Body Flicker Step 2. Rasengan. Boom. At that moment, Shimura Danzo's eyes widened as a Rasengan struck his abdomen, sending his body flying. Put. Then Shimura Danzo spat out a mouthful of blood. After spitting, he looked at Bofeng in disbelief and said, I should have implanted the idea of not harming Konoha's people into you. Hearing this, Bofeng walked step by step toward Shimura Danzo, then crouched in front of him and murmured a few words. Upon hearing those words, Shimura Danzo's eyes widened. He stared at Bofeng for a long time, then lost all signs of life. Looking at the lifeless Shimura Danzo, Bofeng removed his Sharingan eyes, stood up and walked away step by step. Whoosh! Shortly after Bofeng left, a figure appeared at the scene. He looked at Shimura Danzo and said grimly, did Koto Amatsukami fail to alter Bofeng's will or something else? I truly want to know what will you implanted in Bofeng. After saying this to Shimura Danzo, the masked man vanished as well. Thus the night passed swiftly. Early the next morning, ANBU personnel began investigating the scene. Gangso looked at the Sharingan eyes on Shimura Danzo's hand and clenched her fist, saying, that bastard lost. Sie's strength has reached the Kage level. However, the mission she faces is extremely difficult and every person in there is very powerful. Looking at Shimura Danzo's corpse, Chinsho Xin spoke. Regardless, it's her own choice. Now Ishua wanted notice Konoha's Genin Bofeng has killed a Konoha shinobi and is now in strength missing Nin. Understood. Upon hearing this, someone immediately went to carry out the order. When the news spread, Xuanhua Mingren sat in a daze within Konohagakure. Boom. He slammed his fist on the table. It's all because of me, because my strength is too weak, that's why this happened. Mingren, would you like to come train with me? Just as Xuanhua Mingren finished speaking, a voice came from beside him. Hearing this, Xuanhua Mingren looked at Zilai and said, training. Yes. Your strength is outstanding among Genin, but compared to Chunin and Jōnin you still fall short. When these words came from Zilai, Xuanhua Mingren clenched his fist and nodded. Alright, I'll train with you. Then prepare. Well, leave tomorrow. While Xuanhua Mingren was preparing to train with Zilai, Chinsho Xin found Yuzibo Zuoju. Looking at Yuzibo Zuoju, Chinsho Xin said, your strength is among the top among Genin, but ordinary missions no longer benefit you. The new route of Konoha is about to be established. You can be my assistant. I can teach you Konoha's forbidden techniques and let you train in real life and death crises. In time, you and Tenyu and Shirmya will be my right and left hands. Hearing this, Yuzhibo Zuoju looked at Shinsho Xian and nodded. Alright, I'll tell Kakashi. After saying that, Yuzhibo Zuoju turned and walked away. The next day, Chu Nai-ing received the news of her teen's disbandment. Seeing this, she mustered her courage and sought out Gangso to learn medical ninjutsu. Amidst the rapid changes within Konohagakure in a village outside the village. Ding! Side quest: A Kill Shimura Danzo completed. Reward 1 attribute point, strength 1 ding. Attribute addition successful. Updating host's full information. Host: Bofang CA. Constitution A. Strength A. Speed A. Items: fake borrowed Nine-Tails chakra card X2 disguise technique X1. Overall assessment: A rank shinobi. Looking at this assessment, Bofang CA let out a sigh. Now Konohagakure was surely hunting her down. Have you made up your mind? Just as Bofang CA was thinking, a figure suddenly appeared before her. This person was Yuzhibo Daito, who called himself Yuzhibo-ban. Do I have any other choice now? Hearing this, Yuzhibo Daito smiled. Alright, but I won't let you directly join the Akatsuki. You still have a test: personally capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Xuanhua Mingren. However, he is currently protected by Zilai. So you need to train with me. Someday I believe you will surpass both Xuanhua Mingren and Zilai combined. Yes, I understand. I'll go with you. At this, Yuzhibo Daito looked at Bofang CF, stood up and walked away. Bofang CF followed. Everything was now in place. Ding! Side quest B: find entry point into Akatsuki complete. Attribute point 1. Ding! Congratulations, host. Main quest A: infiltrate the Shao organization completed. Reward 1 ninjutsu fusion card, 1 3-year growth card. The growth card grants the host a growth trait, allowing the host to grow without relying on attribute points. Looking at these two mission rewards, Bofang CF first added a point to her speed, then activated the 3-year growth card. Ding! Attribute point added successfully. Now beginning to update the host's complete information. Host: Bofang CA. Constitution A. Strength A. Speed A. Items: fake Nine-Tails chakra card 2. Disguise technique 1. Ninjutsu fusion card. 3-year growth card activated, grants the host experience over 3 years. Overall rating in ninja. Ding! Main quest activated, complete the 3rd Hokage's mission and deliver the intelligence about the Akatsuki to Konohagakure. After Bofang CF finished all of this, suddenly a new task appeared before her, but upon seeing this task she remained silent. Thus Bofang CA and Uchiha Obito left this place. Meanwhile, in the land of fire within an unnaturally formed village, some middle-aged men looked at a youth shrouded in black aura and said, "Young master, we have inquired clearly. Bofang CA has become a rogue ninja of Konohagakure and her whereabouts are unknown. Find her and bring her here." Hearing this, the youth spoke indifferently. Yes. After the youth's words, the people below all left. After they left, a look of self-reproach slowly appeared in the youth's eyes. Killing Shimura Danzo, becoming an rank rogue ninja of Konohagakure. CA, as long as I am here, no one can harm you. After these words, the youth closed his eyes and began to cultivate senjutsu. 3.5 years later. Whoosh! Deep in a forest with a whoosh, a beautiful girl with flowing red hair stood in the middle of the water, then began to form hand seals. Water release water dragon bullet technique. After the seals were completed, a huge water dragon shot up from the surface, glaring fiercely as it surged towards the side. Fire release great fireball technique. Just then a fireball erupted from within the forest and headed towards Bofang CA. Found the location. Seeing the great fireball technique, Bofang CA's gaze fixed on that spot and her body vanished instantly. Then appearing behind Uchiha Obito, Bofang CA launched a Rasengan towards him. Boom! You lost. But then with an explosion, Uchiha Obito's hand reached towards Bofang CA. Ninja art body flicker double step. At that moment, Bofang CA's figure suddenly vanished from its spot, then reappeared again behind Uchiha Obito, plunging a kunai into his hand. If I had used a Rasengan there, you would have lost. Looking at Uchiha Obito, Bofang CA said with a smile. Really hurt. Your progress is truly extraordinary. Now should I be able to join the Akatsuki? Looking at Uchiha Obito, Bofang CA spoke. You are already within the Akatsuki, but only as an external member. The organization has not truly recognized you yet. After saying this, Uchiha Obito yawned and said, nor have they recognized me. After all, I am just Tobi now. Hearing this, Bofang CA shook her head, then took out a mask and put it on her face, saying, then I will be Alin. Alas. I really don't know why you do this. Clearly we are both very strong, yet you insist on taking on so many identities. After putting on the mask, Bofang CA's hair and even her voice began to change. Isn't this good? Free and unfettered without worries. After saying this, Toby ran off into the distance with a joyful expression. If she hadn't read the original story, even Bofun Siye would have been fooled by Toby. A guy who started the 4th Great Ninja War for the sake of Rin no Era. And 3 years ago when he helped me choose a name, he thought for a long time and came up with a Lin, probably thinking of Rin no Era in his heart. Such a person is deeply affectionate, a villain hero worthy of respect but too stubborn. Thinking this, Bofun Siye looked at the panel before her. After 3 years of growth from the growth card, her stats had changed. Host Bofun Siye. Constitution S. Strength S. Speed S. Items Fake Nine-Tails Chakra Card 2. Disguise Technique 1. Ninjutsu Fusion Card. Overall rating S Ninja. Looking at this evaluation, Bofun Siye shook her head. If this rating were placed among ordinary ninja, it would be excellent. But now placed within the Akatsuki, she was merely an unremarkable ninja. Within the Akatsuki, not to mention Tobi Nagato and Uchiha Madara, even against Haiden and Kakuza, she would at best have a 50-50 chance. Indeed, the average cage level strength of the organization was no joke. Tap tap. However, just as Bofun Siye was thinking, footsteps suddenly came. Hearing the footsteps, Bofun Siye stood up and looked at the figure approaching from afar, then immediately ran over and said, "If it isn't Angel-sama, what orders do you have? Where is Toby?" Conan looked at Bofun Siye and said, "Brother Toby. He went to play. Does Angel-sama have something to discuss with him?" After these words, Conan looked at Bofun Siye and said, "Since Toby is not here, you will go this time. Head to Konohagakure to gather intelligence on the Nine-Tails. However, this time I will accompany you." After these words, Bofun Siye was stunned. Heading to Konohagakure. Yes, thinking about it, she hadn't returned for 3.5 years. Senior Konohagakure is full of talented people. I'm afraid. That's why I am going with you. Don't worry, nothing will happen. After saying this, Conan walked forward. Seeing this, Bofun Siye sighed. She was going back. This was a good opportunity to see if she could pass the intelligence to Konohagakure. After all, her mission was there and she had to complete it. Thinking this, Bofun Siye followed. Ding. The system issued a side quest: defeat 3 or more ninjas from my ninja village. The more you defeat, the greater the reward. Seeing this side quest, Bofun Siye let out a breath. The long-awaited side quest had finally appeared again. This time she had to become stronger as quickly as possible. She knew that her clone had been repeatedly humiliated by Daetongmu Ilin. If she didn't grow stronger by the time Daetongmu made a move, it would be too late for everything. Inside Hoji country, my ninja village. As the morning mist rose, 2 figures slowly walked toward the village. "Hey, you two." Just then the 2 gatekeeping ninjas of my ninja village looked at Bofun Siye and Xiaonan, but soon they fell unconscious. Seeing this, Xiaonan and Bofun Siye swaggered right in. After entering the village, Bofun Siye looked at Xiaonan and whispered, "We came here to gather information about Jiwei, but how do we ask? The rogue ninja of my Bofun Siye has been missing for years. However, I heard there are 2 Jiwei Jinchuriki. The other one is Xuanhua Mingren, and rumor has it that he returned some time ago." After these words, Bofun Siye looked at Xiaonan and said, "But this is my ninja village. If we ask rashly, won't we easily expose ourselves?" After Bofun Siye finished, Xiaonan shook her head, then walked into a shop, ordered 2 bowls of noodles and sat down. The shop was bustling with people, many of them discussing recent news. "Hey! Did you hear? That Xuanhua Mingren is back. That brat, wasn't he being kept close by Zil-Yi, one of the Sannin? Why did he suddenly return? Who knows? That brat was always trouble. What good can come from a Jinchuriki? 3.5 years ago, the 4th Hokage's daughter Bofun Siye was a perfect Jinchuriki, yet she still killed Lord Jitsu in Tuanzang and defected from Mai. What an ingrate. Yet doesn't she know my ninja village is her hometown? And not only did she leave, but she also killed the village's high-level combat power. Unbelievable." As these words fell one after another, Bofun Siye sat there without any reaction. Boom. But just then a yellow-haired ninja suddenly walked in from outside. He looked at the people and said, "What are you talking about?" Seeing the newcomer, the villagers exchanged glances, then stood up and headed for the exit. Remember this, Sister Siye did not defect. She must have had a reason. Seeing this, Xuanhua Mingren spoke. "Mingren, calm down." Seeing this, Yuzhibo Zuoju walked over and said to Xuanhua Mingren, "Calm down. How can I calm down? Sister Siye once saved Mai. Her father was the 4th Hokage. I don't believe she would leave Mai without reason." As Xuanhua Mingren was speaking, Yuzhibo Zuozu's gaze turned to the 2 people in black cloaks. "Shush. Shush." But just then the 2 figures suddenly vanished from the spot. Seeing this, Yuzhibo Zuoju looked at Xuanhua Mingren and said, "Whatever the reason, defecting from Mai is defecting. I have something to do now. I'll talk to you when I get back." After Yuzhibo Zuozhu finished speaking, his body shushed and disappeared. Meanwhile, on a street in my Bofeng Xie looked at Xiao Nan in front of her and said, Xuanhua Mingren, that was him, right? Yes. This time he'll send people to capture Jiwei. After all, the two of us are not combat ninjas. After these words, suddenly a group of figures appeared before them. What brings you two to our my ninja village? Just then Xianqiu Xin asked. Seeing this person, Bofeng Xie paused for a moment, but soon she looked around and behind her. When she saw behind, she paused again. There stood a ninja with Sharingan eyes. Yuzhibo Zuozhu, he hadn't defected. Wait. In the original story, it was because of -1 that he left my ninja village. But now -1 and her clone were accompanying Dayton Muinlin on a trip, so Yuzhibo Zuozhu had no reason to go to -1. Since you two have come to our my ninja village, please stay for some tea. Let us offer you our hospitality. After Yuzhibo Zuozhu said this, Xiao Nan looked at Bofeng Xie and said, the first test of the Akatsuki has arrived. Break out of my ninja village. If you can't do it, you can't join the Akatsuki. Seeing this, Xiao Nan spoke. Bofeng Xie. Good luck. Shush. After saying this, Xiao Nan transformed into sheets of paper and flew off in all directions of my ninja village. At the same time, Qianqiu Xian saw this and immediately ordered people to chase. Simultaneously, Yuzhibo Zuozhu looked at Bofeng Xie and directly cast a genjutsu. Seeing this, Bofeng Xie understood for the first time how to openly betray a teammate. A test. She didn't believe it was a test, but Xiao Nan was indeed capable of talking nonsense. Yuzhibo Zuozhu, the last of the Yuzhibo clan, with a pair of Sharingan eyes that wield genjutsu with incredible skill. However, genjutsu is useless against me. Looking at Yuzhibo Zuozhu, Bofeng Xie said with a smile. After these words, Yuzhibo Zuozhu also looked at Bofeng Xie without speaking. Shush. Just then Bofeng Xie took a step toward Yuzhibo Zuozhu. Shush. But the next moment, the exact same movement and speed were mirrored by Yuzhibo Zuozhu. Clang. Clang. The next moment they both drew kunai and clashed together. Then they separated again, staring fiercely at each other. Copying my movements. Are you trying to follow the path of the copy ninja? Looking at Yuzhibo Zuozhu, Bofeng Xie asked. Oof, no. I just want to capture you. Moreover, in front of me you have nowhere to run. So surrender now and save yourself some pain. But in response, Yuzhibo Zuozhu spoke. These words made Bofeng Xie curl the corners of her mouth slightly. She then threw a shuriken at Yuzhibo Zuozhu and immediately formed Hanseal's Tosuchen Zisuisein. Ninja Art Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. Watching this scene, Uchiha Sasuke also threw a shuriken, then formed Hanseal's Dog Rooster Dragon Rat Rooster Pig Snake Tiger. Ninjutsu Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Accompanied by the clash of two shuriken shadow clones, Bofeng Xie stood there. Soon after, a number of Anbu ninjas arrived and surrounded the area. At the same time, Uzumaki, Naruto and Haruno Sakura also arrived, forming an encirclement around Bofeng Xie. In this situation, Bofeng Xie's lips curled slightly. These people were just delivering experience points to him, weren't they? Whoosh. At that moment, a figure appeared and looked at Bofeng Xie saying, surrender. Your companions have abandoned you and fled. Now with so many of us against you alone, do you think you can escape? Bofeng Xie replied, whether I can escape depends on your abilities. After saying this, he immediately began forming Hanseal's Dog Monkey Rabbit Rat Pig Rooster Dog Horse Rooster Rat Tiger Dog Tiger Snake Dog Goat Rat Rin Monkey Rooster Dragon Rooster Dog Horse Goat Tiger Snake Rat Monkey Rabbit Pig Dog Goat Rat Dog Monkey Rooster Rin Rat Pig Rooster. Facing this scene, Uchiha Sasuke also began to learn with his Sharingan Dog Monkey Rabbit Rat Pig Rooster Dog Horse Rooster Rat Tiger Snake Dog Goat Rat Rin Monkey Rooster Dragon Rooster Dog Horse Goat Tiger Snake Rat Monkey Rabbit Pig Dog Goat Rat Dog Monkey Rooster Rin Rat Pig Rooster. However, as he was learning, Uchiha Sasuke suddenly froze. He had seen this ninjutsu used by others before. Kid, what are you dazed about? Water Release Water Dragon Bullet Technique. At that moment, Bofeng Xie completed the hand seals and a Water Dragon Bullet Technique was unleashed. At the same time, Uchiha Sasuke also completed his seals, unleashing another Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Thus the two Water Dragon Bullet Techniques collided with each other, tearing through the air, creating a massive wave that spread outwards, centered around Uchiha Sasuke and Bofeng Xie. In the eye of the storm, Bofeng Xie took out a kunai and threw it towards Senju Shin. Watching this scene, Senju Shin caught the kunai with his hand. However, at the moment of catching it, Senju Shin hesitated. There was something wrong with the kunai in his hand. Whoosh. So you came here. At that moment, a masked figure appeared. It was Akatsuki's Obito. Looking at Obito, Bofeng Xie inwardly asked, System, I want to merge ninjutsu. Ding. Yes, please specify which ninjutsu you want to merge, up to 3 only. Hearing this, Bofeng Xie indifferently replied, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique, Rasengan and Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Ding. Ninjutsu fusion successful. The unique ninjutsu of the host, Water Dragon Bullet Shadow Clone Breath Technique. Hand seals dog monkey rabbit rat pig rooster dog dog rooster dragon rat rooster pig snake tiger dog monkey rabbit rat pig rooster dog dog rooster dragon rat rooster pig snake tiger. Let's go, Alan, Uchiha Obito said, looking at Bo Fengshiyu. But before we leave, I have prepared a welcome gift for the ninjas of Konoha. After saying this, Bo Fengshiyu began to form hand seals dog monkey rabbit rat pig rooster dog dog rooster dragon rat rooster pig snake tiger dog monkey rabbit rat pig rooster dog dog rooster dragon rat rooster pig snake tiger. Ninjutsu water dragon bullet shadow clone breath technique. Once the seals were completed, countless water dragon bullets burst forth from the depths of the water, each one containing a Rasengan, and then these Rasengans surged towards the surrounding Umbu ninjas. Seeing this scene, Senju Shin immediately realized the situation was dire and began forming hand seals dog rooster dragon rat rooster pig snake. Ninjutsu multi-shadow clone technique. Once the seals were completed, 4 tangible clones of Senju Shin appeared beside him. Then the 4 Senju Shin immediately sat down and began forming hand seals again rooster dragon rat rooster pig. Ninjutsu 4 flames prison. At the moment the 4 flames prison was activated, a sea of flames engulfed the center of the 4 clones and the massive water dragon bullet shadow clone breath technique was trapped within. Boom. However, soon after, with a loud explosion, Senju Shin's body was pushed back half a step and the shockwave injured several members of the Umbu. Watching this scene, Senju Shin looked at the message that had been sent back, frowning slightly. Shiyue, is this the message you transmitted? However, you've really gone a bit overboard. But your strength has progressed rapidly. Is this ninjutsu something you developed in the past 3 years? Indeed, geniuses are geniuses no matter where they are. You all go to the ninja hospital for a checkup. I need to visit the Hokage's office. With this thought, Senju Shin spoke to the ninjas under his command and then headed in the direction of home. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke looked at the newly appeared ninjutsu, feeling a sense of shock within. That ninjutsu was even more powerful than the one he had created. If it weren't for the extremely long hand seal sequence, it would be virtually invincible. With this thought, Uchiha Sasuke made a resolution to apply to investigate the 4 bases left behind by Orochimaru as soon as he returned. He had to become stronger because he had people he needed to kill. If he continued to stagnate like this, soon there would be more and more ninjas in this world surpassing him. At that moment, on the other side, accompanied by a wave of spatial fluctuation, Bo Fengshiyu and Uchiha Obito appeared in a certain location. Phew, that was dangerous. Just now I almost got blown up by your ninjutsu. By the way, when did you develop such a dangerous ninjutsu? As Obito asked, Bo Fengshiyu looked at him and said, I also wondered what would happen if I combined water dragon bullet technique, Rasengan shuriken shadow clone technique. I didn't expect such overwhelming power. However, this technique also has its weaknesses, namely the hand seal time. Because of the Rasengan, the hand seals require additional momentum, making it harder to perform than ordinary seals, requiring more time than the water dragon bullet technique. Momentum. What momentum? Hearing this, Obito curiously inquired. How should I put it? Normal ninjutsu only requires hand seals, but my technique is a fusion of 3 moves. Among them, the Rasengan itself doesn't need hand seals, but it requires the condensation of a vortex. Now this potential represents the meaning of the vortex. After these words, Fei nodded. However, soon Fei looked at Bo Fengshiyu and said, if that's the case, although your technique is powerful, it still has significant flaws. After these words, Bo Fengshiyu nodded. Indeed, the flaws were so great that he would have to seek improvements from the system. Ding! Defeated 15 Hidden Leaf Village ninjas, rewarded with 1 attribute point and 1 rank ninjutsu scroll. Ding! Information transmission successful, rewarded with 1 rank ninjutsu creation scroll. Hearing the system's message, Bo Fengshiyu glanced at Fei before him and said, however, Konan said she wants me to join the Akatsuki. TCH, the Akatsuki's roster is full now. You can't get in, we're all on standby. After Bo Fengshiyu finished speaking, Fei spoke up. Hearing this, Bo Fengshiyu said coldly, damn it, was I tricked? Hey. For now, let's just play around. After all, life is so enjoyable right now. After Uchiha Obito finished speaking, he walked away into the distance. Watching Uchiha Obito's retreating figure, a flicker of killing intent surged in Bo Fengshiyu's eyes, but it quickly dissipated. Now was not the time to make a move against Uchiha Obito. At that moment, within the Hidden Leaf Village, Tsunade looked at the intelligence before her and said, I didn't expect Siye to actually succeed. After these words, Senju Shin looked at Tsunade and said, indeed he succeeded, but what? Hearing this, Tsunade looked up at Senju Shin. Well, Fengshiya's report states that within the Akatsuki every member is at the Kage level. How can we fight against such power? When these words fell, Tsunade found herself in a dilemma. An organization where every member was at the Kage level with 12 members, 10 on the surface and 2 in the shadows, how could they possibly fight against that? Forget it, I'll head back first. Later I'll discuss this with Fujiwara Shirmiao. That guy Fujiwara Shirmiao is probably at the Kage level by now. After Senju Shin finished speaking, Tsunade could only nod. As Senju Shin walked out of the Hokage's office, Uzumaki Naruto looked at him and said, Lord Shin, Sasuke is at the forest behind the mountain. For some reason he seems very dejected. After hearing this, Senju Shin nodded and headed toward the back mountain. When he arrived at the back mountain, Senju Shin saw Uchiha Sasuke, who was making hand seals: boar, ram, rabbit, rat, boar, bird, boar, dog, dragon, rat, dog, boar, snake, tiger, boar, ram, rabbit, rat, boar, bird, boar, dog, dragon, rat, dog, boar, snake, tiger. Ninja art, water, dragon, bullet, shadow, clone, breath technique. After completing the seals, nothing changed around him. Seeing this, Uchiha Sasuke gritted his teeth and said, I refuse to believe it won't work. Saying this, he made the hand seals again: boar, ram, rabbit, rat, boar, bird, boar, dog, dragon, rat, dog, boar, snake, tiger, boar, ram, rabbit, rat, boar, bird, boar, dog, dragon, rat, dog, boar, snake, tiger. Ninja art, water, dragon, bullet, shadow, clone, breath technique. But this time still nothing changed. Seeing this, Uchiha Sasuke clenched his fists. But soon the hand seals for the water dragon bullet technique appeared in his mind. If he looked closely, this technique was very similar to the water dragon bullet technique. Thinking this, Uchiha Sasuke unconsciously began making the hand seals for the water dragon bullet technique: boar, ram, rabbit, rat, boar, bird, boar, noon, bird, rat, tiger, dog, tiger, snake, boar, goat, goat, rat, water, ram, bird, dragon, bird, boar, noon, goat, tiger, snake, rat, ram, rabbit, dog, goat, rat, boar, ram, bird, water, rat, boar, rat. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. When the technique was activated, the water dragon soared into the sky. Examining the technique carefully, it was indeed similar to the dragon used by the masked man, except that one had a shadow clone of the dragon and a vortex in its mouth. Moreover, that vortex resembled the Rasengan. Wait, if he learned the Rasengan, could he also master this technique? Sasuke. Just as Uchiha Sasuke was thinking, Uzumaki Naruto stepped forward and spoke. Naruto, you're just in time. Teach me the Rasengan. When these words fell, Uzumaki Naruto was stunned. Rasengan. Why did Sasuke want to learn this Hurry up. I'm confident that if I master the Rasengan, I might be able to fully master that masked man's technique, and then I can face him hidden. After these words fell, Uzumaki Naruto nodded and began teaching Uchiha Sasuke the Rasengan. Senju Shin watched the scene, a hint of surprise in his heart. He hadn't expected that the key to Bofeng CS technique would be learned so quickly by Uchiha Sasuke. It seemed that Uchiha Sasuke was the true genius of the Hidden Leaf Village. He really wanted to see how far Sasuke would go in the future. Thinking this, Senju Shin decided not to disturb Uchiha Sasuke any longer. He left the place and headed to Root. At that moment, within Root, a handsome young man stood there and said, Lord Shin, you're back. Your perception ability is getting stronger and stronger. Saying this, Senju Shin looked at the young man. Originally among his 3 students, this one was the weakest. But now Senju Shin was confident that he was the strongest. Because he had been implanted with excellent bloodline limits and his own body had mutated perfectly, fusing everything. With the first Hokages would release the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, and now the mastery of various forbidden techniques, Senju Shin's strength had surpassed the Kage level, ascending to the realm of the divine. Just like the first Hokage, the second ninja god might very well be Fujiwara Shirmiao. Thinking this, Senju Shin looked at Fujiwara Shirmiao and said, Shirmiao, there's news of her. Hearing this, Fujiwara Shirmiao's eyes widened slightly, and then he looked at Senju Shin and asked, where? In the Akatsuki. And next I want you to investigate this organization as well. Hearing this, Fujiwara Shirmiao nodded and said, I understand. Post Bofeng Shiyu. Physique SS. Strength S. Speed S. Items: 2 pseudo Nine-Tails chakra cards. 1 disguise technique. 1 A-class ninjutsu scroll. 1 S-class ninjutsu creation scroll. Comprehensive evaluation S ninja. Looking at this assessment, Bofeng Shiyu nodded. Perhaps it was because she was nearing her limits, but now her points were becoming increasingly difficult to obtain. Thinking this, Bofeng Shiyu let out a sigh. To be honest, she was indeed quite bored at the moment. The dual-year monitoring by Black Setsu and Uchiha Obito, along with the distrust from the Akatsuki organization, all left her feeling a sense of powerlessness regarding her upcoming actions. To be honest, if she were to kidnap a member of the Akatsuki, Black Setsu or Obito would definitely take action against her. At that time she would once again find herself in danger. There was no other choice but to use her shadow clones to break through that person once again. With this thought, Bofeng Shiyu closed her eyes. Meanwhile, by the sea, Bofeng Shiyu looked towards Otsutsuki Inlin, who was playing with a snake in the distance, quietly retreating backwards. In no time, Bofeng Shiyu had vanished from her original spot. This scene, however, was captured by Otsutsuki Inlin's peripheral vision, and she smirked slightly, saying, hee hee, trying to run. I've already said you belong to me, so why are you being so disobedient? After finishing this sentence, Otsutsuki Inlin directly disappeared from the spot. Soon after, in a forest, Bofeng Shiyu was running forward when she suddenly caught sight of Otsutsuki Inlin in the distance. Her fists clenched as she muttered, damn it, how could she catch up so quickly? You can't escape. Didn't I say you should stay by my side? After these words fell, Bofeng Shiyu immediately began forming hand seals. Joshin Maozi Hayucho Wu Yuzi in Shuin Sicho Wei Si Highway Zirin Shinyachin Yacho Wu Wei in Si Zishin Mao Hai Shu Wei Zicho Shinyarin Zi Hayu. Water Release Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Looking at the seal, Otsutsuki Inlin spoke indifferently again with this technique. Don't you find it tiresome? With such a long time forming the seals, you must be in the water. After saying this, Otsutsuki Inlin lightly flicked a finger, causing the water dragon bullet technique to dissipate. Whoosh! Seeing this, both phone Shiyu's eyes quickly darted to a spot and then her body vanished from the place. Thinking of running. It's not that easy. Watching this scene, Otsutsuki Inlin immediately used the body flicker technique, and in an instant she followed Bo Feng Shiyu to the seaside. At that moment, Bo Feng Shiyu looked back at Otsutsuki Inlin and quickly formed hand seals again. Joshin Mazi Hayucho Wu Yuzi in Shuing Sicho Wei Si Highway Zirin Shinyuchin Yucho Wu Wei in Si Zishin Mao Hai Shu Wei Zicho Shin Yurin Zi Hayu. Water Release Water Dragon Bullet Technique. I've already said this technique is useless. As she unleashed the water dragon bullet technique, Otsutsuki Inlin simply extended a finger towards the water dragon bullet. Boom! Then with a loud explosion, the water dragon bullet technique shattered again. However, in the next moment, from beneath the broken dragon's head, another dragon's head surged forth, rushing towards Otsutsuki Inlin. What is this, you? At this moment, Otsutsuki Inlin looked at Bo Feng Shiyu. Actually, before you arrived, I had already formed the seals once. This time I am utilizing the power of the ocean, using one water dragon bullet technique as the surface layer while employing another layer of water dragon bullet technique to trap you inside. I know, which is why what comes next is crucial. As these words fell, Bo Feng Shiyu formed the seals again. Joshin Mazi Hayuchocho Suchin Zisu Hai Siin Joshin Mazi Hayuchocho Suchin Zisu Hai Siin. Ninjutsu Water Dragon Bullet Shadow Clone Breathing Technique. After this ninjutsu was unleashed, multiple water dragon bullets surged forth, targeting Otsutsuki Inlin inside the water dragon bullet, shooting out Rasengan. At this moment, Bo Feng Shiyu immediately used the body flicker technique to leave the area. Boom! Following that, with a tremendous explosion, the area was blasted apart and waves crashed, sending countless fish onto the shore. Impressive, she really escaped. At this moment, Otsutsuki Inlin's figure appeared at the location. Master, you could have chased her down, you know. Indeed, said Orochimaru at this moment. Since she wants to escape from my side and even used such techniques, I suspect her true self must be in a hurry. Well, I'll play for a while first and find this little wife later. After saying this, Otsutsuki Inlin proceeded toward the seaside. Meanwhile, Bo Feng Shiyu's clone had already escaped from there. Next, she headed straight for the Sand Ninja Village. Because now Gaara's capture operation had already begun, and she wanted to see if she could catch up with Gaara's operation and resolve the arc duo in advance. Within a village, a young boy stared blankly at the sky. Young master, I've gathered the latest intelligence on the Akatsuki organization. They are preparing to head to the Sand Ninja Village to capture a Jinchuriki, which is currently Lord Kazekage Gaara. Kazekage Gaara, that bloody and brutal guy, can he really become Kazekage? Hearing this, Sano Wataru was taken aback for a moment before standing up and saying, then I'll go too. Since the Akatsuki organization wants to capture the tailed beast Jinchuriki, then the disappearance of Bo Feng Shiyu must be related to them. After saying this, Sano Wataru's figure left the place. At this moment, within the Sand Ninja Village, the defensive camp was quite tight. They had received intelligence that the Akatsuki organization had sent people here, and the purpose was to capture Lord Kazekage Gaara, who housed a tailed beast inside. At this moment, in the Kazekage's office, Gaara looked at the guards in front of him and said, you all can leave now. But after the group retreated, Gaara sat in the Kazekage's office, his eyes gazing outward. Suddenly his eyes flickered. His keen perception told him someone was trespassing in the village at night. With this thought, he rose to his feet and fixed his gaze on the white bird soaring in the sky. Such a bird had never appeared in the village before. It seemed that group had arrived. Thinking thus, Gaara strode outside. Just then a figure appeared on the Kazekage's balcony. Infiltration successful, he said. But as the words fell, he sensed something amiss. There was a shadow before him. Deidara looked up to find Gaara standing before him, arms crossed, stating, this ends here. As he watched, Deidara reached into his cloak for something. Whoosh! In the next moment, Sans surged toward Deidara. He leaped into the air, landing on the white bird and soaring away. Deidara rode the bird through the village with Sand in relentless pursuit behind him. Thus the Sand chased while Deidara fled on his bird. The Sand ninjas in the village witnessed the scene and emerged from their home. Looks like I'll have to take this to the skies, Deidara muttered, directing his bird upward. Gaara in response used Sand as a foothold, suspending it with chakra to stand midair facing Deidara. You're quite impressive finding me, Deidara remarked. Gaara replied coldly, there is no such bird in the desert. I see, Deidara said with a chuckle. Then glancing at the clay bomb he held in his mouth, he prepared his next move. Meanwhile, outside the village watching the battle, Sasori muttered, he's still making a mess of the village, that Deidara. But then his gaze shifted behind him. Come out, I've spotted you. Can't hide from you, can I? As expected of Sasori of the Red Sand, at that moment Namikaze Shizuki, after days of travel, finally arrived. Her eyes fixed on Sasori, ready for battle. Who are you? Sasori asked, sensing a threat from the young girl before him. Has the great battle begun? She glanced at the distant clash, then turned to Sasori. Sorry, but I plan to take you down here. Take me down? Are you serious? Sasori paused, incredulous. Dead serious. Whoosh. With that, Namikaze Shizuki lunged forward. Sasori's scorpion tail shot toward her. Boo. Splash. The tail pierced her body, but it was only a clone. It dissipated instantly. Ninja Arc Rasengan. In that moment, a figure appeared above Sasori, a swirling sphere of chakra aimed at him. Boo. The impact shattered Sasori's outer shell and a figure emerged from within, landing on the ground. A young man stood on the ground, eyes fixed on Namikaze Shizuki. Rasengan. According to my data, only 4 people have ever used this technique: the late 4th Hokage of the Leaf Minato Namikaze, his teacher Jiraiya of the Sand, Jiraiya's student the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of the Leaf Naruto Uzumaki, and you, the legendary perfect Jinchuriki of the Leaf Namikaze Shizuki. Looks like you've done your homework, Namikaze Shizuki replied, eyeing Sasori. Ninja Arc Body Flicker. In an instant she appeared behind Sasori, a Rasengan forming in her hand. Meanwhile, on the other front, Gaara watched Deidara as sand claws formed and lunged toward him. Deidara veered his bird, dodging the claws. As 2 claws nearly caught him, he spat out a small clay bird. Boo! The explosion severed the sand claw. Deidara turned to Gaara. You're tough, but I'm not easy to beat either. He unleashed a flock of clay explosive birds at Gaara, who erected a sand barrier. Boo! 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 3 explosions scattered the sand, sending debris flying. Gaara analyzed Deidara's abilities. Explosions delivered via clay birds aimed at inflicting damage. But those attacks were useless against him. He could easily defend. As he pondered, several birds swooped toward him. Gaara's sand intercepted them, detonating in a series of explosions. In the distance, Deidara smirked. The real show is just beginning. Tiny clay insects had crept close to Gaara. Deidara raised a hand. Detonate. Boo! 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 The explosions echoed. Deidara stood, but then saw Gaara encased in a swirling sand sphere. Impressive, Deidara admitted, seeing Gaara survive. But then he noticed the shadow beneath him, sand surging upward. Ninja Art Sand Prison. From within the sphere, a voice decreed. Upon seeing the sand-binding prison, Deidara immediately sensed that something was amiss. However, a slight smile soon crept onto his lips as he remarked, not enough, the explosions are still insufficient. Boo! 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 Accompanied by the sounds of explosions, detonations erupted outside the sand-binding prison. This scene caught the attention of Gaara in the distance, as it seemed that Deidara could produce clay and create explosions at will. However, if that were truly the case, he wouldn't be so pressed for resources. Yet he couldn't be certain how many bombs Deidara had left. For now, he could only rely on attrition, as this was the desert and no one held an advantage over. While Gaara pondered this, the explosions in the distance created several breaches in the sand-binding prison. Soon Deidara soared out on a large bird through one of the gaps. Faced with this, the sand rushed to seize Deidara, but he deftly evaded each attempt. Meanwhile, on the other side, after a spiraling sphere descended, Chio of the red sand caught it effortlessly with his right hand. Boo! With a resounding crash, Chio's right arm was shattered into dust. Simultaneously, his left hand lunged toward Bofeng Xie. Witnessing this, Bofeng Xie quickly retreated a step, keeping a safe distance from Chio. The Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails is quite formidable. However, you are merely adding to my achievements, for I am eternal, unkillable. So how will you fight me? Looking at Bofeng Xie, Chio retrieved an arm and affixed it to himself, then fixed his gaze on Bofeng Xie as he spoke. Eternal, you say? Hearing this, Bofeng Xie looked at Chio, recalling how he had clearly targeted the heart, yet Chio still managed to block it with his right hand. How could he dare to utter the word eternal? Nevertheless, it would now be somewhat challenging to kill him, as regardless of whether he intended to, Chio would be on guard, thus she could only force her attack. With this in mind, Bofeng Xie began to form hand seals. Choshin Mao Zihayu Cho Yuzi In Shuin Sicha Wei Highway Zirin Shin Yuchen Yucho Win Zishin Mao Zihai Shuwei Choshin Yurin Zihayu Water Release Water Dragon Bullet Technique. As the seals were completed, a water dragon bullet surged forth from the ground, heading toward Chio. Seeing this, Chio immediately took a step back and a scroll appeared in his hand. Boo! Then flames erupted from Chio's hand. Thus the collision of the water dragon bullet and the fire release produced a thick cloud of steam. While observing the steam, Bofeng Xie contemplated her next move when suddenly her body rapidly retreated. This was due to a surge of poisonous mist. Simultaneously, black sand iron surged forth from within the mist, rushing towards Bofeng Xie. Choshin Mao Zihayu Cho Yuzi In Shuin Sicha Wei Highway Zirin Shin Yuchen Yuto Yuin Zishin Mao Zihai Shuwei Choshin Yurin Zihayu Water Release Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Witnessing this, Bofeng Xie had no choice but to use the water dragon bullet technique again, and the water dragon bullet surged from the ground, enveloping her. Then under the protection of the water dragon bullet Bofeng Siye began forming hand seals once more. Choshinmazi Hayu Choto Suchinzasu Isi Choshinmazi Hayu Ninja Art Water Dragon Bullet Shadow Clone Breath Technique. As this ninjutsu was unleashed, several water dragon bullets surged forth from the sides, each targeting Chiyo, unleashing spiraling spheres toward him. Seeing this, Chiyo immediately utilized the ninjutsu of the third Kazekage puppet in his hand to defend himself. However, in the next moment, under the assault of the spiraling spheres, Chiyo still failed to defend adequately. The object at his heart's position was sent flying. Witnessing this, Bofeng Siye's lips curled slightly upward. She then used a body flicker technique to appear before that object, grasping it in her hand. You will still be useful to me, so stay obediently by my side. If you wish to die, I won't hesitate to kill you now. After these words, Chiyo fell silent. Subsequently, Bofeng Siye glanced at the scattered puppets and departed from the scene. For Bofeng Siye, her objective had already been achieved. Moreover, her clones had been on the move for days and had just experienced a fierce battle. Her chakra was nearly depleted, and now her clones could no longer intervene in other matters. With this in mind, Bofeng Siye took the heart and left the area. After Bofeng Siye's departure in the sand village, Gaara was controlling the sand to attack Deidara. At that moment, a sand arm seized Deidara's arm, and with a powerful grip, Deidara's arm was rendered useless. Witnessing this, the villagers of the sand village cheered for Gaara. These sands are so bothersome along with these people. Hearing those voices, Deidara immediately spoke up while a massive explosive device hurtled toward Wind Shadow Village. Seeing this, Gaara's eyes widened and he swiftly used the sand to defend the village, simultaneously withdrawing his own defenses. In the distance, Deidara recognized that the opportunity had arrived. After speaking, Deidara looked at Gaara and said, "Good, you're in range." Hearing this, Gaara's eyes widened and then sand immediately swirled around him. Explode. Boo. But Deidara gave Gaara no time to react. With a single word, a blast erupted, and before Gaara could defend himself, he was sent flying by Deidara's bomb. Gaara! Kankuro shouted from the ground, watching the scene. However, only a thick cloud of smoke spread outward. At that moment, the ninja on the ground also aimed their attacks at Deidara. Deidara, however, looked at the distant spherical sand and said calmly, "Just as I thought. This defense is not something I can break through easily. But if there's a bomb inside that sand as well, what will you do then?" As these words were spoken, a thunderous explosion engulfed the sphere where Gaara stood. Watching this, Deidara glanced at his now empty right arm and said, as expected of a Jinchuriki, "I even sacrificed a hand to capture him." With that, Deidara mounted his giant white bird and flew toward the distant Gaara. Gaara was still covered in sand, but his consciousness had faded. Yet the next moment, Gaara suddenly opened his eyes. This sight made Deidara instantly retreat. But Gaara extended his hand and the sand that had caught the explosives moved away from the village. Deidara observed this, then looked at Gaara again. "I see. To prevent his sand and explosives from harming the village, he's using his last strength to move the sand outside the village." As he spoke, Deidara suddenly noticed many arrows flying toward him. He dodged them with ease, a faint smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Detonating tags. Playing with explosions with me. How amusing. With that, Deidara's clay transformed into small birds that flew out, triggering a shower of detonating tags in the sky above the sand village. Simultaneously, Deidara directed his bird to dive toward Gaara, using its tail to grab him and fly away into the distance. On the ground, Kankuro watched this and shouted, "Gaara!" But the cry did not awaken Gaara, for he was now truly at the end of his strength. Thus Deidara rode with Gaara to the village entrance, but Sasori was nowhere to be seen. Ha! Brother Sasori isn't here. Could he have gotten impatient and gone back first? After saying this, Deidara let out a sigh. He's always so stubborn. But that's just his temper. With that, Deidara mounted his giant white bird and flew off into the distance. Soon Deidara arrived at the Akatsuki hideout. Inside, he looked around for a while and said, "Huh? Where's Brother Sasori? Didn't he go on the mission with you?" the straightforward Hoshigaki Kisame asked directly. "Could he have defected like Orochimaru?" Haiden of the Immortal Duo said with a laugh. "Boring. We can seal the one tail ourselves. We'll deal with Sasori later." The other member of the Immortal Duo spoke up. When this was said, everyone's gaze turned to the person with the Rinnegan eyes. He looked at those present and said, "Begin." With that, the demonic statue of the outer path emerged and the technique to extract the tailed beast commenced. As the Akatsuki began their operation on the other side, Namikaze Shizuki looked at the heart before him and the puppet of Sasori he had retrieved. "Tisk tisk, you made your appearance quite handsome, didn't you? That's how I looked when I was young. And you'd better release me or the Akatsuki won't let you off." At that moment, the heart somehow initiated a conversation with Namikaze Shizuki. "The Akatsuki. Do you think your organization and I can coexist?" Shizuki chuckled and replied. "Whoosh." As soon as Shizuki finished speaking, the heart immediately entered the puppet and the young Sasori appeared before him. Hey Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, picking up that puppet was your biggest mistake. Because now I have the power to fight you. Oh, is that so? Sasori stared at Shizuki for a long moment, then shook his head. It was, but not anymore. Namikaze Shizuki, you are truly exceptional. Just from the information I've gathered, you've piqued my curiosity. But what I'm most curious about is why you defected from Konoha. Shizuki glanced at Sasori and said, don't ask what you shouldn't. And what I want is not you, Sasori of the Red Sand. I want the entire Akatsuki to bow. Ha! The biggest joke of the year. The Akatsuki bowing to you. I admit you're strong, but not strong enough to make us all submit. Oh, I certainly have that ability. So Sasori, would you like to watch a good show and stand by my side? Sasori sat down looking at Shizuki. Do I have a choice? But I suppose I can watch your little show. Don't worry, I know you hate waiting. I won't keep you long. I want everything from the Akatsuki and I will have it. With that, Shizuki stood up and walked out. Not far from the sand village a figure appeared. Byakugan activate. Fujiwara Shizumi activated his Byakugan, surveying the surroundings. Frowning, he said, these are traces of Namikaze Shizuki. And these puppets belong to Sasori. It seems Shizuki has already fought him. However, Bofun Siye should have been the victor. Although there were signs of battle here, they seemed more deliberately arranged. If it was deliberately staged, then only Bofun Siye would do such a thing. But why did Siye go to such lengths to make it look like this? Swish. At that moment a shuriken was thrown by Fujiwara Shirshao. Then from beneath the ground a figure emerged. Half of the figure was black, the other half white, and its eyes fixed on Fujiwara Shirshao. These are Akasuna no Sasori's puppets. Where is Akasuna no Sasori? Watching this, Setsu asked. I don't know. Interesting. Then let's clear your mind until you do. Saying this, Setsu immediately moved toward Fujiwara Shirshao. Perfect, I have something to ask you as well. Looking at Zetsu, Fujiwara Shirshao stepped forward and unleashed the gentle fist. Boo! 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 Thus, after striking several gentle fist blows, Zetsu suddenly plunged into the ground and a multitude of tree roots surged toward Fujiwara Shirshao. Seeing this, Fujiwara Shirshao activated his Sharingan, then also sank into the earth, causing tree roots to rise from the ground. Boo! With the clash of the two attacks, Zetsu wasted no time and immediately switched to escape mode. It wasn't that Zetsu didn't know who he was, on the contrary, he was well aware of Fujiwara Shirshao's identity. However, according to the intelligence he had gathered, Fujiwara Shirshao had only ever revealed a fraction of his true strength, concealing most of his power. Thus even Zetsu was uncertain of the extent of this man's abilities. But now he understood, this man's strength was at the Kage level. Did I say you could leave? At that moment Fujiwara Shirshao spoke coldly, and at the same time he began forming hand seals. Ashik Tetsu Yunule Tori, Ashik Uwan Tori, Nintora Tetsu Torajmi, Ashishitsuji Ninjitsuji Nizmazuno, Sarad Tori, Tetsu Tori, Ashik Uman Tetsuji Torajmi, Nisarad Yujitsu Jitsuji Nithnath Ashik Sarad Tori, Mizuno, Ninjatsu Tori. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. With the execution of this technique, a water dragon surged forth and plunged directly into the sand. The sand suddenly became heavy. At that moment Zetsu felt that his body could barely move within it. Using water to increase the weight of the sand, but have you forgotten that you're also in the sand? The weight we bear is the same. Then Zetsu looked at Fujiwara Shirshao and spoke. Ninja art light body technique. As soon as Zetsu finished speaking, Fujiwara Shirshao activated the light body technique and swiftly closed in on Zetsu. Seeing this, Zetsu felt a pang of frustration. Damn, he was being cornered. Boo! Thus Fujiwara Shirshao reached Zetsu and struck with a palm. As the palm descended, Zetsu split into black and white halves, then shot toward the surface. At the same time the two of them formed hand seals together and vanished from the spot. Watching this, Fujiwara Shirshao emerged onto the ground. Glancing at the signal in his hand, he exhaled and said to have stealthily marked them with the Flying Thunder God seal and then let them go. It really wasn't easy. I was even thinking about how to make the act more convincing, but it turns out they had their own way out. Just as Fujiwara Shirshao finished speaking, his pupils suddenly dilated. The Flying Thunder God mark had vanished. Impossible, in history no one had ever been able to erase the Flying Thunder God mark. How in the world did those two manage it? Thinking this, Fujiwara Shirshao clenched his fists. Damn it, all this effort was for nothing. If he had known, he would have struck ruthlessly and left them both here. Meanwhile, in a safe location, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu looked at the flesh they had cut off and burned, the flesh bearing the mark, then exhaled and said that guy really thought we didn't notice his mark. He wanted to use it to find our hideout. He underestimated us too much. But we also underestimated him. We didn't expect his strength to be so formidable. This time we were reckless. Next time we'll send someone else first, like that honest fellow Hoshigaki Kisame. He's strong, loyal, and perfect for a cannon fodder mission like this. Then White Zetsu spoke. After saying that, they looked at each other and laughed. At that time within Tsunegeki Uzumaki, Naruto, upon learning that Fujiwara Shirshao had found news about his sister, asked Sister Sia. Was she captured too? Judging by the situation, probably not. Otherwise they wouldn't have come specifically to check this place and made a move against me. However, I originally intended to use the Flying Thunder God mark to find their hideout, but those two old foxes discovered it and somehow erased my mark. After these words, Hatake Kakashi glanced at Fujiwara Shirshao. The Flying Thunder God, a technique that even he could not master. It seemed that Fujiwara Shishao's talent was indeed extraordinary. Rumors had long circulated that due to the influence of a monster his strength had become abnormal, but no one had ever witnessed his true power. Meanwhile, in another part of Tsunegeki, inside a small shop, a boy wearing a straw had listened to the words of the dullied boy before him, then frowned. The one-tailed Jinchuriki Gaara has been captured. It seems that the Akatsuki is in the process of extracting the one-tail. Thinking this, Sano Manjiro stood up and walked outside. No matter what, he had to find Bofeng Siye as soon as possible. Moreover, his dark side was growing more severe. If he didn't find Bofeng Siye soon, that matter would never be known to anyone. While everyone was searching for Bofeng Siye, and Amageki Uchiha Obito looked at the rain falling from the sky and activated his Sharingan. Siye Akasuna no Sasori has disappeared for some reason. Just then Uchiha Obito said directly. Oh, how did you come by this information? Hearing this, Bofeng Siye asked in surprise. You're not surprised that Akasuna no Sasori disappeared, but you're surprised by how I got the news. Don't you care at all about what happened to Akasuna no Sasori? TCH, whether he disappears or not has nothing to do with me. You know exactly what I've been doing day in and day out, don't you? As these words fell, Uchiha Obito turned to Bofeng Siye and said with a chuckle, haha, true. But if Sasori of the Red Sand really does vanish, then one of us will have to join the Akatsuki ahead of schedule. So? Hearing this, Bofeng Siye fixed her gaze on Uchiha Obito and asked. Well, I prefer to stay in the shadows, so you go in first. However, this time the Akatsuki has a mission for us, to delay the reinforcements from Konoha. Which team will you handle? At these words, Bofeng Siye looked at Uchiha Obito and said, I'll take Naruto's team. Alright, then I'll handle the other group. After saying this, Uchiha Obito vanished into the distance. Watching him leave, Bofeng Siye's lips curled into a faint smile. It seemed she had managed to bluff her way through this time. But now it was time to see how much Naruto Uzumaki and his companions had improved their strength. With that thought, Bofeng Siye rose and headed outside. Deep within a forest, Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno and Granny Chiyo were traveling together. As for Fujiwara Sekimieyo, he had already set off alone. At that moment, Sakura Haruno turned to Naruto Uzumaki and asked, Naruto, let me ask you something, when did the Akatsuki first set their sights on you? Naruto frowned and replied, I don't know. Kakashi Hatake then spoke to Sakura. Members of the Akatsuki first came to Konoha about 3 years ago because of the Nine-Tails sealed inside Naruto. They even fought with Jiraiya, but in the end Jiraiya emerged victorious and the Akatsuki retreated. After that, Kakashi looked at Naruto and continued, for the next 3 years they made no moves. I thought that was the end of it. But why did they wait 3 years? Sakura asked. Maybe they couldn't act during that time, after all Naruto was under the protection of Jiraiya. Sakura nodded. Jiraiya and Tsunade were both incredibly powerful existences. It was only natural that the Akatsuki couldn't make a move then. No, according to my information, that's not quite the case, Granny Chiyo interjected. Naruto looked at her. Not quite the case. Yes. Forcibly extracting a tailed beast sealed within a human requires extensive preparations. Those 3 years were likely spent on that. At these words, Naruto quickened his pace. Sakura asked Granny Chiyo, what exactly are these tailed beasts you speak of? Oh. You're Tsunade's disciple and you don't even know that. Doesn't your Konoha have a tailed beast too? Granny Chiyo looked at Sakura with some doubt. Sorry, but matters concerning tailed beasts are classified in Konoha, so many people are unaware, Kakashi Hatake interjected. Very well, I'll explain from the beginning. Tailed beasts are demonic beasts with tails, like Shikaku, the one tail sealed inside Gaara. There are 9 such beasts in this world, from 1 tail to 9 tail depending on the number of tails. The role of tailed beasts is to serve as powerful secret weapons for each ninja village. Every village will stop at nothing to obtain them. But their power is extremely dangerous, so those implanted with a tailed beast are called Jinchuriki, and they are often shunned by their own village due to the beast within. Sakura and Sasuke immediately turned to look at Naruto. But he said nothing, only quickening his pace ahead. No, so we have a tailed beast right here, don't we? A voice suddenly rang out, causing everyone to halt and turn their gaze forward. There stood a masked figure clad in a black robe embroidered with red clouds. Naruto Uzumaki, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Sasuke Uchiha, the last of the Uchiha clan, Sakura Haruno, Tsunade's disciple, Kakashi Hatake, the copy ninja of Konoha, and Granny Chiyo of Tsunegeki. Quite the lineup, troublesome indeed. Bofeng Siye said with a smile as she looked at the distant figures. Kakashi eyed the robe and said, a member of the Akatsuki. Hey! Where have you taken Gaara? Naruto shouted at the masked Bofunkcie. Oh. Where? I'm not telling you. What can you do about it? Bofunkcie said with a grin. Bastard. Naruto lunged at Bofunkcie, closing the distance in a single step and throwing a punch. But in the next instant Bofunkcie leapt lightly onto a tree branch standing there. Sasuke launched a great fireball technique toward her. No, so troublesome, these little brats. With that Bofunkcie evaded the ninjutsu's range once more. Whoosh. Just then Kakashi Hatake appeared before Bofunkcie, his Sharingan fixed on her. Oh, a Sharingan, huh? With that Bofunkcie raised her leg and kicked toward him. Boo. Kakashi blocked the kick with his right arm. Your taijutsu is decent, but you underestimate me. As she finished speaking, Bofunkcie exerted force with her foot. Kakashi stared in surprise as an immense strength surged through his right arm. Boo. With a thunderous crash, Kakashi was sent flying into a crater. But Bofunkcie noticed the shadow growing on the ground and said, "Tisk, you people are really annoying. Coming one by one." With these words, Bofunkcie's body kicked upward into the air. Then at the moment her foot touched the opponent's body, she used the opponent's body as a leverage point to land on the ground. Then Bofunkcie looked around and found herself surrounded by the 7th team. Bastard, are you going to tell me what AI Luo's whereabouts or not? At this moment Xuanhua Mingren asked again. What AI Luo's whereabouts? No, he might no longer be in this world, he is already down below. As Bofunkcie was speaking, Xuanhua Mingren gritted his teeth, the fox markings on his face appeared and red chakra began to surge out little by little. Seeing this, Bofunkcie frowned. This guy still hasn't established a good relationship with Joey. She had already hinted at it to him, but this kid was really too dense. It seemed she would have to give him a good lesson now. What's wrong? Angry. But this is even better, let me see where your strength lies. You damn bastard. With that, Xuanhua Mingren stepped forward, a sphere condensing in his hand, and charged toward Bofunkcie. Seeing this, Bofunkcie also ran toward Xuanhua Mingren. Bastard, die. Seeing Bofunkcie approach, Xuanhua Mingren launched a Luo Xianwan at her. But in the next moment Bofunkcie dodged sideways, the Luo Xianwan flew past her face, and at the same time she punched out, directly hitting Xuanhua Mingren's cheek. Struck by this punch, Xuanhua Mingren's body tilted sideways. Seeing this, Bofunkcie went up again, landing punches with both hands on Xuanhua Mingren. Mingren. Seeing this, Yuzebo Zuoju immediately rushed toward Bofunkcie, a crackling sound emanating from his right hand. Ninja Art Qian Niao. At this moment Yuzebo Zuoju came before Bofunkcie. Bofunkcie, seeing this, kicked out, saying, "Don't get in the way." Bang. With this kick, Yuzebo Zuoju was sent flying. Then Bofunkcie looked at Xuanhua Mingren and walked toward him step by step, saying, "Such a weak Jinchuriki, I've never seen one like this. You have a treasure inside you, yet you don't know how to use it. Sigh. Waste." After saying that, she punched Xuanhua Mingren again. Meanwhile, Chunai-ing in the distance was about to act, but Chimu Kakashi stopped her. Now it seemed that the masked member of the Shao organization was in the advantage. In fact, that was indeed the case. But she felt something was off. What was it? This guy hasn't used any ninjutsu, and she seems very familiar with that kid's techniques. At this moment, Xiandai Popo spoke up. These words made Chimu Kakashi's eyes widen. Familiar with Luo Xianwan. There were not many people familiar with this technique. If we exclude the dead, only 3 people knew it. Xuanhua Mingren, Zilai Yi, and Bofunkcie. Could this masked woman be Bofunkcie? But her voice doesn't match. But if it really is Bofunkcie, she wouldn't let us recognize her voice. And why is she with the Shao organization? Boo. 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 While Chimu Kakashi was thinking, Bofunkcie had already beaten Xuanhua Mingren black and blue. Even so, Bofunkcie's gaze turned to Xuanhua Mingren, saying, "Is that all you've got?" SSS. After Bofunkcie finished speaking, Xuanhua Mingren spat out a mouthful of blood, then looked at Bofunkcie with his eyes, saying, "It's not over yet." With a whoosh, after saying this, Xuanhua Mingren stood up abruptly and threw a punch at Bofunkcie. Seeing the punch, Bofunkcie lightly tilted her head, dodging the attack. But in the next moment, a Luo Xianwan came flying toward Bofunkcie. The same trick. You underestimate me. Seeing the Luo Xianwan, Bofunkcie said with extreme disappointment. After saying that, Bofunkcie's body turned slightly, ready to strike again and teach Xuanhua Mingren a lesson. But just then tremors continuously sounded from the ground. Then Bofunkcie stepped backward. From the ground where she had stood, water dragon bullets surged out one after another. Seeing this, Bofunkcie's eyes quivered slightly, then she looked at Yuzebo Zuoju in the distance. Can he copy even this tech? Looking at those eyes, Yuzebo Zuoju also looked at Bofunkcie and said, "Didn't expect this. I've learned this technique after all." Ninja Art Water Dragon Bullet Shadow Wind Body Breath Technique. Under this technique, one after another water dragon bullets spat out Luo Xianwan toward Bofeng. These Luo Xianwan had completely surrounded Bofeng Xie's every escape route. Now Bofeng Xie had nowhere to flee unless she used the Shunshin technique. But if she did, her identity would be exposed. System Strength Ninjutsu Creation Scroll. Create a technique that can dodge this technique. Ding. Strength Ninjutsu Creation Scroll used. Spacetime Ninjutsu Void Shadow Explanation can transform oneself into a shadow immune to all techniques. Duration 3 seconds. Hand Seals Shunim Away. Seeing this technique appear, Bofeng Xie began to form hand seals. Shunim Away. Spacetime Ninjutsu Void Shadow. The moment the technique was activated, Bofeng Xie's body completely transformed into a shadow. Then one by one the Luo Xianwan spat out flew past her. Soon the place became a ruin. Yuzhibo Zuozhu, seeing this, immediately said, "Did we get her?" No, underestimated. At that moment a figure flew out from the shadow, then looked at Yuzhibo Zuozhu and said with a smile, "Yuzhibo Zuozhu, the last descendant of the Yuzhibo clan, indeed the heir of the Genius clan. But now let me show you what the authentic Water Dragon Bullet Shadow Wind Body Breath technique looks like." After saying that, Bofeng Xie's hands began to form hand seals rapidly. Choshin Maozi Hayacho Chosuchen Zisu Hai Seeing. Choshin Maozi Hayacho Chosuchen Zisu Hai Seeing. Ninja Art Water Dragon Bullet Shadow Clone Breath Technique. As soon as the seals were completed, one water dragon bullet after another surged out from the ground. From their mouths Luo Xianwan flew out one by one. These Luo Xianwan were extremely powerful, destroying the surrounding flowers, grass and trees, and even the ground began to tremble violently. Seeing this, Yuzhibo Zuozhu looked at the figure behind the water dragon bullets with unwillingness. He never expected that the same technique, Water Dragon Bullet Shadow Clone Breath Technique, could have such a huge gap in power between the two sides. Boo! 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 Amidst the reverberating sounds of destruction, all the flora in this area was completely obliterated, yet Team 7 and Granny Qian Dai remained unscathed. Indeed, this jutsu is powerful but difficult to control, Bofeng Xie remarked indifferently as she observed the scene. At that moment Shimu Kakashi glanced at Bofeng Xie, realizing that she had been holding back just now. Good, this is the moment, a perfect chance to counterattack. Watching this, Xuanhua Mingrun lunged toward Bofeng Xie. "Stop, Mingrun!" Shimu Kakashi suddenly shouted. Hearing this, Xuanhua Mingrun halted and turned to Shimu Kakashi. "Kakashi-sensei, what's wrong? Who are you? That last move, you deliberately missed us, didn't you? Even if you deny it, you shouldn't be our enemy." At this, Shimu Kakashi addressed Bofeng Xie. "Boring. It's about time. Goodbye, little ones." With those words, Bofeng Xie turned and left. Meanwhile, Shimu Kakashi stared at her retreating figure, his eyes widening slightly. This person is very peculiar, yet she is indeed obstructing their advance. "Kakashi-sensei, what's really going on?" "Well, talk about it later. For now we push forward. Our mission is to retrieve Wai Luo." Hearing this, Xuanhua Mingrun had no choice but to relent. And so they continued onward. Meanwhile, Bofeng Xie having taken another path side. "You can fool others but not me. Long time no see, Ting Yuan Shimiao." Whoosh. With that, a figure materialized in a flash. This figure had long black hair and handsome features, and his open Baiyan revealed that he had already seen through the face beneath Bofeng Xie's mask. "Long time no see, Xie." Ting Yuan Shimiao's body trembled slightly as he looked at her. Without Bofeng Xie, he would never have survived to this day. Though over the years he had become the pillar of the root, making all major and minor decisions himself, before this person his heart still fluttered like a child's. "Ting Yuan Shimiao, make a deal with me. I've subdued Chisha no Xie, and though he suggested I join the Akatsuki, they may not let me into the inner circle. So I need you to help me eliminate Didala as well. But if someone else takes him away, don't pursue." Bofeng Xie spoke to Ting Yuan Shimiao. "Agreed. Whatever you say, I won't refuse," he replied with a smile. "Then it's settled." After saying this, Bofeng Xie walked away into the distance. Ting Yuan Shimiao watched her back before turning and heading in another direction. After he left, Bofeng Xie looked back at his silhouette, her fists clenching. Now she should avoid any further entanglement with those from her past, lest she harm both herself and others. Meanwhile, at the Akatsuki's hideout, Wai Luo and the one-tail Shoha had been fully separated. After the separation, the Akatsuki leader addressed those present. "Each of you tend to your own tasks. According to intelligence, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki will arrive soon. The ones we sent out won't be able to stop them, they're still too green. Since I'm the only one here in person, I'll have to take on 2 Jinchuriki at once," Didala said, flipping his hand as he spoke. "If you'd rather not, you can leave them to me." A voice broke the silence. "I didn't say I wouldn't take them. Fighting Jinchuriki is fun after all, just can't kill them." "Ah, so annoying." With that, the others glanced at Didala and then vanished. After they all disappeared, Didala looked at what AI Luo's corpse, then sat down on it waiting for the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to arrive. Time passed minute by minute. Soon a figure appeared. Didala looked up and asked, "Who are you?" "He am just a playful person. I have a question for you. Do you know where the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Bluffing Sia is?" "Bluffing Sia? That vanished Jinchuriki. I don't know." After Didala finished, Zoya Wanjiro curled his lips slightly then walked away. "Never mind, have your fun. I'm off." With that, Zoya Wanjiro disappeared. After he was gone, Didala looked after him baffled. What a strange guy, huh? Before Didala could finish his sentence, he leaped backward. In his former position, a figure had appeared. The figure had black hair, and when he looked up, his Xiaolunian and Baiyan were both visible. He fixed his gaze on Didala and said, "Who were you just talking to?" "A comrade of yours." "I don't know him. He's not my comrade." Didala's expression grew serious as he looked at this person. "Xiaolunian, it's a Xiaolunian." "Oh, this guy is dead," Ting Yuan Shirmyo said, looking at what AI Luo before him. "Isn't that obvious? Whether he lives or dies isn't my concern. My mission is to kill you." Whoosh. With that, Ting Yuan Shirmyo vanished from his spot. Seeing this, Didala leaped onto a giant white bird. The white bird soared into the sky and Didala extended his remaining hand, releasing a swarm of spiders that flew toward Ting Yuan Shirmyo on the ground. Explode. Boo. 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 At his command, all the spiders detonated. Ting Yuan Shirmyo immediately used Hui Tian. Within the rotating sphere, he survived the explosions. After witnessing the blasts, Ting Yuan Shirmyo turned his gaze to Didala. This man's ability was explosions. Thinking this, Fujiwara Ishimi looked at Deidara. Under the Byakugan, he could clearly see the clay Deidara used and how he chewed it. With this thought, Fujiwara Ishimi immediately ran toward the opponent. A Sharingan user. Good, I'll start with you today. Seeing Fujiwara Ishimi daring to come at him, Deidara sent a giant centipede toward him. Soon the centipede wrapped around Fujiwara Ishimi. Seeing this, Deidara shouted, "Explode." Boo. Then as an explosion sounded, Deidara looked at the blast site with joy in his eyes. But suddenly he felt something was wrong. Suddenly a powerful surge of chakra erupted from within Deidara, tearing away all the illusions around him. At that moment, a Chidori came crackling toward his heart. Seeing this, Deidara used his remaining hand to block. Crackle. Ah. With a scream, Deidara let out a cry of pain, then leaped onto the giant bird and flew away. Seeing this, Fujiwara Ishimi was about to give chase, but Deidara opened his mouth and spat out a mass of clay that transformed into small birds flying toward him. Die, bastard, explode. Boo. 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 With these words, many explosions erupted around Fujiwara Ishimi. At the same time, Deidara flew away on the bird. To be honest, although he wanted the bastard dead, it was impossible. Meanwhile, Fujiwara Ishimi stood at the scene looking at the explosion marks. If it weren't for the Hyuga clan's absolute defense, he would have found it hard to escape the blast. However, the explosion had also made him realize the power of the Akatsuki. The opponent's strength was indeed weaker than his, but not by much. If he was determined to escape, he could get away. Moreover, Deidara, aside the person here, drew his attention more. With this thought, Fujiwara Ishimi looked into the distance and said, "Come out, Sano Manjiro." Dog day. Long time no see, Fujiwara Ishimi. You've grown stronger. The power of the Byakugan and Sharingan has brought you to a Super Kage level, but I don't believe you have no ultimate moves. At that moment, Sano Manjiro emerged from the darkness, his eyes fixed on Fujiwara Ishimi as he smiled. Long time no see, Sano Manjiro. It's great that you're not dead, and Shimizu is not dead either. Looking at Sano Manjiro, Fujiwara Ishimi smiled. Shimizu, that's really great. But did you just let that person go? Looking at Fujiwara Ishimi, Sano Manjiro smiled and spoke. Shimizu said that if someone attacked that person, I wouldn't need to act. Just now I sensed that besides you and me, another powerful being went after that guy. After Fujiwara Ishimi finished speaking, Sano Manjiro chuckled and said, "Shall we go watch the show?" Sure. With that, they both vanished. Soon members of Team 7 arrived. They looked at Gaara's corpse and fell into silence. Especially Naruto Uzumaki, whose fox face appeared. It was clear he was very angry. Meanwhile, on the other side, Deidara was on his way when he suddenly noticed a figure in the distance. Red hair fluttering in the wind, beautiful eyes looked at Deidara and said, "Come with me." Come with you? Why? Looking at the clone of Namikaze Shimizu, Deidara spoke coldly. Ninja art body flicker technique. As soon as Deidara finished speaking, Namikaze Shimizu vanished from his spot. Then behind Deidara, she struck him with a spiraling sphere. Ah. Deidara fainted from the pain. Seeing him unconscious, Namikaze Shimizu hoisted him over her shoulder and walked away. To be honest, after capturing and sealing the One Tail and fighting Fujiwara Ishini, Deidara had lost his chakra and both arms. His current strength was only slightly above that of a regular jōnin. It was easy for Namikaze Shimizu to take him down. After Namikaze Shimizu left, Sano Manjiro and Fujiwara Ishini appeared. They frowned at the empty space. Even at his limit, Deidara shouldn't have been captured so easily. And there's no sign of a fight here. A one-hit kill, a body flicker technique combined with a powerful spiraling sphere could finish him off. At this point, Fujiwara Ishini looked at the traces and spoke. She made the move herself. It seems that the three of us have all had great opportunities over the past few years. Sano Manjiro, seeing this, also smiled and said. Meanwhile, on the other side, Namikaze Shimizu looked at Deidara, who was staring wide-eyed in disbelief at Sasori, and said coldly, you two were partners and can still be partners. I need to establish an organization and you two can join right now. After all, you both have remarkable abilities. MMMMPH. When these words were spoken, Deidara frantically made muffled sounds. Sasori, however, remained silent, his head bowed. Why bother? You can tell me anything. After all, I invited you both. MMMMPH. Hearing this, Deidara continued to grunt, the sock in his mouth making him feel extremely aggrieved. We are members of Akatsuki. The leader of Akatsuki is a great terror. If we betray him, we will all die. At this, Sasori looked at Namikaze Shimizu and said coldly. His words carried a clear warning. It's just a pair of Rinnegan. Is it that terrifying? Namikaze Shimizu said indifferently. This sentence made Sasori and Deidara both look at her in disbelief. She actually knew about the Rinnegan, yet she was not afraid. Was she bold or simply ignorant? The Rinnegan is nothing to fear. I have seen things far more terrifying than the Rinnegan, the true origin of chakra and the people from that place. Those terrifying beings will appear here one by one in the future, each possessing world-destroying power. After these words were spoken, Akasuna no Sasori and Deidara both turned to look at Bluefeng Xie, their faces practically screaming, I don't believe it. Of course, facing this situation, Bluefeng Xie truly hadn't expected them to believe her so easily. After all, if roles were reversed, she wouldn't listen to someone speaking nonsense either. However, Bluefeng Xie understood that if she wanted to fight against the Otsutsuki, she would have to rely on the power of the Akatsuki. I know you won't believe me that easily, but it's fine. Soon you'll understand. Now Akasuna no Sasori helped Deidara reattach his arm. A puppet arm should be a piece of cake for you, right? After Bluefeng Xie finished, Akasuna no Sasori nodded and said, piece of cake. You two talk. It'll be going now. Watching them, Bluefeng Xie walked out. After she left, Deidara looked at Akasuna no Sasori and said, bro, do you believe her? Credibility. Low. Hearing Deidara's words, Akasuna no Sasori said directly. After those words, Deidara rolled his eyes and said, so you mean you still have some element of belief in it? But unlike you, I don't believe a single word. After Deidara finished, Akasuna no Sasori glanced at him and said, watch your words. Besides, she has no reason to deceive us. After Akasuna no Sasori said that, he began crafting a mechanical arm. Meanwhile, within the Amigakure, Pain sensed the disappearance of Deidara's presence. Faced with this, Pain furrowed his brow. Who would have thought? Two Akatsuki members had suddenly vanished inexplicably. But were they just gone, or had they been taken by someone? If they were indeed taken, what was the purpose? Unfathomable, completely unfathomable. I heard you were looking for us, boss. Just as Pain was thinking, Black and White Zetsu appeared behind him, bringing masked Uchiha Obito and masked Bluefeng Xie. Watching their arrival, Pain spoke, now our organization is short of 2 combatants. Your joining is just perfect. However, as formal members, you must accomplish something. The 8 Tails and 9 Tails Jinchuriki, you two will capture them. Hearing this, Bluefeng Xie glanced at Pain. Good heavens, a big mission on the first day. Zetsu, give them the intel. This will also be your test. After those words, Zetsu handed over the information. Bluefeng Xie then received a scroll. Inside the scroll were 3 pieces of information. The current location of 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee. The current location of 9 Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto. 9 Tails Jinchuriki Bluefeng Xie location unfound. Looking at these 3 pieces of information, Bluefeng Xie glanced at Pain. Good heavens, all the tough nuts were given to her and Obito. Was he distrusting her and Obito? Yeah. Boss, aren't these 3 a bit too difficult? At that moment, Uchiha Obito, disguised as Obito, spoke. After he finished, Pain shook his head and said, though the tailed beasts are formidable among these 3, Uzumaki Naruto is relatively weak. When dealing with him, you might not even need to use the tailed beast. Hell, be finished. As for Bluefeng Xie, she's merely a potential threat. Lastly, Killer Bee, though a perfect Jinchuriki, is just a trial for you. If you really can't manage, I'll assign you a different Jinchuriki to capture. After those words, Obito nodded and said, that's fine. Then boss will take our leave. After that Uchiha Obito led Bofeng away. After they left, Zetsu looked at Pain and asked why. Giving them such a mission. Only 2 people wanted to join the organization, and now the art duo has inexplicably disappeared while these 2 have mysteriously appeared. Don't you find it strange? After Zetsu finished, Pain said indifferently, oh, so you suspect both of them? Not necessarily both, it could be that one of them is problematic. After all, it's unlikely both are. But you go monitor them. If both indeed have issues, eliminate them directly. After Pain finished speaking, he walked forward and sat on the tongue of the building, his eyes gazing at the sky as he said, my pain will not allow me to fail again. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bofeng looked at Uchiha Obito in front of her without saying a word. Swish. Boom. Just then Uchiha Obito suddenly grabbed Bofeng by the neck with one hand. Facing this, Bofeng did not resist and was simply caught by him. Is the disappearance of Deidara and Akasuna no Sasori related to you? Do you still have thoughts of Konohagakure in your heart? Bastard, aren't all my actions under your control? Do you not even trust yourself, Uchiha Madara? Looking at the Uchiha Obito before her, Bofeng said coldly. These words made Uchiha Obito look at Bofeng. After a long moment, Uchiha Obito laughed and said, sorry, I was too tense just now. I am indeed very clear about everything about you, so I know you wouldn't do that. However, don't say I didn't warn you. If you truly betray me, your fate will be a living death, unable to live or die. After Uchiha Obito finished, he walked away step by step, leaving Bofeng standing there. But at least she had passed the test. Meanwhile, on the other side, Uzumaki, Naruto, and others, having failed to find Deidara, turned to look at Gaara's body. Watching this scene, Kaiba-sama silently stepped forward, looked at the youngest Kazekage in history, then began forming hand seals and placed her hands on Gaara's body. Gaara is the Kazekage, the hope of Sunigakure. But the people of Sunigakure feared him. This is the fault of us, causing Gaara to fall into so many painful memories. Now I will use my life to make up for his regrets. After those words, Kaiba-sama smiled and looked at Gaara. Ninja Art Rebirth Technique. After the reincarnation technique was performed, Granny Chandae's gaze grew increasingly bewildered. At this moment, Wai Luo's heartbeat began to revive. Thus the old gave way to the new. On the other side, within a space billions of miles beyond the launching star, the members of the Daetongnu clan gathered here. Damn it, that bastard Daetongnu Inlin has run off. Hee, that little girl is quite a handful. At that moment, a Daetongnu clan member holding a fishing rod spoke. No matter, let me go and bring him back this time. Besides, I haven't seen Hui Yi and the others for a long time. After this Daetongnu clan member finished speaking, he and another person behind him departed from the place. After they left, the young man holding the fishing rod shifted his gaze and said with a smile, since someone has already gone, let us attend to our own affairs. Having said that, this Daetongnu clan member also vanished from the spot. The rest looked at each other, exchanged glances, and remained silent. At that moment, on the launching star, Bofeng sat cross-legged, gazing at the new task presented by her system. Ding! Main quest: defeat the members of the Shao organization one by one and subdue them. 011 ding. Side quest: persuade Daetongnu Inlin to stand on the side of humanity. Side quest: defeat all other members of the Shao organization except yourself. Looking at the tasks assigned by the system, Bofeng was momentarily stunned. Currently, the Shao organization consisted of Chang Menshan, N Yuzibo, Yu Heibai, Ju Dai Tu Gui, Zhao Jiao and Fei Duan, 8 people plus herself, Chisha Jixia and Di Dala, making 12 in total. It seemed that the system had counted everyone except herself. However, despite the tasks at hand, she knew it was best not to act rashly for now. After all, Chisha Jixia and Di Dala had just been captured by her. Who knew how the Shao organization would react? But judging by their demeanor, although they were now in prison, they were clearly far from being convinced. Thinking this, Bofeng curled her lips slightly. Indeed, she had only issued verbal warnings. At best, they would offer superficial compliance. True submission was far from their minds. However, if she could make them witness the power of the Daetongnu clan, wouldn't that change their attitude? After all, the power of the Daetongnu was true divine might, a force that transcended the limits of ninja. Moreover, among the side quests was the task of persuading Daetongnu Inlin. Perhaps it was time to let Didala and Shisha Jixia witness the true strength of the Daetongnu clan. While Bofeng was lost in thought, her clone arrived at the secret cave she had hidden away. She looked at Didala and Shisha Jixia and said, come with me. Where to? Shisha Jixia asked, looking at Bofeng. To the Inji ninja village. There I will show you what true divine power looks like. Bofeng said with a smile, gazing at Shisha Jixia and Didala. Hearing this, both Shisha Jixia and Didala frowned. The Inji ninja village, wasn't that Dishiwan's territory? Rumors said that Dishiwan had been killed. Yet now Bofeng was leading them to the Inji ninja village. Something was amiss. But strange as it was, they had to go. After all, their current strength was far from its peak. If they were to clash with Bofeng now, they would only be asking for trouble. With that thought the two followed Bofeng Xie toward the entrance. After the situation there was resolved, Yuzebo Dai 2 came to find Bofeng Xie within the Shao organization. Let's go. We're heading to subdue the 8 Tails. Hearing this, Bofeng Xie was taken aback. The 8 Tails. So soon. Heibaiju's intelligence is entirely reliable. No one surpasses them in information gathering. Nonetheless, we need to make preparations. The 8 Tails Jinchuriki Chilabai is a perfect Jinchuriki. Moreover, when we go we may face not only him but also the Yunin village of the Lei country. After these words, Bofeng Xie waved her hand and said, no choice. But since we've already stormed the strongest my ninja village, why should we care about the others? Having spoken, Bofeng Xie looked at Yuzebo Dai 2, who returned her gaze. After a brief exchange, Yuzebo Dai 2 turned and headed in a certain direction. Thus days passed one after another. The ninjas of the My Ninja village, having completed Wa Ai Luo's mission, returned to their own village. However, Ting Yuan Shirmyo of the Anbu did not return. On a high mountain, Ting Yuan Shirmyo looked at Zuoya Wansilong and said, "Are you sure? Xie's disappearance and reappearance are very strange. If there is anything that forced her to surface, it can only be one thing, the Shao organization's capture of the tailed beasts." After hearing this, Ting Yuan Shirmyo turned to Zuoya Wansilong and asked, "But why would she suddenly appear because of that? Shirmyo, are you not sensitive enough? Do you not suspect that there is some secret known only to a few between Xuanhua Mingrun and Bofeng Xie?" At these words, Ting Yuan Shirmyo's eyes widened instantly. "I once had someone investigate. Bofeng Xie and Xuanhua Mingrun were both born on the same day in the My Ninja village and both were orphans. That means they must be connected somehow. Ting Yuan Shirmyo, I cannot enter the My Ninja village easily now, so I want you to look into this matter. It is also one of the reasons for my next move." After Zuoya Wansilong finished, Ting Yuan Shirmyo nodded and said, "All right, but Zuoya Wansilong, what do you plan to do next?" "Immortal descends to the world." Zuoya Wansilong replied directly after Ting Yuan Shirmyo spoke. This statement left Ting Yuan Shirmyo utterly stunned. Immortal descends to the world. What did that mean? Ting Yuan Shirmyo, rest assured. I will not harm my. What I seek is my own ambition, a golden opportunity to quell the chaos of the 5 great nations. Upon hearing these words, Fujiwara Shishui's gaze slightly furrowed. It was a perfect opportunity to quell the wars of the 5 great nations. Sano Manjiro seemed to be preparing to confront the entire 5 great ninja villages alone. What kind of confidence did he possess to utter such words? And compared to Sano Manjiro, Namikaze Shizuki was also very peculiar. Joining the Akatsuki and even letting himself release Deidara. Everything was becoming incomprehensible to him. I don't care what you plan to do. But Konoha is my bottom line. Finally, after uttering these words, Fujiwara Shishui turned and walked forward. At that moment, Sano Manjiro also opened his eyes and watched Fujiwara Shishui's retreating figure gradually disappear, but he said nothing. Meanwhile, outside the Sound Ninja village, 3 figures slowly approached. Whoosh! 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 Just then a figure flew out from the forest and rushed toward the trio of Namikaze Shizuki. Clang! With this scene, Namikaze Shizuki immediately drew a kunai and clashed with the opponent. Boom! Then Namikaze Shizuki delivered a kick, sending the figure flying. Whoosh! 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 At that moment, many puppets appeared near the forest. They all stared at Namikaze Shizuki with expressionless faces. Seeing this, Chishazhixi was stunned. These puppets were very different from his own. Why are these puppets here each comparable to my original body? So do you believe that Orochimaru's puppet skills have already surpassed yours? Seeing Chishazhixi's astonished expression, Namikaze Shizuki smiled and spoke. At the same time, she began forming hand seals: claw, serpent, hare, rat, boar, bird, claw, horse, bird, rat, tiger, dog, tiger, serpent, claw, goat, serpent, bird, goat, rat, water, serpent, bird, dragon, bird, claw, horse, goat, tiger, serpent, rat, serpent, hare, bird, dog, goat, rat, claw, serpent, bird, water, rat, bird, boar, bird. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. With the use of this jutsu, a water dragon surged from the depths of the earth, turning its gaze toward the surrounding puppets and charging at them. Boom! With an explosive sound, all the puppets around collapsed to the ground. Hee, as expected of the woman, my master fancies truly extraordinary. Just then a voice rang out and Orochimaru stepped out from the forest. One by one, his serpentine eyes fixed on Namikaze Shizuki as he spoke. These words made Chishazhixi and Deidara exchange glances. Master. Hearing these 2 words from Orochimaru's mouth, they both couldn't believe it. After all, even the leader of the Akatsuki, who was hailed as a god, had not made Orochimaru submit. Yet now he was shamelessly calling someone master and doing so with great fluency. Just how powerful was that person to have tamed this snake so docilely? Finally out Orochimaru. Today I want to see Lin. While Chishazhixi and Deidara were pondering, Namikaze Shizuki looked at Orochimaru and spoke. After Namikaze Shizuki finished speaking, Orochimaru's eyes fixed on her and he formed hand seals while saying, "My master knows why you've come, so she said that if you defeat me you can go and see her." Then it seems you're about to get beaten up. After saying that, Namikaze Shizuki immediately began forming hand seals: claw, serpent, hare, rat, boar, bird, claw, horse, bird, rat, tiger, dog, tiger, serpent, claw, goat, serpent, bird, goat, rat, water, serpent, bird, dragon, bird, claw, horse, goat, tiger, serpent, hare, bird, dog, goat, rat, claw, serpent, bird, water, rat, bird, boar, bird. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A water dragon surged forth, charging toward Orochimaru. Seeing this, Orochimaru leaped up and punched the water dragon. Boom! With a loud explosion, the water dragon bullet technique was directly shattered. Witnessing this, Orochimaru said to Namikaze Shizuki, "We know each other well, so let's not waste time. Bring out your ultimate technique." After Orochimaru spoke, his body began to swell rapidly and the massive form of the eight-headed serpent appeared. Ninja Art Body Flicker Technique. Seeing this, Namikaze Shizuki's body instantly vanished from the spot. Ninja Body Technique Explosive Fist. With this punch, flames engulfed Orochimaru and the eight-headed serpent he had transformed into trembled and writhed in agony. This scene also left Shishazhixi and Deidara stunned. Initially they had thought Namikaze Shizuki was strong, but only slightly stronger than them. They never expected she had such a trump card jutsu. Even the leader might not be able to completely defeat Namikaze Shizuki. Thud. Just then, with a thud, space trembled. Then a pale-skinned woman appeared. The moment this figure appeared, the raging flames gradually dissipated. Orochimaru also emerged from the eight-headed serpent, knelt on one knee before the woman and said, "Master, I'm sorry." "Hee, I knew you would come to find me, Shizuki." Before Orochimaru could finish, Otsutsuki Inlin smiled and spoke. "Yes, I've come to find you." Hearing her words, Namikaze Shizuki nodded and looked at Otsutsuki Inlin. After the simple exchange, Otsutsuki Inlin looked at Namikaze Shizuki and said, "So you've come back to me. Are you wanting to marry me?" Shishazhixi. Deidara. After Otsutsuki Inlin's words, Shishazhixi and Deidara were dumbfounded. What shocking words are these? And those two toys, are they the betrothal gifts? While Shishazhixi and Deidara were thinking, Otsutsuki Inlin looked at Deidara and Shishazhixi and spoke. This remark left Shishazhixi and Deidara stunned. Betrothal gifts. A sentient wooden puppet and a little boy who can set off fireworks. I think keeping a snake watching fireworks and playing with the puppet would be quite fun, don't you think, Shizuki? After Otsutsuki Inlin's words, Namikaze Shizuki frowned and said, "Don't you already know what I'm going to say?" "Alright, fine. I do know what you're going to say. The Otsutsuki clan is on their way, but they are still far off. Even if they come, I can still take you away without any problem." Seeing Namikaze Shizuki's serious expression, Otsutsuki Inlin smiled and spoke. However, after Daitangmu Inlin finished speaking, Bofeng Sie's gaze shifted to Daitangmu Inlin and she said indifferently, "That's not what I meant. Sie, my surname is Daitangmu." At that moment, Daitangmu Inlin suddenly spoke with seriousness. After these words, Bofeng Sie looked at Daitangmu Inlin, remaining silent for a long time. To be honest, fallen leaves return to their roots. The other party indeed bore the surname Daitangmu and he could say nothing about that. In that case, there's nothing more to say. Thinking thus, Bofeng Sie turned his head and walked off in a direction. Watching this, Daitangmu Inlin's eyes flickered, then she spoke. "Forget it, I can help you too, but there's a condition." Suddenly Daitangmu Inlin relented. Seeing her relenting, Bofeng Sie looked at Daitangmu Inlin. To be honest, he had never expected to convince her. But now that she had relented, there was hope. "The Daitangmu clan's descent may be imminent and my requirement is that you subdue the entire Akatsuki before their arrival. If you can accomplish that, I will have a way to negotiate with the Daitangmu clan." After these words, Bofeng Sie looked at Daitangmu Inlin and said agreed. Having said that, Bofeng Sie stepped outwards. Back in place, Daitangmu Inlin watched the departing figure, a slight smile curling at the corner of her mouth. Subdue the Akatsuki. As if this organization was not so easily conquered. Within it were traitors, hardened men, and a great crocodile bearing grudges. These people could not be subdued with just a few words. Moreover, its leader could be called the strongest beneath the Daitangmu clan. Although Bofeng Sie's true body was powerful, it was no match for that person. At this moment, outside the Uni Ninja Village, the clone Bofeng Sie's information was all transmitted to the main body. At this moment, Bofeng Sie closed his eyes. Daitangmu Inlin's condition actually coincided with his own mission. However, with the Daitangmu clan descending, it seemed that nothing would align with the original story anymore. Everything was about to become increasingly enigmatic. Thinking thus, Bofeng Sie wolfed down the noodles before him. Then he transmitted information about Jiao Du and Fei Duan to his clone. Hee, I've got the intel. Just as Bofeng Sie finished his noodles, the masked Yuzebo Daitu appeared before him and spoke. Hearing this, Bofeng Sie looked at Yuzebo Daitu beside him and said, "So fast. You catch them or I catch them." After these words, everyone around fell into a genjutsu and fell asleep. Seeing this, Bofeng Sie let out a breath and said, "Let's go check it out together. The Eight-Tails Jinchuriki should be strong." After these words, Bofeng Siye and Yuzhibo Daito both headed to a certain place. Yunin Village. The dwelling of the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki Kalabi. Suddenly the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki Kalabi opened his eyes. He stepped out of his room, his gaze fixed on the two figures slowly emerging from the bottom of the stairs. Both figures were draped in black cloaks adorned with red clouds. The most peculiar thing was that they both wore masks. Yo yo yo. Two clowns, what brings you to this sacred place? Seeing these two masked Akatsuki members, Kalabi began to rap. Hearing this, Yuzhibo Daito glanced at Bofeng Siye beside him. Seeing this, Bofeng Siye took a step back and said, "You handle it. I'm not strong enough." After saying that, Bofeng Siye sat cross-legged, eyes fixed on Yuzhibo Daito as he spoke. To be honest, Yuzhibo Daito's strength had always been a mystery to him. Even when he read the manga, he rarely saw the peak of his power. After all, during the later Ninja World War, he directly installed the Rinnegan and activated a Gundam, but his usual strength remained elusive despite several attempts to probe it. After Bofeng Siye finished, Yuzhibo Daito stepped forward, his single eye fixed on Kalabi in the distance. Whoosh! Then Yuzhibo Daito leaped forward, speeding toward Kalabi. Seeing this, Kalabi also stepped forward. Boom! Just as Kalabi tried to use his strength to strike down Yuzhibo Daito, suddenly Kalabi's body passed through Yuzhibo Daito's body. Then his fist slammed heavily into the stone stairs. Kalabi's eyes shifted. He had passed through the opponent's body. It must be some ninjutsu, but what kind of ninjutsu was it? Whoosh! But in the next moment, Kalabi quickly rushed toward Bofeng Siye. After all, since he didn't know the other's hand, he would pick the softest persimmon. Moreover, he might learn that guy's trump card from the companion's mouth. Seeing this, Bofeng Siye was taken aback. This guy, instead of fighting that one properly, was coming after him. Damn it! Saying this, Bofeng Siye immediately formed hand seals. Shun him away. Spacetime Ninjutsu Void Phantom. The moment this jutsu was activated, Bofeng Siye's body completely turned into a phantom shadow. Then Kalabi's body passed through Bofeng Siye's body once again. And Bofeng Siye, after the phantasm time elapsed, quickly dashed out and landed on a large boulder. Watching this, Yuzhibo Daito was stunned. Phasing. When did Bofeng Siye gain this ability? Heibaiju had indeed told him that Bofeng Siye had used some method to evade when Yuzhibo Sasuke copied her ninjutsu. But due to the circumstances at that time, Heibaiju didn't know what method it was. Now it seemed that this was the jutsu he had used. Bastards, are you both experts at playing hide and seek? Just as Yuzhibo Daito was thinking, Kalabi stood up and looked at Bofeng Siye and Yuzhibo Daito, speaking. To be honest, he found both Bofeng Siye and Yuzhibo Daito extremely difficult to deal with. Spacetime ninjutsu, truly like the fourth Hokage, they were all troublesome fellows. Bastard turtle egg, rotten egg, double yolk egg, you two rotten eggs, take this. After this rap, 8 swords rose and circled around Kalabi. As the 8 swords encircled Killer Bee, his body vanished instantly. Shoo! In the next moment, Killer Bee's form appeared before Namikaze Shizuki. Witnessing this, Namikaze Shizuki was stunned. Wasn't it agreed that Obito would handle this guy? Why did he keep coming after her instead? With this thought, Namikaze Shizuki's gaze shifted to where Obito Uchiha stood in the distance, and her expression finally darkened. Oh, you're playing hide and seek with me, huh? Shoo! With that thought, Namikaze Shizuki stepped back. Simultaneously, she began forming hand seals. Ox, monkey, hare, rat, boar, bird, ox, horse, bird, rat, tiger, dog, tiger, snake, ox, ram, snake, boar, ram, rat, water, monkey, bird, dragon, bird, ox, horse, ram, tiger, snake, rat, monkey, hare, boar, dog, ram, rat, ox, monkey, bird, water, rat, boar, bird, water, release, water, dragon, bullet technique. With this jutsu executed, a massive water dragon surged from the depths, its gaze fixed on Killer Bee as it charged forth. Then, not daring to be careless, she formed hand seals again. Ox, monkey, hare, rat, boar, bird, ox, ox, dog, dragon, rat, dog, boar, snake, tiger, ox, monkey, hare, rat, boar, bird, ox, ox, dog, dragon, rat, dog, boar, snake, tiger, ninja art, water dragon clone spitting breath technique. Once the seal was completed, countless water dragons surged from the water, each with a Rasengan spinning in its mouth, all hurtling toward Killer Bee. Boo! 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 At that moment, a series of explosions erupted around Killer Bee. But shortly after, a massive tailed beast cloak appeared. Seeing this, Namikaze Shizuku frowned at the octopus-tail ox-head monster, her displeasure cursing Obito Uchiha in her heart. She heard Killer Bee's rap, yo yo yo, what a pity, I was just a hair's breadth away from being done for. Too bad, too bad. What a shame. As Namikaze Shizuku inwardly swore, Killer Bee's rap rang out once more. Though his rap sounded carefree, Killer Bee fixed his gaze on the masked figure before him, analyzing the previous engagement in his mind. First the penetrating spacetime ninjutsu. Then incredible speed and rapid seal casting. The two jutsus just used by the opponent, the first, despite its long seal sequence, was merely an enhanced version of the water dragon bullet technique, not quite a rank but formidable within rank. However, that water dragon bullet technique was merely a means to slow him down, setting up the finishing move, the spiraling vortex spat from within the water dragon. It felt oddly familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. While Killer Bee analyzed internally, Namikaze Shizuki gazed at the colossal creature and spoke to Kurama within her mind. Kurama, can you communicate with Gyuki and ask it to lend me one of its tails? Let me try. After she spoke, the 9 tails within her initiated contact with the 8 tails. It agreed. In the next instant, Kurama directly informed her. Simultaneously, the 8 tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee received Gyuki's message and turned his eyes toward Namikaze Shizuki. Yo yo yo. You're strong. I'm coming for you. With that, Killer Bee in his tail beast form extended multiple tails lashing toward Namikaze Shizuki. Seeing this, Namikaze Shizuki swiftly retreated. Boom. The tremendous impact turned the ground where she had stood into rubble. Then, hovering in midair, Namikaze Shizuki began forming hand seals. Ninja Art Water Dragon Clone Spitting Breath Technique. Once the seal was completed, countless water dragons erupted from the water, each with a Rasengan in its mouth, all charging toward Killer Bee. Boo! 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 Under the barrage of the water dragon clone spitting breath technique, Killer Bee's body was driven back step by step toward the shore. When he finally reached the seaside, several Rasengan struck him. Subsequently, Killer Bee's tailed beast form toppled backward into the sea. Watching this, Namikaze Shizuki rushed to the shore only to see Killer Bee's body floating there. A flicker of panic stirred within her. Damn it, even if this was a setup, he shouldn't have been taken down in one blow. Never mind the others, Obito Uchiha is watching right there. Would he see through the act? Whatever, at this point I have to treat a dead horse as if it's still alive. With that thought, Namikaze Shizuki hoisted Killer Bee's corpse onto her shoulder. Ha, impressive. You've taken down Killer Bee the Jinchuriki so quickly, came Obito Uchiha's voice as he appeared on the scene. Bastard, where the hell were you? Namikaze Shizuki pointed at Obito and shouted. Just had a stomachache, went to relieve myself, Obito replied, scratching the back of his head. Like I do believe that, she retorted, exaggerating her disbelief. Alright, now that we've captured the 8 tails, let's head back. If the Cloud Ninja show up, things will get messy. With that, Namikaze Shizuki and Obito Uchiha turned and left. Shortly after they departed, Killer Bee emerged from the sea. Gyuki, is what you said true? He asked. It's true. That masked girl is the missing Jinchuriki of Konoha, Namikaze Shizuki. I never thought she'd infiltrate the Akatsuki as a spy, what nerve. Hearing this, Killer Bee's expression turned serious. But pulling this off will cause quite a stir. Forget it. I'm off to play. With that, Gyuki was left speechless. Had they not been bonded for so long, he would never have gotten used to Killer Bee's personality. The ninja world was about to erupt into a massive conference. With Killer Bee captured, the Raikage would undoubtedly fly into a rage and call for the 5 Kage summit. The entire ninja world was about to descend into chaos. Meanwhile, on the other side, Namikaze Shizuki's clone arrived at a certain location. She gazed at the vast forest and sat down. After all, finding the zombie duo within this immense woodland was no easy task. But her original body had already captured one of the 8 tails' tails. As soon as the zombie duo began using chakra, she would be able to locate them and bring them under her control. Wolfeng Xie thought about it, and then she sat down cross-legged at that spot. After about 20 hours, suddenly a surge of chakra emanated forth. Feeling the surge of these 2 chakras, Wolfeng Xie's lips curled slightly. It seemed that the 8 tails' leg had begun to absorb. However, this immediately gave her their location. Whoosh. Thinking this, Wolfeng Xie took a step forward and headed toward the chakra source she had located. Meanwhile, at another place, the zombie duo were connecting to Pain's lair, but at that moment Kakuzu frowned and said, Haiden, someone is approaching both of our original bodies. Can't you just go deal with it? Haiden said impatiently upon hearing this. But these words made Kakuzu frown. To be honest, he really wanted to kill that waste Haiden. However, he truly couldn't, because unlike his own secret technique, Haiden possessed a truly immortal body. Although he didn't know the principle, it must be related to the evil god Haiden spoke of. Alright, this time you two go and deal with it together. Don't get involved in matters here for now, just take care of the rats peacefully. Pain directly said at this moment. Ever since Chisha Jishe and Didala disappeared, he felt that someone had been acting against their Akatsuki organization. Although he didn't know who, given the strength of the immortal duo, even if they couldn't kill the opponent, they could still retreat unscathed. Yes. Yes. After Pain finished speaking, both Kakuzu and Haiden withdrew from there. Then inside a cave in the forest, Haiden and Kakuzu opened their eyes simultaneously. Oh, you two are awake. At the moment their eyes opened, a clear voice sounded. Hearing this voice, Kakuzu looked at its owner. Seeing the beautiful woman with red hair, he was stunned, then matched her with a young girl in his memory. Wolfeng Xie, the 9 tails Jinchuriki and rogue ninja of Konohagakure. Although her appearance has changed a lot, that bright red hair is a typical hallmark. After these words fell, Haiden immediately looked at Bofeng Siye and said, Zundu Jadu. This chick is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. By the way, do you believe in the evil god? He looked at Bofeng Siye and said with a smile. Ah. The evil god. I believe in that guy. And don't doubt it, in telling the truth, Zundu. Hearing Haiden's words, Bofeng Siye also smiled and said, Zundu Jadu. You really believe in Lord Evil God? Hearing this, Haiden asked again. Seeing this, Kakuzu quietly moved one hand toward the ground. Boom. Suddenly a hand emerged from beneath Bofeng Siye. Seeing this, Bofeng Siye took a step forward, then leaped onto a rock and said, Of course it's true, Zunda, because I am the evil god himself. After saying this, Haiden immediately took out his large scythe and charged at Bofeng Siye, saying, You damn bastard, how dare you mock me? Watching Haiden charging at her and Kakuzu preparing to attack, Bofeng Siye immediately began forming hand seals: ox, monkey, hare, rat, boar, rooster, ox, horse, rooster, rat, tiger, dog, tiger, serpent, ox, goat, serpent, boar, goat, rat, rin, monkey, rooster, dragon, rooster, ox, horse, goat, tiger, serpent, rat, monkey, hare, boar, dog, goat, rat, ox, monkey, rooster, rin, rat, boar, rooster. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. With this technique, a water dragon surged from the depths of the earth, turned its gaze toward Haiden and Kakuzu and charged at them. Boom. Soon the water dragon bullet technique engulfed both Kakuzu and Haiden. However, Bofeng Siye did not dare to be careless. She formed hand seals again: ox, monkey, hare, rat, boar, rooster, ox, ox, dog, dragon, rat, dog, boar, serpent, tiger, ox, monkey, hare, rat, boar, rooster, ox, ox, dog, dragon, rat, dog, boar, serpent, tiger. Ninja art water dragon bullet shadow clone breath technique. After the seals were completed, countless water dragons rushed out from the water, each with a Rasengan in their mouths. These Rasengan then shot toward Haiden and Kakuzu. Soon all these ninja techniques subsided. Then two figures lay on the ground, one of them with a heart blasted out of its body, looking thoroughly dead. Under normal circumstances, this situation would have signified that the outcome was decided. But this was not a normal circumstance. Bofeng Siye knew clearly that although everyone in the Akatsuki had survival techniques, they were still too inexperienced when facing the immortal duo. Of the two, one possessed a truly immortal body. The other had the secret technique Earth Grudge Fear, allowing him to have up to 5 hearts. Thinking this, Bofeng Siye looked at the two and said, Get up, stop playing dead. Damn it, how do you know we're not dead? At that moment, Haiden climbed up from the ground and said. At the same time, Kakuzu also got up and looked at Bofeng Siye. Although Kakuzu said nothing, he began to think of countermeasures against this Bofeng Siye in his mind. Hey, do you know what the strongest illusion technique in this world is? At that moment, Bofeng Siye looked at the two and said with a smile. After saying this, she began forming hand seals. Then behind Bofeng Siye, a Mangekyo Sharingan appeared. Seeing this Mangekyo Sharingan, Haiden and Kakuzu immediately closed their eyes and ran out of the forest. However, this was all in their imagination. In reality, the two had already fallen under an illusion. Seeing this, Bofeng Siye sat down. The strongest illusion technique BT Anshin was not just a mere claim. Thinking this, Bofeng Siye sat down and began waiting for the two to awaken. Compared to leaving Chisha Jishe and Didala at the Sound Ninja Village to be educated by Daitanmu in Lin, these two, she would directly change the thoughts in their minds, making herself their god. Meanwhile, inside Konohagakure, Yujibwa Zuiju directly stated that he was going to mess with Wan's experimental base. After saying that, he set off to mess with Wan's experimental base. At the same time, a great storm swept across the entire ninja world. The source of this storm was the Yōnin village of the Lei country. The instigator was none other than the Raikage. The reason for the action was that the 8 tails of Yōnin had been captured. This piece of information made the 5 great nations sense an unusual scent. At the same time, they secretly thought that this Lei was truly hypocritical. Earlier, they had also sent an invitation to Yōnin explaining the matter of the tailed beast being taken. However, Yōnin was completely unconcerned about this, and the answer to the question was actually clear to the other 4 great nations. That was because the 2 Jinchuriki within Yōnin were both perfect Jinchuriki. Therefore, they were not worried about the tailed beast running wild within their village, nor about anything else. After all, with 2 perfect Jinchuriki humans who perfectly controlled the power of the tailed beast, what did they have to fear? But now, after their own village's perfect Jinchuriki Kalabi was captured, they began to panic. Wasn't this double standard? In this way, within a few days, the Raikage directly dispatched envoys to the 4 great ninja villages demanding a 5 Kage summit. At the same time, inside the U village, Payen looked at the octopus leg with black lines appearing on his face. Is this the result of your hard work for half the day? Payen said angrily as he looked at the octopus tail. At the same time, Yuzebo Daitu was also stunned by the sight. Octopus tail. Damn, what's going on? This matter, even I myself didn't notice it. Boss, the immortal duo has lost contact. Moreover, ninjas from Lei have entered the other 4 great nations in batches, preparing to demand a 5 Kage summit. This summit may be targeting us. Just then the words of Baiju and Heiju reached Payen. Hearing these words, Payen was stunned again. The immortal duo had lost contact at this time. And what was going on with the 5 Kage summit? All of this was too unexpected. A series of troubling matters made Chang Men wave his hand and say enough, let this matter be. Now I have a task for you too. There is a temple where a suspected tailed beast has appeared. Go and check it out. After saying this, both Feng Xie and Yuzhibo Daitu exchanged glances, nodded and headed towards that place. After the two left, Pei Yan's gaze turned to Gonchur Guizhou and Yuzhibo Yu. Guizhou and you two go and capture the 4 tails and 5 tails Jinchuriki. As for the 2 tails and 8 tails, I will handle them personally. This time we must be quick, or once the 5 Kages finish their talks, our Akatsuki will face the 5 great ninja nations. When these words fell, Yuzhibo Yu and Guizhou both nodded and headed outside. Thus the members of Akatsuki began to operate in batches. Soon Bofeng Xie and Yuzhibo Daitu arrived in the fire country. Looking at the forest filled with trees, Bofeng Xie said to Yuzhibo Daito, this time let me go collect intel. You. Hearing this, Yuzhibo Daitu was taken aback. What? Can't I? Compared to 2 masked men this way, it's easier to gather intel. After saying this, Bofeng Xie took off her long unused mask and looked at Yuzhibo Daitu with a smile. Seeing this, Yuzhibo Daitu nodded and said, I'll give you 10 days. If you haven't come out by then, I will destroy everything here. After saying this, Yuzhibo Daitu headed in a certain direction. Watching him leave, Bofeng Xie went towards the Hua temple. After walking for a distance, Bofeng Xie looked at the temple and stepped forward to knock on the door. Tap tap tap. With the sound of tapping, a young monk opened the door. But the moment he saw Bofeng Xie, his face turned red and he clasped his hands together, reciting a phrase, Buddha, be merciful, form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Little master, since you say emptiness is form and form is emptiness, then it's fine to just go ahead with form, since form is emptiness. Amatba Sin Sin. Female benefactor, please stop teasing me. Looking at Bofeng Xie, the young monk's face grew redder. Little monk, then I won't tease you. But this young lady is lost. You wouldn't want me to sleep in the wilderness, would you? At this moment, Bofeng Xie looked at the young monk and stepped closer to him. This scene directly made the young monk's heart race and even nosebleeds started to flow. But soon the young monk stepped back and said, sleeping in the wilderness is certainly not allowed. After all, there are many insects, mice and beasts in the wild. Female benefactor, please come in. After saying this, the young monk made a gesture of invitation. Then Bofeng Xie and the young monk entered the temple. After entering, Bofeng Xie went to a guest room, sat inside and looked out at the scenery. To be honest, she was very clear about the situation here. There was a pseudo-Nine-Tails Jinchuriki named Kong. Inside Kong's body was the chakra of the Nine-Tails, so many times Kong would also run wild. Thinking this, Bofeng Xie closed her eyes and carefully sensed the surrounding chakra. Soon she located Kong's position. After locating it, Bofeng Xie vanished with a whoosh. Soon on a rooftop, a young man sat looking at the distant sky. Just then Bofeng Xie came to his side, sat down and said, how is it? Is the moon beautiful? Hearing this, the young man glanced at Bofeng Xie and said, who are you? My village, Bofeng Xie. Hearing this, the young man was stunned, then shook his head and said, never heard of it. Anyway, why are you looking for me? Nothing, I just want to ask you, is this temple fun? Swish. As soon as these words fell, the young man threw a punch at Bofeng Xie. Boom. Just then Bofeng Xie caught the attack with one hand and said, if it's fun, it's fun, if it's not, it's not. Why resort to violence? Impure intentions. Speak, why have you come here? The young man said coldly, looking at Bofeng Xie. It seemed he wanted to get an answer from Bofeng Xie. Alright, it seems you're in a bad mood today. I'll come find you tomorrow. Looking at the young man's expression, Bofeng Xie said with a smile. After saying this, she jumped down in one step and headed back to the temple guest room. But after walking 2 steps, Bofeng Xie turned back to look at the young man and said, by the way, I am a guest here now, so you better be polite to me. After finishing her words, Bofeng Xie returned to her own room. Then lying on the bed, she looked at the ceiling and said, come out. Whoosh. After these words fell, a figure appeared in the air and a masked face looked at Bofeng Xie and said, you're quite leisurely, aren't you? Are you really sure about gathering intelligence? Gathering intelligence. Of course, no problem. After these words, Uchiha Obito frowned at Bofeng Xie and said, I hope so. After saying this, Uchiha Obito vanished directly. Then the sound of knocking came from outside the door. De. Hearing the sound, Bofeng Xie asked, is there something? This is for you, benefactress. After the little monk finished speaking, some vegetarian dishes appeared on the table. Looking at the dishes, Bofeng Xie smiled, pressed her palms together and said, Amatba, merciful Buddha. Amatba, benefactress, you are a person of affinity, the Buddha will surely honor you. After saying this, the little monk withdrew. After he left, Bofeng Xie looked at the vegetarian dishes and began to eat. After eating, Bofeng Xie lay on the bed and went to sleep. Thus the night passed quietly. Early the next morning, after getting up and washing up, she wandered around the temple. However, she noticed that the warrior monks in the temple were all training their bodies. Watching this, Bofeng Xie nodded. The reason Huaji Temple was strong was not solely due to the abbot but also the efforts of all the warrior monks. However, there was an exception. Thinking this, his gaze turned to the little monk who had received him yesterday, and he saw that the monk was looking at the training warrior monks with hatred in his eyes. But soon after his eyes met Bofong Sieyes, he pressed his palms together and stepped forward saying, "Benefactress, did you rest well last night?" Hearing this, Bofong Sieyes smiled and said, "Benefactress, I have morning lessons today, so will take my leave." After the little monk finished, he walked forward. Watching the departing figure, Bofong Sieyes smiled, then greeted another little monk before leaving to take a walk outside. Walking out of Huaji Temple, stepping on the quiet path, Bofong Sieyes felt that life was truly serene. In this peaceful place, one's heart would also calm down. Boo! 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 But just then the sound of hitting wooden stakes came. Hearing these sounds, Bofong Sieyes slowly walked over and looked at the figure in the distance. In the distance, Kong was also training. Seeing this, Bofong Sieyes slowly walked out. At that moment, upon seeing Bofong Sieyes appear, Kong stopped his punching hands and looked at Bofong Sieyes saying, "Why are you here?" "Nothing to do, just taking a stroll." "By the way, why aren't you training with the monks inside but here alone?" After Bofong Sieyes finished, Kong glanced at her and said, "None of your business." Boo! 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 After saying this, Kong struck the wooden stake again. Watching this, Bofong Sieyes leaned against a tree and said to Kong, "Your strikes are decent, but unfortunately they are just empty forms." "What did you say?" Upon hearing Bofong Sieyes' judgment, Kong immediately turned around looking at her with defiance. "You don't believe it? It seems your strength is not bad, then come on." After Kong finished, he directly put on his wolf-tooth iron claws and launched an attack at Bofong Sieyes. Watching the attack that came at her like an airwave, Bofong Sieyes stepped aside and dodged it. Too slow, not enough striking power. "Shut up. Take this." Whoosh! At that moment, Kong attacked again. But at this time, Bofong Sieyes sensed a killing intent that had locked onto Kong. Then arrows flew towards Kong one after another. Watching this, Bofong Sieyes immediately performed hand seals Choshin Mazi Hayucho Wayuzi Inshuin Secho Wasa Highway Zirin Shin Yuchin Yucho Wain Sazishin Maishu Wazi Choshin Yurin Zihayu. Water release water dragon bullet technique. With this technique, a water dragon bullet surged from the depths of the earth, but this time it did not attack anyone, instead it directly protected Kong. Then Bofong Sieyes looked at the distant shadow and stepped forward. Ninja art body flicker technique. At that moment, Bofong Sieyes used the body flicker technique and appeared before the shadow. Looking at a person dressed in night clothes, she said, "Who are you?" Whoosh! But what greeted Bofong Sieyes was only a fist. Facing this, Bofong Sieyes directly blocked with her right hand, then stepped back. "It seems that to make you obedient, I must first calm you down." Ninja art body flicker second stage. At that moment, Bofong Sieyes' body appeared behind the black-clothed man and one hand reached for his neck. Boo! With a loud bang, the black-clothed man fell to the ground. Watching this, Bofong Sieyes knew it was all over. Next, she just needed to see the face beneath the mask. Thinking this, Bofong Sieyes reached out to remove the mask. Tap! But at that moment, a hand grasped her hand. The person who grasped Bofong Sieyes' hand was none other than Kong. At this moment, Kong looked at the person who was glaring fiercely at him, then turned to Bofong Sieyes and said, "Let him go." Hearing this, Bofong Sieyes was stunned and began to say, "But let him go." Before Bofong Sieyes could finish, Kong spoke again. Hearing this, Bofong Sieyes made no move and the black-clothed man took the opportunity to escape. Watching all this, Bofong Sieyes shook her head and said, "I won't interfere anymore. Be careful in the future." "Thank you, but are you interested in chatting with me?" At this moment, Kong looked at Bofong Sieyes and spoke. Hearing this, Bofong Sieyes nodded and said, "Okay." Meanwhile, on the other side, that black-clothed man arrived in a room, then looked at the little monk before him and said, "Ju, I failed, but Kong let me go again. Namo Amitba, Namo Amitba." While the black-clothed man was speaking, the little monk was still chanting sutras. Then he opened his eyes and looked at the black-clothed man, saying, "It's fine. But I cannot accept this. That man killed my parents." Looking at Ju, the black-clad figure spoke again. "Don't worry, my plan will soon begin. Will we just need to wait a little longer?" After saying this, Ju closed his eyes and from his mouth came the sound of chanting once more. Namo Amichuofo, Namo Amichuofo. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Namikaze Tsukiyo listened to everything Kuo had said. It turned out that since childhood, Kuo had often lost control due to the power within him. Each time he went berserk, he was unconscious, but after the rampage, the warrior monks in the temple looked at him with disgust. He had even unintentionally killed many people. As these words fell, Namikaze Tsukiyo glanced at Kuo and thought, indeed, just like in the original story. "So that's how it is. You must have been very lonely." Namikaze Tsukiyo said with a smile. "Lonely? A monster like me doesn't get to talk about loneliness. But still, I wish I had a friend on my side." He hesitated at the end, but after a moment he spoke the words. Then consider me your friend. What do you think? Namikaze Tsukiyo said directly. After hearing this, Kuo was completely stunned, but soon he let out a sneer. Friend. If you can still say that after witnessing my power, I'll accept. With that, Kuo stood up and walked away into the distance. Watching this, Namikaze Tsukiyo understood. For a Jinchuriki, when people don't know your identity, the word friend comes easily. But once they learn the truth, those two words are never spoken again. Gaara, Naruto and herself all were Jinchuriki. Only the Jinchuriki truly knew the suffering they endured. After Namikaze Tsukiyo finished speaking, several birds flew out from the forest. Then Uchiha Obito sat down in front of Namikaze Tsukiyo. Lucky break. 80% chance this guy is connected to a Jinchuriki. Indeed, but we still lack information. Didn't you say 10 days? I'll gather more intelligence. After saying this, Namikaze Tsukiyo walked toward the temple. Inside the temple, she found the main hall, ate some porridge and rice, and after finishing, the young monk from yesterday approached her again. Lady Benefactor, I have reported your matter to the abbot. He wishes to ask how many days you intend to stay here. 10 days. I will pay for the incense offerings. Namikaze Tsukiyo said with a smile. Amatba, may the Buddha be merciful. I will convey your words to the abbot. After saying this, the young monk walked away. Ju, wait for me, let's go together. Just after Ju finished, a young monk ran toward him. And so Namikaze Tsukiyo settled in here. 3 days passed swiftly. On the third day, as usual, she was roaming the forest outside the Temple of Fire, but soon she frowned as she looked into the distance. Something was rushing toward her. Then a swarm of giant white termites appeared and stared at her. Namikaze Tsukiyo was taken aback. Such huge ants. Wait, something was strange. These white ants seemed to contain sage energy, natural energy, within their bodies. What was going on? Had sage bodies become so common? Even ants possessed them. As she was thinking, one ant leg shot toward her. Another ant spat a stream of strong acid at her. But against such crude attacks, Namikaze Tsukiyo easily leaped aside to dodge. Then her hands began forming seals rapidly. Boar, ram, monkey, rat, boar, tiger, rat, ram, monkey, boar, tiger, snake, boar, ram, boar, tiger, monkey, boar, tiger, snake, boar, ram, tiger, monkey, boar, tiger, snake, boar, ram, tiger, monkey, boar, tiger, snake, boar, ram, tiger, monkey, boar, tiger, snake. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. With this jutsu, a massive water dragon surged from deep underground and charged at the giant white ants. Soon the giant white ants were annihilated by the water dragon bullet. Seeing this, Namikaze Tsukiyo frowned. She felt that something here was off. These giant white ants were strikingly similar to the giant boar she had encountered during her first mission. If that was the case, who was pulling the strings behind all this? Who's there? Just as she was pondering, a faint ripple made her spin around to face the distance. Amatba, may the Buddha be merciful. Lady Benefactor, it is this humble monk. I came out to pick mushrooms today and happened to witness that scene. Your skills are indeed formidable. You struck down those monsters with a single blow. The young monk spoke calmly, looking at Namikaze Tsukiyo. Hearing this, she sat down and said with a smile, not at all. Let's head back now. You should inform your abbot about this incident and have the surroundings of the Temple of Fire checked. After speaking, Namikaze Tsukiyo walked toward the Temple of Fire. At this moment, Ju stared at her back, clenching his teeth. Then he turned his gaze to the scattered corpses of the giant white ants, slowly approached them and pressed his palms together. Amatba, may the Buddha be merciful. Now this humble priest will perform the rites for your rebirth. With that, Ju's eyes suddenly turned crimson and he opened his mouth wide, devouring all the giant white ants. Belch. Ju let out a burp, then exhaled slowly. Who is that Lady Benefactor? It seems I need to prepare more thoroughly. If only time weren't so short, I would have preferred to wait until she left before starting the operation. After saying this, Ju walked toward the Temple of Fire. Meanwhile, from the shadows, Namikaze Tsukiyo watched the scene with a frown. That young monk was indeed suspicious. But were those creatures merely a test of her strength? She would need to investigate his connection to Sage Chakra and who else might be behind him. The night was desolate and bleak. Outside the fire temple, within a cellar, countless ant eggs hatched and giant ants crawled out one by one. Watching the giant ants emerge, a man in black stood there, a slight smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. The fall of the land of fire begins with the fire temple. After that, it will be the Hidden Leaf Village and finally the other 4 great ninja nations in Sano Manjiro. You will all regret what you have done. After saying this, the man in black waved his hand. Then the newborn ant swarm surged outward. The next day, inside the fire temple, Ju was performing his morning devotions when suddenly voices came from outside. After that, the fire temple dispatched many monks to investigate the surroundings. Watching this, a trace of sinister smile appeared on Ju's lips. The fire temple would fall today. Namo Amitba, merciful Buddha. Ju, morning lessons are over, are you still chanting? Just as Ju was speaking, a figure suddenly appeared beside him, smiling and speaking. It seemed they had a close relationship. Warning devotions indeed. Hi, which do you think is better, this world or the Pure Land? Looking at Hai, Ju asked again. The Pure Land, since that is the destination of our efforts. The sufferings of life are truly unbearable. Hai looked at Ju, clasping his hands together in he thought to himself, this guy is too serious. The Pure Land. After death, how could there be a Pure Land? Hai, well said. Then I'll help you. Seeing Ju with his hands clasped, Hai let out a sigh. Ju, don't joke like that. Why are you suddenly talking about this today, Kai? Just as Hai was speaking, a hand suddenly pierced through his abdomen. Hai stared at the hand penetrating his belly, his eyes filled with disbelief. Ju, why? Merciful Buddha, just helping others. No need to thank me. As Ju finished these words, Hai's life force was slowly drained away. Then an endless crimson appeared in Ju's eyes. Boom. It's terrible. The fire temple is under attack by monsters. Just as Ju finished his deed, voices suddenly came from outside. Hearing them, Ju withdrew his hand and walked step by step out. Tsk tisk, little monk, quite ruthless, aren't you? At that moment a voice came from behind him. Hearing this, Ju turned around and looked at Bofeng Xie, who was regarding him with mockery. He clasped his hands together and said, Umatba, merciful Buddha. It would be best for the female benefactor not to meddle in others' affairs. Oh, don't meddle. Indeed, I don't want to. Hearing this, Ju nodded with a smile. But if I see something displeasing, then it's not called meddling. After these words, Bofeng Xie looked at Ju. Ju saw this and immediately retreated. He had witnessed Bofeng Xie's strength before. She was formidable. Ninja art body flicker technique. The moment Ju retreated, Bofeng Xie had already appeared behind him, pressing a kunai to his throat. Female benefactor, we have no past grievances nor recent enmity. Why do you trouble this humble monk? Looking at Bofeng Xie, cold sweat broke out on the back of Ju's head. Faced with such a disparity in strength, he was completely unable to contend with her. Swish. 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 At that moment, silhouettes of martial monks appeared all around. Then the group looked at Ju and asked, Ju, what's going on? This female benefactor is the mastermind behind the monsters, and she also killed Hai. Looking at the crowd, Ju immediately started spouting nonsense. After saying this, Ju quickly grabbed a shuriken in his right hand and launched an elbow strike at Bofeng Xie. There's sage power in this elbow strike, he wants to petrify me. Seeing the faint natural energy, Bofeng Xie stepped back, keeping her distance from Ju. Witnessing this, the surrounding monks all charged at Bofeng Xie. Watching this, Bofeng Xie thought to herself, a bunch of idiots. But that's fine, let me see where Ju will go in the chaos. Was there a mastermind behind the scenes? Otherwise, with his level of strength, she couldn't believe he could cause all this. Watching, Bofeng Xie began to form hand seals. Boar, monkey, hare, rat, boar, rooster, boar, horse, rooster, rat, tiger, dog, tiger, snake, boar, goat, rat, run, monkey, rooster, dragon, rooster, boar, horse, goat, tiger, snake, rat, monkey, hare, boar, dog, goat, rat, boar, monkey, rooster, wren, rat, boar, rooster. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. When this technique was activated, a massive water dragon surged from beneath the ground, then charged toward the surrounding monks. Under this impact, Ju immediately went into escape mode. Watching Ju's disappearing back, Bofeng Xie concealed her aura and followed step by step. Meanwhile, on the other side, at the entrance of the fire temple, the overwhelming swarm of white giant ants stared at the temple and spat out massive corrosive liquid. Wherever the liquid touched a monk, the monk would damn it. The abbot just left and these monsters show up right away. It's a diversionary tactic. First they massacre nearby villages, leave a few survivors to report to the fire temple, trick the main force away, then attack us. It's a complete conspiracy. But what do we do now? We can't hold them off. Watching these giant white ants, the surrounding monks grew anxious. Even if we can't hold them, we must. At that moment, Kong spoke. How? Each of these giant white ants is as strong as a monk and they outnumber us. Hey Kong, these white giant ants are your kin. Maybe they'll spare you. Just then another monk spoke. These words made Kong freeze. Kin. So in their eyes these creatures were his own kind. Kin. So that's how it is. Don't suppress it anymore. Release my power. At that moment a sinister voice echoed from within Kong. Hearing this voice, Kong was stunned. He didn't know what to do. At this moment Kong was utterly at a loss. No one regarded him as a comrade in their eyes, only the monsters and he were of the same kind. The more Kong thought this way, the redder his gaze became. Seeing this, the surrounding warrior monks took a step back, inwardly fearing that Kong might truly lose control at this moment. If Kong were to truly go berserk now, then the Temple of Fire would be doomed. Since you all consider me a monster, then I shall deal with the monsters outside. Looking at these people, Kong finally suppressed his urge to go berserk and walked step by step toward the outside. The surrounding warrior monks were stunned. But none of them said a word. After all, Kong was going out on his own, and what did that have to do with them? Meanwhile, as Kong prepared to fight the monsters alone, Ju had quickly arrived at an open space. Huff! Huff! I barely escaped. Ju, still terrified, gasped for breath. Didn't I tell you to open the temple gate? Why are you here, Ju? Just as Ju was still in shock, a voice suddenly came from afar. Hearing this, Ju looked ahead and saw a figure appear. Seeing the figure, Ju immediately knelt down and said, I encountered trouble. Trouble? What trouble? All the capable people in the temple have left. You can't even handle those small fries, can you, Ju? After these words, Ju was drenched in sweat. It's not that I can't handle them, I simply have no ability to handle them. Just as Ju was at a loss for how to explain, a voice suddenly came from behind them. Hearing this voice, Ju turned his head and looked at the young girl who had appeared in the distance, saying, It's her. Horror. The shadow frowned as he saw Bofeng Siez appear. Yes, it's me. It seems you're the one behind all this. Tell me, what is your purpose? Looking at this figure, Bofeng Siez spoke with a smile. Oh, you want to know? Hearing this, the shadow's lips curled slightly and his eyes toward Bofeng Siez were filled with murderous intent. I do. With a whoosh, as soon as Bofeng Siez finished speaking, the shadow vanished from his spot and instantly appeared before her, throwing a punch. However, facing this punch, Bofeng Siez stepped back and began forming hand seals: ox, monkey, rabbit, rat, boar, bird, ox, horse, bird, rat, tiger, dog, tiger, snake, ox, sheep, snake, boar, sheep, rat, water, monkey, bird, dragon, bird, ox, horse, sheep, tiger, snake, rat, monkey, rabbit, dog, sheep, rat, ox, monkey, bird, water, rat, boar, bird. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. After the seals were completed, a water column erupted from the ground, transforming into a dragon shape and charging toward the shadow. With a boom, the dragon head quickly engulfed the shadow within the water dragon bullet and slammed heavily into a pit. Seeing this, Ju's eyes widened. Was it over? But at this moment, Bofeng Siez's gaze narrowed slightly. This energy was abnormal. Boo! The next moment, an explosion resounded and a gigantic ant appeared before them, its size larger than half a mountain. Seeing this, Bofeng Siez was about to use a ninjutsu, but then the giant ant inhaled deeply toward the ground and countless ants were drawn in by this breath, including Ju. Then all these things fell into the giant ant's mouth and a towering beam of light shot into the sky. Watching this, Bofeng Siez sat on a tree, observing with interest and thinking, what is this guy up to? Bastard, you ruined my plan. I'll kill you. As Bofeng Siez was pondering, the light beam gradually dispersed, revealing a platinum white ant with black patterns and flames on its body. Kill me. You can try. Looking at this grotesque, neither human nor ghost, Bofeng Siez spoke with a lack of interest. What was this? It couldn't even compare to the mini 10-tails form of Fujiwara Ishimitsu in Konoha 3 years ago. You look down on me. You have a death wish. The ant spoke indifferently to Bofeng Siez, then swung one of its massive legs toward her. Seeing this, Bofeng Siez was about to counterattack, but then an airwave came from afar and Kong swiftly grabbed her, performing 3 consecutive leaps to escape the giant ant's attack range. Looking at this, Kong asked Bofeng Siez, are you alright? Yes. Be serious. This creature is a true monster just like me. Kong then looked at the monster and spoke. A monster. Hey Kong, what do you think a monster should be like? Bofeng Siez asked with a smile again. Monsters all deserve to die. Stay away, leave this to me. After Kong finished speaking, the giant ant in the distance began gathering a laser cannon and fired it toward them. Seeing this, Bofeng Siez shook her head, then walked step by step in front of Kong and said, little brat, stop boasting. Leave this to me. As Bofeng Siez finished speaking, Kong was about to scold her for being reckless, but then multiple tails appeared behind her and her body rapidly expanded. A massive 9-tails cloak materialized and the 9-tails claws extended, completely neutralizing the laser cannon. Seeing this, Kong was stunned. This energy was exactly the same as the energy within him. Then 9 tails swiftly shot toward the giant ant, each tail wrapping around and restraining it. At that moment, a tailed beast bomb shot out from the mouth of Bofeng Siez's tailed beast cloak. With a boom, the giant ant's body collapsed halfway. Watching this, Bofeng Siez shook her head and said, what a waste. With such strength, you should have just stayed hidden in the ninja world. Bastard, it's not over yet. Just as Bofeng Siez finished speaking, the eyes of the distant giant ant began to change. At the same time, the surrounding natural energy surged violently. This energy not only healed its wounds but also caused the surrounding vegetation, including the 9-tails transformation of Bofeng Siez, to feel an impending suffocation. What's happening? Witnessing this scene, Bofeng Siez looked incredulously at the enormous ant before him. Boo! 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 Just as Bofeng Siez was pondering, beams of light suddenly shot up from the surroundings and the colossal ant began to grow even larger. Ha ha ha! It's useless. Within this formation I am a god and you are mere ants. Your chakra will be directly nullified. As these words fell, Bofeng Siez's gaze fixed on the giant ant and he began to form hand seals. Shen Mo Wei. Space-time ninjutsu phantom void. When the seals were completed, Bofeng Xie froze for a moment. His ninjutsu had failed. Apart from the Nine-Tails chakra that had just leaked out, he could no longer use any other chakra. But how could this be? Why would his ninjutsu fail when he still possessed chakra? Ha ha ha, ninjutsu. Do you think such outdated techniques can work under my formation? Here only taijutsu reigns supreme. But taijutsu, how can you fight me with that? After these words, Bofeng Xie looked at the enormous ant. A technique that seals chakra, all ninjutsu except taijutsu would be rendered useless. But wasn't there still taijutsu to use? Bofeng Xie thought, then turned his gaze to the giant ant. Remember this after you go down, don't talk so much. Ninja taijutsu explosive fist. As Bofeng Xie finished speaking, he took a step forward and punched the giant ant. It's useless. Ninjutsu is— wait, what is this? Boo. Under that blow, the ant's head was slammed into the ground and then a pillar of flame erupted from the earth. This scene stunned Kong, who was nearby. The extreme heat nearly turned him into a roasted sheep. When the flames dissipated, Bofeng Xie glanced at Kong and said, "Hey, I'm leaving. But before I go, let me tell you this: if you ever meet someone as strange as you, someone with a monster inside, tell him there's someone who misses him very much." After these words, Bofeng Xie let out a breath and walked away. Only after he had left did Kong look at the ant's corpse on the ground, unable to speak for a long time. At that moment, outside the Temple of Fire, Bofeng Xie was walking along the road when suddenly the air rippled and the masked Uchiha Obito appeared. There's no Jinchuriki at the Temple of Fire. The intel was wrong. I see. Hearing this, Uchiha Obito spoke indifferently. After saying that, Uchiha Obito turned to Bofeng Xie. Our next mission is the Six Tails. The Six Tails. Hearing this, he remembered originally Pain was supposed to capture the Six Tails himself, but now Pain was dealing with the Two Tails and the Eight Tails. That meant he and Uchiha Obito would have to go after the Six Tails alone. Any leads? The Six Tails Jinchuriki is Yugo, a rogue ninja from the Mist Village. That's all the information we have. After these words, Bofeng Xie was taken aback. It's fine. Well, gather intel slowly. This time it's your turn to collect it. Hearing Bofeng Xie's words, Uchiha Obito glanced at him, said nothing, and vanished from the spot.